What's going on, everyone? Welcome into the Fantasy Fest tags. Before we dive in, man, we have an amazing new sponsor, don't we?
We do, and we wouldn't be doing this live stream, obviously, without you guys' support. So thank you guys so much for showing up. It's going to be 10 full hours of fantasy football talk, but the sponsor for today's show, you guys need to know about them. It's OwnersBox.com. Guys, OwnersBox, they blend DFS and season-long together. You can play contests that are 1 week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever. It blends those two together. It's not a salary cap, but it's based on limited game opportunities for each position. So there's tons of strategy as you seek to maximize your output. You're going to find that stuff out later. It pays out incrementally as you progress through the contest. So you actually get paid out weekly, even in multi-week tournaments. It creates community. You can add friends. You can create groups. You can smack talk. I want you to do us a favor. When you go there to OwnersBox.com, add myself at Mike Tagliere NFL and Dan Harris. Add us as friends there. Challenge us to contests. We're going to be doing some contests with you guys throughout the next week or so. And guys, make sure to be here around 5 time because we are going to be doing the draft that Dan and I did last night. We're going to be showing you how easy it is to navigate, what everything does, and how Dan basically just talks crap the entire time. But for a limited time only, if you guys create an Owner's Box account and get into a free contest during this live stream, you're going to be entered to win an authentic NFL jersey of your choice. Follow and tag at Owner's Box in an Instagram story to enter. And that's it, Yates. I mean, I am so stoked for this show today. Obviously, when they asked us to do it, it was like, hey, you guys want to do a live stream? And I'm like, how long? They're like, well, 10 hours. I'm like, let's do 24. I mean, I could talk football all day. I'm sure you guys can too.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is just going to be, we really don't have much structure to this. This is just going to be us bouncing through some topics. We're going to be just chatting fantasy football for the next 10 hours. So make sure that you stay here. We're going to get you ready for your drafts. But first, I got to say, hey, you guys can find and follow Tags and I on Twitter at Kyle Y NFL and at Mike Tag. It's not just us two. We got Sean Koerner here to kick off the amazing line of guests that we've got. Sean, where can people find and follow you on Twitter?
So you can find all my work at actionnetwork.com. And you can follow me on Twitter at _oddsmaker.
And Sean's not gonna go there and talk about his accolades and stuff like that, but I am. Sean is legitimately the most accurate fantasy football analyst in the industry. His projections are second to none. He's a guy that makes me question my opinion if we're differing. So I've been looking forward to talking to Sean all week.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for having me. I mean, first guest, what an honor. Can't wait. I mean, 10 hours of fantasy football. How can you beat that?
It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, man. So excited. Well, let's just dive right in, guys. We're starting the topic off with projections. And again, like Tag said, there's no one really better to bring on than Sean Koerner. So guys, let's just dive right into the conversation here. We want to go through and pick Sean's brain on some backfields, some wide receiver cores that we just have question marks on. We do projections ourselves. Obviously not to the level of Sean, but there are some questions that we have with these backfields, wide receiver cores. So let's just dive right into it. Tags, what is a room or a running back room, wide receiver room that you want to get some clarity on here?
Yeah, one I'm really struggling with, and I really wanted to get Sean's input on Chargers, because obviously going from Phillip Rivers, people talk about Austin Eckler and what he did last year. And yes, we all know it's not sustainable in terms of his touchdowns in the receiving department, but they're saying he's going to get a bigger load on the ground. Do we know that's going to happen? First off, I mean, they're moving on from Phillip Rivers to Tyrod Taylor. Taylor has never thrown the ball more than 437 times in a season. And then if they go to the backup, Justin Herbert, he's a rookie quarterback with no game experience. So I'm worried that this offense is not going to throw the ball 500, taking a lot of value away from Austin Eckler, in my opinion. But how are you projecting this backfield, and what's the best way to do that when you're going to a run first offense rather than a pass first that they were under Rivers?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This backfield is definitely tricky. And when I first started making my initial projections, like back in May, I was pretty down on Eckler. I just don't think he has the build to be a workhorse. He does remind me a lot of Christian McCaffrey. I always call him like a poor man's Christian McCaffrey. So I was projecting him, I want to say around 15 touches a game to start, and I thought Justin Jackson would be sort of a mini running back by committee. And then they drafted Joshua Kelly, who I think can fit as well. So yeah, it's a tricky situation. But the closer we get to the season, I'm giving Eckler more carries by the day, especially what we saw. I always call him, poor man's we saw the shirtless picture, where he's just ripped. So I think he can carry the full workload. And, similar to what we saw the first 4 weeks of last season, he was averaging, I want to say, like 18 to 23 touches a game. So if we get that version of Eckler, I mean, he was, the running back 2 after week 4. And go figure, Christian McCaffrey. So I'm a lot more bullish on Eckler heading into the season. However, I do think it is smart Jackson a bit later on, because he does have the potential to, carve out a flex role. We don't really know how this is going to turn out, but I do value Austin Eckler's, low end RB1, just because it's hard. We've talked about this before, but I know you and I, we made projections for Lamar Jackson last year, and I had him as like the QB5. I'm like, well, I can't have him there. So you just kind of start lowering it. But Austin Eckler is a similar situation where it's like, yes, I do have the overall output for the passing attack to be lower. Yes, I don't have him as a workhorse back, but he always projects really high in my model. So it's one of those things where I'm being careful, where I don't want to downgrade him too much. So he's kind of settled in as my RB10.
It's fair.
So Sean, last season, Austin Eckler, 132 rush attempts, averaging 4.2 yards per carry, only 3 rushing touchdowns. So not heavily utilized in that, capacity, but then, 108 targets, receptions with an 85.2% catch rate. That's ridiculous. Almost just shy of 1,000 receiving yards and 8 receiving touchdowns. I think that was where the value with Austin was his 8 receiving touchdowns. Now, for Eckler to finish as a back low end RB1, I think he has to be more than 5 receiving touchdowns. Where do you have him statted out in that capacity?
Let's see. So receiving touchdowns specifically?
Yes. Yep.
I have him right at 4.
Okay.
And I have him. I still think he'll be pretty efficient with 9.4 yards per catch. I have him at 65 receptions for 613 yards. I always worry about, a dual threat quarterback like Tyrod Taylor. Sometimes they opt to, just take off and run as opposed to check down. But, with Eckler, I think they will design some screenplays to him and whatnot. And if you look at Tyrod when he played alongside LaShawn McCoy, he actually did target him pretty heavily. So I'm a little bit less concerned about that. Justin Herbert, on the other hand, I have no clue how that's going to work out. So that does give me pause where if Justin Herbert takes over week 6, I'm not so sure Eckler is going to be able to have the same target share. But I really do think Tyrod Taylor will basically start until the Chargers are out of playoff contention. So maybe that's why I'm a little bit more bullish on Eckler. But, the Herbert factor does inject some uncertainty when it comes to Austin Eckler for sure.
Yeah, and real quick, guys, I want to throw a stat out there. It's one of these stats from the article I did. It's 175 interesting stats from the 2019 fantasy season. Did you know Austin Eckler scored 193.3 half PPR points through the air alone? Holy cow. All right, can we get this thing back on? We're all muted, right?
Hey, we're back. Maybe. Are you tired of hearing the phrase "through the air alone"? We're back. Hey, we were talking about Austin Ekeler. So sorry about this, guys. We are working on it. We'll get this figured out moving forward. So we were talking about Austin Ekeler, right? And in conjunction with his ranking and ADP, it's just signaling that this is a guy that you should be targeting based as a RB2. You can get him as an RB2, and he has low-end RB1 upside this season.
Mhm.
So, all right. So let's move on from the Chargers. I think this is going to be, but it's one that I think can have value for one or two players like Austin Ekeler. We could see Keenan Allen maybe move into this low-end wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, if he takes the majority of those. But let's move on, guys. Let's go to a different offense here. Let's look at New England, and let's get Sean's opinion on this. So, Sean, New England, this backfield is a mess. And normally it's a mess on a normal year, right? And now you have Sony Michel potentially missing the start of the season. James White's going to be a factor. Obviously, his role's not changing. Rex Burkhead, Lamar Miller, Damian Harris. So let's focus in on this backfield really quick. Any of these guys worth rostering in fantasy football this season?
Yes, they're definitely worth rostering. Who right now remains to be seen. But yeah, given the Sony Michel news, between Damian Harris, Lamar Miller, Rex Burkhead, and James White, and I think by week 3.
I don't want to cut you off, but I think that we're frozen.
Oh,
it may have started up again. I'm sorry, guys. So I just sorry to cut Sean off there. I just want to make sure that nobody's missing what you're talking about, because it seemed like it paused again. So I'm so sorry, guys, for the. So Sean, I noticed it froze, and I wanted to cut you off because I didn't want you to go on about it. But let's start back with let's talk about that Patriots backfield, please.
Well, it's probably my fault because I call murky running back situations the frozen pond here. So it's all, it's all coming together.
Yes.
But this is a situation where, you can't really trust anybody, but they're going late enough where you can at least take a fly. And I think, one or two of these backs will probably hit this year. I think James White, we know that role is solidified. He's the pass catching back, probably the safest bet in the backfield. But again, I think Damian Harris is probably the flyer you want to take just because he has the most upside. I could see him taking over the Sony Michel role. And in this offense, I think it'll still be good under Cam Newton and will produce enough goal line carries for him to hit value. And I think his ADP right now, it might be in the running back 50 range. And that's kind of the area where I do like to take gamble on a Patriots running back like him.
I think we're all in sync there. I want nothing to do with the Patriots backfield if I can help it. Damian Harris was someone I was saying take with one of your last picks, and you're going to find out week 1 if he's a starter. I think it's just rare to find a running back that could potentially be the starter, outside the top 10 rounds. So Damian Harris, taking a shot on him. Last I looked, his ADP was like RB 70 or something like that, which is kind of crazy, but I anticipate that coming up as more and more people learn about, what's going on with Lamar Miller missing practice. Sony Michel, obviously maybe starting the year on PUP. So there's a lot of question marks around this backfield, but do you want anything to do with Cam Newton, Sean? Obviously he's someone that, he was a top 3 fantasy quarterback for a long time, coming back after the surgery, multiple surgeries, I should say, and starting a new offense with a limited off season. We hear today that Julian Edelman threw his helmet down, was going to talk to a trainer. So there might be something wrong with him. How do we feel about Cam Newton this year?
Well, yeah, I mean, given his ADP, right now it looks like it's risen to like QB 18. I still think he's worth the upside because, again, at that point in the draft, if you end up having to cut him, it's not going to kill you. So you're just taking pure upside there, and we all know he has QB1 upside, of course. I don't really like the weapons he's given in the Patriots offense. I mean, they kind of made Tom Brady look bad last year, so he's in a bad situation.
Right.
I would have loved him to land somewhere else, but again, he's probably given the starter role here, so he does have that upside. So I would take him at his given ADP of QB 18, I think it is right now. So. But not have high expectations. So I think he goes in that sweet spot where he's worth roll of the dice.
Yep.
Yeah, I've said with Cam Newton, like he's a perfect late round target if you are going to be streaming the position, because against Miami in week 1, it's a solid defense to stream a quarterback against, especially one that has the rushing upside of Cam Newton. If he's not fully healthy, if we aren't getting the previous versions of Cam Newton that we've got, then great, cut him, move on, and pick up someone to stream in week 2. The investment of drafting him with your last pick is not enough, to worry about that going in. Okay, so we're cutting down on time here, so let's hit Houston, right? This is an offense that you see DeAndre Hopkins leave. You bring in Brandon Cooks. You bring in Randall Cobb. You have David Johnson out of the backfield. Let's talk about the wide receivers, though, really quick. So, Sean, who do you think is going to lead this wide receiver core in targets? And is it going to be a significant gap, right? Is it, or are they all just kind of mashed together with Will Fuller, Brandon Cooks, and Randall Cobb?
Yeah, I mean, when everyone's healthy, Deshaun Watson has been saying that, he's looking really good. And I think, Brandon Cooks is a great fit for this offense. He have two guys going deep where you can kind of, see which one's open and throw it to them. So I think this is going to be a much faster paced, dynamic offense without DeAndre Hopkins, which is kind of weird to say, but I think people are a little too much down on Deshaun Watson. All four they thrive in different areas of the field. And I think Deshaun Watson will have a really good season. Now, granted, they all have to stay healthy. So that's kind of where the upside is. And the other three is, who knows how long Will Fuller can stay healthy. Even Brandon Cooks has a concussion history. So I do think, guys like Kenny Stills and Randall Cobb make decent late round flyers in, deep leagues, because when one or two of these receivers go down, they're going to be inserted into, Deshaun Watson's number one or number two target. So this is a very tricky offense to project because there's a lot of moving parts. But I think to start, I think Will Fuller is the guy to own. And, I think given his ADP and wide receiver 3, I can't pass that up in most drafts because, like I said, when healthy, he has wide receiver 2, potentially some wide receiver 1 potential on in plus matchups.
Tags, you've been saying that. You've been saying that Will Fuller is the guy that you want to own in this backfield. Now, he obviously comes with risk, but he's not being drafted as a top 24 receiver where, if he goes down, then you're, kind of screwed, right? Like you can get him as, like Sean said, this low end wide receiver 3, maybe even wide receiver 4 in some drafts because there are other people that just don't want to touch him. What are your thoughts here? I know that you like Will Fuller, but the question is he going to play all 16 games?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's built in that he's not going to play all 16 games because if he were playing all 16, I think you'd see him in the conversation for top 24 receivers off the board. DeAndre Hopkins is a guy that 150 targets a year. That's a lot of targets. And removing him from the offense is one thing. But Will Fuller, even when on the field, was seeing, 6 to 8 targets per game. He had a couple double-digit target games. Even in week 1, think about it this way. They're playing the Kansas City Chiefs, right? And Will Fuller should have had a 4-touchdown game against them last year. Burn that secondary real bad. Downs continually. And now Bashaud Breeland, we find out today, is suspended for 4 games. So they're going to be down a starting in week 1. So I do believe that Will Fuller, if you get him as a wide receiver 4, that's fantastic because you're going to be able to start him the entire time that he's healthy. And then if he's not in the lineup, obviously you have someone that you drafted as a potential wide receiver 3 to fill that spot. But before we get into Sean's guys that he absolutely loves this year and wants on every team and the guys that he doesn't want on any teams, I wanted to ask you really quick, how are you handling the projection for someone like AJ Brown? He's someone that is so difficult for me to project because, you and I, we're value guys and it's more about like, what's the mean? What's the average? And AJ Brown just like basically decimated everything last year, as well as Ryan Tannehill, playing AJ Brown in drafts.
So yeah, AJ Brown is a very interesting guy to project. I think we're absolutely going to see regression in terms of, yards per catch, which I believe is 20.5 last year, and his touchdown percentage was through the roof. So we're going to see regression there. However, I mean, he was averaging, I think it was 50%, routes per run per dropback through the first 5 or 6 games. And then once Ryan Tannehill took over, he became the 80% of the snaps that we saw final half of the season. So I'm expecting him to do that, right out of the gate. So I think we're going to see way more targets to him this year, which is going to help offset some of the regression that we're going to see in the efficiency. So I think it's going to balance itself out. So normally he'd be a guy I'd be cautious about, but I think the volume's going to be there. So I've been drafting him as a mid wide receiver 2 because I think, the wide receiver 1 potential we saw at the end of last year is very real. And when you think about it, those efficiency stats sort of are due to, Derrick Henry. Defenses have to stack the box. It sets up the play action. So he still has that big play potential. That's not going away. So I'm projecting a little less regression than other experts. So I still love him this year.
Tags, let's just touch on him really quick. Tags, where do you have AJ Brown ranked? And then Sean,
I keep moving him up. I can't stop moving him up. I'm at wide receiver 15 now after hearing Corey Davis had the toe injury surgery this offseason, whatever the hell's going on with Corey Davis. They didn't pick up his 5th-year option. Clearly the team has moved on to AJ Brown as the guy. And knowing that Corey Davis is out, there's no chemistry being built there. So I keep moving AJ Brown up because he does have that crazy, top 8 wide receiver upside. So as your wide receiver 2, I'm good with now.
Sean, what about you?
I have him as my wide receiver 12 right now.
Yeah, I've got him at wide receiver 13. So he's
Nice.
right in this range for us. We all really love him this year. Yeah, I do expect regression, but he can still go up in the target category, right? That's something that we have to think about too. He wasn't very heavily 80 targets last season off the top of my head. So right in that range. So if he can get up to 100, 110, I think that'll offset it. And I think he can absolutely finish as a low end wide receiver 1. All right, Sean, before we let you get out of here, we want to just ask this question, and we're going to ask it of every guest that comes on today. Who is one player that you are higher on and that you have a lot of shares of this season? And then we'll go to a player that you're a lot lower on and you don't have anywhere.
So for me, I would say Calvin Ridley is the most well-known player I have a ton of shares on because I started doing drafts back in May. And, he was falling to me sometimes in round 6, most times in round 5. Now, sometimes you have to draft in round 3 to get him. So I'm backing off a little bit. I'm a reasonable person, but he's the guy, I addressed right away. I took a bet 90-1 to lead the league in receiving yards this year. Wow. And now it's down to 18 at some books. So I got in early with him. I think the hype is caught up. So like I said, I backed off a little bit. AJ Brown's kind of the guy I'm getting in that range now, but Calvin Ridley, I'm huge on. I still think Julio is going to be really good this year, but Calvin Ridley is going to kind of fill that role we saw. I think Juju Smith-Schuster did, I think it was 2018, where he and Antonio Brown were like number 2 and 3 in my rankings every week. It was really weird to see, but I think we're going to see that happen this year with Calvin Ridley and Julio.
I completely agree. Let's go to a player that you're lower on, and then we'll get you out of here.
So I'm going with the Falcons here again. It's Todd Gurley. Just the more I look into it, the less I like him because, the past 2 seasons, the Rams have provided the top 5 total yards, rush attempts inside the 5-yard line. And that's something the running back really can't control, whereas the Falcons were in the bottom 5 each of the last 2 seasons. So it's something that I think people are underestimating when it comes to just rushing touchdown production when it comes to Gurley. And let's be honest, that's kind of his bread and butter lately is, his fantasy production is kind of driven by his rushing touchdown. So I think we're going to see some pretty significant regression there. And, he's being drafted in this range. I would just say this tier of Todd Gurley, Leonard Fournette, Le'Veon Bell, and Melvin Gordon, I'm just avoiding completely because that's the area in the draft where I think all these potential wide receiver 1 breakout type guys are going. So that entire tier I'm avoiding in all my drafts right now.
I completely agree. I'm right there with you. All right, Sean, thank you so much for coming on, man, and kicking off the live stream. We appreciate you battling through the technical difficulties with us. Appreciate it, man. Remind everyone where they can find and follow you on Twitter.
Yeah, so you can find all my work, again, is on actionnetwork.com, and then you can follow me on Twitter at @the_oddsmaker.
Perfect. Sean, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks
Pleasure,
for having me. All right, talk to you guys later.
All right, so bad strategies with our friend.
footballers. I write for us here at Fantasy Pros. Also recently just brought on to the Roto World team, which is very, very exciting.
Yes, congrats on the hire, Lauren. I saw that yesterday, so very cool. I'm happy to see you getting out there, getting your work out there, and happy to have you on with us.
Thank you so much, guys, for having me. I really appreciate it.
I'm excited to talk to Lauren because Lauren and I haven't talked for a while, but we got brought on to the Fantasy Footballers writing team at the same time. And so Lauren and I have a connection here in the industry. It's fun to talk with her. Okay, so their news broke right at the end of last segment with Sean Koerner. Tyreek Hill left practice with a right leg injury. We obviously don't know much more than that, right? It literally just broke a few minutes ago. So we'll try to keep you updated throughout the day as we get more news. But Tags, let's talk about this really quick. Does this move Tyreek Hill? If you're drafting right now, does this just say, okay, I'm going to press pause on drafting Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't drafting Tyreek Hill to begin with just because of where he was going. He's been going ahead of Julio Jones, and I've been talking about it for quite some time that I wouldn't even draft Julio Jones until probably around the 203, 204 pick. So Tyreek Hill never lasts beyond that. So I wasn't getting him on any teams. It's worth saying that he did walk off the field under his own power. We don't know a whole much about it right now, but we wanted you guys to know in case you're doing like a best ball draft right now or at OwnersBox, doing some of that stuff. But Lauren, you mentioned to us right before you came on that you drafted Tyreek Hill yesterday.
I just drafted him. This is very disappointing, but I drafted him because it's a super flex league. So I got Pat Mahomes and I thought I was being super sneaky and I was going to get Travis Kelce, missed out on Kelce. So I was like, next best, I'm going to get Tyreek Hill. This happened to me in Scott Fish last year was it Melvin Gordon? I think it was. And then he ended up holding out. I don't know. I think just because I drafted him, then the news broke just because.
Well, it happens.
Well, yeah, hopefully I think I saw that he walked off on his own power. We're hoping that everything is okay.
Yes,
we'll obviously keep you updated. Yeah, we'll obviously keep everyone updated as we go out throughout the live stream today for the next 9.5 hours. So we'll be here.
That's the way to kick off my guest spot. Hi, Tyreek Hill's hurt.
Right. Yeah. Let's talk about this. Yeah. Very depressing. All right. Hey guys, before we talk draft strategies with Lauren, make sure that you are subscribed to our YouTube channel. Go over, hit that button, subscribe, and then head over to fantasypros.com/YouTube to enter a giveaway. We are doing a giveaway at the top of every hour for the next, like I said, 9 hours. So make sure that you do that to be entered into some amazing giveaways. We'll make sure that at the top of every hour. So Tags, let's kick this over to you. Let's talk draft strategies, man. What do you want to talk about here with Lauren?
Yeah, I want to talk about Lauren. I want to talk to Lauren about basically the difference between drafting in the first half of the draft versus drafting in the second half of the draft. Because a lot of people, the question this year is, when do you feel okay drafting Michael Thomas? And I think it's an important question to address because the rest, once you get outside the top 2 rounds, ADP can fluctuate depending on who you're drafting with. But the question about in like a PPR format, I've said that I'd probably be drafting running backs with probably the first 6 picks of the draft, maybe first 7 picks, because I always think about, okay, if you take a wide receiver there, let's say you take Michael Thomas at 5 or 6, what running back is going to be there for you in the middle of the second round by the time it gets back to you? How are you handling the top of drafts? Are you going very running back heavy, or are you okay taking someone like Michael Thomas or Devontae Adams?
That's a really good question. And I think it's going to boil down to who are you targeting in the second, third, fourth, fifth rounds? I think that's going to really be the deciding factor on who I'm going with, depending on where it is that I'm drafting. But I'm with you. So if I've got those first 1 through 6 picks, I'm not going to be cute. I'm going to take a stud running back. And then I might try, maybe some trickeration a little bit later. Stay fluid, stay flexible whenever you're drafting. But yeah, those first pick 6, no, not to put any juju out there for any quarterback that I just said pick 6. My bad. That's not what I meant.
Jameis Winston's
first 6 picks of your draft. I'm going to go running back. I want the upside. I want the consistency. I don't want the risk of trying to be cute. But second half, that is where I want to go with someone like Michael Thomas, Devontae Adams, Julio Jones. Those guys are really kind of that back half of your first round of your draft. And that has played out pretty well in drafts that I've been in, as well as mock drafts that I've done.
Now, the question is, Yates, I know you and I are extremely high on Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Okay. I have him as my number 7 running back right now. Do you take Clyde? I want to know, Lauren, do you take Clyde Edwards-Helaire over someone like Michael Thomas?
Okay.
That's the tipping point.
This is a full disclosure moment. Everybody, I don't like rookies. I don't. I mean, unless I'm in Dynasty, okay. But for me, I'm going to go with, especially in an abbreviated offseason, that's super weird. I'm not sold on CEH to draft him. I'm not saying that he's not a bad player, and I'm not saying that someone should not draft him. Just personally, I think I would go elite wide receiver there if I did miss out on the top 6, not including CEH. So that one is a really hard one. Now watch, I'm at my draft and I draft him anyway. That's just how it goes.
I mean, I suggest you get a share is all I'm saying. I think that Clyde
Right.
Edwards-Helaire is going to be maybe a top 3 fantasy football pick next year. So if you're in like a keeper format and you get him in the second round, I feel like that's going to be fantastic for you. So
Yeah.
it's just something I wanted to bring up because it's a very big divide. Yates, I don't know if you've seen it. Expert consensus on him, has him as a first rounder now, but current ADP, and this is something that we update at Fantasy Pros all the time. And if you guys go to our ADP, we have a consensus one where it blends all the sites together and it gives you an average, like the draft position where players are going. Edwards-Helaire is around 22 or 24 in public drafts. And this is updated recently. So I think there's a big divide between the analysts in the community and the public on Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
There's no question the volume is going to be there. And in fantasy football, volume is king for sure. So whereas I may not, pull the trigger, that doesn't mean that it's not a great pick to take, especially in a keeper league, especially in Dynasty, obviously. So I don't know. For me, that one's a little bit more tough, but that's only because I've got my eye on a couple later round running backs. So
yeah, I think that would be very, very tough for me on the clock. And I'm the first top, the sixth pick. Goodness gracious, you jinxed me. The top 6 running backs go off the board, and I'm now faced with the choice of Michael Thomas or CEH. I personally love going running back in the first round, especially this year, because I love the guys at wide receiver that I can get later on.
yes.
Yep.
But if I can get Michael Thomas, who is going to be so consistent, I know exactly who he is, not going to be a drop off this season with Drew Brees. And I mean, even if Jameis Winston comes in, right, like the volume is still going to be there to then pass on Michael Thomas for a rookie who does come with risks. I love CEH. I love Kansas City's offense, but to pass on, I don't know if I can do that.
Yeah, Yates for me. I sent him back before we even started doing our mock drafts on Fantasy Pros. I said, I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire is my top player, my top running back. And he's like, wait, number 1 running back overall. And I said, yeah, I just think he fits today's NFL really well. And then obviously falling in with Andy Reid, Damian Williams opting out for the season. I think there's a whole lot of reasons I love Clyde Edwards-Helaire. But let's talk about if you want to go wide receiver early. Is it a year where 0 running back can work? Yates, I'm curious. We haven't talked about this in the podcast that much, but I think in a year like this one where running backs can be scratched, on Sunday morning, if they walk into the stadium with a fever, it's going to create some madness in fantasy lineups. Is this a year where we can actually see 0 running back work? I mean, I've never been a fan of going in with a strategy into a draft, but I'm curious as your take, Yates.
I don't like it. I'm just going to be honest. I don't like doing that strategy because I love to have running back depth. And especially when you look at, and this is why looking at the entirety of your draft and doing mock drafts is so crucial, because you can see that the running back depth dries up really quickly in your drafts. You get to round 10, 11, and you're looking at guys, you're just like, all I'm looking at are insurance running backs at this point, or these guys that if things break their way, they could be, potential breakout guys. But in there's absolute wide receiver depth there that I love targeting. These guys like Anthony Miller in the later rounds, these guys that I can absolutely get and plug into my wide receiver 3 spot. So I love loading up on running back early. It's just a philosophy shift for me. And I don't know if I don't know if I want to do that this year, but I get it. Lauren, let's get your thoughts here. 0 running back. Is that something that you're looking to deploy this year?
I wrote a piece on this for us, and it was looking at the ideal lineup for a 0 wide receiver and or 0 running back strategy. And let me just tell you, garbage. It's gross. It's not pretty. I don't like it. Now, if you do have, like I said, I've got my eye on a few guys that are going anywhere from the 3rd to the 4th, sometimes 5th rounds. So maybe like a hybrid strategy could work, especially if you're in those first 6 positions. And I didn't say picks, first 6 positions of your draft. And just go ahead and take that stud running back, then maybe try a 0 RB approach. But waiting, I think it's the true definition of, I guess, is that's what I'm saying. True definition of 0 running back is picking your first running back in the 6th round. That is so late. It is so late. And there's not a lot of really good RB talent there. I don't like besmirching folks, but yeah, it's not pretty. But waiting a couple rounds, I could see that.
I will say this though. I did get David Montgomery in the 6th round of a draft the other day. good. I mean, I understand that people are saying that he doesn't have the upside and this and that, but he's a guy that's locked into 250 plus touches. I mean, you
Right.
don't find that in the 6th round very often. If you get him and Ronald Jones, and then you add
I was
in
just
some
about to
upside
say.
players like a Latavius Murray and Kareem Hunt, like getting those guys outside the top 5 rounds, I think you probably could make it. I'm just saying this year more than probably any other, with all the uncertainty that we have, because running backs, as I discussed, is that running backs have immediate value. You know, if the starter misses that game, you know exactly what's going to happen. You know who's getting the carries. You know what's happening. Wide receiver is different. You know, if someone like Cortland Sutton misses a game, it's not like Jerry Jeudy inherits 8 targets just because Cortland Sutton those around. So I think those backup running backs are going to be important to have on your bench this year, even if you don't go with a 0 running back approach.
Yep. 100%.
The thing with going into that strategy, like going into your draft with that strategy of a 0 running back and saying that, and I get some stud wide receivers to begin. I take my tight end early. You know, I get one of the top 2 guys of Kittle or Kelsey. And then I look in the 6th round and I can get David Montgomery. I can get Ronald Jones. That is what happens if someone ahead of you takes David Montgomery and Ronald Jones.
Yeah.
Now you're screwed. You know, you don't have these other guys that you can rely and fall back on. So it's just a very, very dangerous game to play. I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah, no, I understand that part. And that's why I never do it. But I just wanted to say that if there was a year where I think it probably could work, it's this one. Lauren, I want to ask your opinion. It's one that a lot of people struggle with. You know, they say, what's the first round you take a quarterback? And that can range depending on what type of draft you're in. But I want to know, if you're going to draft a quarterback that you're going to start every single week, who's the last quarterback that you feel comfortable? You know, like if you look through the ADP and you go down it, what quarterback do you feel comfortable with? Like you're waiting to the 9th round, and let's say you get Matt Ryan. Are you comfortable starting Matt Ryan every week, or is there someone even further down the board that you'd feel okay with?
I would love starting Matt Ryan for sure, but I'm targeting Matt Stafford everywhere. Every piece of that Lions offense, I'm doing it. He was on pace last year for some ridiculous numbers, just ridiculous. They actually would have blown Mahomes and Lamar Jackson's not passing volume out of the water. Obviously not the same run chops, but I love Matt Stafford, and you can get him late. But again, I also do like Matt Ryan as well. I'm just really digging the 2nd year under a new offensive coordinator, the things he's been able to do with his history of new OC, new figuring things out, new. Then 2nd year, he's like, pro, I got this. So I love that too. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the late round quarterback, but again, I also don't have a problem taking Mahomes or Lamar Jackson early. I don't want to cut off my nose to spite my face. And especially in a league where if you score quarterbacks higher, let's say than a traditional fantasy league, go ahead. I like it. I really do. I am not going to target a quarterback in the rounds, anywhere from like the 3rd on to maybe like the 8th or 9th. Those are going to be dedicated to wide receivers.
Oh, that's fair. So I'm going to expose the industry for a moment, and I'm going to let you guys in on some things that, you know, everybody talks about. Take a quarterback with one of your last, stream the quarterback position. This year, I've been in analyst leagues, like literally industry leagues, where it's a 12 or a 14 team league, and guys are taking 2, if not 3 quarterbacks because they're worried about the COVID thing. And if player misses time, and how it's going to be more difficult to find someone on the waiver wire. So Yates, are you a fan of grabbing 2 quarterbacks in your draft? Like, let's say that you grab someone like Matthew Stafford or Matt Ryan that you feel comfortable with, that presents a floor. Do you want to pair him with someone at the end of your bench? Maybe like someone like Joe Burrow, maybe Daniel Jones. How do you feel about that?
It depends on the league size. If my league has expanded bench spots this year or added IR spots, then yeah, I'll do that, because that gives me a leg up on, I don't have to battle people for a quarterback on the waiver wire. However, and it also depends too on what my other league mates are doing. If my other league mates are grabbing 2 quarterbacks, then yes, I will, because I know that the options on the waiver wire are going to be slim. However, if no one in my league grabs 2 quarterbacks, then I know that I have options on the waiver wire. And I can play that game, and I can then, wait it out. So it's kind of a cop-out answer where I don't have an exact answer for you, where I'm going to say like, yes, I'll do this, or no, I won't do, but it all depends on what your league is doing. And so that's why, like, paying attention to what, not only your roster when you're drafting, but what your other league mates are doing is so important.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good answer.
Thanks. Guys, you can do a mock draft. If you are like to draft, you can do a mock draft over at fantasypros.com/draftwizard. Try out these strategies. We have these strategies in there where you can see, okay, what does it look like if I load up on running back early, or if I wait? Am I going to get a David Montgomery, Ronald Jones in the 6th round? Or are they going to go off the board? Do I like my team at the end of it? That's one of the big things. Like, do these different strategies, figure out what you like, and then look at your team at the end of it and say, okay, which roster do I like more? Do I like it when I grab Michael Thomas with the 4th overall pick? Or do I like it when I grab an Alvin Kamara and then grab another, top tier wide receiver later on? Play around with those. Absolutely. Check that out over at fantasypros.com/draftwizard. Tags, do we have any more questions here for Lauren outside of, with draft strategies? And then we'll get some thoughts on who she's higher on and lower on.
Yeah, I would love to spend a little bit more time because we haven't had a chance to talk to Lauren on the podcast this year. So I'd love to know the people that she's higher on. So if you want to give us 2 names that guys that you're aiming to get on every single team, as well as 2 people that you're really like, I'm not into those players at their current draft position. We may have already talked about one with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but who are the two? Let's start with the 2 players that you're really looking forward to. And it's almost like, when you're in a draft and someone takes that player, you're cursing their name. You just feel angst in your body and it throws you off rhythm. Who are those players for you this year?
Okay, so I can't believe you're only going to let me do 2. I'm kidding. You guys can read my work because I'm high on a lot of guys this year, but I'll go ahead and do a running back and a wide receiver. So I'm being so, old school. Let's call it old school. I love David Johnson. Okay, I am targeting him. I have him. I love it. I'm high on David Johnson. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. I don't think I am. I think he's going to have a chance to prove himself this year with Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien is going to have to prove himself this year. So there's a lot of stuff going on there that I really, really like about David Johnson. I want to see him have another really good year. And then for the wide receiver, this one's tough. I've got so many, but I'm going to go ahead and throw out Deontay Johnson from Pittsburgh Steelers. You can get him super late. In 2018, Ben Roethlisberger had, I think, 65% of his total targets, which led the league, I believe, in passing attempts. 65% went to the wide receiver position. And out of those, the wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 was only a 0.3% difference between the targets. So wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 go, hand in hand pretty well. Granted, one of those wide receivers was Antonio Brown. I get it.
Right.
But even if those numbers get close, I think Deontay Johnson is gonna do very well. He did it with 2 backup quarterbacks making their NFL debut as a rookie. He was kind of like, hold my juice box. Watch this. I'm gonna crush it. So yeah, I like those 2 guys a lot.
I think that the Deontay Johnson one, I came across a stat. I did an article that actually went up a couple days ago on Fantasy Pros, where I went into NFL's next gen stats and I kind of dissected them and I tried to figure out what I could take away from them. Did you know Deontay Johnson averaged 3.6 yards of separation at target last year? And that's despite having Mason Rudolph and Duck Hodges as his quarterback. By comparison, Kenny Golladay was the worst in the league, averaged 1.9 yards of separation at target. Now, again, Golladay was seeing more top tier cornerbacks, whatever. He's not really a separation artist. He's more of like a guy that's going to win in those one-on-one situations. But Deontay Johnson, they drafted him to be kind of take over that Antonio Brown mold and Smith-Schuster back to the slot. It makes all the sense in the world that he would see a lot of targets. I mean, he saw, I think it was a 19% target share in his rookie season. I mean, that's pretty impressive. So I do love Deontay Johnson. I have him as a top 36 wide receiver.
Yeah, 92 targets last year, 680 yards and 5 touchdowns. And again, we can all sit here and say that quarterback play was atrocious. So he did that even with Mason Rudolph and Duck Hodges. So Lauren, thank you so much for jumping on. Before we say goodbye to you and remind people where you can find and follow you on Twitter, I just got to say, guys, subscribe to the YouTube channel, head over to fantasypros.com/YouTube. Make sure to enter this giveaway. We're going to be doing that giveaway here in just a few minutes. So make sure that you enter that. Lauren, again, thank you so much for jumping on. Remind people where they can find and follow your work.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Thank you so much for having me. So social media, find me. I'm usually way more responsive on Twitter at Stepmom Lauren. Again, writer for the Fantasy Footballers, for us here at Fantasy Pros, and soon coming Roto World. And I put all of my work on my website, which is stepmomlauren.com. So come say hi. I love chatting about fantasy football.
And Lauren, before you get out of here, the last thing I want to ask you, who's the one player you do not want? And do not say Clyde Edwards-Helaire because I'll just hang up immediately. But tell me who in drafts. Let's say that someone in the top 4 rounds that you're avoiding, like consciously.
Oh, well, not top. I'm going to say Corey Davis. We all know this.
Well,
yeah. I'm staying away from any Rams running back.
Oh,
I'll put it in that whole room. I'm just staying away from the Rams RB room. Don't know. Too scared. No, thank you.
It's fair.
I totally get that. And I'm in agreement. So Lauren, thank you so much. You killed this. Everyone, make sure to go find and follow her on Twitter, like she said, and find and follow her work. She's amazing. Lauren, thank you so much. Guys, we'll be back in just a little bit for the next segment.
Retro. for this.
Okay. Hey, everybody. What's up? We're here. Everything's fine. No big deal. Remember, we are doing a 10-hour live stream. So if we're going to have a couple of technical difficulties, that's how it's going to be. But we're great. I'm here with Yates. Tags will be back in an hour. We're bringing on my 8th favorite guest of the day. It's Jake Ciely from The Athletic. He is on Twitter at AllenKid. Jake, how you doing?
Oh, so wait, let's get this right. So I get delayed, Tags
Yeah.
takes off and leaves,
Mhm.
and I'm the 8th favorite guest. Like, so, all right, everybody. I hope you enjoy the rest of the podcast.
I mean,
show.
you're here right now. So I feel like you're already like ahead of the game. We are going to be talking about quarterbacks today with Jake. Now, actually, we just dropped a podcast. If you're on Twitter, if you saw it, and I think we might have had the YouTube video out already, where we talked some of the players overall that Jake is higher on or lower on than ECR. And we talked about a couple of quarterbacks there. So Jake, I do remember though, there were a couple of quarterbacks that we didn't get to. So hopefully we can get to them today. I've been saving them. Before we do, it is time for our giveaway. It's like minutes late, but at the top of the hour, we said we are doing a giveaway every hour. So we have our first giveaway. The first giveaway winner is Daniel Pontillo. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correct. And it is a 1-month subscription to Fubo TV, which is where you can watch live sports. You can DVR live sports. You're going to get your 1 month free. And I'm pretty sure you're going to want to stick with them after that. It's awesome. We're going to be doing another giveaway at 2:00. That's going to be a $100 gift certificate to Pristine Auction, which you guys know they sponsor our helmet giveaways and all that stuff. I'm talking too much. Jake is here. We want to talk to Jake about QBs. Jake, let's start off like this. Overall general strategy on QBs. I'm sure you're a weight on QB. Let's say, what's your overall overarching strategy when it comes to the quarterback position in a single QB league and then either in a super flex or 2 QB league?
So single QB, I think everybody knows at this point. Like the industry has pounded the table, wait on quarterback long enough that everybody knows to at this point. But at some point, there's always a break where the value outweighs what's on the board. Like, if put it this way, if we get to that second tier of Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, and the rest, and it's the 5th, 6th round, I'll think about it. I probably will still wait just because that also means the rest of the guys are falling as well. But there's kind of a multi-year thought process going here. So I will in a single quarterback. I have drafted Patrick Mahomes once, and that came close to the end of the 2nd round. And that's just because I think they're both worthy, that being him and Lamar Jackson being worth a 3rd round picks. But if you're going to consider it in the 3rd round, well, that's early 3rd round. What's the difference between going late 2nd? Because you just get them. Like the player that's there at running back or wide receiver in the 3rd is going to be very relatively the same. I say that because that tier of wide receivers and running backs that's there, it's that we kind of hit that point where there's a nice break, and it's just like, why not just go get the best? And they're on another level. But the reason we say wait is because Jameis Winston last year. The reason we say wait is because Daniel Jones, once he was starting, and years before that, and all the quarterbacks every single year that and produce. That's why we say wait, let alone the guys you're getting in late rounds, let alone Lamar Jackson was an 8th rounder last year. So I will do it, but I generally do wait. Super flex, two quarterback, they're worthy, that being Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, the first pick off the board. The one thing I will say about super flex and 2 quarterback, there is no definitive spot. I think you guys agree with this. There's no definitive spot to say, now is when I'm taking my quarterback. You have to read the draft room. It's tough. It's not really a clear answer, but you have to kind of say, all right, who's my break off? If my break off is QB 14 and QB 7 or 8 start coming off the board, then you say like, all right, I need to jump in, because that's how you weigh that draft. Because if you go too early, the worst feeling in the world is taking Deshaun Watson and not seeing another quarterback go for another round and a half.
Right.
Yeah. So out of curiosity, because some people ask me this question and I tried to quantify it. If you knew that Lamar Jackson was going to do the exact same thing he did last year, like you knew, bang, rocking those in, where would you take him out of curiosity? I get the philosophy. I'm with you, of course. But if you knew that exact same product, expect regression, right? I mean, if for no other reason, the touchdown rate is not going to have a 9% touchdown rate. Where would you draft him in leagues this year?
Myself personally, so if my overall rankings where he falls, I can tell you he's 29. He would go before that. If you told me he's playing 16 games doing the exact same thing, I think I would think about him at the 1-2 turn. The reason I would think about it, and I would probably still wait a few more picks, I would definitely take the running back or wide receiver first, because even with that person hitting, it's what you sacrifice. And we say this every single. It's the same argument at tight end. It's the same argument for taking Kelsey or Kittle in the first or early second round. It can work, but the problem is if that's even one game of difference or 2 games, or they're just 90% of what they were last year. I mean, Patrick Mahomes worked for all the games he played last year, but we saw the injury. And I'm not saying you worry about injuries, because your question was if he plays 16 games. And so if you're talking about 16 games and they're being the exact same quarterback we knew, they are considerably worth a first rounder. I mean, Lamar Jackson, the next closest, including Patrick Mahomes, was worlds behind him. Same thing for Michael Thomas and Christian McCaffrey. If you're taking that kind of leg up at the position, if you told me Christian McCaffrey, Michael Thomas are doing the exact same thing, all 3 of them, you could argue the first 3 picks should be Christian McCaffrey, Michael Thomas, and Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, absolutely. I assume that Yates has decided to take this segment off, so I'm just going to keep asking you questions since Yates refuses to basically talk. Let me ask you something. Where's the line for QB1 for you in a single quarterback league? Where's the last guy that you're like, okay, this is a guy I'm probably going to run with the entire year, versus once you get past that point, you're like, it really doesn't matter to me. I can probably even stream the position.
So I'm glad you phrased it that way, because a lot of people will ask, who's the last quarterback you want? And I'll go all the way down to QB 16 and Matthew Stafford. And for everybody, it's like, oh my God, I can't have Matthew Stafford that low. There's such a small gap from QB 8 to 16. Like 2 touchdowns can make a difference. But that's a different question than what you said. The guy that I would run with, I would stop at QB 11, who's Drew Brees, because I think that's an important strategy that people should have for drafting quarterbacks as well. Is if you draft, in my opinion, Drew Brees, your cutoff might be different, but my top 11 guys, if I'm drafting that quarterback, I'm not worried about a backup, because I'm not going to play the game of what if I draft Drew Brees and Matt Ryan? Who do I play this week? Who do I play next week? And then you end up missing the best performances, and some of the bad performances you get stuck in your lineup. You just give yourself a headache. You're going to start that guy every single week. When are you benching Drew Brees? Unless you're drafting Lamar Jackson. So that just makes no sense. So I think that's a really good way that you phrased it. So I would say QB 11 for me, Drew Brees. I think right around there. Stop. But if you get past that, I think that if you look like, maybe I do have Tom Brady right there with him. I feel a little hesitant with Tom Brady, but it's more of the Cam Newtons, the Daniel Jones, the Staffords, Ben Roethlisberger, because they have injury risks. Those are the guys I'll pair with a high upside player like Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, I really appreciate you buttering me up, by the way. That's the way that we like to do things here. Yates, what about you? Let me ask you that same question, I guess. Who's sort of the last quarterback that you feel you're willing to sort of roll with week in, week out without even thinking about streaming in your draft?
Yeah, it's Carson Wentz. And I'm looking at ADP consensus right now. It's Drew Brees at 9, Tom Brady at 10, Carson Wentz at 11, and then Aaron Rodgers is at 12. Rodgers is the one where I go, I don't know if I want to rely on him week in and week out, especially with all the moving more towards AJ Dillon maybe. And even last year, we didn't see him as a consistent quarterback 1 week in and week out. There were certain games where you could start him and you could get, quarterback 1 production out of him. But Carson Wentz is probably the last one in that tier where I would say I'm comfortable relying on him week in and week out. We saw what he can do last year with, poor weapons. And now he's got a revamped receiving room with Deshaun Jackson back healthy, Jalen Reagor, Zach Ertz, Dallas Goedert, Miles Sanders out of the backfield, Boston Scott, who I know Jake likes. So this guy, Carson Wentz, is probably the last one that I would be willing to roll with.
And let me ask you, does Breeze fall into that category for you? Because, we talk a lot, you, me, and Tags. I feel like I've had to defend Breeze a lot for whatever reason, sort of this offseason. Is he in your, I'm starting Drew Brees and I'm willing to roll with him as my QB1 every week?
We actually haven't talked a ton about Drew Brees. So as far as Drew Brees, I have him at quarterback 13. So he's on this. And like Jake said, a quarterback or a touchdown makes a difference, right? So I would be comfortable with him, but I wouldn't. It's right on that edge where I wouldn't necessarily feel great about it, especially when I factor in his draft price, where I have to draft him at the QB9 spot, where I can get Carson Wentz a little bit later, who I have finishing ahead of him. So that would be the difference.
All right. So why don't we start here with Jake? We talked about it on the podcast. A couple of people who you are higher on than consensus and lower on than consensus. So why don't we start, talking about there? You can re-talk about a little bit what we talked about the podcast, but who are guys who you think a little bit higher than ADP, a little bit higher than the industry?
Yeah, well, I mentioned one of them already. That's Gardner Minshew. I don't think we even got to. I just kind of threw his name away on the podcast because we didn't really even get to him at that point because we were stuff for time. Or do we talk about Gardner? I don't remember. Podcasts run together at this point. Did we talk about Minshew? We went.
Oh my word! I think we did. We talked about him because I adjusted his rankings on the podcast.
Oh, okay. All right. So Go listen to the podcast. There you go. I'll promote your guys' podcast to go listen to.
Yeah.
I will just throw out Gardner Minshew, especially for his rushing and how terrible that defense is. And apparently they're trading. I'm not even going to try and pronounce his name, but they're trading him. So the defense is just going to get even worse at this point. So we won't talk about him. I will say I'm higher on Cam Newton, but I think that's going to come around. I think Cam Newton's going to get back up towards QB1 with time. I think everybody's just hesitant for the fact of how healthy he is, but all the reports have been glowing so far. And I think as long as people just see him in practice and performing well, I think he'll move back up. So my biggest one is, I did actually mention this player too, is Daniel Jones. Now I kind of feel like he ebb and flowed this offseason. Like I feel like more people were willing to take him near the top 12, top 10 a month or two ago, and then consensus has him down in like Joe Burrow, Ben Roethlisberger range now, or ADP does. And so that's one I don't get, because I kept calling him last year as he's basically poor man's Jameis Winston, but it's, he's only poor man's Jameis Winston because he's not going to throw 5,000 yards. He could easily throw 4,500 and 28 to 30 touchdowns. And as much as he fumbles, that's where he comes a lot of the play of Jameis Winston. He doesn't throw as many interceptions, but he does turn the ball over quite a bit. But we're talking for fantasy here. For fantasy on this team, another terrible defense. DeAndre Baker probably not playing this year, so that secondary is even worse than what we thought it was going to be. And you're talking about the litany of weapons he has healthy as of right now. 3 good wide receivers, one of the better tight ends, one of the best running backs. Daniel Jones, I don't see how people don't want him this year after just experiencing what we did with Jameis Winston.
How do you feel about that, Yates? Are you on the Daniel Jones train this year?
I can see a path, but I am terrified of his schedule to begin the year. I mean,
That's fair.
Pittsburgh, Chicago, San Francisco, the Rams, Dallas, Washington, who should be a much improved defense, the Eagles, the Buccaneers, Washington, and then Philadelphia again. So like, I don't know if I'm going to be comfortable recommending him as a streamer until week 12 against Cincinnati. But the difference here is, like Jake said, a Jameis Winston effect, where if this defense can't keep up and then he's going to be turning the ball over, they're going to be throwing the ball a ton. And so that could lead to a ton of passing production from Daniel Jones.
So I'm going to give my opinion on Daniel Jones in 2 seconds. I do want to acknowledge our wonderful viewers who are flooding the chat right now with comments about how either I do look like Woody from Toy Story, which is what Tags calls me, the cowboy hat. I see you, YouTube people, and I'm not going to guarantee it on the live stream, but there will be. I promise. I see you. I got you guys. There will be some sort of Woody outfit at some point this season. You are unfortunately going to have to see a lot of my face for most of the season. But anyway, going back to Daniel Jones, I think that's my issue with it. If you draft Jones, you're probably not going to be willing to start him, I don't know, for the first 5 weeks at least, right? Steelers, Bears, 49ers, Rams, Cowboys. You talked about that. It's hard to really draft him. And I think that might be one of the reasons why his ADP might not be where you think it should be. And, he, even last year, right? He had 4 giant performances, really. And the Jets, the Lions, Washington, the Bucks, Bucks a little earlier before their defense sort of got better. Not exactly a murderer's row. So, and he's got, the new coordinator, the short offseason. I don't know. He's a guy who I want to have higher, but I can't get there. Minshew, though, Jake, I agree. Out of curiosity, where do you have Jones ranked and where do you have Minshew ranked?
I have Daniel Jones at 13. I have Gardner Minshew at 17. I do like Ben Roethlisberger and Matthew Stafford, both in that range as well. I think if they're healthy, I mean, we're not even batting an eye at them being top 10 quarterbacks. I'll push back on one thing with Daniel Jones. Yeah. I understand the schedule. Actually, 2 things about pushing back on him is, one is we do this every single year, and I'm not saying you guys are doing it, but we do this every year where we try to predict schedules. And I always say strength fool there, and you want strength of opponent, which you guys both are doing. We're worried about the passing defenses on those. We're worried about those corners. But let me say this. What if Daniel Jones comes out the first 2 weeks and throws 250 and 2 and 250 and 3? You're gonna be like, I don't care who he faces. And it's a lot of, let's go back to Blake Bortles. Blake Bortles should not have been putting up the numbers he did against some really good defenses, but because of that team and because of how it was constructed, he was. And I'm not saying don't be concerned about the schedule, but I could see a path where we quickly turn around and say, oh, we're worried about starting him every single week to just plug him in there like Jameis Winston. We don't care if the turnovers are there. The numbers are going to be there anyway.
So
and he runs. I like Jameis Winston.
He does run. Dan, it sounds like Jake just compared Daniel Jones to Blake Bortles. That's what I'm taking away.
He's a hybrid. He's if Jameis Winston and Blake Bortles had a kid.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. That's going to be our clip, by the way, from this segment for sure.
That'd be a
Out of
good-looking kid,
curiosity,
by the way.
do you take do you take two quarterbacks when you wait as long, or do you just stream throughout the year and just kind of look, or will you take like two guys to try to match them up late and match up like depending on the matchups, Jake?
I'll take two. I didn't used to take two, but because, I mean, honestly, streaming quarterback kind of really isn't a thing anymore because so many people do wait. And then so many people who do wait, there are like your normal league, and I'm even talking industry leagues because we all do a ton of industry leagues. There will be probably 16 to 18 quarterbacks off the board. So now streaming from what's left, if your one quarterback goes haywire, like let's say Daniel Jones looks like crap the first 3 weeks, and you're like, oh my God, I need a replacement. You're going to be picking from Dwayne Haskins, Sam Darnold. Like it's not like the streaming of the days from every single week you went and picked up a potential QB1. That's anymore. So I do, if I fall past those top 11, to go back to your initial question is, I do draft two, and that's where I'll draft a potential breakout with somebody I trust. So I trust Tom Brady. I'll pair him with Minshew or Daniel Jones or heck, Joe Burrow. If I first pick was Cam Newton with the potential that he's hurt, then I'll look to get a safer option, like maybe as much as I don't like the guy, but like a Jared Goff or Ryan Tannehill or something like that, kind of balance that upside with some safety if something goes wrong.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you mentioned Tom Brady was the first guy at your mouth you might pair. We have something called the quarterback by committee finder, which basically takes two quarterbacks. You can take any quarterback you want and sort of pair him with another quarterback, go through each matchup. You mentioned it, Jake, obviously. You don't know about necessarily how strong the actual defense is. But for right now, what the projections are for the fantasy pass defense, what it's going to be like. So the number one person to pair with Daniel Jones late, if you get both of them, would be Tom Brady, because their matchups overall compare really well together. Again, that's the quarterback by committee finder, one of our tools. So let's talk about lower then, Jake. Who do you have lower that you like a little bit less than you think either the industry or ADP?
So I don't really even have him that much lower than a spot. I would just say overall where he's going in drafts, I have not been able to buy or get invested with Josh Allen. And I love Josh. I had so much Josh Allen last year. So this is coming from a fan of his. My problem is if you look at his passing last year, 3,000 yards, 20 touchdowns. And I do think he's going to improve. I think Stephon Diggs absolutely helps. Stephon Diggs, something I've compared. This is another quarterback comparison they'll use, is like, I think Josh Allen's a lot like Cam Newton. If you watch Cam Newton, they tried to give him the big guys and Kelvin Benjamin, Devin Funchess, because he wasn't very accurate. And that failed because there were still 50-50 balls. And you're just asking big guys to try and catch them. They realized you need guys who get quicker, open quicker, separate faster. And that's what the Bills are doing with Josh Allen. Josh Allen can take a step forward, but let's even say he takes a step forward. Let's say give him 20% more. Well, 20% more is 24 touchdowns and maybe 3,600 yards. Like, it's still a fine season. What happens if he doesn't rush for 9 touchdowns? What happens if he's just more reasonable? Of like, Cam Newton is the only other guy, again, a comparison, who like hit that 10 mark. And for most seasons, Cam Newton kind of fell more into the 5, 6, 7 range. Like, what if he loses 2 or 3 touchdowns and he only modestly goes to 10% more, throws for 3,400 yards and 22 touchdowns? Josh Allen's not going to finish where he is. He's so rushing base, which is what we like in fantasy, but that's also the problem when I can't invest him going around Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson. I have completely ignored him, and I've just waited for that next tier about 2 rounds later.
There's no way he's going to hit 9 touchdowns, right? If for no other reason than you have Zach Moss instead of Frank Gore trying to punch it in from the goal line, right? I mean, he's going to
I go both ways with it. I go like, that's why they brought in Zach Moss, is because they tried it with Frank Gore last year, and just Frank Gore isn't capable at this point of his career. But it kind of goes back to the Cam Newton. I was like, can we get it out of Josh Allen's head? Like, is he going to stop? I mean, he just might say screw it and try to option himself.
That's true.
Well, I mean,
and
eight rushing touchdowns in 2018, 9 last year. So like, he's in this range. It's kind of shown that he can do it.
And he's successful when he tries to do it, right? I mean, I think however many carries he had inside the 5, he nailed them. Can he, Allen is a guy who I've struggled with. Is there any possibility, I think 58.8% completion percentage last year, can he take that leap? Is there, like Lamar Jackson? We didn't expect Lamar Jackson's completion percentage to go up as much as it did. Is there any chance when you add Diggs that he could like take a giant leap, or is it probably, I mean, it's probably going to be incremental. Any chance though that it explodes passing wise?
I think, like I said, I think there is a chance. I think what we're hoping for, best case scenario, is that, like I was saying, like a 20% bump. Then the 20% bump, like I said, if he gets 35, 3,600 passing yards, 23, 24, 25 passing touchdowns, I don't care if he loses the rushing. Like if he falls back to 5 rushing touchdowns, that'll offset each other. So we're fine there. But that's my point. And I understand what you're saying with he's got 8 and 9, but this is also somebody that didn't have Zach Moss and somebody that, again, this team looking, if this is their franchise quarterback, I just have a feeling similar to Cam Newton. Like, look, we've got the example of what happens when a quarterback refuses to stop rushing into the end zone. How many touches and carries he got inside the 5-yard line. There is a certainty, well, not a certainty. There is a possibility where Josh Allen just repeats and then everything's fine. My point about where Josh Allen's going is he has to do it again. Like that's my point. And that's really more than anything with what you're saying, Kyle. It's just like the fact that I have concerns of where he's going overall because he has to repeat just to finish where he is.
Right.
All right. Yeah, that's some good stuff, Jake. In fact, I'm bumping you up to 7th favorite guest on the live stream from
At
8.
Josh. So I'm Josh Allen.
Correct. Exactly right. You're Josh Allen, like modestly outperformed what I was expecting. Still not that giant leap though that I was waiting for. So we're trying to close on this. Give one player, and I can word this however you want. One player, non-QB, since we talked about QB, one player you're particularly high on, or you've done a lot of drafts, you have a lot of shares of, and one or more player, you can do more than one, that you're particularly low on or really have not drafted anywhere.
Oh, see, this is, I'm actually pulling up real quick. I'm seeing, let me find my article. I'll give you my 20 most owned players. And I'll get,
20.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like, who are these guys that I actually have on a ton of my rosters? And so, well, I'll give you one.
Jake, hold on before you go up to number 6, on my list. Go ahead. Unofficial list, but go ahead.
So it really comes down to, like I mentioned a lot of these guys. I think we did some of them on the shows like Chris Carson, James Conner, Marquise Brown, but that's not a really surprise one. Henry Ruggs, Paris Campbell are big ones. So I'm going to go to one at running back that I think is a rookie that is not getting the attention another rookie is getting. So everybody I think is wildly, actually, I'll answer both your questions with the one answer. Wildly overdrafted, Jonathan Taylor. Wildly underdrafted, DeAndre Swift. And here's why. I have both of them as tier 1 talents coming to this NFL draft. I think they're both amazing potential NFL running backs. Jonathan Taylor, I assume he's going to kick Marlon Mack aside at some point. We've heard the talk that Mack is going to be the guy to start of the season, whatever it might be. Let's even say Jonathan Taylor's the guy week 1. Nyheim Hines is still a factor in the passing game. We talked about that. Nyheim Hines not going to steal Jonathan Taylor's touches, but he's not going to go away in the passing game. Philip Rivers was only second to Nick Foles in percentage of passes to running backs. He's going to throw to Nyheim Hines. That's the concern. DeAndre Swift kicks aside Kerryon Johnson. Who's taking touches from him? Who? Bo Scarborough? Get out of here. DeAndre Swift and Jonathan Taylor should be in the same conversation, yet Jonathan Taylor's going 3 rounds ahead of DeAndre Swift.
Out of curiosity, where do you have them ranked? That's my favorite question for you, Jake, as we know on the podcast. Where do you have them ranked in your half PPR rankings?
So I just updated my rankings as of this morning. Did some of the most recent news for injuries. We know this. Don't overreact too much to training camp and practice reports. But I have DeAndre Swift and have had DeAndre Swift as an RB2. I have DeAndre Swift at 22, 1 spot in front of Mostert for everybody that wants to lose their mind over that one. And I have Jonathan Taylor down at 26, right by Melvin Gordon.
Wow. All right. Awesome. Yates, you want to fire back real quick before we let Jake get out of here? I assume, I'm glad
we talked about Jonathan Taylor on the podcast. So I disagree. I think he's up there because I have him taking over this backfield sooner than Jake is predicting. So that's the difference. I absolutely agree on DeAndre Swift. I have DeAndre Swift at RB 24 or 25. So I absolutely agree that he is this guy. He's going to be the passing down guy. I think he's going to be the main guy in this backfield. Kerryon Johnson will be the satellite back. Keep him in this light workload. Swift's going to be the guy. I loved DeAndre Swift coming out. So him in this rushing attack in Detroit, they're going to be a nice 1-2 punch.
Yeah. I've got Taylor ahead. I believe I have Taylor. I don't have it up 24th. I have Swift 27th though. So they're in the same,
right.
range. And so I draft
around. And to go to what Kyle said, like, look, if you told me both of them were starting from day 1 as the leads and they both kicked their side guys away, I think everybody would, and I would agree. I would take Taylor, it would be very close, and it wouldn't be the gap that's there. By the way, I'll give you the bonus one. Go get some shares of Bryce Love before it's too late, everybody.
Yeah, their buzz is coming now for Bryce Love.
Your time's running out.
Yeah, time is running out. He's going to be shooting up draft boards. All right, Jake, thanks for hanging with us. And got off to a little bit of a slow start with the technical difficulties. I lobbed at least 6 different insults at you. You hung with us. I really appreciate it.
So there's like getting inside the top 5 with Kyler Murray.
No, you're definitely not inside the top 5, Jake. Let's be honest. You're not really. There's like a big teardrop before you get.
Oh, that's what it is. Then I'll just continue to be in the top 5 for accuracy. I'll take that.
Yes, that's
There you
right.
go.
You know what? And to be fair, I didn't even mention that Jake dominates our accuracy competitions. I believe he's finished like outside the top 10 once, and that was top 20. And he's great at QBs. He's great everywhere. He knows everything about friends as well, as we were talking about right before we got here. Jake, thanks for joining us. I really appreciate you stopping by. Thanks for appearing on the podcast as well.
Thank you for.
You bet. All right, guys, we're going to transition here. We will make it shorter than last time, and we'll Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Did you see how short that transition was compared to the first time? We're learning as we go. Thank you to our producer, Chris. We are excited about our next guest, much more than our previous guest, as you guys know. It is Andy Behrens of Yahoo. Andy is great. You know his work. He's extremely accurate. Welcome to the Fantasy Fest. Andy, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It's exciting. Of course, I always demand to follow Jake because the bar is so low that I can't possibly embarrass myself.
Let me tell you something. The setting the bar low and then just tiptoeing right over it is basically my life's philosophy. And it's how I've managed to not be fired from a single job. I just make sure that we're placing really low. So, and today we're going to be talking about all things for you. For this segment, we want to talk about some sleepers and some busts. I know the term sleeper is overused sometimes and everything like that, but just some guys who are, players going, let's say, outside the top 60 or something, who you want to have on some of your fantasy rosters. Some people going, within the top 60 who you think are going to be busts or anything like that. We've usually been doing this at the end, but I want to make it clear, we are going to add one or maybe two players that you really feel like you either have gotten the most of in drafts and auctions, or you haven't gotten any of in drafts and like that. So we usually end with that, but because you're going to be sleepers or busts, I want to give you the heads up. I don't want you to give it away. I mean, you can start with that if you want, but understand that that's coming. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
All right. So why don't we start with the big guns? All right. Why make people wait for it? I mean, everybody's already so excited that Jake's off. So let's just tap into that excitement and let's go right with you. Who's like your one or two players that you are like, man, this guy is winding up on a lot of my teams. This guy
Yeah, this is one rookie and one veteran I'm going to give you here, and these are two players that I legitimately think I have in 90% of the leagues that I've drafted, and I think they are, but to this point in draft season, they have been absolute gifts to zero RB drafters. Like, they're just sitting there in the 5th round, 6th round, and it's borderline criminal. And the first is Mark Ingram. I get him everywhere, and like, I get it. The team drafted J.K. Dobbins, and we all like J.K. Dobbins. He was a wonderful, absolutely wonderful collegiate player. He is almost certainly the running back of the future for the Ravens. Mark Ingram was spectacular last year. And I basically, like, the short version of this is, I never expect a smart team, when something works perfectly, to veer away from it as soon as they can the next season. Like, it's just not going to happen here with Ingram. 5 yards a carry last year, 15 touchdowns. I know he didn't catch a lot of passes, but almost everything he caught ended in the end zone. If there was any concern about his workload, most of the reason is that they blew out so many teams, right? They had like 5 games where they got out to quick 40-point leads. And so, like, his workload didn't necessarily climb. I mean, he's just in a wonderful situation, run heavy team. And we're drafting him barely ahead of Dobbins. Again, I got nothing bad to say about Dobbins. I think he's a wonderful dynasty play, good player and all that. But Mark Ingram was a top 8 fantasy back last year. Again, you're getting him outside, and in many cases outside the first 4 or 5 rounds. To me, that's just ridiculous. And then the other player, so that I can't, picking nothing but boring old guys. The other player is DeAndre Swift. I get him. I may literally have him everywhere. I think I was actually just in the Kings last week, and I didn't get him in one of the leagues. I own DeAndre Swift all over the place. I have not understood at all, I mean, his ADP and Jonathan Taylor's. It makes no sense to me. Swift is in at least as good a spot. Granted, he doesn't have the offensive line ahead of him that Taylor will, but he also doesn't have the level of competition that Taylor will. He's running with Kerryon Johnson, fully done with Kerryon Johnson, who was a multi-year disappointment in terms of injuries. He's had multiple knee injuries, probably still dealing with the after effects of last year's knee injury. And Swift is great. I got news for you if you're a Kerryon Johnson truther. Like, DeAndre Swift is great. Was, for me, the best available back in his draft class. Capable receiver. I think he's just going to be fantastic there. And I don't even view Kerryon as much of a threat. I think that's going to be DeAndre Swift's workload relatively soon. And in my view, he's possibly go round 3, round 4, but you never have to take him there.
Yeah, we legitimately just talked about that with Jake when we were talking about the difference between Jonathan Taylor and DeAndre Swift, and especially, the draft capital needed to get them on your roster. It's just vastly different. Yates, let me ask you something about Mark
Are you
Ingram,
telling me
'cause
that I was agreeing with Jake?
look, I didn't want to jump in there to be like, oh man, we legitimately just trashed Jake for like 10 minutes. And now the first thing you do is you're like, who's a brilliant guy? Jake Ciely. That's all right, man. We know how accurate Jake is as well. Let me ask you something, Yates. What do you think about Mark Ingram? Because he's a guy who I felt like this whole sort of draft season, I've been like, I don't really want Mark Ingram on my roster, and yet Mark Ingram winds up on my roster for a lot of the reasons that Andy says. Are you in, out, in between on Ingram this year?
Well, here's the thing that we typically see in ADP of the next year, where these guys finish within the top 10 at the running back position, and then they stay there, right? And in the next P, because people just look at the results from last year and say, well, he's going to do it again. So if we were looking at Mark Ingram and drafting him as a top 12 running back this season, I wouldn't be there, because I just don't think that his production would equal to that level of investment. But especially when you factor in the fact that he had 5 receiving touchdowns on 26 receptions last year, like ridiculous, right? That's unsustainable, not going to repeat. But the benefit is that you're getting him, like Andy said, outside of the top 24 running back. Sometimes people just don't want to go near him. So if you can get him as your RB3 in some cases, I think that's fantastic, because he's still going to be involved this year. And there's questions about next year. What's his involvement, in the future? Is he going to be cut next year? What all that looks like, I have no idea. I think he has a future in broadcasting for sure. He can retire and go do that. But I think for this season, and if you're playing in redraft leagues this season, it's crucial to be looking at Mark Ingram as a guy that you can get steady production out of. I don't think that he has the boom weeks that he is going to have last year, because I do think you're going to see J.K. Dobbins involved, Gus Edwards, maybe even Justice Hill to a level as well. But Mark Ingram is an absolute value this year right now.
Yeah, there are 2 things that stuck out to me with him. I mean, he scored 15 touchdowns last year. He can give plenty of those back and still be completely valuable. And especially if you're Baltimore, I'm just going to go out on a limb. Things worked pretty well for Baltimore last year offensively. Like, why at this point, you've got Dobbins, but he's the future. Why would you go away from Ingram near the goal line? He got the job done. He was always able to sort of do it. I don't see them being like, man, we've got to switch this up. Second, look, Ingram only got 202 carries last year, right? I mean, he did all that with that. Gus Edwards, 133, Justice Hill, 58. It's not as if Dobbins will get work, but it's not as if that necessarily takes away greatly from Ingram's value. So I'm okay with rolling with him as like not a target sort of, but certainly as a back end RB2. That's where I'm ranked. And again, a guy who I'm not like, yeah, give me some Mark Ingram, but at the same time, I'm very comfortable rolling with him, and I've have him on a lot of rosters. All right,
I'll just say one of the most common ways for me to draft so far this year is just to say, okay, at some point in my first 4 rounds, usually obviously in the first round, I want to take sort of a dominant high workload running back. And part of the reason that and then I pound wide receiver and tight end for maybe 3 or 4 rounds. You can do that is I know I'm going to get Swift or Ingram, probably both of them, but I know I'm going to get either Swift or Ingram in like round 6, which again, I just feel like it's stealing.
All right. So hopefully people, if you're listening or watching, you now know Andy's strategy. So if you're in a draft with him, just go ahead, pop right in there, really put him on tilt. Okay. You asked specifically, you said, I don't want to talk about players that I love only. I want to talk about some players who I don't have shares of. Give me this opportunity. I'm giving it to you now. Andy, you're a nice guy. You're a way better guest than Jake. Go ahead. Do what you need to do. Who's somebody who you don't really have on any rosters?
Oh yeah, it's so much more fun to hate. Actually, I'll start with a guy who I think is actually really talented, like real life talented, coming off a pretty exciting season, and that's Devin Singletary. I don't have any Devin Singletary, and I think he's really good. He again, 5-yard per carry guy. It's an offense that we know is going to run pretty consistently and pretty well. The prime problem for Singletary, and I guess the flip side of this is I could have talked about Zach Moss as a sleeper, maybe I still will, is that Singletary is almost surely going to share a role. He did it for much of last season with Frank Gore, who, obviously Devin Singletary runs he's just a different cat at this stage of his career than Frank Gore is. Singletary, again, really good, didn't have a goal line role. And wasn't much of a pass catcher, right? So not particularly efficient as a pass catcher. You look at the things that Zach Moss does really well. was extremely efficient as a receiving back in college. He's a, multiple time 1,000-yard rusher. Big kid, gonna be serviceable at the goal line, presumably. If Moss just sort of slides into some version of that Gore role, Gore took everything at the goal line for Buffalo last year. He had 18 carries inside the 10-yard line. And I want to say Josh Allen had like 10 such carries and Devin Singletary had 3. So Singletary, good as he is, probably not going to have much of a role as a pass catcher, which obviously we care about in any sort of PPR format, and not going to have much of a role at the goal line in all likelihood. If we're taking a guy like that as an RB2, I don't know. It's just a very poor bet.
Yates, what do you think about that? We haven't talked about Devin Singletary at all, as far as I can remember, even in our private chats. I don't even remember him coming up. So how do you feel about him this season?
I'm in complete agreement. This is a guy that I'm letting everyone else take because you're looking at Vandy's point. You mentioned that he was inefficient through the receiving game, and people might hear that and balk at it and say like, no, he's really good. He's very elusive. Guys, 6.7 yards per reception. Like that's not efficient as a receiver on 29 receptions. So yeah, he had 2 receiving touchdowns, but again, only 2 rushing touchdowns last year. You are relying on Devin Singletary to hit over 5 yards per carry if you're drafting him at his RB22 price tag right now, which I think is where he's at last time I checked. So for him to return that, he has to be more involved on the ground, maintain a high level, yards per carry, and then see his efficiency bounce up, which can it? Sure. I mean, he's incredibly elusive. And like Andy alluded, he's a great football player, but he's one of these guys that you want to keep in a change of pace back. He's going to be one of these guys that you enjoy watching more on the football field than you do having him in your fantasy football lineup.
Yep. I hate to agree quite as much as that, but I do agree. The touchdowns, really, his touchdown upside is just capped, right? I mean, he had 4 total last year. I don't know. Can he get best case scenario 6? Maybe. I mean, it's just, I just don't see it happening. So he's a guy, again, who I agree. Anybody else you want to talk on about Hayden? You want to talk about some more busts over here, Andy, or you want to go to sleepers? What do you want to do? The world's your oyster.
I'll give you a couple other quick busts. Just because I want, it's sometimes it's
You
more
want to
fun
hate
to
on some
hate,
people.
right?
It's okay.
It was probably just a big Ciely. He just likes everybody. You probably want somebody to give you some negative spin. Somebody who goes in roughly the same range draft wise as Devin Singletary, at least in some of the recent drafts that I've done, is, and maybe this is overplayed. Maybe he's on everybody's bust list, but I just want to add my name to it. Like, I don't have any Leonard Fournette yet, and I can't imagine I'm going to get any Leonard Fournette for 100 yards or for 1,000 yards on the season. If he stays healthy, that is definitely in play. But you look at the receptions last year, it was 76 catches. Somehow doesn't find the end zone on 76 catches, which is amazing. But those are gone and probably not coming back, right? Gruden's in town. Gruden brings in Chris Thompson. Chris Thompson, right, actually pretty strong candidate for the sleeper half of this discussion. A lot of balls. If Chris Thompson stays healthy, that's like a 60 catch workload, and those all come from Fournette. So whatever you thought of him as a half PPR asset, that's just gone. You're just banking on rushing touchdowns, and then the team tried to get rid of him. It's the other thing, right?
Okay. Hold on. Let's jump in here, okay? Because this is a guy.
I'm sitting back.
I know you are. Andy, I think I'm the only human being who's like, you know what? I'm good with Leonard Fournette as a fantasy option. All of your points, 100% correct. But I mean, yeah, there's no way he's going to have 76 catches. Absolutely no chance. And there was nothing to do with those 76 catches, frankly. But I mean, I don't think they're what do you think? 45, somewhere around that, 50, it'll still be valuable in half PPR. And you're absolutely right. They desperately tried to get rid of Leonard Fournette and they didn't. And they didn't bring in anybody except Chris Thompson, who, yes, will certainly siphon off catches in the probably 10 games that he's going to be healthy with Jay Gruden. But I still think that in the end, they're just going to be like, all right, Leonard Fournette is not going to be on this team next year. There's nobody behind him who we have to groom. There's nobody we drafted to sort of, get more touches. Like, what's the point of just not riding Fournette into the ground? And the other thing I'll say is, the one thing I was thinking about, I know, Gruden's offenses don't have a great history of success. I think that's more about who they are rather than the system. He uses a lot of pre-snap motion. The one thing Jacksonville never did pre-snap motion. ever. And I think that just, we know that benefits the entire offense, but especially the running game. And I think that, Gruden's offense is generally kind of middle of the road in that. So a little bit more of that might improve his efficiency. And again, he can give back a lot of the passes. He scored 3 touchdowns last. That's insane. That's nuts. I mean, you have to assume that's going to go up. So for me, like, I don't know. I'm fine with him as like a mid-tier RB2, and I'm like the only one. So go ahead and pounce, because I realize I'm out on the island here with this guy.
Well, I guess I would just say that if you're expecting him to only give away, I don't know, 25 or 30 receptions, I just think it's going to be worse than that. I think it's going to be far worse than. I think it is entirely possible that he dips back down to 25 catches on the season. Again, he's a perfect example. I mean, he literally did nothing with all those catches. He was everything that's wrong with PPR as a scoring format last year, right? Didn't find the end zone, horribly inefficient on those catches, did nothing with them. He was a catch and fall guy, and I just can't imagine they want to give him 40 balls again.
So one of the reasons why I think, again, I'm probably a little more bullish when I'm projecting him out into his number of catches, because I think Jacksonville is probably going to fall behind pretty early. And unless it's going to be like, okay, we're behind, Chris Thompson, come on in right from the get-go. Be like, okay, great. Chris Thompson is now going to play 75% of the snaps. I think he is going to factor in a little bit more in the passing game. But I understand, and I am fully willing to admit that I'm out on the island in this one. And that's why Yates is just living it up right now with 5-minute break, because he knows he's like, I can't defend.
Well, I want to put this into context. Where do the two of you have him ranked?
That is fair. I have him ranked in half PPR formats 18th.
Yeah, I've got him lower than that, but he's in a dead zone of guys that I just never end up drafting, right? So he's in that like minefield range with Le'Veon Bell, who, hey, nothing but positive buzz about Le'Veon Bell, but he was terrible last year. He's there with Devin Singletary, a little bit ahead of Singletary. Again, it's complicated because I can see a path to Fournette being like a 950,000 yard rusher. Like, I think there's going to be there. I just don't expect them to be, I don't expect a huge touchdown total. It's kind of like the Singletary argument, where I just don't expect a lot of receptions and I don't expect a lot of touchdowns. And if that's the case, like, we're just talking about a bunch of empty yardage.
Yeah, I know.
The way you were talking about him, Dan, I thought you had him at like RB12.
No. The way I view it is like, I think that people, I expect, where do you have him, Yates? Like, I expect them to be more
at 20.
Like, okay. All right. Well,
but it's a very similar thing to Andy. I don't want him. I have him at 20. I don't want him.
So that's fair. That's fair. I think the way I was probably looking at it is, I assume Yates, especially you, had him at somewhere like 24. Let me look at his you know what? I'm looking at his ADP in well, that's standard. Hold on. Let me pull up his ADP very quickly in half PPR. And Fournette is 18th. I have him exactly at ADP. So that is, yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I guess what it is we all talk about this. You've just got this conglomerate of running backs, like right there in kind of that middle sort of range. I don't know where it ends. For me, it's probably James Conner, who I have at 16th, who I feel comfortable with. After that, the Gurley, Fournette, Le'Veon Bell, David Johnson, they're all like whatever. But for me, everybody, when they get down to it and they're drafting and they're in that range, Fournette always goes to the back. And for me, I'm always like, yeah, you know what? I'll take Fournette there for it. So again, yeah, let's clarify that. I'm not telling you to run out and go draft Leonard Fournette as an RB1 or anything like that. Please, no hate mail. But I'm a little more bullish. I will say again, he definitely lacks upside. Okay, he's not going to finish in the top 5 as an RB. Like, there's just no.
Yeah. When you're thinking about who you're drafting as like your second running back, you want to see some plausible path to just a blow up season, right? And that's just absolutely not here for Fournette.
That's one.
Yeah, like true. right behind Leonard Fournette in ADP consensus right now is Jonathan Taylor. Like, I'm taking Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, I'm not. I'll be honest, I'm not. I know, I realize, whatever. That's just also not. I mean, Taylor is a whole nother story that, we've got a little more than 8 hours left on this live stream. Something tells me we're going to touch on him at some point. But let's not take up too much of Andy's time, because I took up too much of it dissecting Leonard Fournette. Go ahead. Let's finish up. You can give us another bust. You can give us a couple more sleepers, whatever you want to do here in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'll give you a handful of sleepers, just sort of fast and furious, right? A bunch of guys I can come up with off the top of my head. We already talked about Zach Moss. I think he's a great candidate. Paris Campbell. a guy who's generating a fair amount of buzz early in camp for the Colts. You can get him very late in a draft, very late. You don't have to draft him as a starting receiver or anything like that. He's going to be a slot guy this year. He's tied to Phillip Rivers. So the pass volume is going to increase for Indianapolis. He's got 4.3 speed. Obviously had a medley of injuries last year. Hyper talented athlete, really good college player. I think Paris Campbell can make some noise. Somebody who goes much earlier in drafts, who I consider a starting caliber fantasy receiver, somebody that I would happily start as my wide receiver 3, Jamison Crowder. He goes super late, especially in Yahoo drafts. In Yahoo drafts, he's like after pick 120, 130, something like that. Crowder's really good. And when he's healthy, he's very good. He's the unrivaled number 1 for the Jets. Maybe that doesn't mean a lot. It's Sam Darnold.
How dare you? I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
But you look at the season he had last year.
I'm from Queens. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, then I'm sorry to even invoke this name, but if you were to just take out the Luke Falk games last year,
yes,
Crowder all of a sudden is on pace to challenge for 1,000 yards, right? Like those weeks killed his season. I don't think he had more than 40 receiving yards. Yeah, like the mono week
about that.
Luke Falk's like the 10th best quarterback in our franchise history. So
yes.
Let's take it easy, okay?
But the Falk weeks were just an absolute killer for him.
No, but by the way, just to be clear, and I've talked to my mom, I'm not going to go into it. I love Crowder 100% this year.
Yeah.
And I'm not bullish on Jets players ever. If anything, I hate everything about the Jets because I'm forced to watch them and, live and die with them for my entire adult life. But absolutely, Crowder, 100% agree. Again, with the changes, Denzel Mims dealing with a hamstring injury, especially Rashad Perriman coming over, didn't know the offense. I love Crowder. 100% agree on that one.
Yeah, a couple other names. In fact, a guy that I could have used as someone that I walk away from almost every draft with is Blake Jarwin. Blake Jarwin, tight end, Dallas Cowboys. He's stepping into a situation where he was really productive last year. It was almost 9 yards per target. Jason Witten is gone. That was over 80 targets last season. Randall Cobb is gone. That was over 80 targets last season. Yes, some of that goes to CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb is an exciting player, but a bunch of it goes to Jarwin. Like, legitimately could finish top 5 at the tight end position in targets this year. He is a very strong candidate to see 100 targets, and in any given year there may only be 4 or 5 tight ends that get that sort of workload, and they all produce for fantasy purposes. I'm going to be really surprised if a healthy Blake Jarwin is not a top 10 fantasy tight end this season. And you don't have to pay anything like that cost for him, right? Like he goes after Fant, he goes after Hawkinson, he goes after all these guys. Are fun, they're really fun, but they have almost no hope of seeing the sort of workload that Jarwin is going to see. And then one other name I want to throw out there is Bryce Love of the Washington football team, probably second on the depth chart right now. I could have used Antonio Gibson as a bust candidate, right? Because I was just 7th round, and like Antonio Gibson, super far, has almost no chance of returning value in the 6th or 7th round. Like Bryce Love and Adrian Peterson, boring as they may be, are probably going to get that workload.
Yeah, I mean, those are great. I'm really, really sorry about this. But I have to tell you that Jake also talked about how much he liked Bryce Love and told everybody to get him as well. I'm sorry.
You're making this up. There's no way.
I'm not. Go back.
Isn't Jake supposed to talk about quarterbacks or something like that?
But then we ended with one player that, 1 or 2 players that you really like. That's like, or one player that you don't, that you're winding up with. So yeah,
Listen,
sorry.
I've been in fantasy analysis for, I don't know, 15 years, something like this. This is probably the most deflating half hour of my career.
Well, I've enjoyed it at least. And really that's half the battle. Andy, thank you so much for stopping by. Everybody knows you at this point. You're one of the GOATs. It was great. This is the first time you and I have gotten to talk. So it was really great to meet you, in this way. And thanks for providing your great analysis.
Oh, this thing is a great idea. Good luck with it the rest of the way.
Thanks. All right. We're going to, again, transition. Don't worry, everybody. His face. He's out of here for his little hour break. Tag is going to come back with me. We'll be back with Justin Boone, reigning draft accuracy champ. See you in a couple of
Purchase your tracks today. 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 Purchase your
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We have greatly upgraded our co-host, moving on from Kyle Yates on to Mike Teglier. And we are really, really excited to bring in your reigning accuracy champion, who is Justin Boone of The Score. Justin, at Justin Boone on Twitter, right?
You got it.
Great. All right. Good to see you. Hold on. If I'm just going to mention something. Okay, it's done. Good. Our producer had left his thing. I could hear myself talking, and I'm sorry you have to listen to that.
Little feedback. It's a
It
live
is terrible.
production. That's what happens.
Yeah, he knows. He knows right now. I know he's like, oh, darn, screwed up. I know Dan's going to be mad. Anyway, it is the top of the hour or just past, so it is time for another giveaway before we get into all of Boone's must-have players. So the winner for this giveaway, $100 credit to Pristine Auction, is Zach Savage. Zach, not only do you have a great name, but you are better than Tags in every way, because Tags has never won a contest in his life. Congratulations. We are going to continue to do these giveaways on the hour, every hour. So our next one is coming up at 3, and that one is going to be this giant winners losers package from Saw our Fantasy Feud episode that came out yesterday. Oh, actually, I don't think it's on our YouTube channel, but when you do, and anytime Tags loses a competition, you'll see Yates hold up a giant trophy. Sometimes I hold up my belt. I have it down there, but I'm not going to waste it now. It's from Trophy Smack. They're awesome. I've talked enough. Hi, Boone. Welcome. It's great to have you here.
Hey, it's great to be here. And yeah, you're talking about all the hardware. I mean, I got a ton of hardware from you guys all around me. I don't know how much is actually fitting into the video, but we got some top 5 trophies over here. I got one hiding behind my head. Got the big #1 trophy from last year. I have a belt as well, the redraft Fantasy Pros Invitational.
You're kind of a big deal, and that's why we're revolving entirely around you. We're going to make you talk the entire time.
The funny thing, and Tags, you know this for sure, and I think, Dan, you know this. I mean, we did the Game Changers podcast a little while ago. Like, I don't take myself very seriously. I'm very competitive. I want to beat everybody, but, you know, when it comes to this stuff, you can't take yourself too seriously. You know, brain surgery that we're doing here, we get to have a lot of fun with it. And I always say, if I make a mistake in an article, I'm lucky enough that I get to just jump on our site and fix it very quick, right? Where there's a lot of jobs out there where you don't have that luxury. So it's really fun. And I'll say off the top, I mean, I'm so fortunate that Fantasy Pros is a 10th anniversary celebration. So I feel it's important to say this, that I'm just so fortunate that you guys gave me the platform to compete against some of the top people in the industry. Because I've said this, if it wasn't for Fantasy Pros, I'd just be some guy walking around the streets telling everybody that I'm good at fantasy. You guys gave me the ability to get some credibility and to prove that, you know, I can be up there accuracy wise with the best in the industry. So I really appreciate that. I mean, you guys have been a big part of my life for, you know, almost 10 years now. You guys got mentioned at my wedding, my best man, and in the speech, he knew the best way to chirp me back then, because I'm so competitive and I hadn't gotten the first place trophy yet, was to name off all the guys who were beating me back then. So he listed off the John Paulsons and the Koerners, the guys who are still up near the top with me every year now. Right. So it was a pretty good dig. I'll admit that, but
all right,
yeah, no, it's fantastic what you guys are doing. I know you want to talk about fantasy, but I thought that was important to say.
We appreciate
talk
that.
about how awesome we are. You can talk about how awesome we are. That's okay with me. I'm good. I mean, I think though, a couple of things. Number one, thanks for not inviting me to your wedding. I'm taking notes. So
it's a long time ago. We're about 5-6 years ago now.
Doesn't matter, man. Doesn't matter. I don't care that we met a year ago, whatever. No. Number two, if you could just slip, I don't know, 6 spots in accuracy this year so I could pop right over you, that would be really much appreciated.
It'll be a pretty chaotic year. I think there might be a lot of changes in that leaderboard. We'll see.
You better up your game. We're coming for you. Okay, enough of that. Must fade players. I guess, you know, we've been asking at the bottom of the segment. Let's start from the top, since this is a lot of. We're going to be talking about a few who are the guys who you're really targeting for your rosters, who are the guys who you're like, you know what, I'm not going to roster them at all. But who's like that one player that you were really like, oh man, this is a guy who is wound up on a lot of my rosters, or this is a guy, given his ADP, a guy who I'm definitely targeting this year?
It's really weird that I'm going to say a quarterback, but it's a quarterback this year. It's Carson Wentz.
Yes.
And the last couple of years, he's going right in that range where I like to pick quarterbacks, like that 9th, 10th round. Most of your starting roster is probably already set at that point. Maybe you got a couple good depth guys. And then you look at quarterback and you want to find a guy who can end up in the top 5, who maybe could end up as the #1 overall quarterback. And the last couple of years, that's how you get a ton of shares of Pat Mahomes 2 years ago. He went in that range. Lamar Jackson last year. Now, that's about as good as it's going to get these guys in this range that have these transformative seasons and go up right up to #1. But I think Carson Wentz has that kind of ability. And I was touting him last year because I thought he had a pretty good chance to have that big top 5 season, and it didn't work out. But I think there's some obvious reasons. Pretty much every receiver he had in the roster got hurt last year. And the guy still finished as a quarterback 9 in fantasy, still had over 4,000 passing yards, 27 passing touchdowns, and proved some of the durability concerns. I mean, he stayed healthy for all 16 games. But the big thing, and this is why I was on him last year, it's one of the big reasons why I'm on him this year, he started running again, right? When you go back to 2017, and it seems like people forget, but he was an MVP candidate that year before he got hurt late in the season. And he was the quarterback 2 in fantasy through 13 games. And he was running back then. I think he had 64 attempts, almost 300 yards before he got hurt there. Now, as a year later, he's coming back from the injury, didn't rush as much, around 30 attempts. And then now last year, that's why I was excited, because now he was a full year removed from the knee injury. He got to come back. He got to start running the ball again. And he was up over 200 yards. And to get into that top 10 and definitely to get up into the top 5, you pretty much have to have over 200, 250 rushing yards as a quarterback now. And then we can feel pretty confident that that receiving core is going to be better this year. You know, you're going to have Deshaun back healthy, spend a 1st-round pick on Jalen Reagor. Seems to be some positive buzz about him right now. We don't know what's going to happen with Alshon Jeffrey, if he'll come back and contribute, but we don't know. I'm not really guaranteeing that. Maybe I think a Whiteside could do something. There was some talk that it was injuries last year that held him back. And even some of the rookies that they got, like Quez Watkins, these guys, they have speed. And that's something that the front office has talked about. The coaching staff has talked about. They want to push the ball downfield more. Last year, they didn't have the speed on the outside to do it. Now they do. You still have those two awesome tight ends, really good pass catching running backs, and Miles Sanders. Now we'll see what happens with his injury early in the season here. But I think right now, I think we can still feel pretty good that he's going to be out there week 1. We'll see what comes out on that because they're being a little bit vague with that one. But all of these things are lining up for Carson Wentz to maybe get back into that MVP. And to get him in that 9th, 10th round, it's just perfect. And he's ended up on a ton of my teams as long as I'm not sniped.
Yeah, no, I want to capitalize on that and say that Wentz is on a lot of my fantasy teams as well this offseason because I have a stat for you guys. So not only is Wentz finished, where he does, but it's all about how consistent he is as a quarterback. Can you rely on him on a weekly basis? And there have been just 2 quarterbacks over the last 3 years who have posted at least QB1 type numbers in half or more of their games. Deshaun Watson and Carson Wentz. That's it. That's the end of the list. So he has been consistent despite these wide receivers going down like dominoes. Jalen Reagor is one of my favorite late round sleepers. If you're getting Reagor on your team as a wide receiver 4, I think you're going to be super ecstatic. I think he's going to be a wide receiver 3 more often than not. Could lead this team in targets, receptions, and yards at the wide receiver position. So yeah, I'm definitely in on Wentz, and I'm double dipping. I'm going to go Jalen Reagor late too.
Okay, first of all, if you guys are playing Tags Bingo, you should fill out your I've got a stat for you card because that's something, frankly, that I think Tag says because he's amazing and he has stats for everything. But even when he and I are just talking, we'll just be talking about a player and he'll be like, bang, I've got a stat for you. So I'm glad he's already broken that out. Out of curiosity, where do you guys have him ranked? He's 11th in ADP. I believe he is, hold on, I'm pulling it up right now for ECR expert, and that's the ranking. He's 9th. So where do you guys have him? I know you're not saying like it's really more about where you can get him in drafts, Boone, in terms of waiting until the 9th or 10th round. But where do you have him ranked in your quarterback rankings?
I have him at 8, but he's sort of right there with Josh Allen. They're kind of in the same tier there, and I'd be happy with either of them. And the more I think about it with Josh Allen, even as a Bills fan, I'm starting to get worried that with Allen, he's going to be the one that suffers from the lack of goal line touchdowns this year, that it's going to be Zach Moss stealing his work more than it's going to be Zach Moss even stealing Singletary's work, because a lot of those touchdowns, Josh Allen, were failed Frank Gore attempts down there, right? So if they got a running back them in, maybe we don't see Allen up in that 8-9 touchdown range like he has been, which is just astronomical rushing touchdown totals for a quarterback. So if we see him fall down into that 3-4 range, that could hurt him. And yeah, it's really about trying to get a guy, and I think Allen fits the bill too, a guy that can jump up into that top 5 or higher. And that's where I want to get him. And yeah, I would love to have Allen or Wentz on my team this year.
Yeah, Frank Gore last year was number 12 among running backs and carries inside the 5-yard line. So it's definitely a big role that Moss is walking into. Zach Moss, one of the better late round sleepers. I don't think many people realize. I want to get your take on this because obviously I love talking to people about players where they're from, because you obviously watch the Bills closer than anybody else. Zach Moss is a player I actually loved in college. I had him as a top 5 running back in this draft class. I know not a lot of people agreed with me. I think health has always been the concern with him. But if he's healthy, they drafted him in the 3rd round. Devin Singletary was a 3rd round pick. Devin Singletary was more of that 3rd down variety for the Bills last year, and he wasn't particularly efficient through the passing game. And a lot of people want to talk about his yards per carry and how efficient he was on the ground, but I pointed this out in the Next Gen Stats article I did. Devin Singletary saw 8-man boxes or 8 or more men in the box just 5.3% of the time. That was the lowest in the NFL. So it was basically a different package that he was seeing on the field. How do you approach this backfield going into 2020?
I don't know that it has to be one or the other. Like, everyone wants to look at it and say, well, Singletary's being drafted too high and, Moss too low. I want shares of both. I know the coaching staff. I watched, as a Bills fan, I watched every Zoom call. I watched every interview that they had with the coaching staff and the front office over the offseason, and they kept bringing up Motor, which is Singletary's nickname. They like him. We've seen him prove that he can perform at a pretty high level. Like, when you look at what he did last year, played 12 games because he had an injury early in the season. But if you take those stats and pace them out on the whole year, he would have been the RB 14 in fantasy. And now I know some of that, because if you just look at a running back that plays all 16 games, that's going to help him move up in those ranks there. That for sure is a factor, but that shows that he has that RB2 upside. And that would have still been with Josh Allen stealing goal line work. That would have been with Frank Gore still having well over 100 touches on the year. So I think we see Moss come in, and that's what the front office has said, right? Singletary is going to keep that same role. Moss is going to come in and basically, I think they didn't say this, but be an upgrade on the Frank Gore role.
Yep.
And I think Singletary is still going to be the lead back there. But both these guys are interesting. I wouldn't be taking Singletary in the 4th round, which sometimes his ADP on some sites is around there. But in the drafts I'm in, it seems like he falls to the 5th, sometimes even the 6th I've seen. I'll take a shot on him in that range. And I definitely want Zach Moss, because regardless of what you think about Moss, this is a team that's going to win more games. And that's not a homer statement by me at all. The Bills are a playoff team now. And that rushing attack, it's going to be pretty good. I love what they did with the offensive line, how they rebuilt it on the fly over the last couple of years, bringing in all these underrated veteran guys, creating that competition from within. And now we see Miami and the Jets. These other teams are like trying to copy some of that as well. I don't think it's the easiest thing to do. I think the Bills also got maybe a little fortunate there, but that offensive line is much, much better now. So I think this rushing attack is going to be really good. I like both those guys, and you should have shares of both of them, in my opinion.
All right, let's switch gears now to the other end. Who is, if you had to do one, you can do more than one, but who's a guy who you really are just like, you know what, given his draft price, given where everybody else has him ranked, there's not a guy I'm really targeting for any of my rosters this year?
It's got to be Cooper Kupp. It has to. I can't believe how excited everybody's seen about Cooper Kupp. Early in the offseason, I know what he did in the first half last year, but early in the offseason, his ADP was near the end of the 2nd round. That's wild. I still can't get over it. He had that strong first half, yes. And then they make the switch. And if we've talked about, I'm sure you guys have talked about it a million times on your podcast as well. They make that switch to 12 personnel. They start playing more 2 tight end sets. And from that point on, Kupp only topped 65 yards once the rest of the way. And that was over 7 or 8 games in the second half of the season. Also, you have to look at the fact that he's not really suited to play on the outside. That's what it comes down to, right? He needs to be in the slot. Now, we don't know. Are they going to put the 2 tight end sets out there? I think personnel-wise, it makes a lot of sense with Higbee and with Everett now coming back healthy to continue to do that. And I think when I look at Kupp, and you could even reference Matt Harmon, reception perception, right? He's talked about how Kupp is just not very good against man coverage. That's why he doesn't excel. He's kind of been fortunate in the same way that Jared Goff has been fortunate, that Sean McVay showed up and really helped scheme the offense around him, really helped coach him up. And Goff's had some good seasons. Kupp has as well. But now if make him one of the focal points of that passing attack, and last year in the second half, it was Robert Woods, Higbee, it wasn't Cooper Kupp. And that's why we saw the numbers go. Fantasy owners might not even realize it as much because he still scored a bunch of touchdowns down the stretch. He had I think 5 straight games with a touchdown. So that helped salvage some of that fantasy value in the second half of the season. But I think we could feel that confident he's going to be able to produce that kind of clip touchdown wise. So people are in love with what he did in the first half of the season. Maybe he can get back to that point. Maybe they play more 11 personnel. It's possible, but where you take him in the 3rd and the 4th round, there's so many other receivers in that range that I would prefer, the Juju Smith-Schusters and Adam Thielen. There's all these guys, even the younger guys like Terry McLaurin, DJ Shark. I would rather have those guys than Kupp at this point.
Tags, what do you think about Kupp?
Yeah, he's a tough one for me to project because you think about it and you say all that stuff that Justin talked about made so much sense because you go and look over the final 8 weeks of the season. Cooper Kupp was the wide receiver 31, and that's despite what Justin said is that he scored in 5 straight games, boosting those numbers up a little bit more than they probably should have been. But my only thing here is that Sean McVay guy. He's a very young guy. He's willing to change his system and the way it works. But I think when you look at the roster, it's so difficult because that 3rd wide receiver spot, Josh Reynolds has proven to be just a guy, right? They obviously go out and draft Van Jefferson in the 2nd round. I don't think that he walks into the starting lineup right away. But the reason that I'm a little hesitant to completely fade Kupp, I think his ADP is ridiculous at wide receiver 16. But if I get him at wide receiver 23, 24, I'm probably okay with that because Jared Goff has been a guy that's been better throwing to Cooper Kupp. It's basically, if you want to take the pressure off of Jared Goff with this offensive line as bad as it is, you kind of have to get that quick hitting passing game going. And that's where Cooper Kupp excels over the middle of the field. So I'm really curious to see how it works out. I know they've talked a lot about the whole 12 personnel, but they may be doing some personnel where they have no running backs in the field and they have 2 tight ends and 3 wide receivers. It would make sense to me, honestly, with the backfield the way that it is right now. So Cooper Kupp, again, there is so much risk built into his price right now. I will not own any at wide receiver 16. But again, if he falls a little bit further, if he falls into I'd say the 5th round, I'll take him there because I'm probably going to get him as my wide receiver 3. Wide receiver back end, wide receiver 2 if I went RB heavy. So I'm okay with that. But there are definitely concerns with Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're in agreement. And again, he's going on average in half PPR leagues at 41. So he's, sort of right in the middle of that 4th round. And yeah, I mean, you just look at who he's going around: Tyler Lockett, Terry McLaurin, DJ Chark. We talked about it. Yeah, those guys, a little bit more about what they're going to be doing. And, that's the thing. There are too many question marks around Kupp given how the Rams transitioned last year. And I mean, I haven't watched Hard Knocks that closely. I saw the first episode where, McVay was screaming, stick in 12, stick in 12. You know what I mean? If they want to sort of stay that way, then it's definitely going to negatively impact Kupp. All right. We're running a little late on time. So go ahead, Boone. Why don't you talk about a couple more guys who are your quote unquote must-have guys or must-fade guys?
Let's rattle off some here. Josh Jacobs. The talk about him, not having that passing game role, I think that's really overblown because I think you can make just as the coaching staff in front office has talked him up that they want him to have a bigger role in the passing game. And he doesn't need to, I know he said he wants to catch 60 balls. He doesn't need to catch 60 balls to get into the top 10. He could catch, 35, 40 even. And all of a sudden you're potentially putting him up in the top 5, top 6 running backs. I think at that point, I think he's the guy with offensive line, bringing back all 5 starters. I think they're an underrated offensive line. I think he could be somebody, if you're looking to place a bet on a guy that could lead the league in rushing this year, I think he's got some pretty good odds. DJ Moore, it seems like everybody's on DJ Moore, but I mean, what we've seen him do at his age already, the offense that they're bringing in there, the fact that they're going to have to throw the ball a ton. They were 2nd in the league in pass attempts last year. I think they're going to be around that range again this year. They dismantled the defense, brought in all those rookies. They're going to have to throw the ball so much there. And Moore's a fantastic player. I mean, what he's done in these first couple of years, and what he did with Kyle Allen at quarterback last year. Anthony Miller's a guy I know Tags likes. I'm getting him all over the place. I don't understand why he was in the doghouse for 10 weeks last year, but once he came out of that doghouse and from week 11 on, he's in the top 15 in targets in the league at that point, had a bunch of big games there. So even with Allen Robinson being my wide receiver 5 on the season, and he could be another guy that we throw into this, I still think Anthony Miller is somebody that should be on as many rosters as you can get him. Boston Scott, before any of the Miles Sanders injury stuff, down the stretch last year when Sanders was really balling out, Boston Scott was still having some really usable games. He went over 100 yards from scrimmage in a couple games. So he's somebody that could give you some flex value. And then if Sanders isn't available to go early in the season, or if we see him get hurt at any point, Boston Scott could be really intriguing there. Another quarterback, but I think just incredibly undervalued the rushing production that he can give. And then also the weapons there. I mean, we're already seeing some hype on Laviska Shenault. I really like him. DJ Chark, who we've mentioned now a couple times. They got some nice weapons there. And I think bringing in Jay Gruden as the offensive coordinator, I think that's going to help them on offense as a whole. And another team that is going to have to throw the ball a lot because they're going to be trailing quite a bit. But we could go forever here. McLaurin, Marquise Brown. There's so many guys that I want that I'm trying to get as much of as I can.
Yeah, Tags, do you want to either comment on any of the guys that Boone has listed in terms of the guys that are on his must-have list? You want to add any for yourself there, Tags? Do you have a stat for me, for you guys?
I love Justin. He knows that. And so the only one I disagree with here is Josh Jacobs, because of where you have to draft him. So basically for him to get into that, top, I'd even say to get top 8, he's going to need to catch 35, 40 balls. That's going to have to happen. And the reason I say that is because this team is not going to score a whole lot of points. We know John Gruden. We know Greg Olson. We know the team. This is a team that obviously last year were a little bit hesitant. Now, I know the shoulder was playing into some of the reason that his numbers were down. But at the same time, all of a sudden, we have so many mouths in this offense to feed. They're talking about Ruggs in the slot, which makes all the sense in the world. Lynn Bowden, he's taken some time to develop. So that's not as much concern for me. What was concerning is that they re-signed Jalen Richard when they didn't really have to. And that's a guy that plays a big part in that third down role. I like Josh Jacobs, and I think that they should use him as a receiver. That was attributes out of college. I love Josh Jacobs as a receiver, and that's why he was my number 1 running back in that class. But it's maddening when you say, okay, I understand this team's telling us, but all we have to go off of is, a 13, 14 game sample where he saw 31 targets over that many games. It's almost like you have to project him into more targets if you were going to draft him there. And I just think that there's guys that are safer in that territory, guys like Kenyon Drake, guys like Nick Chubb that are setting their roles, play for potentially a better offense. That's my only worry with him. I just think you're drafting him close to his ceiling at the back end of the first round or top end of the second round. Now, if I do get him in the middle of the second, late second, I am totally down with taking Josh Jacobs there.
Yeah, and I don't want to. Obviously, we're getting to the end here, so I don't want to talk too much. But 13 games that Jacobs played where he was healthy, I had him at 27 targets. In those same 13 games, Jalen Richard had 32 targets, and DeAndre Washington had 22. That makes me a little worried about, you might want to give him more. Obviously, he mentioned, 60 catches or whatever. But, as much as they might want to get him involved, I don't know. It's just hard to see them really deviating from that too much, given how they decided to deploy him as a rookie.
I wonder though whether the shoulder injury factored into that too. Because if you got a guy with a shoulder injury, do you really want to put him out there in pass pro and put him in those kind of situations? Like, I think that could have factored in as well. And maybe I'm just a little, less excited or less worried about a guy like Jalen Richard. I think bringing him back and bringing Bowden in as well, I think those could be. Bowden's more of an all-around offensive weapon. I don't know everyone who thinks he's just going to come in and have this really big role in the backfield. I think they're going to use him all over the place, and I think it's a good real-life ad. But I'm not that worried about him coming in and really eating that much into Jacobs' work. And I know we're getting to the end here, but I'm with you, Tags. I mean, I love Kenyon Drake too. I have Kenyon Drake above him in my rankings as well. But I mentioned Jacobs because I think he often falls behind a lot of those other guys in drafts. So I think that's why if you get him in the beginning of the second round is just an absolute steal. And the end of the first, I think, is really where he should be valued.
All right, let's finish up here with just a couple of must fade players, guys who you were just not ending up with considering their draft price.
Derrick Henry. I mean, I feel like everybody forgets the first half of that much. I mean, last year he was not having a great year until he went off in the second half of the season. So yes, it's possible Darrington Evans doesn't come on. Am I going to make that assessment based on Darrington Evans fumbling a couple times in one of his first NFL practices? No, I'm not that worried about that. We'll see what happens here. And I'm not a big Darrington Evans guy, but I just think there's a reason why they brought him in. They want somebody who could play that passing down role. They have never seemed interested in giving Henry a big part there. So where you have to get him, I don't want to pay that price. I don't end up with the high-end quarterbacks that much. And it's not that I don't love them. I think they're both going to have great seasons. I think Mahomes could have like the Peyton Manning Broncos year where he goes out and has another, 50 touchdown season. That's definitely possible if everybody stays healthy there. But I just don't want to spend a third round pick on a quarterback and sometimes a second round pick on a quarterback. I have them ranked more as fourth round picks. And that means I never get them in drafts, unfortunately. Yeah. And then one I'll throw out there, and it really hurts to say, but Stephon Diggs with the Bills, as much as he's chasing, trying to be that elite receiver, he's going to Buffalo, and I don't think the volume's going to be there, in part because they can run so much, in part because they got a lot of other weapons, right? Like John Brown had a pretty good season for fantasy last year, but John Brown was the guy there. Now you still have John Brown, who's not going to be a consistent option, but he'll still have some weeks. And you put Diggs on top of that. Cole Beasley's not going away. Dawson Knox is getting a lot of hype. He's a guy who could come on a little bit more at tight end. So when you add in all the pieces they have there now, I just don't think that Diggs is ever going to get that, wide receiver one kind of volume that he needs or that he really wants. And I hope he stays happy because I think the Bills are going to win a lot of games. So hopefully he stays happy and doesn't get too disgruntled if he's not putting up those elite numbers.
Just very quickly, where do you have Henry ranked, either as a running back or overall in let's say half PPR?
I don't have it off the top of my head here. That's
all
why
right,
I get to have the score app open and pull it up real quick. Don't worry.
All right, that's fine.
I have him at RB8, and it's all very tight. I've said this before, like from after the top 5, from RB6 to RB12 or 13.
Yep.
My projections are all really close, and so we're kind of splitting hairs there. But
you're not going to get it. You're not going to get him at RB8.
I'm not going to spend a first round pick on him either. I'm definitely not going to get him.
Well, that's the reason I asked, right? Because it might be close, but if you have him at RB8 and you're not taking him in the first round tags, there's no way you're ending up with Derrick Henry, right?
Never.
Right. All right.
Sorry, I answered for tags.
It's fine. Anything that you can say that tags doesn't, it just upgrade right there. All right, Boone. Sorry, tags. I keep cutting you off. Do you want to say
whatever,
something?
Dan? Just get back to it, Woody. By the way, where's the cowboy hat?
I don't have it handy. Okay. Anyway, Boone, thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it. In-season accuracy champ. We are coming for him this year, but again, great job. Keep up all the great work over at The Score.
Well, like I said off the top, appreciate it, guys. And I think I'm going to be on your podcast next week, so we'll get to talk a little bit more about some of this stuff.
Sounds great. Okay, so we are going to be back, I believe, with James Coe as our next guest. We are just going to take a couple minute break, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
You're listening to Redneck.
Okay, welcome back. We are really excited to bring in our next guest. It's James Coe. You can find him over on Twitter at James D. Coe. James, thanks for coming on. How you doing?
Oh, it's a pleasure, man. Anytime I can join, Fantasy Pros and the great team you guys have over there, it's an honor.
Thanks, man. Can I confide something in you guys? I was not prepared for sitting under lights. That to make me horrible for like 2 hours at this point. Tags, I'm like sweating. I don't know if you can see, but I'm
well, I'm 100% the same way. But the thing is though, I think it's a good idea to talk about this with James, because James has been on like TV from like literally every station I turn on, James is on it. And so James, under the lights as you're on TV, it's much hotter than people think, because I've been in studio before and it's crazy hot with those lights coming down on you, is it not?
Brother, it's like you're at a buffet and you're one of those like, hot dishes under one of those lights. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's like. Yes. It really is. It's sad. I mean, you're a buffet item at this point, but yeah, no, and certainly if you're not used to it, and when I first started out too, it's like all guys, we sweat, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And
sure.
Anytime, like I'm so sensitive to it that like, if like the temperature changes like a degree and a half, I just start like just pouring, you know what I mean? So I don't know what I've done to kind of get used to the lights, but it happens at some point. And I mean, imagine now those lights and then just wearing a full on like suit. You know what I mean? It's like
not great.
I'm actually wearing a suit underneath this, by the way. That's just how I roll. I like to wear suits underneath my clothes. That's how I go. And actually, because my kids are not home right now, so in an effort to save money for dad, like I realized I forgot to turn the air conditioner on, because I was like, well, whatever, like we don't need it. So I went out in between thing and I was like, oh, my air conditioner set at like 80 degrees or something like that. Like there's nothing. So now I'm feeling good. Got the air circulating. We're ready to go.
That
All
was
right,
the
James.
most dad story, by the way. The fact that you refused to turn on your AC.
If you think that's the most dad story that's in my bag, by the way, I've got 80 more ready to just pop out. But you know what? We've got like 7.5 more hours, so I'm gonna save some. Okay, I'm not gonna go crazy yet. So let's talk about what we're gonna be doing here. The first thing that we're gonna want to do, as we do with everybody, is we're gonna talk about kind of who your must-have player is, or who's the one or more than one player that you find yourself rostering more often than any other player, and conversely somebody that whether you're consciously avoiding or you've just wound up avoiding during this draft season. And then we're going to go into something called Stump the Expert a little bit, where it's basically a little trivia question where, and I cannot stress this enough, James, anybody who can take down tags in any sort of game is immediately my hero. He is tilting because he just lost a Fantasy Feud episode against the Eights. So you're coming in on a good time. Okay,
I have no idea, and I doubt very seriously I will take down tags when it comes to fantasy, because my God, my man over there, Tags, is a machine when it comes to that data. So I'm not sure, but I'll try my best.
I guarantee you right now, Tags has a stat for you that he's just not letting go, because he has a stat for everything. But let's talk first about who's your guy, or your multiple guys. Who's the guy who, if you've been doing a lot of drafts, who's the guy you're ending up with a lot, or who's the guy you're targeting really for your roster, either based on ADP or you just wind up with them a lot?
Yeah, I think early on, it's either Dalvin Cook or Alvin Kamara. I think Kamara certainly, was dealing with a lot of health issues last year. We hear this, very, shadowy report of he tore something in his knee. What I don't know what that means. Who knows what that means? And how are you playing through it? So I don't know. I always call those little shady, but certainly sounds like he's really healthy. I'm just a fan of his game overall. You got to like the Saints offense too. So, and then Dalvin Cook, of course, working with Gary Kubiak, and we know the long history that Gary Kubiak has had turning, good players into great players, and then great players into superstars. I don't know, man. This feels like it's got like this weird Arian Foster vibe to it. I'm not saying Dalvin's going to throw down 2K, but I'll say this. It's at least on the table, because we know Mike Zimmer wants to run the ball. Gary Kubiak's got that wonderful outside zone scheme, and Dalvin Cook has speed, knows the system. And certainly I think it's at least on the table. Will his health hold up? Maybe not, but certainly Dalvin Cook has that upside. And those are two guys, at least early on, I find myself kind of gravitating towards. If we're talking later, it's someone like Anthony Miller playing out of the slot there in Chicago. I mean, hell, even Mitchell Trubisky, to be honest with you, the guy's got legs. He's a mobile quarterback. You're getting him for free in fantasy drafts. So I feel like the Bears right now, the stink of the 2019 Bears certainly has impacted draft prices there in Chicago, and I'm all in. I do. I like the ADPs for all those guys. We're talking about Allen Robinson, Anthony Miller, Mitchell Trubisky. These guys, David Montgomery is another player that I find myself gravitating towards in drafts as well. And to be honest with you, I like where they're going in drafts right now.
And he must have hacked into your rankings tags. He must be all over whatever you've got going on over there.
Yeah, I love everything he said there. I mean, Alvin Kamara, obviously a guy that I love. He's efficient. He's not going to get his 20 touches a game, but healthy in that Saints offense that's going to run the ball more than ever with that Saints defense that's as good as it's ever been under Sean Payton. There's a lot of reasons I think the Saints are a Super Bowl contender this year. So Alvin Kamara, heavily involved, always efficient. Dalvin Cook is a guy that there's a clear path to him finishing as the RB1. You mentioned Arian Foster under Gary Kubiak, and it was a guy that was underappreciated in his time. He was obviously someone that dealt with a lot of injuries. But he continually went in the first round of fantasy drafts because it's a weekly game, guys. And when he's on the field, you put him in your lineup and you expect results. Dalvin Cook, I think he totaled over 500 yards receiving last year. Didn't catch a single touchdown though. So there's some positive regression coming there. I love that. And obviously the Bears, the Bears, there's really only one direction for this team to go in 2020. And their draft position doesn't highlight any of that. David Montgomery, I have a stat. Here's a stat for you, Dan. There have been 115 running backs over the last 10 years who have totaled at least 240 carries. I think we can all agree that David Montgomery's getting there because there's nobody on this roster to challenge him. None of those running backs, absolutely none, like zero, like nil, have finished outside the top 25 running backs. David Montgomery's current ADP, RB 26.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about it. We've talked about it a lot this season. One thing that stuck out, by the way, also Tags, out of curiosity, when you and Tabs argue, do you counter her with like, I've got a stat for that? Like,
it's
for
about
whatever
dinner.
she said?
It's usually about dinners. I'm like, we've had this dinner 3 times in the last 10 days. We need to move on to this. We need a good mixture in our life and some upside.
I tease you about it, but it is why you're the GOAT, because you have a stat legitimately for everything. The one thing I'll point out, by the way, which I found a little weird, is Dalvin Cook. It's a big name, of course. Dalvin Cook is still just going 7th overall in half PPR drafts. Like, if not for the quote unquote holdout sort of, talk in the beginning, I mean, he would have been number 4. Maybe you want to make an argument for Kamara, obviously, those two guys, but he's still a value at this point in drafts. I mean, I'm taking him 4th or 5th necessarily, but you can still get him at a little bit of value, which is kind of crazy to me.
Yep.
Okay, let's go the opposite way. How about a must fade player for you, James?
When I take a look at Aaron Rodgers and what he's doing, and Aaron Jones too, and it kills me to say this because I do like both players. Rodgers is a future Hall of Famer, one of my all-time favorite players, but where he's going right now in drafts, I understand why he's going in the 8th or 9th round. And you're thinking, okay, I just got the great Aaron Rodgers in the 9th round. That is a steal. It's not a steal. As a matter of fact, I would say it's a terrible draft pick because we're talking about a player that last year, 10 of his 27 touchdowns came in 2 games against the Raiders and that horrible, secondary, and the Giants, a defense that was in the middle of a 9-game slide. So I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to return value as a top 10 quarterback. He's being drafted right now as like the quarterback 8 or 9. And really, when you take a look at his per game scoring, that was a quarterback 14 in terms of per game scoring. So no, you're not getting value. Even the 8th round for Aaron Rodgers, there's so many other quarterbacks in that range. You look at Daniel Jones going 3-4 rounds later, Baker Mayfield going 4 or 5 rounds later. These are guys that I would target in drafts. And that's why I find, especially at the quarterback position, Aaron Rodgers is just somebody that I will not roster at his current price. Aaron Jones is another one. And I hate to pick on the Packers, but bottom line is, for me, I don't think Matt LaFleur is a very good coach. Every single place that he's gone, when he's left, the running game has improved. DVOA has improved. And as much crap as we gave Mike McCarthy, the shocker is that when Matt LaFleur took over this year, the Packers DVOA went down a spot. So to me, he doesn't have a great track record. And I don't think, especially with the touchdown regression looming, a Dylan looming, Aaron Jones is somebody that as a top 25 pick makes 0 sense for me. And is certainly a player that I'm avoiding.
Tags, you like Rodgers though, right?
I mean, I'm okay with Rodgers getting him in the 10th round because he is falling there in a lot of drafts, especially analyst drafts. Tom Brady over him a lot of times. They'll take guys like sometimes I see Cam Newton go over him. But the thing is, I think it's the time we need to start questioning whether or not Matt LaFleur is the new Adam Gase. Is that possible? I absolutely think it is. He just drags down the fantasy players in the offense, and knowing that the best two talents on that team, Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones last year, they go out and trade up in the first round to select a quarterback, and then they go ahead and take a running back in the second round. It makes absolutely 0 sense, especially when the team made it to an NFC championship game last year. They rode on the back of, just very, very efficient running backs, obviously Aaron Rodgers. And James, what you said about Rodgers last year is 100% correct. Even though he finished as the QB8 or QB9 on the season overall, 50% of his games were busts. I mean, I consider a bust anything less than 14 fantasy points for a quarterback, and he busted in exactly 50% of his games last year. But if you want to pair him up, side quarterback like a Joe Burrow and take Rodgers has shown the ability to finish as a top 3 fantasy quarterback. Literally, he might be the best fantasy quarterback of all time. Are we past his prime at 36 years old? Probably not, but playing under Adam Gase or Matt LaFleur, obviously that's going to impact his numbers. So I am definitely fading Rodgers from where I would have drafted him under another coach, but under LaFleur, I just don't know what we can expect.
Okay, time for some fun. Stump the experts. Apparently it's like the old game, Stump the Schwab. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you a question, like a trivia question. We're going to go back and forth. When you get one right, you get a point. As soon as you get one wrong, you're out, and the other guy can just keep getting until he gets them wrong. Okay.
Okay.
So it'll be self-explanatory. Don't worry, James. It's the odds. I love you, James. You're great, sharp guy, but the odds on tags, it's like minus 400 on any game.
I'm not talking me up. You're just setting me up for failure.
That is what I like to do.
It's at least minus 400. I would take those. I would bet against myself.
That's right.
Minus 400. Oh,
yeah. See, now you can just pretend. You can just pretend that you threw the game, even if you lose now, because you'd be like, I got in on that sweet juice right there. Minus 400. Okay. Right. Let's start with tags because he is the reigning champ. Quarterbacks who had more than 235 fantasy points in 2019.
Oh, you want me to
name one, just one.
Oh, Lamar Jackson.
Well, that happens to be correct. Yes, Lamar Jackson did have more than 235 fantasy points. James, go ahead. Name one more than 235 fantasy points. Quarterback.
Dak Prescott.
Dak Prescott, certainly on the list. Correct. Back to tags.
Kyler Murray did.
Kyler Murray, yes, definitely did.
Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan definitely did.
Russell Wilson.
Ooh.
Russell Wilson. Hold on. There's a lot of names. Yes, definitely did.
Jameis Winston.
Yep.
Jameis Winston. Of course he did. There you go. See, James, the odds were way off. Go ahead.
Josh Allen.
Didn't nobody name Josh Allen? That's fine. Correct. No. I can't keep track of the names. I'm trying to keep the score. That's correct. Josh Allen.
235. That's like top 12. So I'm top.
There's a lot of names. I'm gonna give it out there. There's a lot of names. You
okay.
Shot.
Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson, definitely on the list. Correct.
Yeah, I know Aaron Rodgers did. I just mentioned he finished like 9th in the season, so he did.
You've got a stat for that. That's correct. In there. Go ahead, James.
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes, correct. He did do it with the injury. Go tags.
It's crazy.
Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz, correct. Another one. Well done.
Oh man, we're getting down to it now.
We're getting down to it. Dig deep.
Was Jared Goff a top 14 quarterback?
I'm going to need to know whether or not that's an actual answer as opposed to these
Jared Goff.
It is correct. He had 263 fantasy points. Well done, James. You're hanging in there. Go ahead, tags.
Tom Brady. He played all 16.
He did. Good. He's good. Tom Brady's in there. 7. Go ahead, James.
Oh my God.
You're fine, James. You're fine.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, absolutely, he did. There you go, 254 points. I love it. Go ahead, tags.
This is borderline. I'm gonna go with Kirk Cousins because I know he finished top 15, but I don't know if that's enough to make that break. But we're getting close.
It was actually 250 fantasy points, so you're good. Go ahead, next.
I honestly have no idea if this is true, but Derek Carr finished top 8 in passing yards, so I will assume that he finished somewhere close to the top 15. So I will say Derek Carr.
Your assumption is absolutely correct. He is in there. All right, you guys have 16 names, I believe. There are 4 more. Every question has 20 names. There are 4 more.
Oh, wow. There's top 20. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's 20. My bad. I didn't see the extra column. It's 20. Our producer's yelling at me.
Top
It's
20.
fine.
Okay, cool.
I'm torn. I can't give you both names because I don't want James to use one of them.
Obviously.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Is that a guess or is that a?
It's a guess. It is a guess. I'm not positive on that.
Jimmy Garoppolo is correct. Correct. Well done.
I would
well
not
done.
have said Jimmy Garoppolo. Shoot. I'm going to say Ryan Tannehill. I don't know if that's true, though.
You don't know if that's true. Unfortunately, it's not true. Ryan Tannehill is the first miss. It's all right. You did get tags. You can go ahead. You can keep going if you've got any more.
We're on the borderline here. I'm just trying to think of quarterbacks that played 16 games. That's why I wouldn't have guessed Tannehill.
That's a good call. That's why I was but he was so gangbusters late, you know. I wonder if he just
no, he
snuck
was.
in.
I'm trying to think if Minshew was close enough. I think Minshew is probably the guy that I want to guess. I'll go Minshew.
Minshew's correct.
Oh!
Another guess tag. You get to keep going until you get it wrong.
Oh crap. I'm trying to think of the teams that I haven't talked about yet. Wait, you said Jared Goff already, right?
I did say Goff. Yeah.
I don't think
This,
Brees
by the
got-
way, everybody, I'm glad you're getting insight into how competitive tags is.
I don't think
like him right now.
I don't think Brees played enough games because it's close with him. Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield is correct.
Whoa,
You were obnoxious, but correct.
That's
That's
a good
right.
one.
I didn't
Go
think
ahead.
that one was right. I really didn't.
Well, you're so good. Answers are correct. Any
If
other
we're,
tags?
if we're
you wanna
going
guess?
with if we're going with tags' assumption 16 games, there's one other quarterback that I can think of.
All right.
I was gonna say Brees. I was debating between Brees and him, so I'd say Brees would be my next one, but I don't have any confidence in it.
Okay.
I wish I remembered this to keep the game going, but Phillip Rivers actually played all 16 games.
That's a
Phillip
good one.
Rivers. That's right. That's right. Now I actually don't know. Drew Brees was wrong, by the way, so we're
Yep.
done with that. I'm trying to keep track of it. Did someone say Matt, or did
Yeah,
we
I
just?
did. I did.
Yeah,
I
James
did.
did.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
All right. So anyway, Rivers was the last guy who I may have missed one, but again, tags. You got 11. James.
Uh-oh. Dan froze up. Look at that Woody
Uh-oh.
face. If you guys are watching, you guys are obviously live stream right now, and Woody's face just froze up on us. So that means he's froze up on you. And it's
James,
fantastic.
Oh,
Fantastic.
am I frozen on you
Oh
guys
no.
right now?
He came
you're
back.
back.
I
You're
was
back.
I was
You're back.
excited because I was to screenshot that and then put a cowboy hat on you. And they would have put it on Twitter. It 100% would have happened.
I thank everybody for following me on my last day of Fantasy Bros. I hereby tender my resignation. I can't deal with tags and his so mean. Okay, James, let's one more category. We'll see where we are on
Okay.
time.
Okay.
Okay, ready? James, you get to go first here. Okay.
All right.
Running backs, there are 20 names. Running backs who had more than 40 catches in
More than
2019.
40 catches.
40 catches.
Well, Leonard Fournette for sure. He was like 75 or 76.
That's absolutely correct. Leonard Fournette is there.
Austin Eckler.
Austin Eckler. Sorry, I'm just keeping score. Yes, of course. Austin Eckler
100%,
is
yeah,
there.
Yeah. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey with 100 plus.
Of course.
Dalvin Cook.
Dalvin Cook is there. Yes.
I was like, Dalvin Cook, I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah, 53 catches.
Oh, Le'Veon Bell has to have.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Of course, because he plays for the best team ever. Yes, Le'Veon Bell, correct. 66 catches.
Alvin Kamara.
Alvin Kamara, 81 catches. Well done. You guys, very well done.
This one's
I
pretty
can't
easy.
believe Alvin Kamara had 80 catches last year.
He's
That's
had
insane.
81 every single year. Like, this is
Correct.
one of the coolest stats. Like, every single year of his career, he's had exactly 81 receptions.
Yeah.
Wow,
Did
that's
you know, James, that Tags had a stat for that?
Oh.
Okay, go ahead. James, you're up.
That's a fun one.
Yeah, just get your list of running backs, man. Look at the list of running backs here.
I will go James White.
James White, absolutely 72 catches. Well done.
Ezekiel Elliott.
Ezekiel Elliott, well done. 54 catches.
I'm just gonna go another pass catcher, Tariq Cohen.
Tariq Cohen, absolutely.
assuming.
79.
Oh wow, that's a lot. I didn't realize he had that many either.
Yes, sir.
Go with Saquon had to have gotten there.
He did have to have gotten there. 52 catches, correct.
That was going to be my guess, actually. Games with Arizona. I'm thinking Kenyon Drake got there.
Yeah, I'm going to take that
I
as
would
an
think
official
so.
answer because it's correct. So definitely right. Kenyon Drake did get there. 50 catches total.
Miles Sanders.
Miles Sanders also 50 catches total. Well, you guys are great.
I'm
People
just
should
going
be
through the
taking
ADP.
fantasy
It's pretty
advice
simple.
from both of you.
Well,
Well
to be
done.
fair, it's hard to get into the top 12 running backs not catching at least 40 balls. So like a lot of the ADP, I'm just looking at ADP right now, and that's basically
Right.
what I'm going off.
Why don't you go get a stat how many got into the top 12 without catching 40 balls so we can have that ready for our next segment.
Okay.
Go ahead, James, you're up.
I will also say I'm just thinking pass catchers here, but did Naheem Hines get to 40?
Yes, he
Oh,
did.
he did.
44. Well done, James.
Aaron Jones had to have. Yep.
God, so obnoxious. Yes, correct. Aaron Jones is there. He had
Okay.
49. All right. Dig deep, James.
Oh.
You've still got it. You've got some names.
Oh, you know what, man? We didn't even talk about Devontae Freeman. He had to have in Atlanta.
Oh, I love it. I love it is correct. Devonta Freeman. I thought maybe that was passed over because obviously he doesn't have a team. 59 catches last year. There you go. Tags.
I'm going to say this one's tough. I know this team targeted running backs fewer than any other team in the league, but I'm going to say Todd Gurley.
Todd Gurley. Excellent job. Excellent.
Oh.
Yes. Okay. James, there are 5 answers left. Okay. You're down by 2 points. Okay. You get the free reign now. You can't go anywhere. So this is the last one. Just think about it. You've done great either way. Okay.
Dude, I don't know if this is true, but I will guess just based off of usage, Melvin Gordon. I have no idea.
Oh, wow. Even though he missed the first 4 games. Is that right?
It is. It is correct. Melvin Gordon, 42 catches. All right. 18-17, James. First of all, I just want you to know, I'm proud of you. This is the first time we've ever talked, but I'm so proud of you. You're making Tags really nervous right now. So I'm pretty excited. So, all right, man, you've got 4 names left. If you can get 2 of them, you have defeated Tags.
The only other name I can think of, maybe possibly, wait, hold on now. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Don't cheat though. You know,
I was actually thinking Kareem Hunt because of his pass catching, but but he split the work, man. That's tough. I don't think David Johnson played enough either, and I was gonna say him too.
I can't believe Tags hasn't yelled at you for taking too much time yet. That is the go-to Tags move where he's out.
No, I'm respectable to James. I like James.
You like James. Okay, so you don't like Yates.
Okay,
Now we know.
All right. The only you know what? Philip Lindsay.
Philip Lindsay, not on the list, but you know who was. It's all right. Royce Freeman was 43.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. The other guy is Jalen
Wow.
Samuels with 47. Chris Thompson, despite the injuries, 42, and
Wow.
Duke Johnson.
Yeah,
Duke
I would
Johnson
not-
was my next guest, actually.
So
way.
Tags won 18-17, but James, exceptional effort. Obviously, the odds were way off. It should have been like -110, -120. But I'm going to. This is how I like that you've built in the excuse that you sort of attempted to purpose because you got in that on yourself to lose into, whatever it was, FanDuel or DraftKings or wherever. That's how you play it. I really like it. James, this was great. Thank you so much for coming on. I've always loved your work, and it was really great to finally get to talk to you for the first time.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, like I said, anytime I can join pros and do kind of join the great work that you guys do. I know I go to Fantasy Pros all the damn time. So anytime I could be part of the program, by all means.
All right, wonderful. Well, coming in, Yates is going to replace me, thankfully. For everybody, I'll get a very quick break while Tags and Yates will have you, and they'll be back with Jared Smola. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
So Carlos. So Carlos.
What's going on, everyone? We are back. It's Tags Night, and we got Jared Smola with us. Jared, welcome in, man. Can you let everyone know where they can find and follow you on Twitter?
Yeah, you guys can find all my work at draftsharks.com, and you can follow me on Twitter at SmolaDS. That's SMOLADS.
Awesome. Well, guys, hey, we have a announcement here, a giveaway winner, a first and last place trophy from Trophy Smack for your league this year goes to Alex Ketwich. You'll see that being posted in the chat. So congratulations, Alex. These trophies are incredible. I love the one that I've got from Trophy Smack. You're going to love it too. All right, let's just dive right in here, Tag. So we are talking, what are we talking here this hour?
We're talking about RB. We're doing an RB primer for everybody. So we're going to talk through the running backs. We're going to go through each tier of the running back. So Jared, rather than just say, give us one running back, let's walk through the tiers. Okay. Obviously we know who the top 5 running backs are going to be off the board. It's some variation of Christian McCaffrey, Ezekiel Elliott, Saquon Barkley, Alvin Kamara, and Dalvin Cook. Where do we go after that? Let's say that you have a pick in the late first round. Are you taking Clyde Edwards-Helaire at that 7th spot? You know, there's the 7th running back off the board. Do you like Derrick Henry? That next tier running backs, that 6, how are you feeling about those guys?
I have Derrick Henry and Joe Mixon as my 6 and 7. I just feel safest with their workloads at this point and what they've put on film, put on paper, put on fantasy point wise over a few years now. I know the knock against both of them actually is pass catching volume. Henry especially. I think Joe Mixon did less in the passing game last year than a lot of people would think. I think he has more to offer there, and I think that the Bengals would be smart to give him more this season. I'm sort of banking on that, which is why he's my RB7.
Yeah, he's someone that actually I've been moving up my board because like the more we hear about them saying as the year went on, we saw him get a bigger and bigger workload, and he became more and more of that RB1 that people have been expecting for a while. And we've heard the coaching staff continually say we realize that we needed to get the ball to Joe Mixon more, that you get the ball in his hands and he does work with it. So definitely like that. Yates, is there someone in this tier that you're particularly targeting? Let's say if you end up around that 1-2 turn and you don't want to go wide receiver, but you want to take running backs, what's the order you have guys like, we're talking about the guys like Henry, like Kenyon Drake, like Nick Chubb, Josh Jacobs. How are you feeling about the running backs in that tier?
Yeah, I think you actually have to start by including Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Miles Sanders in that tier too. If we're looking at, especially in any sort of PPR format, you're talking about Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who could easily be in the competition, not in the realm of Christian McCaffrey, but right in that tier below as far as receptions at the running back position. Edwards-Helaire absolutely belongs in that conversation. He is so good at it. And so I think he's going to be utilized heavily in that form in Kansas City. Miles Sanders is going to get all the work he can handle. Hopefully he stays healthy. That's the big thing, right? How can he withstand that massive workload? So I absolutely think that you have to include Sanders and Clyde Edwards-Helaire in that tier. And those would actually be my 2 targets at the back end of the first round. Now, if I'm a little bit back at let's say I'm in a 12-team league and I'm at the 11th spot and both of those players are gone, I'm absolutely comfortable with Kenyon Drake. Kenyon Drake is an RB1 this season, dynamic in this offense. He's going to be involved in the passing game. He's going to have plenty of scoring opportunities. When you go as 4 wide receivers wide, as much as they do, that opens things up for the running game, right? You have to the defense has to move these players out of the box to be able to account for the 4 wide receivers. So then that leaves tons of running lanes open for Kenyon Drake, even if the offensive line isn't fantastic. Kenyon Drake is going to have these scoring opportunities. So I think to have him as my RB1, I would absolutely be comfortable with it because I can then double back and grab a guy like a Josh Jacobs or even a Nick Chubb, maybe even Aaron Jones. I don't know how I feel about that one, but especially about like a Nick Chubb and a Josh Jacobs, to have those as my RB2 where I know that they are getting guaranteed volume on the ground. I would love that.
Yeah, Jared, is that one of those things that we talk, like, we always talk about running back heavy at the top of drafts, being that there's so much value that we feel at wide receiver in the third, fourth, fifth rounds this year, are you going running back? And is that a benefit? Like, let's say that your team, you guys figure out the draft order, you get to choose your draft position. Let's say the pick number 1 is gone. Is there a benefit to drafting towards the end of that first round because you're able to get 2 of those running backs? And then when it comes back to in the third round, maybe stealing someone like Calvin Ridley, DJ Moore in that territory.
So I think I'd still rather have a top 4 pick to, get Barkley, McCaffrey, or Kamara. After that, though, I'm with you. I'd rather be near the back half of round 1 to get 2 of those running backs because, once those top 13 or 14 are gone, there's not much I'm interested. Like, basically from the third round on for the rest of fantasy drafts, like, I prefer the wide receivers over the running backs. Like, I don't want to be forced into taking, a Devin Singletary in the 5th round over, someone like Calvin Ridley or even Robert Woods. So yeah, I do think it's an advantage to be able to get to, top 14-ish running backs and sort of feel good at the position and then, look elsewhere the rest of the draft.
Yep. That's basically like that's what I wanted to get into because I look at this next running backs. I don't really want Aaron Jones as my RB1. Miles Sanders, obviously in that conversation. Austin Eckler is someone that we talked with Sean Koerner about it earlier. And, we go through our projections and it's awfully difficult to project all the changes that are going on with the Los Angeles Chargers right now. Are you one of the analysts that are comfortable with Austin Eckler as your RB1 if you wait at the position?
I mean, if I'm getting him in the back half of the second round, I think that's where he belongs. I mean, I guess at that point I'm with an elite running back, and I like that a lot. I think the Chargers offense in general has become underrated. There's been so much, like, I don't know, bashing's probably too strong of a word, but I think people have been scared off by the quarterback change. And listen, it is somewhat scary, but it's not like Phillip Rivers lit it up last year either. I mean, I think Tyrod Taylor, Justin Herbert, combo could approximate what Rivers did last year. So I think Eckler, and I know we're talking about running backs here, but I think Keenan Allen and Mike Williams and even Hunter Henry are values in drafts. Now, like, no one wants to draft Chargers.
Yeah. No, and Yates, one player that I've been continually moving up my board in this range, like that I can get him, I can for sure get him in the 3rd round and a lot of times in the 4th or 5th rounds. James Conner, like if you're in industry drafts, like James Conner is moving up faster, but if he were guaranteed to be healthy for 15, 16 games this season, I believe that he'd be a borderline 1st round pick. I think he'd be in the same conversation as someone like Nick Chubb in that territory with those guys. So Yates, where are you at on James Conner and where do you feel comfortable pulling the trigger?
I think it's all dependent upon where I can get him in drafts. If I can get him as a RB2, RB3 in some cases, like you said, if I load up on running back early and I can get James Conner as my RB3, I'm ecstatic because at that point, I know that I do not have to rely on him. I can get him. I can plug him into my flex. I can plug him in on bye weeks. Whatever. If something happens to one of the guys that I selected with the 1st or 2nd round as my running backs, then I can plug in James Conner. And I know that he's going to be valuable as long as he's on the field. Then if something happens to him and he, misses a significant amount of time, then it's not a huge loss for my roster, right? I don't feel like I lost a ton. Whereas top 12 pick, if he goes down and he has all these injury concerns, then I'm really, really screwed. I really am in trouble there because I had James Conner as my RB1. That's not where you're getting him in drafts this year. So if you can get him as an RB3, I think that's fantastic.
Jared, are you willing to take him as your RB2? Because I am. I'm willing to go into the season with him as my RB2. And I feel like if you wanted to grab some upside running backs for your bench, maybe like a Latavius Murray or someone like that, I'd feel comfortable with James Conner as my RB2.
Yeah, James Conner is the only like round 3, 4 running back that I actually get excited to draft. He's easily my favorite in that tier. In 2018, he was a top 10 running back despite missing 3 games. Last year, he was a top 10 running back for the first half of the season before the injuries started to hit. And listen, he struggled with injuries. You could say he's an injury risk. Pretty much every running back is an injury risk. Like I like getting those discounts. I think if we knew Conner was going to play 16 games, he should be going like at the tail end of the 1st round, early 2nd round in that range. Mike Tomlin came out and said, this spring that he said he's a feature running back type of guy. You look at his history, it backs it up. Le'Veon Bell, DeAndre Williams, Rashard Mendenhall. He likes featuring a guy. There are bodies behind James Conner in Pittsburgh. I don't think any of them are that good. So I think as long as James Conner is healthy this season, I think he's a top 10 running back again.
So are we not excited about Jonathan Taylor? Because I am. I know personally, I am sky high, and I know Yates is with me. He's someone that if I get as my RB2, you might deal with a little bit of a shared workload through week 1 and 2. I really don't think that's going to be the case, though. I think Jonathan Taylor. I heard a rumor from camp the other day that he had a carry that had everyone oohing and eyeing because basically a couple defenders went to tackle him and just bounced right off him. I mean, he looks like a linebacker. If you've seen the picture of Jonathan Taylor, he's a massive man. A lot of people had him as their RB1 in this class, now running behind a top 3 offensive line. My take, you do not draft someone like Jonathan Taylor, who had tons of volume in college at Wisconsin, proven to be a workhorse, extremely efficient with the touches that he gets, and then go sit him on the bench for Marlon Mack. I don't think you draft him if you feel like doing that. So Jonathan Taylor is someone, where are you feeling comfortable drafting him? Would you take Koerner over him because of the guaranteed workload? And what about someone like Leonard Fournette? Leonard Fournette, maybe a little bit of, he's volume running back, but he's a boring volume running back in what's projected not to be a very high scoring offense.
Yeah, I love Jonathan Taylor, the player. He was my number one running back in this class by a pretty significant margin. I mean, I think he's on like the Saquon Barkley level of talent as a runner, not in the passing game. But as a runner, I think he's on that level. I think he's obviously in a great situation behind a top 5 run blocking offensive line in Indianapolis. He tends to go a tad too early for me. If I could get Jonathan Taylor in the 4th round, I like it. It seems like in a lot of drafts, it comes off the board in the 3rd. I'm a little worried Mac remains involved for at least the first half of the season, but then it's the pass catching. That was kind of a knock against Taylor coming out. He didn't do a bunch of it at Wisconsin. I think he's capable. I'm just not sure the Colts are going to give him that role out of the gate. And if he only catches 15, 20 passes, it's going to be tough for him to really smash a 3rd round price tag.
I mean, to me, Yates, he's like a discounted Nick Chubb. I think both of them have very similar skill set. They're both fantastic first, second down backs. They have questionable 3rd down roles in the team. Not that they both can't do it, but one has to battle Kareem Hunt, the other has to battle Nyheim Hines and Marlon Mack. So, and one plays behind a better offensive line, and that's Taylor. So, are you down with getting the discount on Taylor? Are you pulling the trigger at the end of the 3rd round, maybe beginning of the 4th round?
If I can get him as my RB2, yes. I think at that point of the draft, I will draft Jonathan Taylor there because, and we had Ciely on earlier and we're talking about, he's projecting that Marlon Mack will be involved for the first, I think he said 6 weeks of the season. It's a significant amount of time, which brings Jonathan Taylor down in his rankings. He's got him down at like RB26. I have him all the way up at RB14 because I am projecting right out of the gate that Jonathan Taylor is going to be this guy the guy in this backfield. Now, Marlon Mack will still be involved. I think Mack will still see touches. It's not like Mack is just getting, 20 carries on the season now, right? Like he's still going to be involved in this backfield, and then Nyheim Hines taking the pass catching role. So I agree with Jared. I don't think he has top 5 upside because I don't see him getting the work out of the backfield that, I think as long as Nyheim Hines is healthy, Hines is going to be that pass catcher. But Jonathan Taylor I love the comparison tags. Nick Chubb, they came out very, very similar as far as my rankings and projections, because I think the workload between Kareem Hunt and then Nick Chubb, I'm looking at a very similar, stat line there.
Yeah, no, that's basically where I'm at. That's why I wanted to bring him up. It was almost like last year when people were saying Le'Veon Bell's boring, sure, but he has a lot of value, like volume, and that's why they were drafting him tail end of the 1st round. And I was like, why not wait and take Chris Carson, Leonard Fournette in the 3rd round? I feel the same way about Nick Chubb and Jonathan Taylor this year. And by the way, if you think that you're going to acquire Jonathan Taylor for cheaper, if you wait, like let the owner get frustrated, not going to happen. Do you guys know who they play week 1? The Jacksonville Jaguars, the team that basically has lost a lot of players. And towards the end of last year, they were a playground for fantasy running backs. So I think Jonathan Taylor goes bananas week 1. And I think that people are going to say, how the hell did we let this guy fall?
Oh my word, that Jags defense. Now they're trading Yannick Ngakoue.
Yep.
And you just have those, it's a rebuilding defense. And if Jonathan Taylor can get behind that offensive line, oh my word, 20 carries, easily over 100 yards.
Yep. And so, Jared, if you want to wait until, let's say that you're taking that later round approach and you're going to need to fill out, one of your starting spots or your flex spot with one of these running backs in that, 26 to 32 range. Is there a running back in that range? I'll mention a few names here. DeAndre Swift, Cam Akers, Kareem Hunt, Matt Breida is going in that range. J.K. Dobbins, Ronald Jones. Are any of those piquing your interest? Basically, because again, we talked about, you want to go running back heavy in those first 2 rounds if you can. Then you're probably going to be drafting maybe 3-4 wide receivers, and then you're going to be looking at these running backs. Which ones do you like in that range?
Yeah, a bunch of those guys pique my interest. And again, like you said, I'd want them even running back 4, not necessarily a top 2 guy. But I'll start with Cam Akers. we'll see. The Rams have talked about a committee with Akers, with Darrell Henderson, maybe Malcolm Brown. I mean, I think Malcolm Brown is a subpar NFLer. I don't think I think the Rams will be better off if he's not involved. Darrell Henderson was a guy I liked as a prospect coming out. I know a bunch of people did, but he really disappointed last season. And the Rams go out and spend a second-round pick on Cam Akers. I mean, they picked Akers 18 spots ahead of where they picked Darrell Henderson. And I think the general sentiment on Akers would be more positive if he ran behind better offensive lines at Florida State. He ran behind some really poor O-lines. So I think there's a chance that Akers approximates Todd Gurley's volume, by say October. And as poor as we think the Rams O-line is, Sean McVay's scheme is good for running backs. I mean, the Rams have been top 5 in rushing touchdowns in 3 straight seasons now. So, if Akers is getting, 250 so touches, I think he has a good chance to finish as like a top 15 running back this season.
Yeah, it's what's your take on Akers?
I'm not particularly interested just because I am buying into the narrative that they are going to be utilizing a committee. I didn't understand the selection, to be frank, of Cam Akers in the second round. I didn't think he belonged in that. I think he's an excellent athlete. I think he's an excellent pass catcher out of the backfield. He's not a refined running back by any means. You mentioned it, Jared. The offensive line is atrocious at Florida State. That led to some very, very poor habits that I just don't see instantly changing like that behind a Rams offensive line that isn't a top 5 unit in the NFL. So I think if he does get 250 touches, absolutely. I think he has the talent and ability and athleticism to be able to turn that into absolutely returning fantasy value, but I don't think he's getting 250 touches.
Yeah. All right. So now we've talked about a lot of the running backs that are prevalent. We're going to talk sleepers later in the show. We've already talked about some of them with Andy Behrens earlier. But Jared, we've been asking all of our guests this question, and we're kind of asking you to tie your name to a few players. Who are the players that, when you're in a draft and someone selects them in front of you, you are cursing, you're saying, I knew I should have drafted them around earlier. What I want you to give us a player that you're extremely high on that you want on every roster if possible.
So I'll give you a couple. I guess the first one is a guy that maybe I have cursed because I haven't gotten him in every single draft, but I've gotten him in like 75% maybe. And that's Robert Woods, who, has seen awesome volume. He's been a top 20 wide receiver in 2 straight seasons, just had really poor touchdown luck last season, scored just 2 times on 90 catches. If he had scored 6-7 times, which is pretty much what you'd expect from a guy with 90 catches, I think he'd be going a lot higher in draft. So I love getting Robert Woods in the 5th round. He also gives you some bonus rushing upside. He's like top 3 among running backs in carries, rushing yards, and rushing touchdowns over the past couple seasons. So that's a bonus. A guy I think I might have literally taken in every draft I've done so far is Deshaun Jackson, who you can get in like the 10th, 11th, 12th round. The Eagles, just a passing game I want to invest in. I'm a big believer in Carpenter. I threw for 4,000 yards last year with absolutely nothing at wide receiver. Deshaun Jackson's injury, had a lot to do with it, obviously. Deshaun Jackson had 154 yards and 2 touchdowns on 8 catches. He led the Eagles with 9 targets in that game. We know durability is a concern with him, but again, he's going in the 10th round, 11th round. I think he has a real chance to lead Eagles wide receivers in targets this season. So even if you get, 12, 13, 14 games out of him, I think he's going to, crush value.
Love him. Love both those selections. All right. On the flip side, let's talk about a player that you are absolutely out on at current draft position.
Yeah, Kenny Galladay, haven't drafted a single time, haven't even come close really. Man, he tends to go like early 3rd, mid 3rd round, a top 10 wide receiver usually. I have him as like a mid-range wide receiver too. So I'm maybe 8 spots off ADP, but that's a big deal when we're talking about, a guy going in the 3rd round. I think Kenny Galladay, what he did last season was super impressive, considering he didn't have Matt Stafford for the second half of the season. He's in for regression though in the efficiency metrics. 18.3 yards per catch, a 16.9% touchdown rate last season. Those are pretty much unrepeatable numbers. If you just look over Galladay's first 2 seasons, 15.7 yards per catch, 8.2% touchdown rate. So I think he's going to come down in the efficiency stuff. And then you look at his targets. He was just 21st among wide receivers in targets last year. I don't think that's going to change much. I mean, you have Marvin Jones still there. I think TJ Hawkinson's in for a bigger role this season. DeAndre Swift's arrival probably means some more targets to the running back. So I just think Galladay's going to, finish somewhere between like 15 and 20 among wide receivers and targets. And it's tough to, be a top 10 wide receiver on that level of volume.
Yates, what's your take on Galladay?
Yeah, he's someone who I personally have not drafted anywhere either, but I do have him as a top 10 receiver because I think he can finish there. It's one we've talked about Cooper in years past, where it's like he can give you some big blow up performances that will elevate his year end finish to get up in the top 10. But I don't think that you're going to look back on him at the end of the day like, I was really happy that I drafted Kenny Golladay as my wide receiver 1. I just don't think that you're going to be super happy with his consistent week in and week out performances.
I am 100% with you guys on this one. Is that, projections, I did projections and he came out as my wide receiver 8. And I was like, I don't want to draft him there because I understand last year, you look at his numbers, he was a wide receiver 3 or better, just 56% of the time. That's not good for your wide receiver 1. That's a little bit too much boom or bust for me. And obviously Marvin Jones has been in and out of the lineup. But again, DeAndre Swift, as Jared mentioned, all those points, I'm in agreement here. If I get Kenny Golladay as my wide receiver 2, I'm cool with it. But based on where he's being drafted, I'm going to have 0 shares.
All right. Awesome. Any other questions that we have for Jared before we let him get out of here, Tags?
I don't think so. I think we're getting back on schedule. I know that we were back in the beginning of the day. We fell behind schedule and everybody was like 20 minutes. We got a full almost 30 minutes with Jared. So we appreciate the time, Jared. Make sure to let everybody know where they can find all your work, where they can follow you on social media.
Yeah, draftsharks.com is where all my work is. And then on Twitter, I am at SmolaDS.
Awesome. Thank you guys again for tuning in for this part of the segment. We are going to be back after this short.
Hold of the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Today, call for the real.
New Kool-Aid coolers with 20% juice. You can...
The Transformers will return after these messages.
Welcome to Blockbuster Video. Blockbuster Video.
Take it 5, 6.
That I'm ever gonna take an Astro.
forgotten.
Get hold of the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Today, call for the real.
New Kool-Aid coolers with 20% juice. You can...
The Transformers will return after these messages.
Welcome to Blockbuster Video. Blockbuster Video.
Take it. 5, 6.
This is the last ride that I'm ever gonna take in
What's going on, guys? Welcome back into another segment of our 10-hour live stream Fantasy Fest. Man, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We got over 3,500 people in here right now. You guys are rock stars. I've had some people reaching out to me saying they took off work to be a part of this. So thank you guys for the dedication. We hope that we do not disappoint. But I do want to take a second to remind you guys of this live stream. Wouldn't be happening without you guys and our sponsors. Our sponsor, OwnersBox. It's a brand new website, guys. It blends DFS and season long together. You can play in contests that are a week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever you want. And obviously the contest size varies there. It is not a salary cap, but it is limited game opportunities by position. So there's tons of strategy as you seek out to maximize your output. It pays out incrementally as you progress through the contest. Everybody wants to be rewarded immediately. That's why we play DFS, right? So it does that on a weekly basis, even in multi-week tournaments. It does create a community. You can add friends, you can create groups, you can do whatever. What I want you to do is go and add me at Mike Tagliere NFL and Dan Harris. Obviously, you guys know him as Woody. Go and add us on there, challenge us to contests. I'm going to be accepting some of those, doing some of those soon. And then make sure you guys are here at 5:30 Eastern time, because we are going to be showing the draft that Dan and I did last night. Of fun, but for a limited time only, if you create an OwnersBox account and get into a free contest during this live stream, you're going to be entered to win an authentic NFL jersey of your choice. Make sure you follow and tag at OwnersBox in an Instagram story to enter. So Yates, we're back. It's another half-hour segment, and it's kind of crazy. I've known this next guest for years, honestly. Like, we've talked on Twitter, we're friends on Facebook and all this stuff, but we've never been on a podcast together. And I'm a little bit embarrassed about that. We need to be on a podcast more often, because Nate is a rising star in the industry. Nate, thank you for hopping on. Let our listeners know where they can find your work at, and where they can follow you on social media.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Tags. So for me, I'm on Twitter all day, every day. That's where I live, at DominateFF on Twitter. And right now I've got a solo podcast, the Dominate Fantasy Football Show. And I do live stream Dominate at 8, which is 8 p.m. every Wednesday. I do a live stream on Periscope.
Good deal. All right, Yates, want to kick us off?
Yeah, for sure. Well, before we go into, we're talking target increase and decrease candidates here with Nate. But before we do that, make sure that you guys are subscribing to the YouTube channel. Please hit that subscribe button. Super easy to do. Just lets us know that you're enjoying this live stream. Again, 10 hours. So make sure that you hit that subscribe button, and then also go over to fantasypros.com/YouTube to enter in the giveaway. We're doing giveaways at the top of every hour. We've had several winners so far, and we've got one coming up at 4 o'clock Eastern that I saw this one, guys. It's pretty nice. So make sure that you're going in and entering into that giveaway. All right, let's talk through these target increase and decrease candidates going into 2020. There are players that we can look at the main positions of running back, wide receiver, and tight end that we can say, okay, these guys just drastically outperformed where they should have been from a target perspective, and they're going to come crashing down this year. So let's focus in on the running back position first. Who are these guys who could see a target decrease in 2020?
Well, first guy for me is Leonard Fournette. Obviously, things are changing there in Jacksonville, and they brought on Chris Thompson. But last season he was one of only 4 running backs to have 100 or more targets in a season, and it's amazing that somebody like Leonard Fournette was included in that list. For me, Chris Thompson will take away from that target volume, but it's not going to be enough for me to drop him at his current ADP. The way, for me, he's been he's coming off his best season of his career, and he's proven now that he can be a valuable asset in the passing game. So for me, yes, we're going to see a decrease in target volume, but that's not going to sway me from drafting Leonard Fournette. He's one of my favorite players to get this year. I think you can get him at a great value. He only had 3 touchdowns, and he was the RB9 last year with 3 touchdowns. So I see positive regression for touchdowns, which should make up for those lost targets.
I've always been someone that has been waiting for Leonard Fournette to kind of catch on and for it to happen, because I loved him coming out of LSU. Unfortunately, we haven't really seen that in the pros. We haven't seen him have those breakaway runs that he had continuously at LSU. But Fournette, I am worried about him. I'm worried that this team trades him, actually. We heard about the trade rumors this offseason and that he could be shipped out. Unfortunately, no one wanted to give any equity, but knowing the season where we're at, if there's an injury, I could see teams definitely reaching out and giving, let's say it's a 4th or 5th round pick for Leonard Fournette. In the Jags, they really don't care. They're going to lose him after this year. They're not going to tag him. So my concern here is that he's traded. He goes to a new team. It's not a run-based attack. And honestly, this team the defense has never been this bad in Jacksonville. And that's my concern with Fournette, is that if they're going to bring in Chris Thompson, like Jay Gruden, again, Jay Gruden used Chris Thompson in Washington over and over. Like, he was a guy in one of our last segments, we talked about one of those guys that had over 40 receptions despite injuries last year. So I do worry about Fournette. Boring player. If I get him in the 4th round, I'm cool with that. His ADP currently right now, I just looked at it. Consensus ADP is 37 overall. So you're talking late 3rd round, early 4th round. Yates, where are you at on Fournette?
Yeah, I've got him right at RB20. So right in line with ADP consensus at RB18. So, and again, when we talk about ADP consensus, we're talking half PPR. Okay, that's just kind of standard, or not standard, right? But just the norm across the industry when we're talking about ADP consensus. So with Leonard Fournette, yeah, I think if I can get him as an RB2, I'm fine with that. But the issue is that in the 4th round, where you mentioned, I love drafting Calvin Ridley. I love drafting Robert Woods there, where if I'm staring at either Woods or Ridley in the face and Fournette, I'm going to go with Woods or Ridley all the time. I don't feel comfortable drafting Fournette there, who I don't think is willing to get into the top 10 at the position, whereas I think Woods or Ridley do.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, Jay Gruden, I looked through, I want to say he hasn't had a running back finish better than RB13 as a head coach. Or as a player, I should say. So that's a little concerning, obviously. And if he had never brought Chris Thompson with him, I'd be a little bit higher on Fournette. I have him at RB17, so I'm not crazy low on him or anything. But to me, it's almost like if you're looking for a stable presence in your lineup, Fournette's that guy. If you're looking for upside, you're going to look somewhere else. Like a Jonathan Taylor, for example, is someone that I'd consider taking over Fournette, because the ceiling for him is absolutely inside the top 8 running backs this year. Whereas Fournette, I don't know if he gets there.
I think it's kind of the same argument with Jared of Kenny Golladay, where like projections have him at RB17, RB18, RB20. I don't know if I feel comfortable drafting him there. That's one of those ones that I just might let someone else have, but it looks like Nate might be the one to take him. So Nate, let's double back here. Nate, let's go back to, you said you had another guy for RB decrease, or do we need to go RB increase here?
No, it's decrease. Another one for me. It's James White. Obviously White has been the most consistent running back in recent for the New England Patriots. Things are changing there. Obviously, now they have a mobile quarterback in Cam Newton. We don't know if that's going to, if James White is going to be his safety blanket. We have yet to see that. I just don't see him gobbling up the targets that he's used to seeing. I believe he had 95 targets last year. He's somebody that Tom Brady truly loved, but Tom Brady doesn't move. So he loves to dump off passes to his pass catching running backs. And for me, I'm not seeing it this year with James White. There's a lot of question marks in New England. So he's definitely on the top of the list for me.
Yeah. No, for me, I'm 100% out on James White. And if you've listened to the podcast, if you watch these live streams over the last couple of years, I've been an advocate for getting James White as your flex player. Like he delivered a solid floor with all the targets he'd get in the passing game. But with so much shakeup on this team is going to drop off, 100 pass attempts this season. And that's going to obviously, blend into James White's potential in your flex. I think he's an RB4 at best. I think it's comical that people are drafting him over someone like Tariq Cohen. I mean, one of those four players last year who saw over 100 targets, and you're getting him a full round later than James White. I would 100%, I don't even have him close in my rankings. I think I have Tariq Cohen as my RB 30, and I think I have James White around RB 42. So it's not even close between those two, which one I would rather have. So it's something to take advantage of in drafts this year, just because, and it's weird because James White has always been the guy that was of value because no one ever wanted to rank him high. And now Tom Brady leaves and people think that he's actually going to do better. I don't get it.
No, makes no sense.
All right, let's move on to wide receivers who are going to see a decrease in targets, and then we'll kind of do a loop back and we'll hit the running backs.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nate. What receiver are you worried about? Maybe target regression or someone that you think is going to progress in his career and get more targets this year?
Well, I'll start with who I think is going to receive fewer targets this season is Brown. I mean, to me, that one's a very obvious candidate. When we got Stephon Diggs coming in, very similar, field stretcher. And I think with the addition of Stephon Diggs, it hurts, honestly, Diggs and Brown's value. And I think it helps out the guys in the middle like Dawson Knox and Cole Beasley. So last year, I think John Brown had 115 targets. Very hard for me to see that happening with Stephon Diggs in the picture.
Yeah.
I loved drafting John Brown everywhere last year. I just saw could just see this happening where I've been a John Brown fan for years, and it's always just been give him the opportunity, help him, please stay healthy. And then he can be a producer for fantasy football. But with Stephon Diggs coming in, like you said, Nate, it's very hard to see a path for him to return any sort of fantasy value in a very low passing volume attack.
Yeah, and when you're looking for a receiver like a John Brown, you're looking for him to make splashes when you need to throw him into your lineup, and that's something that he didn't even do last year. If you look at the boom bust and everything in between series, he was a wide receiver 3 or better 73% of the time. That's fantastic. That was one of the top 15 wide receivers. However, he was a wide receiver 2 or better just 26.7% of the time, which is outside the top 50 wide receivers from last year. So he didn't offer you any value as like someone that presented upside. The reason that he was consistent as a wide receiver 3 was because of the target share that he was getting. Yates, I'd be curious to know what your projections have, Matt. Right now, I have Diggs at 115 targets. I have Brown at 85. And again, I love both of these players. They're both fantastic football players, but if you're not getting elite targets, it's tough to take you and rely on you in fantasy.
Yeah, I have Diggs at 114 targets and John Brown at 89. So wow. I'm right there with you.
Yep. Close. All right. So Nate, let's talk about the wide receiver you're expecting to get more targets in 2020.
Sure. For me, it's Kenny Golladay. And I know you guys just talked about him, but he actually had 8 or more targets in 6 of the first 8 games with Matthew Stafford under center. Once Stafford was out of the picture, Golladay had reached 8 targets in just 3 games for the remaining second half of the season with Jeff Driscoll and David Blau. So for me, Golladay is a no-brainer. It's scary. His ceiling, what that looks like with a full season of Matthew, which I'm hopefully anticipating. But for me, it's definitely Kenny Golladay, where I think he's going to have a major positive regression in target share.
So Nate, where do you have Kenny Golladay ranked?
Right now, I have him as my wide receiver 7.
Okay. Yeah. And I would love your thoughts on this too. And I mentioned it earlier. We were talking with Jared and saying that I have him at, I think 7 or 8. I know Tags has him at around that range too. It's like, are you going to be comfortable spending that? Let's say you load up on running back with your round 1 and round 2 pick. Are you comfortable with Kenny Golladay as your wide receiver 1?
I am, and I've drafted him that way 2-3 drafts already. So it's one of those things. For me, I love the safe floor. I love building my fantasy teams with a foundation of running backs. So for me, if I draft 2 running backs, my draft and Kenny Galladay's there as my wide receiver 1 with my 3rd pick, I'm super happy with that.
You know what the crazy part is about the whole thing with Galladay? I just looked it up. So I pulled up on Fantasy Pros. You can actually do this. We have these tools that even when I started working here, I didn't know we had. And you can go and like sort things by week. And I looked up Kenny Galladay weeks 1 through 8, which was when Stafford was basically out there. Galladay ranked 17th in wide receivers and targets. He was 14th in fantasy points per game. He averaged 16.4 yards per reception. So basically, once he lost Stafford, his yards per reception went through the roof. He may not have seen a lot of targets, but he was still producing, and he obviously finished better than wide receiver 14 at year's end. Stafford was on a crazy pace last year in terms of what he has done historically over the course of his career. And I don't think that we can say, oh, this is easily the best wide receiver group he's ever worked with. I mean, he had Calvin Johnson and Nate Burleson on the same team. So I like Galladay. I think it's going to be too much of a bumpy ride to rely on him as a wide receiver 1. But as a wide receiver 2, I'm cool with him there because there is some natural progression in his career. Whereas, Marvin 30 now, I just don't want to project. I don't want to spend that to find out if he's going to become that consistent wide receiver 1. But again, selecting a lot of wide receivers there because I've seen Galladay go at the end of the 2nd round. It's him or Allen Robinson are in the same territory. And I think Robinson comes with a better floor and maybe a higher ceiling if the quarterback play in Chicago gets better.
So Galladay led the NFL with 11 touchdown receptions last year. He had 7th most receiving yards. He was the 6th fantasy football wide receiver in half-point PPR. He did all of that with only catching 56% of his passes.
Yeah, I know. He only caught 65 balls on the year.
65 balls on the year. So for me, if I'm expecting a target increase, and I can't imagine that he only catches 56% of his targets 2 years in a row. So for me, I'm expecting just a production increase in him, and as well as opportunity increase. So for me, having him at wide receiver 7, I'm very comfortable with it.
And for those of you who are in dynasty leagues, if you're watching this, if you want a sleeper, Quintez Cephas, get him now. Get him on your roster. You can get him for super cheap. Even if he is on a roster, you could probably get him as a throw-in in a deal. He's a guy that was drafted. I think he went off the board in like the 5th round, 4th or 5th round. To the Lions. They have Danny Amendola as a free agent next year. Marvin Jones is a free agent, and they have no depth behind Kenny Galladay. Cephas he's a baller. And unfortunately at the college he was at, he was never going to be able to showcase as much as he could do, but I love him. So Quintez Cephas in dynasty leagues, don't depend on anything this year without injury, but next year I think Cephas is going to be someone you're going to know.
All right, let's move on to the tight end position. We'll just go one each here, Nate. So let's go with decrease first for the tight end position, then we'll go increase for the tight end position.
Sure. Decrease from Austin Hooper. He caught 75 of 97 targets from Matt Ryan in 2019. Baker Mayfield targeted the tight end position just a total of 69 times last year, and he only completed 41% of those passes. His top 10 was Ricky Seals Jr. Or Ricky Jones. I'll give him that. But Ricky Seals Jones had just 14 receptions on the season. So yes, it is an upgrade at the tight end position. But the Browns still have a massive amount of targets there. OBJ, Landry, Kareem Hunt for a full season, Njoku's still there. So, I mean, Hooper is not going to see anything close to the target volume he had last year in Atlanta. So that I'm fading Austin Hooper this season.
Shocker. I think both Yates and I have him outside of our top 15 tight ends. Like I think I have him at tight end 19. I want nothing to do with Austin Hooper.
Yeah, he's kind of one of these guys that I had him low to begin. He just keeps coming down. It's not a talent level. It's not a talent level concern with Austin Hooper. I think he's an incredibly talented tight end. But when you put him in a low passing volume offense with competition at the position and then also some elite options at the other positions, it's hard to find where the work is going to happen where the work is going to come in for Austin Hooper in this offense to be a fantasy relevant option. So I completely agree there, Nate. Let's go to a tight end that you expect to see an increase. There's a name that I'm expecting, and I'm wondering if that's the one that you're going to mention here.
Blake Jarwin, my friend.
Okay.
Blake Jarwin, he had 41 targets in 2019. Jason Witten and Randall Cobb are leaving behind 166 targets. Obviously, targets for Jason Witten. I'm not expecting Blake Jarwin to get all of those, but if he gets 50 more, we're looking at 90 targets, and only the top 6 tight ends in 2019 had 90 or more targets. So if he can reach that, we're looking at a top 5 to 7 tight end possibly, where you can get him right now as a tight end 20 in the 13th round of drafts. So he's, to me, the best steal at the tight end position for 2020.
And I really do want to back up this take. And there's been a lot of people talking about, I've seen it in the chat today, actually. I've seen it on Twitter today. People saying, how do we expect Jarwin to break out if there's Amari Cooper, if there's CeeDee Lamb, there's Michael Gallup, there's Ezekiel Elliott, there's all these guys. Yes, they're all there. That's fantastic. Great. They were all there last year. Well, CeeDee Lamb wasn't, but Randall Cobb got 83 targets. He was not just like a throw-in player that got 40 targets. He had 83 targets. So if CeeDee Lamb, let's say he gets 95 targets, we're talking about 12 targets. Jason Witten and Blake Jarwin combined last year for 124 targets.
Yes.
They have to go somewhere, guys. And this Dallas offense, it wasn't like they threw the ball whole last year. So I am with you in this one. Basically what you're looking for at the tight end position is targets, and Blake Jarwin, I would say his floor, if he remains healthy, is 70 targets this year. And that's more than I can say for Austin Hooper. So I do have Blake Jarwin over Austin Hooper in my rankings.
I do as well. I have Blake Jarwin as my tight end 12, and I have him down for 80 targets on the season. So there's definitely a path here for Blake Jarwin to absolutely crush his ADP and value where you're getting him. Let's go back to the running back position, because I don't think we got that one where you're expecting to see an increase. Did we?
No, I had 2 for a negative.
They were just decreases.
I had 2 decreases.
No, I think it's a good time to get into the players that, again, we're asking every guest this, because we're going to go back to this. I guarantee you the listeners are going to do it too. And they're going to say, hey, who was that guy's guy at the end of the year? Because this could be a moment where they come back and say, hey, Nate Hamilton was on the Fantasy Pros live stream and he told me to draft this guy. Who are the guys? Give me 1 or 2 guys that you're drafting in every league if possible.
Jordan Howard for me. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know what it is with the fantasy football industry and why they hate this guy. He had over 1,000 yards, all-purpose yards, his first 3 seasons in the NFL. He had 10 rushes within the 5, and he scored on 5 of them. So I'll take that ratio anytime. He's got a nose for the end zone. He's a good hard runner. And he's often criticized because he doesn't catch a lot of passes, but when he's given the opportunity, he has over a 60% catch rate, I believe. So Jordan Howard, I think he's going to continue to get the volume because he is a volume based. But the one thing that I am concerned about with Jordan Howard is obviously he's in Miami, and how many scoring opportunities are they truly going to get there? But I do think he's still going to get the volume, even if Matt Breida is there. I think, Jordan Howard is going to get the volume in Miami, and he's just some guy that I think everyone loves to hate because he doesn't catch football. He doesn't catch passes. And for me, that's not enough to fade somebody. So
I know Yates
I'm going Jordan Howard.
Yates is on your side, right, Yates?
Yeah. I love Jordan Howard this year. I think his price tag of RB32 right now is ridiculous. I think it should be towards RB24. I think he's a low end RB2, high end RB3 this season, where you can, I don't know if I want to rely on him, but because like you said, Nate, I don't think the opportunity and for scoring opportunities in Miami is necessarily fantastic, but he's going to get volume. And Matt Breida there, as a guy who's never seen more than 150 carries in a season, is not scaring me from drafting Jordan Howard. So, and you can get him super late because people do not want him. I'll take him anywhere.
Biggest concern with Howard is obviously the fact that Miami might be fielding 5 new offensive linemen. And in an offseason where we have so many question marks, with the fact that Miami's probably going to be a low scoring offense. I don't think anybody's going to dispute that. That's my concern with Howard. He's always played behind really good offensive lines, going back to Chicago, great offensive line when he was there. And then you go to Philadelphia, obviously a top 5 offensive line. So going to Miami with 5 new offensive linemen with this, shortened off season, no off season, whatever you want to call it, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to hit the ground running. He is going later, and if I were doing by just projections, he'd be a top 30 running back. I just think I prefer someone with some more upside, like Ronald Jones, for instance. I would take Ronald Jones over Jordan Howard.
That's fair. All right, and then Nate, let's name a guy. So you named a guy that you're getting everywhere. Who is a guy that you just have 0 shares of this year?
This is one I'm hated on for most. It's Miles Sanders, man. I cannot buy into him right now. I just can't do it. We're often guilty in fantasy football is like going after the new shiny toy. And for me, we just haven't seen it enough from Miles Sanders to handle the full workload at a consistent basis. We've yet to see the volume for him to handle all of that, especially in a Doug Peterson offense. Sanders had 15 touches in just 4 games last season. All came at the end of the season when Jordan Howard wasn't on the field. Just 1 game over 100 rushing yards in 2019. And, I don't think that the Philadelphia Eagles are done looking at the position. I think, Doug Peterson can't help himself to add, and Devontae Freeman's still available out there. So if that signing happens, we're looking at a massive panic with everyone taking Miles Sanders as early as they are.
What happens if the Eagles say Miles Sanders struggles with this injury that they say lower body injury. We don't know what that means. But let's say he struggles with that and they trade a 5th round pick for Leonard Fournette. Would that shock anybody? Not me.
No, not at all.
But they brought in Jordan Howard. I mean, it's the power back. That's the idea.
I don't think they're done. I don't think they're done at the position. I think that, obviously it's a bunch of coaches speak right now, and Doug Peterson's saying, hey, he's our guy. But lied to us a million times before. He's one of the coaches in the league that I trust the least. So whenever he says something, it's white noise to me.
Yep.
Nate, how far would he have to fall for you to draft him? He's at RB 13 right now in half PPR.
Too far.
ADP. Too far.
Too far. So for me, I'm looking. I have him. Actually am ranked as my RB 16. So
okay,
a 3rd round basically.
Yeah, we're probably third round for me.
Wow.
All right. Tags, any other questions for Nate before we let him get out of here?
I think we're good.
Awesome. Nate, thank you so much for coming on, man. Again, remind people where they can find and follow you on social media and find your work.
Awesome, man. So at Dominate FF on Twitter. I do Dominate at 8 live stream every week, every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. The Fantasy Football Black Book, go out and get that on Amazon today. And yeah, man, I mean, I'm basically freelancing this year. I'm doing my own thing, and but I'm always on Twitter. So if you have any questions at all, feel free to reach out. I always answer them.
Nate's one of my favorite people to follow on Twitter. He is always there to answer any question that you may have. So make sure to go follow him. We're very happy that he was able to join us here for the last half hour. Guys, we'll be back in a little bit for the next segment.
Twitter at Matt F. the Oracle. Matt, how you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
It's great. I know you know this because I feel like you've referenced it before, but you really do sound a lot like Tags, right?
That's what I've been told.
Yeah,
I don't hear it, but and if enough people tell you something, you start to believe it.
That's a fair point. Okay, so not today, for right now, for this segment, we are going to be talking about some rookies, which means Yates is just like licking his chops. All right. If you don't, if you're not as familiar with Yates's work, everybody, Yates really, honestly, Yates, did you start with Dynasty originally when you first got into the fantasy football industry, or were you a redraft and then you just got into more Dynasty?
No, Dynasty was things I was writing about over at the Fantasy Footballers when I was on the writing staff. So that's did a Dynasty report for them all last year, and then came on and do redraft now and Dynasty and everything.
Well, this is your jam. I will try to stay out of your way as much as I can, but it's a new hour. Means we have a new giveaway. Right now, we are giving away a $200 gift card. Butcher. It's delicious. I have a lot of it in my house. It's fantastic. The winner is Antonio Nunez. Congratulations. $200 gift card to PR Butcher. The next one at 5 o'clock, remember, every hour we're doing a giveaway, is going to be another $100 site credit to Pristine Auction. So make sure you are entering our contest as we go along. All right, guys. So we've got a lot to discuss. Let's talk about some rookies and let's talk about their redraft value. So I'm just going to pick a couple. I know, obviously, there's been a lot of talk about Jonathan Taylor. When I was on earlier, there was a little bit talk about Swift and, frankly, Justin Boone, Andy Behrens. People were a little bit, I didn't realize, more optimistic about Swift from a redraft purpose than I actually thought that they would be. So, Matt, where do you come out here on DeAndre Swift's value for just the 2020 season, not Dynasty, not long-term, just this year?
I think it's really hard to know how that backfield is going to be split. If you look at the the RotoViz tools, you'll see that the player based on draft position, based on physical profile, based on college production, the player to whom DeAndre Swift is most comparable is Kerryon Johnson. So it's like the Lions basically just drafted another version of the guy they already had. And I think Swift is significantly better as a receiver. And I would expect him to be the guy who really leads that backfield as a pass catcher from the very beginning. But in terms of rushing production, I think it's going to be pretty split between those two guys, which means I'm pretty out on Swift. Invest in that backfield. It actually might be Johnson under the premise that he is the veteran. He's the cheaper of the two. Maybe he stays healthy this year, but really I don't want either part of them. So I'm out on Swift.
How about you, Yates?
I love DeAndre Swift coming out. And there was a difference between his 2018 tape and his 2019 tape. 2018, we saw a very elusive DeAndre Swift. He can put his foot in the ground and he can make people miss in the open field like nobody's business. And then in 2019, I didn't see that a bunch. I really didn't. I saw more of a move towards a power run game, right? Where he was more willing to engage in contact, lower his shoulder, drive through. And so, but I didn't see much of the elusiveness. Now, I don't think that that's gone. I don't think that he just completely eliminated that aspect of his game. So I think that we're going to see a DeAndre Swift once he enters the NFL that's going to surprise a lot of people. I think that he is going to be more elusive than people remember. And I think that he is in line for, I think what they want to do in Detroit is they want to keep Kerryon Johnson's carry count light. I think they want to keep him in this like satellite back, change of pace role where he can be limited touches, but more efficient, can be a dynamic 1-2 punch. But I think they drafted Swift, and especially we have to factor in the fact that they drafted him at the top of the second round. So they have a plan for DeAndre Swift and they plan to utilize him. I have him right now at RB22, RB23 in this range, right as the low end RB2. I think he's in line for a really good season.
So Matt, you can't have him that high, right? I don't know if you have your rankings out with you. I've got him, I believe 28th. So Yates is 27th. I got him 22nd. I imagine you're lower than that, right? If you have your rankings.
Yeah, I'm right around consensus with ADP, which is around, running back 28. And it's not as if I think that's bad. It's just I like to try to get guys at what I think is a significant discount. And I just don't think he's discounted relative to what I project him to do.
Yeah, PFF had an article earlier this year, which talked about since 2010, 59% of running backs taken in the second round lead their backfields in carries in their rookie season. Do you guys, out of curiosity, when you project that, because I know you both do projections, as do I, do you project Swift or Kerryon Johnson to lead the Lions in carries?
I'm honestly, I hate to say that I'm splitting it right down the middle. Up until a few days ago, I had Kerryon Johnson with the slight edge in carries, and I switched it to Swift, but it really is the difference, like 160 carries and 150 carries for me. Like it is that tight. So honestly, I would just say like it's all the same. It's a toss up.
How about you, Yates?
That's the difference in our rankings. Is I have Swift at 216 rush attempts and Kerryon Johnson with 151, and then Ty Johnson with 35. And that's really how I'm projecting out this backfield. So I think Swift will be the main guy in this backfield.
All right, let's briefly touch then on J.K. Dobbins. We talked about it earlier, Yates, I think you and I, with Andy Behrens. But how do you see him fitting into this Ravens offense? Obviously, Mark Ingram, phenomenal year last year. He's 30 years old now. He scored 15 touchdowns, including 5 receiving touchdowns. Do you think Dobbins is going to, factor in from a fantasy perspective from just a redraft year, or do you think that it's going to be all Ingram?
Man, I think he's going to factor in the sense that he's going to make Mark Ingram far less attractive, but he won't be significant enough on his own to be anything more than a bye-week flex play. So, kind of whatever you thought of the combination of Gus Edwards and Justice Hill last year, I think that's roughly where I'm projecting J.K. Dobbins right now. Except he has the upside of taking over either through sheer talent or in the event of an injury. But he's just one of these rookies I'm actually not on because of the split backfield.
What are they even going to do, by the way? Because Edwards and Hill are still on the roster. So, I mean, they got combined roughly, 190 carries last year. What happens, do you think, on the breakdown with that? Ingram got 202, and those two guys split for about 190. How that breaking down, realizing that Dobbins is going to take some away, but are Edwards and Hill just going to be left by the wayside? Are they going to cut or trade Edwards?
I mean, Edwards, I don't know, honestly, why they drafted Dobbins. I mean, nothing against Dobbins, but Edwards is actually pretty good on his own right.
Correct.
And so I still have Edwards projected for about 12% of the carries on that team. I don't have Ingram projected for any more than 33% of the carries. Dobbins for 25%. And Hill with 5% of the carries. So, I mean, it gets split pretty evenly, those guys, where I still think Ingram is the guy who gets the touchdowns. He was pretty decent as a receiver last year, even though he was underutilized. So I still think Ingram is the main guy in that backfield, but those other guys are too good not to get usage.
Okay, how about you, Yates? We talked a little bit about Dobbins earlier, but how do you see it shaking out?
Yeah, I think Gus Edwards has been fantastic, and I mean, averaging over 5 yards per carry, I think, but I think it's been more speaking to the scheme that he's in more so than his specific talent. And I'm not saying that Gus Edwards is not a talented running back, but he went undrafted, and we need to keep that in mind. Dobbins is going to step onto the field, and there's not going to be any sort of comparison between Dobbins and Gus Edwards. And you go and watch the college football playoff games from last year. Dobbins was coming very close to being my RB1 in this class. He is a phenomenally talented running back. And I think that he is just absolutely going to do everything that Gus Edwards did and do it better. And I think so for this year, Dobbins is someone who I'm not super excited about from a redraft perspective. He's more of one of these insurance running backs that I think if something does happen to Mark Ingram, he's going to be, explosive and could have top 5 potential. But right now I have Ingram at RB 26 and then Dobbins at RB 39. So, and then Gus Edwards barely factoring in. So it's hard for me to find enough carries for Edwards, but I think that the coaching staff is going to look at Dobbins on the field and say, we have to get this guy more touches.
Yeah, I think I'm probably a little more bullish on Ingram overall than either one of you, but I do see Dobbins generally getting more of the workload and sort of phasing out. But I agree, Edwards is a good runner, and he's had like a good career so far with Baltimore. So it's surprising that they're just not willing to give him a little more work. Let's switch gears here to the Rams, and let's talk about Cam Akers. This is a weird one, okay? I mean, he's 28th in ADP. He's 29th in ECR. We have no idea what's going to happen in that back, at least I don't, with Darrell Henderson and Malcolm Brown. So how do you see Cam Akers doing in his rookie year, Matt?
I think he's going to smash. I absolutely love Cam Akers. And I mean, I feel like I'm the highest on him out of anyone in the industry. Like, I don't want to say how high, like, I actually have him like ranked or projected. I mean, he's someone I am invested in because I think he provides the upside of top 12 value. And part of it is the perspective of the Rams offense. You know, do you think that the Rams offense goes downhill, or do you think that it bounces back a little bit? Each year under Sean McVay, it's been a top 12 offense. I think it's going to continue to be a top 12 offense, and it's supported fantasy running back, you know, pretty significantly with Todd Gurley for 2 all-pro seasons. And then even though Gurley wasn't great last year, he still had a lot of touchdowns. I think as a guy who's young, 21 years old, 5-star recruit, used to running behind a bad offensive line at Florida State, a better receiver than people appreciate, fantastic athlete, you know, 4.47 40 time for a guy who is over 215 pounds. Like, I mean, I think you don't spend a second rounder on a guy like that if you're satisfied with Darrell and Malcolm Brown. Like, I think Cam Akers is going to get loaded up this year, and I am investing everywhere I can.
Yates, how do you feel about that?
I'm going to disagree. And this is the benefit of having so many different guests on, because you get so many different opinions. Highly respect Matt's opinion. So for him to say that he like is all in on Akers, that might make me go back and reevaluate. But for right now, I'm saying that the way that I expect this backfield to play, Akers, and we just talked about him with, I think, Nate. All these guests are running together at this point. So I think what I said with Akers previously was that I was not impressed with him from a pure running back perspective in college. Now, we can talk all we want about the offensive line. It was atrocious. Like, we can't even quantify how bad that offensive line was at Florida State. However, he's going to LA and the Rams, which is not a top 5 unit by any means. So I think he developed some very poor habits that I do not think are going to change instantly like that. One of the things that I identified when watching Cam Akers' film, though, was that I loved him as a receiver out of the backfield. This guy is an athlete through and through, and this is a guy that you get out in space. Don't make him go between the tackles, because I think he can thrive there eventually, but he's got some things to iron out. But he is electric when you get him out in the open field. So I am projecting Cam Akers to be more of this pass catching complement in this backfield. He'll get some work on the ground. And I think Darrell Henderson is going to be the guy that they use as the in-between tackles runner. And we'll see how it works out. Now, Darrell Henderson could absolutely disappoint, and Cam Akers could show up and be the guy that Matt thinks he can be, and he could be a absolutely return on value. But for right now, I just don't see it happening. I think he's going to be a pass catching complement, and I just don't see him getting enough work to be to return value on where he's being drafted right now.
So I guess Matt,
that's fair. That's fair. I mean, that could be the case. I think one of the differences is that I'll just openly admit, like, I could look at film and be like, I don't know if that guy's a good runner or not. You know, like, I just like, I know I don't have like the nuanced eye to be able to see like this guy can't be a between the tackles grinder in the NFL. But, you know, taking more of like the numbers based approach, and that's just the only way that I kind of know how to do it, because I don't have the NFL eye. I just, looking at the numbers, think that he looks like a guy, if you plugged him into a model, who crushes, you know. And so one way or another, maybe he's not the best of runners. I think he's probably going to get the usage, and maybe that means that he runs more at like 3.8 yards per carry instead of 4.3 yards per carry.
Sure.
But I still think he gets the usage. But I mean, there is the option that I'm just totally wrong, and Darrell Henderson actually does have that second year leap that we saw out of someone like Ronald Jones last year. That could happen.
So how about like an overarching question, Cassie, with these, you know, you can answer it with regard to rookie wide receivers, because it's different, at least for me, I'm sure for you guys. How are you concerned at all? It doesn't sound like you are with Akers at the fact that there are no preseason games and you've got this weird offseason, or is that something more for wide receivers, or do you not, Matt, think that it's a big deal this year at all?
For running backs, I'm not all that concerned. A little more concerned with wide receivers, but I think I'm a little more concerned when it comes to the guys who maybe require a little more finesse. But when it comes to someone like Henry Ruggs, right? Like, his trait is speed, and that's almost like scheme independent, right? Like with Ruggs, it's just like run down the field, guy who's defending you and catch the ball. And so for guys like that, I think there's a little more opportunity this year because they are falling down the board a little bit. KJ Hamler would have been, previous to his injury today, someone that I thought kind of fell into that category of guy who's maybe just like based on talent, you bet on that. But for some of these rookie wide receivers, I'm really not all that worried. Like, I'm still interested in Laviska Shenault, but there are other guys I'm a little cautious about, but really it's not factoring in all that much.
Well, let's talk about one of the wide receivers, and that's Brandon Ayuk. I mean, obviously you have the situation with Deebo Samuel, and that probably changes what the outlook for him. And again, I saw a report today that said, oh, he might be ready by week 1. I don't believe that. I think he's going to miss probably more significant time than they're even thinking right now, just because I always take the over on injuries when I'm thinking about the time. So how do you see Brandon Ayuk fitting in his rookie year here for the 49ers?
I think he's a really nice upside late rounder because at a minimum, I think he's going to be the number 2 wide receiver. And maybe that's all he does, but he does that well. But there's also the upside that he comes in, Deebo Samuel isn't healthy, and Ayuk is actually the number 1 receiver right out of the gate, especially now with the injury to Jalen Hurd. And, Ayuk, I think he's gone undervalued in especially rookie drafts, where he didn't stand out because he wasn't fast like Henry Ruggs, or he wasn't big like Laviska Shenault or anything. But Ayuk, although he doesn't stand out in any one thing, he just seems to do everything at an above average level. And with a play caller like Shanahan, I think that could actually be pretty valuable. So Ayuk is someone I'm pretty intrigued by as a late round option.
How about you, Yates?
There's a reason why Kyle Shanahan drafted Brandon Ayuk, and that's rack. Run after the catch. You're looking at Brandon Ayuk and his ability after the catch with a quarterback like Jimmy Garoppolo is just get the ball out quick, get it into Ayuk's hands, and let him create after the catch. I've talked about it on the podcast before, where Ayuk was a very puzzling film study for me, where I watched 3 games on him to begin, and I was like, I don't see it at all. I don't know if I just watched the wrong 3 games on him. I don't know what happened, but I had him way down in my wide receiver rankings. And then I went back because I was like, everyone is talking this guy up. I must have missed something. I actually came away pretty impressed. So I'm kind of in this weird spot with Ayuk, but as far as a redraft and fantasy perspective, you can't ignore his opportunity this year. You're looking at Deebo Samuel, like you mentioned, potentially missing the start of the year. Jalen Hurd, who was going to be this like Cordell Patterson type player, right? Like this guy who you get him scheme touches, but he's gone now. So Trent Taylor, who comes with his own injury risks, Kendrick Bourne, like there is just a conglomerate of these 49ers receivers, and I don't know which one to draft, but I do know one that is going to be on the field, and that's Brandon Ayuk. So if you're in the last round of your draft and you're looking for, you loaded up on running back early and you need a wide receiver to take late, Ayuk's a great dart throw.
Yeah, more than 10 yards after the catch last year at Arizona State. That's kind of, that fits in well for Shanahan's offense, which has had like one of the worst, if not the worst, average depth of targets for the last season. Matt, we get your must-have or must-fade player, and that's Justin Jefferson. He's obviously got a great opportunity right now filling in there for the Vikings, but how do you view his outlook coming in for just redraft purposes?
Yeah, it's not great. He's one of the wide receivers, the rookie wide receivers that I'm a little less optimistic about for year 1. And part of it is obviously playing in that Gary Kubiak offense, which I expect to be still a 2 tight end set, play fairly slow and focus on the running back. So that doesn't leave a lot of room for Justin Jefferson, who, is stepping into that Stephon Diggs role. And you look at Diggs didn't even have 100 targets within that offense last year. And Jefferson, although I think he has a little more versatility than people are giving him credit for, his final season at LSU, he played almost exclusively in the slot. And so if they're using 2 tight end sets, I think there's the question of how is he going to be when he transitions to the perimeter? And so I'm just a little less optimistic on him than I am some of the other rookie wide receivers. So I have almost no Justin Jefferson. And it's not because I think he's bad. It's just, whenever he's on the board, there are guys I like better.
How do you feel, Yates?
He's a wide receiver 4 this year to begin, but he comes with this built-in upside that if Adam Thielen struggles with injury again, his back flares up or whatever, Jefferson could be in line for a top 24 wide receiver finish if Thielen misses a significant amount of time. So Jefferson absolutely has a talent. I'm really, really excited from this year. And they are talking about taking the big question mark was that Justin Jefferson was a slot receiver through and through at LSU. He rarely played on the outside. And so then when the Vikings are trading away Stephon Diggs, you're going, okay, well, is he only going to play the slot? Is he only going to come on, on third down situations or what, whatever. And they're talking about using Irv Smith on the outside now. So, you take Adam Thielen, Irv Smith on the outside, you bump Justin Jefferson into the slot, and he can do a lot of damage. So I'm excited for him as far as like long-term. I just don't think there's enough passing volume this year if Adam Thielen is fully healthy for him to return, a top 36 finish.
Yep. All right, let's finish up here, Matt, since we're getting close to the half hour with, we asked everybody who's come on, who's one, or if you want to give more than one, who's a player or players who you basically either, if you've been in drafts, you find yourself drafting a lot, or that you're trying to get a lot of shares of. And conversely, who's a player?
I'm going to focus this to the running back position because that seems to be where I maybe have the strongest stances that kind of deviate from some of the mark. Two guys I find myself getting a lot of: James Conner and Ronald Jones. Conner, I mean, if he stays healthy, I think he's a total smash and has, top 12 abilities. And him going in the third round, in the fourth round, I get it, but I feel like there are probably 6 to 10 running backs who are going ahead of him who probably shouldn't be. So I like getting him where I can. And then Ronald Jones, I mean, I'm invested in him as much as any other player, which is painful to admit because I could totally see how it goes sideways. But I'm looking at a guy who entered the league at 21 years old, and when he was 22 had 1,000 yards from scrimmage and was actually pretty efficient on a per opportunity basis. Those guys tend to have long-term success in the league, and so I'm investing in him, knowing that he has the chance to be the lead in an offense that could be pretty good. Two guys I want no part of, David Johnson and Todd Gurley. And it's not as if like that should be anything that like sets the internet on fire to say that no one wants those guys, but I don't want them. The thing is, if you look at their median projections, they're actually pretty good. Like you can see how if they stay healthy, if they get their touches, yeah, they're going to end up getting over 1,000 yards and scoring a good number of touchdowns. But the downside risk that they have is just great enough to where even though their median projections are fine, I want absolutely no part of them.
Yeah, it's out of curiosity. Anything Matt said there, I certainly know Ronald Jones is right in your wheelhouse because I'm pretty sure Yates has set the record for largest increase in a player's ranking over the shortest period of time with Ronald Jones, if I've read his Twitter feed correctly. Anybody there that either that Matt is fading, who you don't think should be faded, or that he's targeting that you don't think should be targeted?
No, I'm in complete agreement. Ronald Jones has been a player that I've been rising on. I was a Keyshawn Vaughn guy coming out of Vanderbilt. I loved his film, but it doesn't look like he's going to be taking advantage of his potential opportunity anytime soon. And Ronald Jones has been receiving good reports out of camp. There's always the concern that he misses one pass protection pickup and he's benched. But I think for where you have to draft him right now at like RB 34 in ADP, the return is too great to pass up. So, but then as far as the running backs to avoid, yeah, I'm not drafting David Johnson anywhere. I'm sorry. I don't want to. What's the upside? What's the upside in this offense? Like if I have to spend that draft capital on him and for him to, he's not ending up as a top 12 back. I'm not getting a top 12 back out of him. So I'll let someone else take him and deal with the potential outcomes. Todd Gurley is one that I'm on the fence on. If I can get him to fall a little bit in drafts, I'll take the shot as a RB2 because I do think that he does have, potential top 10 upside if he does stay healthy the full year, but that's a big question mark.
Yeah, I think the one thing that you said there, Yates, might be David Johnson. A little higher on David Johnson than both you and Tags throughout this offseason. But that is something we'll be able to discuss at some point over the next 5.5 hours that we still have left on this live stream. In the meantime, Matt has done his time. He has done it excellently, as he always does. Matt, really fun talking some rookies.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. Have a good rest of your marathon.
Yeah, thanks, man. Let's just hope we can stay awake. So we've got Matt is, again, part of the Action Network. You can find him on Twitter at Matt F. the Oracle. We will be back very shortly with Liz Loza as we talk about some of her rankings disagreements with Yates. We'll be back. Hey guys, we are back. Look how quick in between segments are. We are locking this down with 5.5 hours to go. I'm really excited to bring in our next guest. She is Liz Loza of Yahoo. You can find her on Twitter at LizLoza_FF. Liz, how are you today?
Hello, Dan. I'm pretty well. You know, I have to say, for Father's Day, I splurged on a really nice smoker for my husband because he's been a dream during the pandemic, and I can tell when he gets stressed out because he just goes to the grocery store and like buys a butt of something, and I am watching out my window as like and smelling. He is smoking something. I have no idea what, but he's been tinkering like 90+ degree heat in Los Angeles on some piece of, I don't eat meat. So this is going to be very interesting. I don't know what he's doing.
You don't eat meat and you got him a smoker?
Yeah, he deserved it.
I mean, you guys, honestly, we talked about it obviously on Game Changers. Joel, right? Joel?
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah. He's awesome. Well, I don't quite have that going on, but let me tell you what I do have going on. In, I don't know, 15 minutes, and Yates, you're familiar with this from our podcast, you're going to hear a loud, weird sound like I'm having an earthquake on. What is that? You remember? What
that would be your garage door opener.
Correct. So my office is above my garage, and my wife is bringing the kids home from their last day camp. They may jump in on this segment. I hope everybody's okay with that. Liz, you know.
I can't wait to meet Will. I cannot wait to meet Will.
If he's not on now, he will be on at some point later.
That fool better clean up his Legos today.
You better clean up those Legos. Okay. So this is what we've got going on today. We're gonna do a little rankings disagreements between Liz and Yates, and you can find all this, by the way, if you go on. You can look at various experts and you can see where they are in rankings. There's a couple players that Liz and Yates are far apart on, so I thought it's ranking disagreement. So Yates, if you want to look, I'm bringing, as you can see now,
there we go.
It's my judge hammer. I'll call it that for you because we're big Parks and Rec fan. Yep, tap gavel. And Liz, your mother is a judge, correct? Or was a judge?
She is a judge.
She is a judge. My father was a judge. So everybody should just have a gavel anyway, just around, because I mean, you never know when you're going to need it. So I'm going to judge the winner. And really, it's just going to be whoever my ranking is closest to, because that's the quote unquote winner. But there are a couple players. I'm just going to go through a list. I will have, Liz, you can make your side. Yates, you can make your side. And then, I'll just randomly declare winner. Are you guys cool with that?
Let's do it.
Wonderful. All right. Let's start with, and you guys, by the way, correct me if I have your rankings wrong, because again, everybody's updating their rankings constantly on the site. So if I have something wrong, let me know. Let's start with Adam Thielen. I have it as in half PPR rankings. Liz, you have him 10th, and Yates, you have him 20th. Is that correct, you guys? If anybody got that? Yes?
Correct.
Good. Liz, why don't you make the case for Thielen at 10th? Why do you have him there?
Okay. All right. Well, as we all know, in Stefanski's run-friendly scheme, even still over the first, let's see, I think over the first 8 weeks of the season, before Thielen tweaked his hamstring, he was averaging over 6 targets per game. And I think the connection, so there's a lot of volume there, even in a run-heavy scheme, and the connection with Kirk Cousins and Thielen is undeniable. There's no Stephon Diggs. Are we really expecting Justin Jefferson, who, by the way, already ended up on the COVID list, he's been taken off since, a rookie, to immediately fill the shoes of one Stephon Diggs? I don't think so. I don't love Thielen. I think it's very boring, but for fantasy purposes, I have projected him for 83 grabs, about 1,100 yards and 7 touchdowns. That's a low-end wide receiver 1 territory.
All right, Yates, 20th, kind of like a low-end almost wide receiver 2. What's your rationale here?
So it's actually crazy that Liz threw out the stats, because I have 83 receptions for 1,054 yards and 6 touchdowns. So there is a slight difference there, but that's enough to cause, again, I've talked about it previously, that the gap between these guys of wide receiver 10 and wide receiver 20 is 1 touchdown, right? 1 touchdown makes all the difference in the world. I think the difference here, and Liz, you phrased it as like, are we expecting a rookie Justin Jefferson to step in? Yes, I am, because I think this is one of a very, very talented wide receiver. He was my number 3 receiver coming out in this class behind Jerry Jeudy and Henry Ruggs. I absolutely loved Justin did at LSU. The other factor that we have to consider here, and Dan, we just got done talking about it with Matthew Freedman, is that Irv Smith is going to be lining up on the outside in this offense. So just on the outside, assume the Stephon Diggs role, right? When it was 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends on the field, it was Adam Thielen and then Stephon Diggs on the outside. And then we would see either Thielen, I think they alternated Thielen and Diggs into the slot in certain instances. That's going to be Thielen on the outside, Smith on the outside, and then Jefferson in the slot. Jefferson is going to become a favorite target of Kirk Cousins right away. So again, the involvement in the offense, I totally agree with Liz. I think, again, 83 receptions is crazy for us to both have him statted out right there. But I just think that with Irv Smith taking a little bit of a step forward, he's going to become this guy that can take away some touchdown targets away from Adam Thielen.
So I think go ahead, Liz. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, just one touch. That's the difference between
right.
our projections.
Yeah, I get it. But when you guys are in that draft and you are looking at your wide receivers, I mean, one touchdown is going to make the difference between whether you take him or not. The one thing I'll say, Yates, is I don't think, are we ready to anoint Irv Smith as an outside, quote unquote, receiver, just because obviously a couple of days we saw him running there necessarily? Are we guaranteed that Jefferson, you think, is running out of the slot this year?
I mean, as far as a role, I can project that. And again, I don't think that it's going to happen a ton because, again, we're talking about a very run-heavy offense. They're not coming out of 12 personnel very often, right? So I think the occurrences of when Irv Smith is going to move to the outside are not going to be very often. And again, I only have Irv Smith for 38 receptions on the year. So it's not like I'm projecting him to be this huge, take away a ton of targets. Again, the 83 receptions, I have him right there. So it's just the touchdown, and that makes a difference. I won't have Adam Thielen anywhere.
Well, you both, frankly, I mean, I don't know. It's like judging between my children because you both sort of made like the correct points and said the same thing. And we're like, oh, this tiny little bit, and that separates it. But I have him at 11. So Liz, you were at 10. Yates, you were at 20. So my judge hammer, tap, tap. Liz is going to get that one. Let's go to Colts wide receivers. Let us group them together. Okay. Because I mean, I have talked to Yates many times about Michael Pittman. I don't know if he's the highest in the industry, but he's got to be close.
It would be.
Yates, are you trying to be, by the way, Yates? Are you like
no, I just love him. Yeah.
All right, that's fine. So I want to start with Yates here because I think, Yates is pretty bold. First of all, let's take both T.Y. Hilton and Michael Pittman. Michael Pittman, Yates, you have him at 33, I believe, and Liz has him at, is that right? Did you move him recently?
He's at 35 for me now.
35, yeah. Fine. Okay. And Liz, I think you have him at 54. And T.Y. Hilton, Yates, last I saw you had him at 50. And I don't know if you moved him. And Liz had him at 26. Is that still right, like Yates, 50?
Yep.
All right. So you've got Pittman like 15, wherever you wound up with him, spots higher than T.Y. Hilton. Explain what's going on. What do you project this for?
Love Michael Pittman Jr. coming out of college. USC tape is incredible. And the big concern, he's a type of receiver in the same vein of what we've been talking about with Kenny Golladay, this guy who just wins deep downfield in contested catch situations, incredible at tracking the ball deep downfield. And then my big concern was, though, at his size of 6'4", 220 pounds, how fast is he going to run? Well, he shows up to the 40-yard dash at the combine, runs a 4.52. That was all I needed to see that this guy can create separation against NFL corners at his size. And he has shown that he is the guy that Phillip Rivers will lock onto deep downfield. We saw it with Mike Williams, that this is a guy he's just going to trust to throw it up deep downfield, let him go up in those contested catch situations. And then the thing with Michael Pittman too, is that he's going to be on the field at all times. You're not taking it, even if you go into 12 personnel, Michael Pittman is going to be the X receiver in this offense. He's going to be on the field. Paris Campbell is going to be the slot receiver. And then you have T.Y. Hilton as the move receiver, or the other guy who's lined up off the line of scrimmage. So T.Y. Hilton, I think, injury concerns aside, I just don't see him having enough target volume in this offense. And that's probably the reason. And what Liz is going to say is that we probably just have these guys flip-flopped as far as target totals, maybe even less for Liz with Michael Pittman. I love Pittman this year. I think he's an absolute steal in drafts, and I think he's going to instantly perform as a rookie.
Liz, I don't think you want to actually argue against Michael Pittman, but you have to when you're going against the guy who basically has him as the highest in the industry. So why don't you?
Well, let's clear one thing up. I am the Michael Pittman stan of the industry. Like, I may not have him ranked as aggressively because I would like my followers to remain cool-headed and not potentially draft someone who has a slow start to the season and then they lose him to the waiver wire and then someone else snipes him when he catches fire 5 weeks in. So rather than do that and trick my followers into making that mistake, I have been conservative in my ranking of Michael Pittman. Everything you're saying, Yates, is 100% on lock about Pittman. Love the NFL bloodlines. You can tell his daddy was a running back from the way he runs after the catch. Love that he's reliable, dropped just 2.8% of his career catchable targets as a Trojan. So much to love about him. Here's the X factor, Paris Campbell. Lots of chirping about Paris Campbell, and we don't have a viable sample size because he missed all of last year, basically super banged up. I don't know enough about, beyond coach speak, about what Reich is going to do with Campbell, how the rapport between Rivers, who's new to the offense, is going to shake out. So I have to look at the bodies of work, and T.Y. Hilton has the higher floor. I mean, yes, he was hurt last year and unexpectedly catching balls with Zach Pascal pulling side of the field from Jacoby Brissett. That was not in the plan. I think he remains a high floor wide receiver too for fantasy purposes. It wouldn't surprise me, assuming health, which is a big assumption, that he clears 1,000 yards. I think Pittman will absolutely emerge down the stretch. I just don't see it happening early, and I would hate for someone to draft him preemptively or prematurely.
First of all, you guys, you're like, I'm finding these players that you guys are far apart on. And for the most part, you guys are just agreeing with each other. Like you have very similar outlooks on how these players are going. This might be sort of more of a rankings philosophy. Let me ask you, Yates, how do you feel? I mean, I guess forget about Pittman. You want to be bullish on Pittman. Is that the reason that you're so bearish on Hill? I mean, number 50. Yeah, that's a wide receiver 5 for a guy who has, I realize it was with Andrew Luck, but has routinely put up solid fantasy seasons whenever he's healthy. Now he's entering the final year of his contract, and he's got a capable quarterback. So I guess, I mean, do you just see him not playing at all a role in this offense, or is it the injury risk, or what?
No, I have him with 92 targets on the season. So I think he's going to see enough volume. The issue is that I do not think Phillip Rivers at this point of his career is going to be a guy who throws for 30 touchdowns. I have him down for 25. And when I look at Michael Pittman fitting the mold of a red zone presence, I think he outscores Hilton Hilton hasn't been healthy since 2007. He hasn't played a full season since 2017. But I'm projecting him to play a full 16 games, but that's also something that I'm not super positive on. So with Pittman, I think that's the difference, is that I have Phillip Rivers only throwing for 25 touchdowns. Some people may have him throwing for more, which inflates Hilton's touchdown numbers. I have Hilton down for 58 receptions, 787 yards, and 5 touchdowns. So only 5 touchdowns isn't going to be enough to get him up into the top 40s.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a difference of how we see this entire offense unfolding. I have 75 catches and nearly 1,000 yards. For me, it's just, I think they're going to rely on sort of the veteran presence in Rivers' first system. I know he has experience with the offensive coordinator and with Frank Reich, but really their first year, I just think at this point, having a rookie wide receiver sort of projected to take that mode, I get it. I like him as a player, and I think he does fit in well. We saw with Mike Williams what Rivers likes to do. But my rankings are more in line with Liz here. I have Pittman actually 60th. Again, I'm pretty conservative with rookies, and Hilton actually 25th. So I'm a little bit higher than Liz and lower than Liz on Pittman. But my judge hammer, tap. Liz is going to get that one. Let's go to Keenan Allen here. Can
I ask a quick question though? Hold on. I want to ask a quick question of Yates while we're on this topic. I'm sorry to mess up your whole flow.
No,
I just took over.
I don't have a flow. You're good.
Yates, where do you have Pittman ranked in relation to Rager and Jefferson? Because that was always my problem. I just can't put him ahead of Rager, given the quarterback and offense that Rager gets to be a part of, or Jefferson, given the points we just made. So it's just too hard for me to have him leapfrog, even though it would not surprise me to see him outproduce those guys in my preseason rankings.
Yeah, so Jefferson, I have a little bit lower because of the passing volume. Even though I think Jefferson is going to be a focal point of the offense, I have the Vikings down for 488 pass attempts on the season. I have the Colts down for 544. So there's more of a pie to work with. With Rager, and this is one of the ones that I don't love my projections, because I am projecting currently Deshaun Jackson to play 16 games. And I just know that that's probably not a reality. And so that keeps Rager down in my projections rankings, where I think that that's one that I look at and I say, I don't like this. Rager should be higher than where I have him, which is in I think wide receiver 49 right now. He should be higher than that. with Jeffrey missing time, Deshaun Jackson most likely going out at some point in the season. But from a projection standpoint, that's where Rager lands right now.
That makes sense.
Are you good to throw back the show to me now, Liz? Or are
Yes,
you
you may have it again.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Judge
Okay,
Harris.
let's go to Keenan Allen here, because there's a pretty big difference between you guys and how you're ranking Keenan Allen. I have it. Is it actually? I don't remember which one is which. Somebody has him at 14. Somebody has him at 27.
You have
I
him
have
at
him at
14?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Liz. 14.
Here's the deal. I understand that I am being stubborn about Keenan Allen, and I completely get the narrative about, well, I mean, I know this is shocking, but I do understand there's been a change at quarterback for Keenan Allen. We just talked about it. And that Keenan Allen has been with the same quarterback for his career. However, Keenan Allen has proven to be an excellent route runner. And at the end of the day, talent is always a tiebreaker. He is versatile. He has been rock solid over his last 3 consecutive campaigns, playing a full 16 game slate. And will he catch 100+ balls again this year? No. Could he catch 85? Yeah. Can he clear, is he going to score, is he going to manage 1,200 yards? No. A little 1050? Sure. I think I have him down for 85, 1050, and 6. That is low. That's on the wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 bubble. And I also think that Tyrod is going to like to check down. We know he does that. And I know that we're putting a lot of stock into the other players and which of these quarterbacks is going to be under. Think that when we're looking at let's say Tyrod loses the job and it is Herbert, and obviously Mike Williams is a good fit there, right? But also Keenan Allen's the wide receiver 1, and I do think that Herbert is going to be coached to check down to Allen, whose versatility and route running, I believe, can drag enough of a bad quarterback into production. So I will stand for the man's talent, and I'm not going to move him down.
Go ahead, Yates.
Going from 597 pass attempts, never scored more than 8 receiving touchdowns in a season, and that was his rookie year. He's been 6 every single year since then.
Yep.
And I think so, and especially with Tyrod Taylor, never throwing more than 20 passing touchdowns in a season either. Granted, we can look at the receiving options that he was throwing to in Buffalo with Kelvin Benjamin, I think, at that point, and really think of off the top of my head. So that shows you a lot. think you would have to see Hunter Henry go down because the slot receiver occupies the same level of the field that, that the tight end does. So I think you would have to see Hunter Henry go down or not be projecting Hunter Henry for anywhere close to the type of music or the type of volume that you need. I read the word music on my screen.
Yeah. Get your head in the game. I don't care if we've been lagging every once in a while. Get in it, Yates.
For him to return that value. So I'm not going to have any shares of Keenan Allen. I just don't see him there.
Yeah, this is the one. And I told you guys we try to get in one more maybe with Gronk, but this is probably going to have to be our last one just so we can keep it moving. This is one where I'm going to issue a ruling in favor of Yates. I agree. I have him, I believe, 20 or something so closer. I get it completely. I don't really want any part of the passing game for the Chargers. I just, especially their schedule, I feel like it just screams into leaning into their defense and their running game. And I get, in some ways that benefits Allen because he'll take sort of the shorter targets, everything like that. But yeah, with Tyrod Taylor, with this offense, with their schedule, with their defense, I'm pretty out on the passing game. So I'm going to issue one now. Now Liz got, I think we did two. We did three total. So I think Liz wins 2-1. So she gets the overall verdict. Well done, Liz.
Thank you.
So let's finish up, Liz. We ask everybody this. You can name more than one, but your player that you really need to have, or multiple players that you really want to have and that you find yourself getting a lot of shares of. And conversely, who's the one player that you're just like, man, this is not somebody who I've wound up rostering at all this season.
I'll do quickly each position. Running back, I love Josh Jacobs. I am not scared and I don't want to hear it about the passing volume because while he may be missing some targets, let's not forget though that DeAndre Washington freed up when he went to Kansas City 40 looks. The field stretchers that he is getting are going to help him run like a madman. He had an impressive rookie season, even with a fractured shoulder. And fun fact, against stacked boxes, he averaged 4.9 yards per carry, again, with a fractured shoulder. I love him. I love him in the first round. I'm taking him ahead of like Joe Mixon and that tier of guys. He's at my top. Quarterback, Cam Newton. I'm not worried about the health. I did a series called Rest versus Rust on Yahoo Sports in conjunction with an orthopedic surgeon at USC. I think he's going to be 100. Even if he's not, Bill Belichick is going to run him into the ground, and he is basically free in drafts. I love him. Allen Robinson is if I'm drafting a robust running back, I am taking Allen Robinson. Everywhere is a high floor, steady wide receiver within, if I'm taking a running back within every round of the first 4 rounds, if 3 of those rounds I take a running back, I want to try to target Allen Robinson. I do think he'll see another 130 looks, maybe more than that. I have him projected for 96 grabs, 1,200 yards, and 7 spikes. Also, I did not think this was going to happen, but Hayden Hurst is someone I end up drafting every single time. I really thought that when I saw Mina Kimes' initial report about him driving from Jacksonville to Atlanta to build rapport with Matt Ryan, that his ADP was going to rise, but apparently people still believe him to be a rumor rather than the truth. And that is certainly warranted. However, when you look at the pedigree and the play caller and the ADP still in the 10th round, I can't pass up on that situation. So those are 4 of my absolute targets. Not targeting, I don't want David Johnson. I've gone back and forth, but I think ultimately his skill set and perceived usage make him not worth where he's going. I don't really like Leonard Fournette, who was on our list because I just don't think he's good. And again, maybe I need to talent versus fantasy math, but I just don't think he's going to see the number of targets through the air that he did last year. So to that end, though, DJ Chark, he is being disrespected horribly. Please put him up in your rankings. That man deserves a lot of hype.
Man, I'm so sad that I'm going to wind up with all the David Johnson and Leonard Fournette shares because everybody like that. You are not alone, Liz, in that opinion. And I'm not, again, we almost talked about it earlier. I'm not like really trying to get them, but I do wind up with them pretty much every time. So that's bad. But you came to the right place when you want to talk up Hayden Hurst and Allen Robinson and everybody like that. So I think for the most part, Yates, any comments on Liz's selection? But I think they're pretty much in our wheelhouse, right?
Yep. Those were Cam Newton, Allen Robinson, Hayden Hurst. Those are guys that and then David Johnson and Leonard Fournette. Those are guys, all of them.
That's absolutely fine. Agree. I will ride my David Johnson and Leonard Fournette shares to 4th place, and I will love it. All right. Liz, thank you so much for joining us. It was great to get to talk to you again. And I hope we can do it again soon.
Thank you. I feel like winning was really great, and I can't wait to receive my Keenan Allen signed memorabilia helmet in the mail.
Correct. It's actually going to be a Keenan Allen signed gavel, just to keep the theme going perfectly.
Got it. All right.
All right. So we are going to take a very quick break, as always, and then we'll be back with our next segment and guest. Thanks. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to hour 30 of our live stream. Hour 5 of our live stream, or 6, technically. Hi, we are really excited. We're going to be talking about some wide receivers, and our guests for this segment are Kate and Michelle. Magdziuk, we are really excited from Ball Blast Football. Guys, how you doing?
So good.
Yeah,
so
we're
good.
so good.
Probably better than you guys.
You guys have like
been running a marathon.
you have instantly injected energy, because
hope so.
I was basically like, I'm a little tired right now.
But hey, you guys,
We're gonna wake you up. We're
Yeah.
gonna have some fun on this segment. We're gonna live it up.
Tags.
We got you.
If you're
Absolutely.
promising fun with tags on a segment, then you're
Hold on a second. If you want to start the fun out right now, how about this? This is going to make Dan laugh a little bit, but Kevin White is working out for the Jets.
Oh God.
Oh goodness.
wide receiver 1. my
Hey,
team.
they signed Dante Moncrief, so they're already on their way to receiver hell. So
Ooh,
Oh,
I don't know if we can
so
hear that, by
as
the way.
Steelers fans, we are horrified for all Jets fans out there.
For Dante
Jets fan.
Moncrief,
Don't fall for it.
10 drop
Yeah.
one. Whew. Or,
Dante Moncrief is instantly like the 7th best wide receiver we've ever had in our history. So I'm totally on board with it. Okay, we're going to be doing sort of a wide receiver primer right now. I don't know. I joked last segment about my garage door. I don't know if anybody can hear it, but it is right now as my wife brings my children home from their last
nobody can
day.
hear it.
Can you hear it?
No, you're good.
But
Man,
welcome home.
I've solved the issue. I'm going to give it to our producer. Let's do our giveaway, though. We are doing a giveaway every hour on the hour. The winner of our 5 o'clock giveaway is Matt Gleason. Congratulations. You have won $100 site credit to Pristine Auction. We will be doing another one at 6. It's going to be a 1-month sub to Fubo, where you can watch live sports and DVR them. So make sure to enter the contest. All right, my friends, it is time to talk about wide receivers. So I don't know. Let's, I guess, get into it just from the very basic. I know we all play jazz in drafts or auctions, but what's your general strategy on wide receivers when you start sort of dipping in? Are you running backs heavy early and then wait on it and then go wide receivers? Do you mix and match? How does it work?
Yeah, I definitely go running back early. There's just so many great running. So I really want to hit on those elite backs that you know are going to see a lot of volume, and you're not too worried about the person behind them, or you just know they're super efficient. Now in round 3 there, I'm looking at some wide receivers and I'm like, okay, the guys I can get in round 5 have the same exact potential, and really they're not any riskier. So when I'm looking at the Amari Coopers or OBJs, I'm like, you know what? I almost would rather grab my RB3 or grab a tight end, or maybe get crazy and go with Mahomes and Lamar. I've not done that yet, but I would almost rather do that than grab my wide receiver 1, knowing I can get someone just as good in the 4th or 5th round that I'll be happy with as my wide receiver 1.
I feel like every year we talk about the insane value that there is at the wide receiver position, because we're always so desperate for running backs. And I feel like we just don't value those mid-round guys like the DJ Charks and the Terry McLaurins. These are guys that I have projected inside of my top 10 for the 2020 season, and they're going in rounds 4 or 5. I fall to the 6th. That's madness. Absolute madness. True wide receiver 1s for their team. Should, project pretty stable in the offense. Not a ton of turnover in terms of like Jacksonville. There's just so much value, and I can't see passing up on these like workhorse running backs when I can get these kind of guys later in the draft.
Yeah, Dan, we did the boom bust and everything in between podcasts just recently. And if you take a look at that article, you can see why wide receiver is such an easy position for me to fade. Once you get outside, Michael Thomas, Devontae Adams, Julio Jones, there's so much parity at the wide receiver position. And a lot of the reason is because teams are going to those 3 wide receiver sets on a base formation. They're going to 4 wide receiver sets, so they're starting to involve more and more wide receivers. So you're seeing a lot more wide receivers become inconsistent. And so again, once you get outside those top, 3 receivers that are like pretty much locked into 150 targets in the season, there's just so much, they all blend together for me. Obviously there are tiers between those receivers. So yes, I think that basically from the live stream today, that if you guys have learned anything from this, is that everyone seems to be going running back heavy because there is so much parity at the wide receiver position.
So
It's definitely a value.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Let me ask a specific question then. I mean, let's just talk Michael Thomas then, obviously pretty much, unless you disagree, the consensus number 1 wide receiver. Where then do you feel comfortable saying, okay, at this point, even though obviously you want to load up on running backs, obviously we have the top running backs, let's take a half PPR format. So let's split the baby. where do you feel comfortable then taking him in your overall rankings? Is it even in your first round? I'm 10th in my, that's sort of where after the 9 running backs is where I feel comfortable with Thomas. What about you guys?
We just had a draft over the weekend and all the running backs went early and we were picked, I think 8.
No, 6.
No, 6 or 7. I don't know.
Maybe 7. We'll split the difference.
Let's say we're 7. But all the best running backs that we had drafted highly went in those first 6 picks. So we're like, let's try something new. Let's go with Michael Thomas. Our running backs were so bad. Like we did not like our team afterwards. And we looked at our wide receivers and we were like, you know what? We would love this group even without Michael Thomas. Like we don't need Michael Thomas here. I'd much rather have Derrick Henry, someone we could have taken over Michael Thomas. And I just think there's so many running backs you can go for. I do think by the 9th, 10th pick, you probably should be taking Michael Thomas. We might be getting too crazy here. And after Derrick Henry, I might rather have Clyde Edwards and Miles Sanders over him, but that could be being crazy, right? Like Michael Thomas is such a good producer.
See, for me, that break, it comes right before like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, right before Miles Sanders, Kenyon Drake, like that range. Like, all right, these guys have enough question marks where I'm going to go with the guy who's guaranteed to lead the league in targets if he's on the field. Like that's where my threshold is, because he has both opportunity, upside, and safety all baked into one. I feel like that's sort of my rationale for maybe jumping a little bit earlier than you would.
And you're probably correct, right? We're probably going too far the opposite way with running backs.
It's always going to look that way, especially after last year where wide receivers were just so bad last year in terms of the grand scope of things. Like I'm guessing that it'll bounce back a little bit, but I think part of it has to do with the evolution of the NFL and how many wide receivers are actually being involved. Dan, where are you at? Because I talked about it earlier, I think with Yates. Where are you at? Where would you take Michael Thomas? Let's say that you're in a half PPR format. It's a good balance between PPR and standard. Where are you, Michael Thomas, in drafts?
Yeah, first of all, let's talk about I don't know when it was last week when we hosted, it was a PPR draft with our draft simulator. And I wanted to just fool around a little bit. I was like, let's PPR. Let's see what happens when I take Thomas. I don't remember what it was, 4th, 5th overall.
I think it was 4th. Yeah.
4th. I said, let me see what happens. And what happens is it's terrible. And you should not be doing this. It just doesn't work. I mean, maybe it would, who knows? Half the time I look at my team and if I'm like, that wasn't a great draft, in the end of the year, you make the playoffs and who knows where it goes. But for me, he is 10th. We're gonna bleed into running backs right now. I'm just gonna list them off. McCaffrey, obviously. I have Elliott 2nd. Saquon Barkley, Dalvin Cook, Alvin running backs with Kenyon Drake, Miles Sanders, Josh Jacobs. So for me, it's at 10th. And I have to be honest, I don't know if you guys do this, but I make my rankings and I do them as draft rankings, right? I don't do them as like, this is exactly where I think necessarily the person would finish. I say, if you're going to draft, this is where I would draft them.
Exactly.
If I'm sitting there at 10, I will be honest, I'm going to get a visitor. You can come in. I told them already. Hold on, come here. Sorry. If I'm sitting there at 10, we're going to have a visitor very quickly right here. Okay, some technical glitches. It's my bad. I'm using dial-up. Okay, so I don't know where exactly we were. Hopefully, everybody saw my daughter run in at some point.
I think that they actually tried blaming you for like tripping on a cord or something like that while saying hello to your daughter. And
you are well aware that I'm the least technologically proficient human being.
Yeah. No, it was worth it though. And I just wanted to let people know that I was saying before it froze up again that basically it depends on the league you're in on what you want to do. If you want to take Michael Thomas in the first round because you're in a league that you know that you typically dominate, go ahead and do that. If you're in an analyst league where you know that a lot of running backs are going to come off the board, or a lot of people that follow advice from the industry, they're very in tune with what people are saying. You might want to go running back early. Because I'm going to go running back in the first round. That's just a guarantee. And if I get Julio Jones in the second, I'm cool with that. Outside of that, I'm probably going to go another running back.
Yep. But Tags, that's such a good point. Just the knowing your league format. Cause like in the fantasy industry, when we're talking on fantasy Twitter, when we're literally just consuming our whole lives by this content, we forget that there's an actual world outside of this community that just they're not seeing the same feeds that we are. They're not watching the same hype tape. They're not watching anything. It's the same. Like they probably live in closer to a normal world, which I don't know what that means these days, but like they're not connected in the same way. So like you really have to know your league. And I always say like know your league settings and stuff, but like just know what your league knows in general and get a feel.
That's a great point. I have like a long-standing home league with guys who aren't like that sophisticated, and I always draft with them as if they are sophisticated, because that's really what we all draft with, and everybody knows. Now my teams are always terrible because I'm anticipating all these things to happen that do not happen, and then in the end there are massive values.
And then they take Justin Tucker.
Look, I'm all about kickers. I'm the last guy in the industry ready to go to bat for kickers. Okay, let's talk about some receivers. You mentioned DJ Chark. I don't know if that's one of the guys who, not late round guys. We'll get to those in a minute, but sort of, when you do start sort of turning your eye towards wide receivers, who are the guys you guys are usually targeting?
So DJ Chark is on almost every single one of my rosters. I don't understand his ADP. I think he's an absolute steal in the 5th round, and I'm okay with him being my wide receiver 1. If I want to go a different position all the way through rounds 1 through 4, totally cool. And I'll take Chark in the 5th. I have him as a top 10 wide receiver this year. And you might think that's a bold take. He was a top 10 wide receiver last year from weeks 1 through 14. And then he hurt his ankle in week 14. He missed a game and then he played through the injury. It was not good. He couldn't get yards after the catch and he really struggled. But from weeks 1 through 14, when healthy, he was the wide receiver 8. So I don't think calling him a top 10 wide receiver is crazy. That's how I have him. I think Gardner Minshew in his 2nd year, I don't even know if he has to progress that much for him to be great. Everything out of training camp, I mean, we'll take it as it is, but he's been fantastic so far for DJ Chark anyways. So I have him on almost every single squad.
I've got AJ Brown everywhere, literally everywhere. I need to stop because if he doesn't do well, my teams are not going to look good. We've been dominating the airwaves with this, like, oh, Tennessee is due for regression. But when we look at the fact that AJ Brown's definitely going to see more volume heading into his sophomore season, I don't care that it's a run first offense. Obviously it runs through Derrick Henry, but he just signed a monster extension. They're going to have to preserve his body for some length of time. They're going to have to throw the ball. And I think AJ Brown, I have him projected for around 120 targets. I think that makes up for any loss of efficiency in terms of yards after the catch, yards per reception. I think he's going to make up for that with targets.
Yeah, Dan and I argued about AJ Brown earlier this offseason, and as the offseason goes on, I'm coming around more and more on AJ Brown and just saying that okay, we have to say there's question, but at the same time, we have to say that it's a young man that is built to run after the catch, that's going to dominate after the catch, that clearly has some chemistry with Ryan Tannehill. But the argument I have against someone like DJ Chark, and it's really tough because I actually agree with you guys that DJ Chark is I think he's one of the funnest wide receivers in the NFL to watch. He's actually extremely good, and I think he's buried on a bad football team, and that's what I have against him. So I do an article every year. It's called "What Does Team Scoring Mean to Fantasy Football?" And it highlights just how important that your team's overall scoring is. And I think all of us can agree that the Jags are going to be a bottom 12 scoring offense, bottom 14 in this situation, because the stat that I have for you is that to finish as a top 12 wide receiver, 83.3% of them come from top 18 scoring offenses. So the odds are essentially stacked against him. And it's very unlikely that someone like maybe him and Terry McLaurin make it into those top 12 wide receivers. So if there is one to do it, I think Chark has the talent to do it because he overcame so much last year, working with Gardner Minshew, a backup quarterback. I think he did struggle a little bit more as the year went on when teams started to realize just who the number one wide receiver was. But at the same time, Jay Gruden coming to town is going to change that offense a little bit. They say they're going to move him into the slot. I do dig DJ Chark. I'm not willing to take him over someone like Calvin Ridley or DJ Moore, but he's clearly in that next tier of wide receivers for me.
I don't get the Calvin Ridley hype. I'll tell you that right now.
No, you didn't.
Oh my God.
I
All right,
don't
all right.
get it.
Everybody relax. It's stage 5 alarm.
He's a solid late RB2.
Should we just go?
But his
bye guys. It's been great having you. We'll never talk to you again.
His ceiling with Julio Jones there is not a top 15 wide receiver. I mean, with Julio Jones there last year, he was the wide receiver, I think 19 of fantasy points per game, or it may have even been lower than that. He did great when Julio was out, when Devonta Freeman was out, when Austin Hooper was out. He needed all of them to be out, and that's when he did great. There's even a split in the middle of a game. I would have to pull it up. I'm not going to, where I think it was a game he had 14 targets. He had 10 of those targets in the second half when Julio Jones was hurt. He only had 4 when Julio Jones was there. Yep. It's just, if Julio Jones stays healthy all year, he will be a fine late wide receiver too, but he's going in rounds like he's going to be a top 12 wide receiver. I don't understand.
Well,
how you doing? How you doing?
Julio Jones is my dude. Okay. Julio Jones, nobody better talk crap about. He's my favorite wide receiver of all time. Like legitimately the best. And I don't think people realize just how good Julio Jones is. However, Calvin Ridley so Mohamed Sanu, 96, 98 targets, basically in the year that he was there. And then the half a season projected over a full course of a season, it was like 98 targets. They never really replaced that with Russell Gage. They bring in Hayden Hurst this offseason. I like Hayden Hurst, but let's not pretend that he's going to get the 110 plus targets that someone like Austin Hooper would have over a 16 game span. So you have to look at this and say Dirk Cutter, he's been the offensive coordinator for 4 years there now. Well, off and on, I should say. But he's been top 7 in pass attempts every single year. And if you look, once Mohamed Sanu left the team last year, Calvin Ridley, if you were to take a look at the games he played, the 6 games he played without Sanu, he totaled 40 targets over a 16 game season. That's 131. And he benefits from Julio Jones. I mean, let's be real. You are not going to single cover Julio Jones. It's just not going to happen. So Calvin Ridley sees one-on-one coverage, one of the best separators in the game. And that's why he's been highly efficient with his targets. Would he do as well efficiency-wise without Julio Jones? No. But if you give him 130 targets with Julio Jones on the field, you're looking at 2020 version of Chris Godwin.
But I feel like the splits with Sanu and without Sanu are very unfair because he also he wasn't really doing that until Julio Jones got hurt. That's his best game and a half when Julio Jones was out. And then Austin Hooper was out and Devonta Freeman, who had 71 targets, was out. They were all hurt. So I don't really know if we can just look, Sanu left and then Ridley was better. They all were out and Ridley needed to be receiver 1 to actually be great there for fantasy. With Julio, he wasn't. My biggest thing is everyone's like, Juju only put up 1,400 yards because he had AB. Well, why isn't Ridley doing it then? If Ridley's so amazing, why isn't he putting up 1,400 yards with Julio Jones there?
So to be fair, it was not just when Julio Jones suffered. Julio Jones didn't miss any games last year, but he got nicked up in a couple. But by the way, last year, Calvin Ridley was a wide receiver 2 or better in 61.5% of his games. That ranked behind only Michael Thomas, DeAndre Hopkins, Julio Jones, Devontae Adams, Allen Robinson, and Julian Edelman. That's the end of the list. He was a borderline wide receiver 1 last year. And if you add in some natural regression to Julio's game, because again, you're not supposed to be 6'3", 230 pounds and move the way Julio Jones does. So eventually, once you get to age 31 with where he's at, he's going to slowly start to come back down to earth. And I think you're going to see Calvin Ridley continue to ascend going into year 3. And Matt Ryan, if you hear him talk about Ridley, he's just he was thinking about things the last couple of years. He's I don't think you realize just how much he thought about things. And this year he's just going through the motions and he's going to explode. And it's something that we've seen with Ridley. And Ridley, to be fair, he was a favorite of mine throughout the draft process. And I crapping on him. it's like Jerry Jeudy. So many people wanted to put CeeDee Lamb over him, and I'm like, you guys are crazy. These are the clear-cut number one wide receivers. So Ridley, there's enough targets to go around this offense for him to be a wide receiver one. And fortunately, you don't have to spend wide receiver one cost. I mean, you're getting him at the end of the third round, beginning of the fourth round, which is right around where Godwin went last year.
Okay. I don't want to cut anybody off, but a couple of things. Number one, welcome to the Calvin Ridley live stream. We will only be talking Calvin Ridley for the rest of the time. Thank you. We've got 4 hours
Does he
left.
sponsor the show? Like
No, but I also, what I'm really excited about, Michelle and Kate, you guys now know what most of my day is like, frankly, offline in Slack, talking about players and Calvin Ridley in particular. I don't even think I go to Calvin Ridley anymore because I'm so terrified of the blowback that I get from both Yates and Tag. So thank you, Michelle, for making the point for me. And we'll definitely do a Calvin
It's getting
Ridley.
later in the day, Dan. It's what happens later in the day. You know that.
He does get feisty. He does get very feisty. So that's it. Okay. So look, we are past the time here. So unfortunately, we are going to end it. But what we do with everybody is we want either, you could do one, you could do a couple players if you want, but for each one of you, a player who you feel like in your drafts or your auctions, anything you're targeting or you're winding up on your rosters a ton. And conversely, who's somebody who you really, just is not winding up on any of your rosters, whether intentionally or not.
Yeah, I'll go first. So Michael Gallup sending up on all my rosters, 7th round ADP. Please, he's a top 20 wide receiver in my book. CeeDee Lamb's great, but in 2020, I'm still high on Michael Gallup. And then someone that I'm not drafting a lot is Calvin Ridley, but also DJ Moore. I love DJ Moore's talent. Think he's going to see a ton of targets. I just am worried about the touchdown. I'm worried about the brand new offense in this limited offseason. He's going super high. There's just other guys that are less risky. I'm sure I'll be wrong about DJ Moore, but I don't have him on a lot of my rosters.
I'm all about the Will Fuller, and I'm sure I'll be wrong as well. I'm buying in. So I think the difference with Will Fuller this year is that his risk is finally, I think, adequately built into his ADP. He's being drafted as a wide receiver 3, fringe wide receiver 4, and he's got true wide receiver 1 upside if he's on the field. So if I'm looking and maybe I have a couple of safe guys, like I'm not going to draft Julio Jones, AJ Brown, Will Fuller, like that's not the kind of roster I'm looking to construct. But if I've got some safer assets like a Michael Thomas and like Robert Woods and guys that are guaranteed or all but guaranteed to see those, buku targets, I'm going to go for Will Fuller for that upside. Marquise Brown is a guy I'm super, super intrigued by. Led the team in routes run, and he was super injured last year.
Who aren't you taking? That's more fun.
Oh, who am I not taking?
Yeah,
Ooh.
somebody who you've got either, no shares of, whether you're consciously avoiding it or not.
I'm not taking Stephon Diggs. Love Stephon Diggs, but heading into that offense, it's a run first system. It's going to take time. I know the clips indicate otherwise, but it will take time for him to fully adjust to this offensive scheme. I don't anticipate that the passing volume is going to be there for both Stephon Diggs and John Brown and Cole Beasley. I think that, this is an offense that their pass catchers are going to be best utilized in best ball formats, not necessarily in a league where I have to pick which one to choose each week.
Yep. Well, guys, this was great. I've been wanting to talk to you guys for a while. I'm really glad you come on. I hope maybe what I can do is take your rankings, compare them against Tags, and just have an entire podcast where you guys fight it out, because Michelle brought the heat. I loved it. It was great. Honestly, guys, thank you for coming on. We're big fans here of your work. So keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, guys. So for our next segment, there is no guest. You've seen a lot of stuff for OwnersBox. You've seen that all over plastered. They're sponsoring this live stream. Tags and I wanted to show you exactly what it looks like. It's a great blend of daily fantasy sports and season-long sports. So we recorded ourselves doing a draft last night. So it's not going to be live. You're going to see some chat messages, maybe some angry talk, smack talk back and forth. So you're going to see the timestamp. It's from last night. So go ahead, take a look. It's about 20 minutes, 25 minutes long. It's going to really show you exactly what OwnersBox is and how awesome it is. And when it's done, we'll be back with our next segment. So we'll talk to you again live in about a half hour, but make sure you tune in and watch that video, because OwnersBox is really something.
So Carlos.
All right, guys, we're going to take a little bit of a detour here. Sorry, Tags and I are just constantly cracking each other up. We're going to take a little detour here because, look, we've been telling you about OwnersBox for a lot of the live stream. There's a reason. It's awesome. You like regular fantasy sports season long. All right, guys, like we're going to take a little bit of a detour here. Sorry, Tags and I are just constantly cracking each other up. We're going to take a little detour here test this out because, look, we've been telling you about OwnersBox for a lot of the live stream. There's a reason.
Yes, the interface is it's very user-friendly.
Sending a little bit of a detour here. Sorry, Tags and I are just constantly cracking each other up. We're going to take a little detour here because, look, we've been telling you about OwnersBox for a lot of the live stream. There's a
draft, so I'm just going to say that I technically won that draft.
Yeah, he probably did, to be fair. But I like to let him win every once in a while. So we're going to do another one, actually. We're going to do a draft. But I am going to show you exactly what it looks like when you pull it up, because it really is awesome. And it's still in he probably mode,
so
did, to be fair.
But
I like to let him win every once in a while. So we're going to do another one, actually. We're going to do a draft. But I am going to show you exactly what it looks like when you pull it up, because it really is I'm going to now go ahead and pull it up. He probably did, to be fair. But I like to let him win every once in a while. So we're going to do another one, actually. We're going to do a draft. But I am going to show you exactly what it looks like when you pull it up, because it really is I'm going to now go ahead and pull it up. He probably did, to be fair. But I like advise is when you do it, use it on your laptop or your desktop. Use it on your computer. Don't use the mobile version of it yet. So we're going to take a little bit of a detour here. Sorry, Tags and I are just constantly cracking each other up. We're going to take a little detour here because, look, we've been telling you about OwnersBox for a lot of the live stream. There's a reason. It's awesome. You like regular fantasy sports season long. You like DFS. You're going to love OwnersBox, which is basically the combination. Tags, you and I had a chance to test this out on Wednesday, and we were kind of blown away by how cool it was, right?
Yes, the interface is it's very user friendly. There's a lot of neat little features that you're going to see that we're going to kind of demonstrate as we go through this, like me sending Dan messages throughout the draft that we did earlier.
The worst.
Me dominating him in the draft, getting projections after the draft to say who should technically win the draft. So I'm just going to say that I technically won that draft.
Yeah, he probably did, to be fair. But I like to let him win every once in a while. So we're going to do another one, actually. We're going to do a draft. But I am going to show you exactly what it looks like when you pull it up, because it really is awesome. And it's still in beta mode, so it's just getting launched here. But it's really a lot of these new sites, I feel like when you first go on them, you're like, I don't even know how to do anything whatsoever. But this one's just naturally intuitive. You're going to see. I'm going to now go ahead and pull it up so you guys can see. And then I'm going to walk you through everything that there is to do here with it, with me and Tags. So hopefully you should basically be able to see. Now, this is my screen. This is what you're going to see when you walk up to it on the home screen. Now, the one thing I will advise is when you do it, use it on your laptop or your desktop. Use it on your computer. Don't use the mobile version of it yet. They are rolling it out still. They're rolling out the mobile app. Now, sign up. You're going to get the alert when that's all ready. But this is basically what you're going to see. This is the dashboard that you're going to see. There's a lot of things that you're going to be able to do with this. So I'm just going to try to walk you through it. Tags, you can jump in whenever you want. If you see, I have it on my monitor. So if you see me looking to my right, that's what it is. If you go up here to the top right, okay, let's just start there. First of all, I'm going to explain to you how it works. But if at any point you didn't understand, there's this question mark right up here on the right. If you click that, that is going to take you to basically explaining everything. You can see help and support, no problem. A welcome video that's going to walk you through it, absolutely. You want to walk through everything else, you just click next. It's going to show you the various things that you can do, and you can see up here on the site. There's also the scoreboard, which you can see, which again, it's going to show you exactly how it keeps score. If at any point you are confused, because obviously it's a new site, then you can just go right there. The bell is going to notify you of contests. As you can see, Buzz Lightyear was the contest that Tags and I did, and it notified me that it was starting. As you know, Tags calls me Woody, so that's just what we named our contest, which we'll show you, and we'll do another one. Light dark mode. I was joking about this. I'm a light mode kind of guy. That's what it looks like, but I don't know. For this, I kind of like dark mode. That's just where I am. This is your profile. As you can see, I am a rookie. Tags is certainly a rookie too, because we haven't actually finished any contests. You'll see this is broken down by sport, by the way. You've got hockey here, baseball here, football here, basketball here. So when you're playing anybody, it's going to be able to show you basically, if you look at your profile especially, it's going to show you how you did in your matchups, where you rank, everything like that. If you go down here to the left, this is more than just sort of a site. It's a community, okay? It's really about connecting with friends, connecting with people and everything like that. If you do right here, the referral button, when you refer people over, you're going to be able to earn yourself bucks. You can see I have 99 OwnersBox. Right now, that's what they're using in terms of to monitor sort of the currency that they have. Real money games are not available yet, but you'll see it's going to be there soon. So as you can see, this has a lot of stuff on it just by going to your profile page. All right, I'm going to go back to the dashboard here. Sorry, Tags, if I realize you can't see my screen. Tags has his own screen up. But if you want to jump in at any point, by all means.
All right. I mean, I think we're used to Woody being selfish, right? I mean, when he meets
true.
Buzz, he's just he has no respect. I don't know what else to say about him.
This is my life now. It's just being made fun of. But let's talk about how nice of a guy Tags is. On the bottom right, you can see minimize, messenger. Tags and I started testing this out. I have one friend, as you can see, and I'm going to use that term as absolutely loosely as I could possibly use it. That's Mike Tagliere NFL. That's Tags' screen name. When you go on, when you sign up for this, get him as a friend. It'll be awesome. Let me just click and let's see what happened. This is our messenger system. 10:31, while we're basically testing it out and doing a draft, Tags writes, Dan sucks. Now, I can't argue with that necessarily, but it's really mean. I wrote back, I hate so much about the things you choose to be much later in the day because I wanted to let it marinate a little bit. But there is a messenger system, essentially, that you can do. You can talk smack while you're doing contests. You can talk smack after. But again, it's much more than just this site that you can compete against other people. It's really much more sort of a community. All right, so you're looking up here right now. That's the dashboard, okay? That's what you would see when you have a bunch of contests. Real quick, look at the lobby. This is where you can enter various contests that you want to see. They've got all different entry fees. They've got a bunch of different prizes. It tells you when it starts. You can look at the details. You can do the different entry fees, 1, 3, 5, everything all the way up. And look up here at the number of entrants. Tags and I are 2 people, and we're doing an NFL contest. So when you have 2 people, it's a 1-week contest, okay? So if you're NFL, you're playing over 1 week. If you have 4 people, it's over 2 weeks. It's a 2-week contest. If you do 8 people, 3-week contest. And 16 people, it's a 4-week contest. I said, you like season long. You like DFS. This blends it. We can talk about baseball, which is something that I kind of, play these types of games a little more. It would be over a 4-week contest, and you're actually swapping in. You have a set number of game opportunities that you're allowed to use. It's not going to come and play huge when Tags and I are playing this one because it's basically just the 2 of us, so that's going to go over 1 week. But there's a lot of times we're going to show you how to swap in and out and everything like that. But that's the thing. You can choose how many players you play against and how long your contest is going to last. Real quick look at the leaderboard. Neither Tags and I have played. We know OwnersBox Sandy. He's an awesome dude. I probably wouldn't play against him. 63 and 35. I also love Chris, who we met, OwnersBox CJ, but he's a little maybe more our speed. 36, 29, 55.4%. But this will keep track of everything that you got, 2-month average, 4-month average, all of this sort of stuff, wins and losses, your difference, your win percentage. So you can look up whoever you want. You can look them up by sport. Okay, so that's pretty much what we've got. Now, Tags and I want to play against each other. You can play against people you don't know. I don't actually want to play against Tags. I have to play against Tags. But you can play against people that you don't know. You look here, you will list your upcoming contests, any contest that you've been invited to. You can join a contest, or what I am going to do right now is create a contest for me and Tags. Again, I can choose what I want to do. Do I want to join with a friend? Again, loose term that I'm using right now. Group, sponsor, whatever I do. Let's start with a quote-unquote friend that I will call Tags. Good, I've got one friend. I'm going to add him right now.
You got a friend in me.
This is my entire life is a Toy Story movie. All right, Mike Tagliere, NFL. Boom. Look, there you go. I've selected him. Now you've got Dan Harris. That's me, by the way. Friend me when you join this. Dan Harris and Mike Tagliere, NFL. Then we go to. Sucks. I mean, he's just mean. Okay, so what type of contest do we want to do? Obviously, we're going to do an NFL right now. Number of entrants, the only one I can select, obviously, is 2 because I'm creating that. Entry fee type, as I said, right now, real money not available. It's going to be available very, very soon. For now, we'll play with OwnersBox. And entry fee, I'm just going to do 1 because I don't want Tag to take all my money. So then I go, hold on, Chris. Why can't I go to next? Oh, I've got it. I'm sorry.
The contest name?
Yeah, correct. Chris, you can edit this out or not, doesn't matter. I've got to name our contest. So, Tags stinks. I'll be nice. It was going to be worse. Name your contest. Okay, so that's it. Tag stinks, the name of this contest. You can check it out. Next. All right, so the draft is going to start when it's filled. Okay, that's going to be when everybody joins the contest. Okay, so I'm going to create it.
Yep, and it just popped up on my list of things to do here.
So you can't see it, but Tag, did it come up on your invited contest or what?
It did. It popped up there, and it also there's a little bell in the top right-hand corner where it basically shows a little 1 there. It's red. You can't miss it. You click on that, and it says close, decline, or join contest. I want to decline because, well, it's Dan.
No, you don't.
And we're really not friends, but I'm going to join just for the sake of doing this promo.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We're more than friends, to be honest. Okay, so draft starting soon. So go in there. So this is what, it's been filled, and we're ready to go. Enter the draft. Sorry about that. So this is it. It's entering the draft. This is what it looks like. Here's what we've got. QB. We're drafting 1 QB. This is for week 1. RB, 2. Wide receivers, 2. 1 tight end, 1 kicker, and 3 individual defensive players. We're kind of probably, if you look, by the way, if you click on that, that will sort it by it. I've been told linebacker is probably the way to go here, so we're probably going to do that coming up because, I take the advice that's given to me. So you can see right here, if you look at everything, you can see they're sorted by fantasy points here. If you click on that, by, the various things from last year. If you look at the projections, that's going to be the projections for week 1. So Patrick Mahomes is the highest projected quarterback. It shows you the opponent and everything like that. Now, there is some strategy involved in this one because, again, you need one quarterback. You can probably guess who the 2 quarterbacks are that Tags are going to take for week 1. So if you really want one, if you don't really care which one you're going to get, you can opt for one first. Tags, I believe, is going to get the first pick. Then you're going to see right up here, it goes back to me for 2. It's essentially a snake draft. So I'm going to get 2 shots after that. So Tags, what are you thinking here with your first pick?
I mean, obviously, I'm going to take Christian McCaffrey because it's a no-brainer. Against the Raiders, it's not really a tough matchup. If it was going against Tampa Bay or something like that, a team that he struggled against twice last year, I'd probably lean elsewhere. But I'm going to go McCaffrey. And if you guys wanted to, right underneath the player queue, where if you click a little plus on a player, it'll put them all in the queue for you, so you don't have to search for them every time you want. And then right underneath that, it's got contest information. And if you click on that, it actually breaks down the details of the league, which you probably already know by now. But then the scoring is what's important. Obviously, this is a PPR format. It does 6-point passing touchdowns. It does -3 points for interceptions. So Jameis Winston wouldn't have been as good as he was in regular leagues last year in this league. So.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. So, and you can see with the defense, interception, sacks, safety. So you get all the details of the league, both scoring and otherwise. It's a pick clock of 1 minute, so it's starting in 46 seconds. So right now I have in my queue Christian McCaffrey. I know Tags is going to take him. So I'm going to sit here and look. When I'm thinking about mine, look, if just 2 people, obviously, this can be up to 16 as you saw, and it could go over 4 weeks. For right now, we are just focused on 1 week coming in. So that's what we're going to be drafting. With Tags taking Christian McCaffrey, I might think about taking, Michael Thomas here just to sort of lock up that number 1 wide receiver because I know Tags is only going to be able to take 1 more running back. But you can see this is not complicated. I mean, Tags and I literally were walked through this very, very quickly in a 10-minute session. And we immediately were like, okay, right, there you go.
Yep, let's do another one. Yep.
Yeah. All right, Tags is going to get us started here. We know who he's going to take.
Obviously.
So he's
Christian
got
McCaffrey.
1 minute here. Okay.
Right.
Well, I don't know if you could hear that, but obviously gives you a thing. I'm going to take Michael Thomas. I can either add him to my queue, but I'm just going to take that. You just press draft. Boom. Got him. Close him up. So I got Michael Thomas. I'll take a running back, and you know what? We'll go double Saints here since it doesn't matter because I just feel like I'm going to beat Tags on whatever we do together. So let me just do that. I'm going double Saints here against the Bucs. All right, so it goes back to Tags now for 2.
Yeah, I mean, Saquon Barkley against the Steelers, not really a big fan of starting running backs against the Steelers. I think that there was just one running back last year that scored more than 15 PPR points against them, and it wasn't pretty. So I don't like him. Ezekiel Elliott against the Rams, not a terrible matchup for him, but it's really tough to pass up on Dalvin Cook here going up against the Green Bay Packers, who were not exactly very good at stopping the run. Dalvin Cook, the contract talks between him and the team have broken down. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go with Dalvin Cook here. I feel like he's just the safer play in terms of he's going to be playing basically for another contract, and they can try and franchise tag him. They can do whatever they want, but Dalvin Cook against Green Bay feels like it's a pretty good spot for him.
Yeah, this is the worst part where Tags just is like, we've been doing fantasy advice all day long. Let me just make sure I break down everything week 1. I'm like, boom, I want some Saints. Let's go. Let's get ready to go. But this is what Tags is. He never stops analyzing. All right, you got another one, bud.
I do have another one. Holy cow, I totally forgot that this was a 2-man snake draft.
Come on, get it together. Get it together.
All right, so I am going to go down. Devontae Adams left the field today. I don't really know the news there. I'm going to wait to. I don't want to select Devontae Adams right now. Tyreek Hill against Houston, that is tempting, and it's either that or Julio Jones right now. And I know neither of them are going to make it back to me. So, you know what? I'm going to go Julio Jones here. It just feels like it's too safe to pass him up.
I think that's fine. I would have taken Julio there. That would have been my pick. One of them would have gotten back to you, Tags, because remember, I filled a wide receiver spot. You got to do some strategy going on in here. So for I'm gonna add some Chiefs here. I think we're gonna have a nice big day on opening day. We're gonna add a little Travis Kelce as the number 1 tight end. I think Thursday opening night, and let's pair him with that little quarterback that we've got right there. Let's go with Patrick Mahomes. Huge opening night. I will probably know whether or not I'm going to win this competition right off the bat on Thursday night, which kind of all I really want to know, whether I can send Tags a mean message on our messenger system here. All right, Tags, back to you now. Who are you going with?
Well, I'm clearly going to take Tyreek Hill to go ahead and up against you. That just felt like a no-brainer. And then I'm also going to take the tight end that you should have drafted, and that's George Kittle. George Kittle against the Arizona Cardinals. That's a matchup that we all dreamed of last year. And I know. Isaiah Simmons is now there, and I love Isaiah Simmons, the player, but it's his first NFL game against George Kittle. You can't just lock down a tight end. It's impossible to do that because tight ends are held into block half the time. So assigning 2 players to that guy, it just doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, George Kittle.
I think it's fair. You mentioned Zeke earlier. It's a good, not great matchup against the Rams, but it's certainly enough for me to warrant taking a shot on him in the first week. And right now, so my lineup is Patrick Mahomes, Kamara, Ezekiel Elliott, Michael Thomas, and Travis Kelce. I can either go with kicker, which you know I love, or I can go with my one of my 3 IDP spots. I'm going to go with wide receiver, and yeah, we're Devontae Adams. I'm not too worried about what appeared to be an ankle injury. We've got plenty of time before the season. It's a great matchup. I'm going to take him there and lock in my second wide receiver spot. All right, Tag. So it's up to you now. I'm going to there we go. I'm showing Tag's team right now. McCaffrey, Cook, Julio Jones, Tyreek Hill, George Kittle. It's a good team. Who are you going here for your next 2?
I'm going to go Darius Leonard. I'm getting the top defensive player on the board there. Obviously, neither of us have that, and everybody else is kind of like in the same boat where there's a lot of linebackers, obviously, and that's going to come down to, I don't want to say luck, but IDP is a little bit more that's why there's only 3 IDP spots in this. So it's going to help you guys. If anything, if you guys have never played IDP, it's going to help you learn some of these players and how the scoring might work on the defensive side of the ball. And it might actually turn you on to IDP leagues. But I'm going to lock up the best kicker out there, and I'm just going to go ahead and take Harrison Butker against Houston. I mean, Houston's defense is just not very good. So getting the top kicker, the top IDP player on the board, I feel pretty good about those picks.
Yeah, I mean, I like you going kicker, Tags, earlier than you need to. Now, obviously, you look at my team. Tags has his kicker. There are no bench spots or anything like that. So I know Tags isn't going to take a kicker. I will wait till my last pick. I'm just going to go with Quan Alexander here, and I'm going to go with Leighton Vander Esch. Again, essentially, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not an IDP expert. Like I don't stress that. I don't really rank that way. I've been told linebackers are the way to go in sort of right now. For the most part, you want to lean that way. So I'm just going to lock up 2 of the best. So that's it for me. Tags, on to you here for your last 2.
That's fair. I'm going to go Tremaine Edmonds against the Jets because no matter what, Adam Gase is just going to run the ball with Frank Gore. So that should lead to a lot of tackles.
Can't wait.
And then I'm also trying to figure out where I should go with here. Like Corey Littleton seems like decent in Oakland, but in Oakland, Las Vegas, but we really don't know how that linebacking core is going to shape up. I think I might go with Blake Martinez. Blake Martinez should rack up a lot of tackles in that game. He's not a great player or anything like that, but in terms of against the Steelers, against someone like James Conner, who's going to get 20-plus carries in that game, there should be a lot of tackle opportunities.
Well, I'm going to move off right now, and just for fun, because frankly, it doesn't really matter to me if Tags beats me here, I'm going to force myself to have a reason to root for Jamal Adams, who was my favorite player
in his first game.
Whatever, man. Let me root for the guy. I love him, and frankly, we got a haul for him.
That's right. Oh, that's right. You're a Jets fan.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you reminded everyone.
Yeah, everybody should know that so they can understand why I'm so miserable. And then I will take Justin Tucker. I think there's obviously a clear cut too. Okay, so Tags, you got one more, is that right?
Obviously, with the final pick in my draft, I'm going to get Lamar Jackson. So
yes.
against the Browns, I mean, the Browns secondary is fine. Their linebacking core is ugly. I mean, their front four is good, but if that front four can't get to Lamar Jackson, they're in big trouble.
Yeah, all right. So now you can see this comes up with projections, and oh man, look at that, Tags. You got the projections up in front of you? I'm just wondering.
For whatever reason, my screen has just totally went blank.
I think it went blank because you're projected to lose by a point, 165 to 164. How are you feeling? I mean, it's got to hurt, right? It's got to hurt bad.
I mean, just give it. Actually, we gave it time, and another moment went by, and they constantly are updating projections here, and projections now have you winning by 2 points. So obviously, my screen did not go blank. It's just not a good day for me. Let's just be honest.
All right, so you can look at the contest matchup. So that's your overall projections. Then you can also look at the draft results. Going through, it shows every one of our picks right there. So if you go to matchups, you can get a more detailed look at how this works. Chris, edit this part out. I forgot how you swap people. Do you remember that, Tag?
Oh yeah, when you swap, you have to click on lineup, Lineup. It's right in between the team stats and right between the players, like right above your quarterback.
Oh yeah, I got a lineup. Okay.
Also, you have a message. Like, make sure to bring that up. Be like, oh, there's a message.
Yeah, I will. Okay, and then how would you swap then, if you want to?
Oh, and then you go down to like right by his right under QB, write his name, and there's like that little.
Oh yeah.
And you get two. Right. Remember, you get 2 per week, and it shows it on the scoreboard up at the top.
Okay. Okay, sure, great. Hold on. All right, Chris, I'm going to pick it back up here. Okay, so now you can see a little bit more of my lineup. Now, here are a couple of things that you're going to want to look at. If you go to your lineup, you're going to have the ability to swap out players. Now, again, a lot of these things are going to be multiple weeks, so you're going to be able to make swaps from players who are essentially available on the quote-unquote waiver wire right now. But let's just look at through it. You can see the swaps available right up here, right where I'm projected. You're right, Tags. Now 166 to 164, so that makes me feel real good. I've got 2 swaps allowed. Okay, 2 swaps. You might have an injury. You might have something like that. If you want to swap a player with somebody, this is not me and Tag swapping. This is somebody on the waiver wire. You can go ahead and swap somebody with, maybe I want to start Dak or something like that. Maybe I want to start Watson in what's going to be a shootout. I have the ability to do that 2 per week. Okay, so that's what's going to be for us if I was doing it. Now, I'm obviously not. Now, if I swapped Patrick Mahomes for Dak Prescott, let's say, or Deshaun Watson, Tags could not then go and pick up Patrick Mahomes. Once you make a swap, you can't do it. And Tags, just before, I don't want to interrupt, but I apparently have a message right now from a quote-unquote friend. Let me just see. You are the worst. That's mean. I mean, but it's also not inaccurate. I don't mind it when you're going to be talking correct smack talk. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And again, you can do it in every single thing. Now, if you go back to dashboard, let's talk actually about a couple things. Let me minimize Messenger. When you look over here on the right, you can see your feed. Now, these are the players who I have drafted. Now, again, remember, I've got 2 different contests, if you can see right here in the middle. 1, Tag Stinks. 2, Buzz Lightyear. Okay, so you can see both. These are the players that I have drafted in these contests. Okay, so it's looking at that. That's why it says my players. If you want, you can get all, and you can just get any latest news that you've got for any player. But for right now, this is set to my player, so you will have news all the time. The best part is you might be doing 50 of these, right? Because they're really fun. They're really quick. If you can see under here, it says contest and it has a little number. Click on it, and it will take you right to that contest. So it may say Ezekiel Elliott out for the week. You may have him in 3 contests, and you may be like, shoot, I've got 50 contests. I don't remember which one it was. That's going to take you right there to the contest that you have him in. It's really, really cool. It's really intuitive. There's like absolutely like there's no thinking with it. And right here, you're going to see the dates for the again. You know, right now, obviously, this is Wednesday the 19th. It's a calendar, so we're not starting it right now. It doesn't start until the season starts. But if you're playing baseball, you're playing hockey, you're playing basketball, you're going to see your contests listed right there. So we've got 2 right now. Tags is projected to win 1. I am projected to smash him in the other one.
Well, to be fair, Dan, you drafted like my team in the second draft. I mean,
I'm not a dummy, Tag. I mean, what do you think I was doing when I lost you there? I was like, darn, I got to get those guys.
Yeah, smart.
It's called hedging. All right, so I mean, I think that pretty much covers it, Tags. I mean, there's so much here, and again, we've honestly, I'm not kidding. Yeah. We got like a 10-minute tutorial on this thing. Like, that's legitimately all it got. We talked with the guys who created it. They walked us through it. They were like, okay, so you want to do more? Tags and I were like, no, we got it. We totally got it. It's really simple to use. It's going to be a lot of fun. Tags and I are going to be on it all the time. You see our names, Dan Harris, Mike Tagliere, NFL. Join, come on, challenge us. Let's play a lot. Tags, did I miss anything?
No, I mean, outside of the fact that it's really quick, obviously you saw how fast Dan and I just completed this, but if you have a friend that you want to challenge to it, and it's like legit, you have 1-minute timers, so it's not like they could take forever making a pick. It's not like they're going to talk about it like I did. They're not going to explain their process of picking a player, but they're really quick, and especially with those 2-man drafts for 1 week, and if you want to do 2 weeks, you know, obviously it's not much longer because you're just going up to 4 players. So it's very customizable in terms of what it offers you and the things you're able to do. So I am also, again, everything is just user-friendly, and you notice everything that pops up on the screen here. And I got a little red notification saying, so is your face.
That's my response.
That is a Pixar type response.
So is your face. But yeah, that is the one thing I do want to stress. Again, this is a 1 week contest, so the swapping in and out, it's not quite as prevalent as it's going to be when you play multiple week contests, and especially or if you play a daily sport like baseball or basketball. That's when your swaps are really going to come in. So again, a blend of season long, a blend of season long with DFS. It's really cool. So go check them out. Honestly, you're going to love it. We really liked it. And again, I'm sticking with dark mode here. First time ever. So it's weird, but I'm digging it. All right. So with that, Tags, anything else?
No, I think that's it, man. I just can't wait to see this play out. I mean, know what this did for me, though? It made me so excited just seeing the matchups for week 1. I don't even care if I win or lose, Dan. I really don't. I am just so excited that we're this close to football season.
I mean, that's really one of the reasons why I was like, give me some Chiefs. I need that Thursday night. I need to be ready.
That feeling is so good.
I'm so pumped for it. I'm so pumped for it. All right, man. We got a couple hours left here on this live stream, so let's get back to it, all right?
Yep, let's do it.
Later.
What's going on, guys? We are back live. We are talking Dynasty Strategy for a little bit, and then we're going to have an amazing guest on at 6:30. Super excited to chat with Pat Fitzmaurice. Tags, let's talk just Dynasty Strategy here for a little, and maybe we can get to some listener questions. But you and I at the retreat, our company retreat, we went to Orlando, and while everyone else was out riding roller coasters, you and I sat at this like cafe and we just chatted football for like 4 hours, right? Like that's essentially what everyone is tuning into right here, is just you and I just having a conversation about football. And I think that that's what the people want. So let's just Dynasty Strategy. Let's learn, like, what are some of the things that you have learned playing Dynasty that you wish you knew way back when you first started?
Yeah, when you first start playing in Dynasty, I think that you start thinking about the future and how much it matters and how much you need to project players into certain roles. And it's really, it's unrealistic to do that because if you were to look at Dynasty ADP from just like maybe like 4 years ago, Des Bryant was close to the #1 overall player in Dynasty leagues. So nobody thought he would disappear as soon as he did. Maybe it wasn't 4 years, maybe it's like 5 years ago now. But basically, all you have to do to keep yourself in check as a Dynasty player, go to Dynasty League Football or something like that and check out Dynasty ADP from 3 years ago. And you're going to see some crazy names atop that list. And it's because we are unable to project that for years out. You know, it's hard enough projecting the year that we're in. So basically what we advise you to do as a Dynasty player is play for the next 2 to 3 years. I mean, that's all that you really can control. You're going to be able to get some draft picks, obviously, in your rookie drafts, but just don't overvalue young players or rookie draft picks, because in the end, you really just don't know if they're going to pan out.
Those were the two things I was going to say. Was one, like, play within a window. Like, I'm even fine if you play within a 1 to 2 year window, because and the moves that you can make in trading and everything like that, the players that you pick up in free agency or off your waiver wire in Dynasty leagues, if you view it through the lens of 1 to 2 years, you're going to be set up for success, while everyone else, if they're all novice players, if you're playing Dynasty for the first time and you enter in with this mindset that I'm playing for the next 1 to 2 years or 2 to 3, while everyone else has the mindset. And this is what I did when I first started playing Dynasty a few years ago, was I need to draft these players that I'm going to have for the next 7 to 8 years. Right. Like that was just kind of what I was told, or what I had this kind of expectation for. So when you remove that, because so much changes, like you just said, these players that were at the top of Dynasty ADP, not even in the league anymore. Right. Like, and the players that are in valuable spots right now, next year, their contract's up. They may be on a completely different team. Melvin Gordon. Let's talk about Melvin Gordon, right? Last year, you looked like you had a great Dynasty asset for the next 3 to 4 years. And then now Melvin Gordon's in Denver. And you're kind of saying like, okay, he might be like this back end RB2. So keep that in mind. Play within these windows of 2 to 3 years. And like you said, don't overvalue youth. And that kind of goes hand in hand, where if I don't go into my draft saying that I am only going to walk out of this startup draft with rookie players, I'm going to take value where it falls. I'm going to take these guys who may only have 2 to 3 years left in their career, but they're still going to produce for fantasy football. Those are the guys that I want on my roster.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you and I are on the same page. And that's the thing. That's what happens when you play in dynasty leagues for so long. I actually don't believe in the term rebuilding. I think the only time that you can say you're rebuilding, and I put that in quotes, is basically if you start the year, say 1-6, 1-7, one of your big players goes down and you're basically out of it for that year. You should be willing to trade away players that might have a year or two left of production, because again, you can't predict outside of that. And what you do know is that players getting older, they may be able to help someone win a fantasy championship right now. So again, get some draft picks for next year because you know you're not competing that year. That's as far as I'm willing to go in a rebuild, because I never walk into a season and saying, I can't compete this year. I'm totally in rebuild mode, because the NFL, I mean, what were you to say if someone told you last year that Terry McLaurin was going to be drafted as a top 24 wide receiver this year? They would have told you they're on crack. But now all of a sudden he's a top 20 dynasty wide receiver and on him on their fantasy team. So a lot of crazy things can happen in an NFL season. Just don't ever, give in to what people say that you need to rebuild your roster. You don't.
So much changes in the NFL every single year, week to week, not alone year to year, week to week in the NFL. So stay fluid and make sure that you're rolling with the punches. Tags, we got 8 minutes here before we bring on Pat Fitzmaurice and get back on schedule here. Do you want to take some questions from the people who have been here for how many hours have we been doing this?
Dude? I would love it. Yeah. I think we're in at 6.5 hours now.
6.5 hours. Yeah.
So thank you guys. Like, first and foremost, thank you guys for being here. Obviously, we wouldn't be here without you guys. We wouldn't be here with a lot of things, but in the end, if you guys are here watching, we're going to be doing this more and more. And I just want to personally, I can't speak for Yates or Woody, but I would say that next year I am 100% down to do a 24-hour stream. Even if I would do it. If this is a success, if by the powers that be say that this is a success, I am 100% down to talk football with you guys. I think it's been fun. Some of the guests feel like we have to like rush through all these questions. So fortunately, Yates, you and I have an outlet on the podcast. So if you guys don't hear an answer you want in here, make sure to stop by the podcast and check us out. But yeah, let's get into some questions. Yates, do you have any lined up already?
I do not. Let me take a look. So guys, go ahead and write down your questions here. I'll answer one from Raphael. Hey guys, how would you guys approach 2 quarterback leagues? So this is something that we want to talk more about, Superflex and 2 quarterback leagues. We understand that a lot more people are moving towards it. So Tags, let's just answer that question. How would you approach 2 quarterback leagues?
Yeah, I go with the flow of the draft, and I know that sounds very generic, but I'm going to explain how I do that. So basically, in the first round, you don't need to take a quarterback. If you're in a league, like let's say that you're at 5 or 6 overall, and Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson's there, that's cool. But you basically want to get one of those top 12 quarterbacks. That's what I aim for. I want one of those top 12 quarterbacks that I can rely on. So I might do my cutoff line at someone like Carson Wentz. I do like him as a quarterback 1 this year. If you get Tom Brady, it's like borderline. But I think that's where people get lost. They don't know when to draft their quarterback 2. Do I need to get 2 quarterback 1s? No. Your QB2 should be someone that is entrenched in the starting job, and that's pretty much it. As long as he has a starting job and he doesn't have any competition on the roster, someone like Derek Carr might have competition with Marcus Mariota. Someone like Mitch Trubisky might have competition with Nick Foles, Ryan Fitzpatrick. There's a lot of competition. But all I want is a quarterback that is the starter, that might have a semi-decent floor, and that is going to be in the lineup every week. And I think someone like Gardner Minshew makes so much sense this year. He's going outside the top 20 quarterbacks. You're able to wait. Just don't get stuck with someone like Derek Carr as your starter, because again, if you lose your QB2, let's say he gets benched, if you lose him, you have no idea how much people charge for quarterbacks in super flex leagues or 2 quarterback leagues. You're going to overpay a lot. You're probably going to get, and you really, really don't want to do that. So, Yates, I'm curious if you're on my strategy this year, where even if let's say that someone snipes you on Minshew, and then like all of a sudden you're looking at it because you're on the turn and you're waiting. Let's say that someone that you're there. What do you think about grabbing Mitch Trubisky and Nick Foles as your QB2? That way you can kind of rotate those guys depending on who's the starter, or Tyrod Taylor, Justin Herbert, Tua Tagovailoa, and Ryan Fitzpatrick. That because you missed out on some of those top 20 quarterbacks?
If I do wait, yes, I would exercise that platoon mindset. I think for me personally, with 2 quarterback and super flex leagues, I want more QB depth than not. Okay. Like Tags mentioned, not only are you going to have to overpay for quarterbacks if you lose your QB2 or anything like that, but they become a trade asset. They become the player that you can hold hostage and make the other team. If you have a plethora of quarterbacks and this other team only has 1 or 2 quarterbacks and they desperately need someone, especially in a 2 quarterback league where you're forced to start 2 quarterbacks, then you can hold them hostage and say, well, give me this player and this player. And they have to do it. Like I would rather have, in a 2 quarterback league or super flex league, I'm looking to walk out of my draft with 2 quarterbacks in the first 4 rounds. That's just kind of a rule of thumb. It doesn't mean that I always do it, but that's something that I typically look to do. And then I will make sure that I later on am taking these back end starters as kind of my QB3, and then potentially would do a Mitch Trubisky, Nick Foles stack, kind of something like that. Yep. All right. I am looking for questions here. Where would you draft Miles Sanders comfortably after the injury update from Cade?
Yeah, we're still, we're over 3 weeks away from that first game. I think that's what people don't realize is that, we still have 3 weeks to go. They're calling it a lower leg injury, which Yates talked about this in the podcast, and I love the way he said it, is that he was like, I'm going to use it as a tiebreaker. If you're really torn between 2 players, obviously lean away from the one that's dealing with out. But it seems like Miles Sanders is going to be fine for week 1. Just pay attention to whether or not they start bringing in running backs and having them try out. If you hear about them, Devonta Freeman coming in for a visit, or Isaiah Crowell or something like that, I think that's when I would start to worry a little bit about Miles Sanders. But as of right now, I'm still okay with him as a top 10 running back. Top of the 2nd round is where I feel comfortable with him.
Brian Greenberg asks, do you think 1 draft picks are devalued with college conferences canceling their seasons?
I don't know if they're necessarily devalued. Yates, you dig the draft class in 2020 more than I have. So I know that you were telling me it's supposed to be a really, really good class, but knowing that they're basically, some of them are going to take a year off football, it can affect things for sure, especially when it comes to their playing time in their rookie year. I think in the end people overvalue dynasty rookie picks anyway. So if you're able to take advantage of that, I'm definitely cool with it. But Yates, you'd be the one I'd turn to in regards to that 2021 class.
Yeah, I'll say this. The 2021 class has the potential to be great, but it all depends on these players that declare. You have guys like Jamar Chase and Rashad Bateman has declared he's going to take a year off of football and train, and he'll be back. These wide receivers that underclassmen, so they have the potential to stay and play another season. The other question that's in the air right now is moved to the spring. If that's the case, then that creates a whole bunch of a logistical nightmare for the NFL draft. So all that to say, I think it can be, but if you find someone who is on the other side of the fence and saying like, I want all the 2021 draft picks, and they're willing to give up a proven veteran for them, absolutely. Like, send off your 2021 first round pick and get a proven running back that can help you win this year. Absolutely do that, because you don't know, the more depth that you can have this season than ever before, the more better off you're going to be able to compete for a championship deep down the road. Right? Deep into the playoffs, because you have the depth and you went and got a proven veteran. Guess what? At the end of the year, trade that veteran, go get that first round pick back from someone else, right? Like, go trade that veteran, because their dynasty stock will be higher than ever before. All right. We got one more question. I thought this was a fun one. Mark Hatcher. Hey guys, what is your top movie and TV show of all time? Tags, I'll let you go movie and then TV show.
I mean, the movie one's really difficult. It just depends on what I'm in the mood for. I mean, I think you go through a variety of different movies. I'm going to think about that one for a moment. My favorite TV show is simple. That 100% is The Office. The Office has so much rewatchability. There's never a bad time to watch The Office. And I know Yates's favorite show, and he's going to talk about that. But do you actually have a favorite movie? Is there one that you can say, this is 100% sure my favorite movie? Because mine just varies depending on the mood I'm in.
So for me, and we talk about this, I get razzed all the time for not watching movies. I watch TV shows more than I do movies. And so, but my favorite movie is Miracle, 1980 US hockey team. I grew up a huge hockey fan, so I love Miracle. Absolutely love it. And then TV show, I love the comedies. So Friends, How I Met Your Mother, Parks and Rec, The Office, like those are all. I think the favorite though is How I Met Your Mother. Absolutely.
I thought you would have said Friends. I thought Friends was yours.
I know it's up there, but How I Met Your Mother has to be my favorite. I've watched that over 60 times.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Wow. I've never even seen the ending of that show. I've heard things about it, obviously, but I never even saw the ending. I think I saw the first 5 seasons or something like that, but I faded away. But one movie I'll say that's underrated is Gladiator. And I'm not talking about the Russell Crowe one. I'm talking about the boxing movie. It's got Cuba Gooding Jr. and James, I can't remember his name, but it's got Brian Dennehy in it, and it's Gladiator. It's a movie that's based in Chicago about a boxer from the street, and I love that movie growing up.
All right, guys. Well, we know that you don't want to just hear us talk about our movies and TV shows for the next for the next 4 hours. So we are going to take a quick break. We'll get back on track here. We'll get Pat Fitzmaurice in, and we will talk.
So Carlos. So Kyrie.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another on this Fantasy Pros 10th anniversary live stream. Thank you guys, as always, for tuning in with us. We got about 3,000 people in here. It's been a fantastic day. I want to announce another winner because every single hour we've been giving away something on the hour. And right now we have Michael Manieri. I hope I'm saying that correctly because it sounds like it could be Italian. I'd be forbid from my family if I said that incorrectly, but I'm hoping I got it right. But either way, congrats on winning. We're going to be doing this every hour. So if you guys want to get involved in the competition, go over to fantasypros.com/YouTube. And we're giving away something every single hour. I don't even know what it is anymore. We've given away so many things. I don't know. But we have one of the most accurate analysts in the industry on today. And more than just that, we have one of my personal friends, Pat Fitzmaurice. You know him from the Football Girl at underscore. It's on. I'm going to screw up the Twitter, so I'm going to let you say it. But Pat and I have developed a relationship outside of fantasy football, outside of football together. We golf together. We talk through text. We talk about our families. So Pat, it's live stream. Obviously, it's a big moment for us. So thanks for joining us. Let everyone know where they can find you on social media and where they can find your work.
Tags, my friend. Thank you. Great to be on with you and Yates. Looking forward to this. Fantasy Fest is such a great idea. People can find me at Fitz_FF on Twitter. .com, and I have a podcast called Fitz on Fantasy that runs every week. So let's get to it, man.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to talk to Pat. This is my first time talking to Pat. Obviously, we've interacted on Twitter, but this is my first time talking to him. So I'm excited. He's one of the most accurate experts that is out there. And so I'm super excited to just sit back and listen to his thought process, how he goes through ranking these players year in and year out. So Pat, I'm just going to turn this over to you. Like, what's your ranking process? Because everyone approaches it differently, right? We have people who rely strictly on projections, to then people who just go up by gut feel. So just talk through your ranking process. I'm excited to learn.
Sure, man. So it starts early for the draft rankings. Like I want to get to it while the previous season is still kind of fresh in my mind. So normally I kick it off. You know how you're so excited for that first Saturday of wildcard football, but it doesn't start till 3 p.m. our time. I like to kill that morning and early afternoon by starting my off-season draft rankings and, just slotting guys. And I don't do projections, and that might put me in the minority of rankers. I guess I like to consider probabilities. And I'll give you a couple examples of why I don't entirely dig doing rankings. Like, let's compare Jamison Crowder and Mecole Hardman. So if you wind up going strictly by projections there, I mean, and you're showing complete fealty to your projections, no question Jamison Crowder is going to be ranked higher because he's set for that, if you pencil him in for 16 or 15 games, he's going to have 900 yards, 60 or 70 catches, like just book it. Whereas Mecole Hardman, his usage is much harder to get a handle on. But I thought John Daigle of Roto World on Twitter today had a great line about Mecole Hardman. He's basically a flush draw in poker. Like there's so many outs for him to turn into a great hand for you. So even though if you're doing true projections, it's going to be hard to get him to more than like 500 yards, but he could also just smash. And, we saw now, we find out Sammy Watkins is hurt. Tyreek Hill limped off today. If Hill and Watkins play 16 games each, Hardman's probably not going to pan out for you this year. But if either of those guys down, or heaven forbid, both of them go down, I mean, Hardman is looking like a potential smash play. And I guess the other example that comes to mind would be the Seattle receivers, Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. And I think that if you're doing projections, Lockett's going to come out on top. He's got this established background, this established pattern. We know what we can get from him basically if he's healthy. Whereas Metcalf is sort of a wild card. I mean, he was basically running two routes, a go and a comeback for the Seahawks last year. But he's a guy who, if he pans out, I feel like in the top range of his end of outcome, he has like Randy Moss type potential. Like, maybe there's a 10% chance that we get that, but his peak upside is just so tempting, even though I would have to project Lockett higher if I was being honest with myself about how I was going to project the fantasy points. I've got Metcalf ranked slightly higher just because I'm chasing that upside. It's why you have to rank rookies like Cam Akers and DeAndre Swift ahead of James White. James White is kind of this baseline guy, but I don't want to pursue James White in the 6th round. I don't want to pursue Jamison Crowder in the 9th round. That's just kind of not how you win fantasy titles.
Well, and Pat, I want to applaud you then, first and foremost, is because you said you don't do projections. The guys that continually finish atop the board in the accuracy competition are typically projections guys. And it comes down to those James White type guys that, they are consistent in terms of, what to expect out of them almost every single year. So they're statted in projections that finish higher, but it doesn't necessarily reflect in their week to week performance. So I think it's kudos to you that you're always finishing high in those accuracy rankings, despite not using projections, because you're able to look at things objectively and say, all right, this is the realistic outcome. I think it's pretty cool to hear you say that you have DK Metcalf ranked over Tyler Lockett, because I've been torn on those guys. And I think it just depends on how you build the rest of your lineup, because like, if you want a safe wide receiver, someone that you can plug in as a wide receiver too, you kind of know what you're going to get with him. It's Tyler Lockett. And I think his role's safe on that team. If you're looking, let's say that you have a safe wide receiver 1, you're not worried about that. You're just looking for upside. Like you have a Devontae Adams, you have a Julio Jones. You want to pair him with an upside wide receiver 2 that could potentially finish as a top 10 wide receiver. DK Metcalf's that guy.
Well said, Tags. And especially if you are going robust running back to start a draft with 2 or 3 running backs right out of the chute, in the 4th round, I don't think you want to take DK Metcalf as your number 1 wide receiver, because if he doesn't really pay off, if it's still more of a Lockett show this year, Metcalf's going to perform more like, potentially a back end wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 3. And, when you're sort of looking for more of a linchpin at that point, yeah, I agree with you that you have to play it a little differently.
All right, guys. Well, I've got a few names jotted down here, and I want to go through them that are differences in your rankings, right? And it's kind of looking at, okay, these players are a little bit difficult, right? There's not a consensus on them. They're kind of either ends of the spectrum. And so the first name, let's look at San Francisco back situation here with Raheem Mostert. Tags, you have him at 25, and correct me if I'm wrong on that. And Pat, you have him at 30. Now, granted, that's not a huge difference, right? It's not like it's 20 and 50, but yet like that's enough when we're talking about someone as a back end RB2, high end RB3. So Tags, I'll go to you first. Like Raheem Mostert, having him at 25, what's kind of the thought process there? And then I'll go over to Pat.
So he's right outside the running backs that I know have a guaranteed role. The guys like David Montgomery are guys that I can project for those 240 touches and feel great about it, not have any worries about it. The upside for Raheem Mostert is to finish as a top 12 running back. I mean, this is a team that ran the ball, I think it was 442 times with their running backs alone last year. They had receiver carries in there, and knowing that they're dealing with injuries to Jalen Hurd, injury to Deebo Samuel, we don't know how much he's going to miss. Kyle Shanahan's kind of like a run game genius. And you look at the 49ers backfield and how much they faced eight or more man fronts last year on next gen stats. It's kind of ridiculous that they averaged the amount of yards per carry that they did. And then you add Trent Williams to the offensive line and you're just like, wow, this team can kind of go off. And I understand that Raheem Mostert, I think 28 years old, late in his career, you kind of have to worry about that stuff. But at the same time, guys like Damian Williams was buried in Miami for a long time. Kenyon Drake, if he never left Adam Gase, if he never left Miami, he may have never been able to shine the way that he has. So Raheem Mostert, it's all about risk reward scenario. And I'm not going to take him over guys that have a guaranteed role that I know are going to get 15 plus touches per game. However, once you get outside that range, I think it's fair to even say I might take Raheem Mostert over someone like Mark Ingram, because Ingram now has increased competition in some Dobbins, where you could see that turning into a 50-50 share. I don't think Tevin Coleman is on the talent level of Raheem Mostert. And I think we've seen that anytime that Tevin Coleman's been asked to go into a bigger workhorse role. So I'm curious. I'm definitely curious to hear Pat's take on Raheem Mostert.
Yeah. In some ways, I agree that Mostert almost has the better situation than Ingram, although I think sometimes you have to go with the talent end of things there. And I trust the pedigree with Ingram a little more. And pedigree is kind of a big issue for me with Mostert. And the fact that this guy, I mean, Tags and Yates, I'm a Big Ten honk. You know, I went to Wisconsin, like I watch a lot of Big Ten football. And, you know, Tevin Coleman was like this explosive player for Indiana when he was there. Raheem Mostert, I barely remembered him playing for Purdue. I mean, he was just kind of a non-factor into the league, and he's a special teamer for several years.
Yep.
And you make a good point about you know, how Drake was buried, and there are guys who can have late career surges and come out of the ether and be decent fantasy contributors, but he's 28. He doesn't catch many passes. I mean, he smashed in his last 8 games last year, but part of that was that Coleman was hurt. You know, Coleman. I mean, he had the high ankle earlier in the year, and then later on in the playoffs, I believe it was the shoulder injury. I mean, he started the NFC Championship game against the Packers, goes out with the shoulder injury. Mostert comes in and runs all over my Green Bay Packers in that game. So I do agree, though, that, you know, that running game is set up to once again smash. I mean, we don't know if the defense is going to be quite as good as it was last year, so maybe they won't be able to run quite as much as they'd like to, but we still have to imagine that's going to be one of the run heavier deep offenses in the league. So I see this as more of a split between Mostert and Coleman, which is why I think I have Mostert 30th and Coleman like 32nd or 33rd. And, you know, maybe even McKinnon works in, or, you know, Jermichael Hasty or Ahmed. So I just don't see any one guy in this backfield being so dependable that it's going to be a guy you necessarily want to trot out week after week.
I mean, and that's fair. I have no issue saying that, because obviously, you know, Raheem Mostert, he didn't really take off, and he wasn't the guy seeing more than 10 carries on a regular basis, even when Tevin Coleman was kind of, you know, going downhill. So I could definitely see that. Where I'll hang my hat, though, is that the 49ers did make it a point to make him happy. If they didn't feel like he was going to be an important part of that offense, rework that contract and gave him an additional $2 million or whatever it was. You know, if they weren't interested in keeping him around, you know, we talked, as I mentioned, about Tevin Coleman. He's a timeshare running back, and Jerick McKinnon, we haven't seen him on a field since 2017 now. So that's a long time. So, I mean, there are plenty of targets to go around. McKinnon's going to get some of them for sure, but Mostert, I just feel like in that RB3 flex range, you understand what you're getting with him, right? You're getting that lower floor, but you're also trying to get that potential top 12 ceiling.
If there's ever a scheme that can create a top running, San Francisco, right? We saw what Mostert did. Touchdown, all of his last, you know, few games in the season. And then of course, 220 yards on the ground and 4 touchdowns against Green Bay. So I think that scheme is fantastic. And if there ever is a scheme outside of maybe Baltimore, like this is going to be the scheme that can create a top 24 running back. However, we've seen Kyle Shanahan choose time and time again to use a platoon, right? Use these several guys in conjunction with one another. And so I have Tevin Coleman at 32 as well, Pat. I have him right up there because I think he's going to still be involved in this offense. If Raheem Mostert was the guy and he was receiving 200 plus carries in this offense, maybe 220 plus carries, I think he can return value, but I just don't see that happening. Let's look at another guy really quick, and then I want to get your thoughts, Pat, on some guys that have been maybe the most difficult for you to rank. Julian Edelman. Let's talk about Julian Edelman for a second. And correct me if these rankings are wrong, guys. Tags, you have him at 33. Pat, you have him at 43. That's a low, that's a pretty significant difference. And especially when we're talking about 43 overall for a wide receiver who should be the number one in this offense. Granted, it's going to be a completely different offense. He doesn't have Tom Brady throwing him the ball. But let's talk about this for a second. Pat, I'll let you go first and talk about Julian Edelman down at wide receiver 43.
Yeah, so part of it is that he's 34, and we know that he's dealt with some injuries. But I think the big thing is that I don't know what kind of Edelman we're going to see without Tom Brady. And I think the appeal of owning, of rostering Julian Edelman in the past was that you got those 16 target, 13 catch games. I mean, when you, and I've had Edelman on some rosters quite a few years, and I've gone against Edelman when he's had those games. And when he has that type of a game for you where Brady is just peppering him with targets, it feels like just a cheat. You know, you're cheating the system. And when he's having that game against you, you're ready to throw your shoe through the TV screen. I don't know if we're going to get the 16 target, 13 catch games from Julian Edelman with Cam Newton. You know, obviously Brady and Edelman had impeccable timing together, years to work on that. You know, they seem to just be so in sync. Edelman had leverage and was going to cut a certain way. And, you know, Brady was constantly throwing him open. And I don't know if Newton is really a timing quarterback. I mean, he has not really been a timing quarterback over his career. So are they going to sync up to quite that extent? I don't know. There might be some, you know, target 6 catch games, but I'm not seeing 16 targets, 13 catches anymore this year. So without that upside, I'm not that interested in Edelman.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm definitely lowering him down my board as the days go on, because he was someone that I thought I could lock into 100 plus targets, and it was like, it wasn't a high ceiling player. We always knew that, and we always had to worry about injuries with Edelman, because don't forget, he was considered, you know, for the beginning of his career. But now that, you know, we hear he's slamming his helmet down at practice and that he's walking over to the trainer, there's clearly something going on with him. And that's already a warning sign with a receiver who I think is 33 or 34 years old now. So Julian Edelman's getting up there in age, and Cam Newton, his place, what Julian Edelman has done, it's been more about N'Keal Harry, and it's a player like that who's good in like contested catch situations. So yeah, I'm going to be more on Pat's side of this one, especially when it comes to drafting, because as Pat mentioned, projections might come in at something, right? And he might come in at 33 in my projections, but in terms of where I would actually draft him, I'm probably going to move him down my draft board, because I'd rather have players with a higher ceiling and maybe a slightly lower floor, someone like Deontay Johnson, who I'd probably take over Julian Edelman if I were drafting today.
The other interesting part about figuring out what to do with Julian Edelman is that you have Mohamed Sanu there as well, who's the slot receiver. Yep. Sanu doesn't play on the outside. So, and Sanu's been receiving all sorts of glowing reports throughout camp, and that he's like the most polished receiver that the Patriots have right now. Now take that for what you will, but like, I don't know what to do with statting out Mohamed Sanu if Julian Edelman's there. If they have a plan for Sanu, and again, they traded a 2nd round pick for him, so they should have a plan for him. He's going to eat into some of that workload as well. So that's something to consider as well. Okay, I want to get your thoughts, Pat. Let's just go 2 or 3 names. Someone that you have had a really, really difficult time ranking this year.
All right. Let's start with Tom Brady, who we just talked about. I mean, 43 years old. I know the reports have just been glowing out of training camp. Gronkowski talking about his arm maybe being stronger than it was 15 years ago, yada, yada, yada. 43, only 4 guys post-merger have ever played quarterback in the NFL at age 40. DeBerg, Doug Flutie, Warren Moon, and Vinny Testaverde. And Vinny is the only guy.
That's crazy.
And I know, you know, Brady's in great shape and eats avocado ice cream for a snack and all this. And the thing is, like, Peyton Manning was spectacular in 2014 with the Broncos at, I think it was age 38 or whatever. The next year, he hit the wall like a crash test dummy. He was just done. And I mean, Brett Favre hit the wall too. Like, he almost took the Vikings to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
The next year, he is just toast. So, you know, we can say that Brady isn't Vinny Testaverde or Doug Flutie, but Manning and Favre were also great quarterbacks who just, you know, like they tumbled over the age cliff, and it happened violently. It wasn't a gentle slope. It was just straight down.
Yep.
So I worry about that. And obviously he's in such a great situation. I mean, I could see the case for putting him at number 8 behind Josh Allen. I could see the case for putting him behind guys like, Jared Goff, who I'm probably higher on than people. So like right now, I think he's my QB 13 or so. I just don't know what's right for him. And we talked about Mark Ingram and J.K. Dobbins before. I was initially going to be really conservative on Ingram coming into this year after they took Dobbins, but then COVID happens, thinking about it, like, maybe Ingram is the perfect COVID back. He knows the system.
Yep.
What they did worked so well last year. He's the veteran. How are they going to replace him? Maybe this is just a redshirt year for Dobbins, but what if Dobbins just has so much juice that they just, can't keep that genie in the bottle? So Ingram's been a really tough guy. I had him down, I jumped him up. Now I'm starting to have reservations because I think Dobbins might just be too good to sit.
Yeah, we've been talking about him. We've been talking about him a lot, both of them, Ingram and Dobbins, because that's one of the most difficult backfields to try and figure out. We're all right there with you. I think if you do projections, it's going to look like, Dobbins isn't going to be much of a factor, but he carries such additional upside that he could be one of these insurance running backs that you just have to take in the 8th, 9th round. Pat, before we let you get out of here, let's go 1 or 2 players that you just have everywhere, like these players that you love this year. You're drafting them everywhere that you can, and then we'll go the flip side of that. Let's go 1 or 2 players that you have absolutely 0 shares of.
Sure. And Yates, I'm kind of mad at you because you're one of the few guys who has Jonathan Taylor ranked higher than I do even. So I guess I'm not the top guy on Taylor. But I have been beating on like pots and frying pans with a wooden spoon, telling people to draft Jonathan Taylor.
Yes.
Best running back prospect since Saquon Barkley. I mean, I'm a Wisconsin fan, so there is bias involved, but not only is it the physical package of him being a chiseled 225 to 200 pounds, having the sub 4.4 speed, but this guy's footwork and, running instincts and smarts about when to wait for a beat and when to just blast forward. I mean, he is something, and, this is a strong dude. He can push a pile if he has to also. So I don't think Marlon Mack is going to hold him back. And I know they're going to play Nyheim Hines, but, if it's 3rd and long, it's going to be Nyheim Hines on the field. At Wisconsin, if it was 3rd and long, it wasn't Taylor on the field either. It was Garrett Groshek. So, so I love him. I mean, I would much rather have him than any of these RB2s like Todd Gurley or Leonard Fournette or James Conner or David Johnson. Give me Taylor ahead of any of those guys. A guy I'm kind of avoiding, and I've heard some of these guys talk about, I've been the fantasy fest throughout the day, and I know these guys have come up before. Well, I could mention anyone on that running back 2 tier. I'm just not drafting running backs there.
Yeah.
But Keenan Allen, I think, is one. Just hard to get on board with. I think you might have mentioned this earlier in the day, Yates, just the number of passes the Chargers threw last year. That's not happening again this year. I mean, not with Phillip Rivers gone and not with their defense, like potentially an elite defense. Like this should, by all reasoning, should be a ball control team.
Yep.
And so I think we have to lower the target volume for Allen. I think we have to, lower the caliber of quarterbacking. I know it wasn't Phillip Rivers' best year, but I think even in a bad Phillip Rivers year, he's still better than Tyrod Taylor or, rookie Justin Herbert. So those 2 off the top of my head.
Well, hey, obviously I agree with you. So when we talk about Jonathan Taylor as someone that we're drafting and Keenan Allen as someone we're avoiding, I am absolutely in agreement there. So Pat, thank you so much for jumping on. Tags, anything else that you want to add before we let Pat get out of here?
No, just follow Pat's advice. I mean, listen to his podcast. Pat, I just want to say that you've come a long way, because I remember when Pat first started his podcast, he was like, "Oh, I don't know how to host and this and that," but he's done a great job. So make sure you check out his podcast.
Absolutely. Pat, remind everyone where they can find and follow your work.
Yeah, on Twitter at Fitz_FF. The podcast is Fitz on Fantasy, and my rankings and articles are at thefootballgirl.com. Thanks a lot for having me, you guys, and golf soon, Tags.
Yes, we need to make it happen.
All right, guys, we'll be back in just a few minutes with Adam Rank from NFL Network.
Get hold of the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Today, call for the real.
New Kool-Aid coolers with 20% juice. You can...
The Transformers will return after these messages.
Welcome to Blockbuster Video. Blockbuster Video.
Take 5, 6.
This is the last ride that I'm ever gonna take in Astroworld.
Forgotten.
hold of the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Today, call for the real.
New Kool-Aid coolers with 20% juice. You can...
The Transformers will return after these messages.
Welcome to Blockbuster Video. Blockbuster Video.
Take it. 5, 6.
This is the last ride that I'm ever gonna take in
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Dan Harris, back for another round. With me is Kyle Yates, of course. And I am so excited for our guest right now. He brings energy. He brings enthusiasm wherever he goes. He is your favorite fantasy analyst of NFL Network, Adam Rank. You can find him on Twitter at Adam Rank. How you doing?
Well, no, that was the energy I was going to bring. I thought that you built me up
of all people.
You built me up too much. No, that's my natural habitat. Is that anytime somebody builds me up, I'm like, nope, I'm out. I can't do it. That's not who I am as a person. I can't just sit there and have a glowing introduction and then come in there and do anything but slow play you.
With me is the most boring all time.
What's up, everybody?
There it is. There it is. That's my guy.
What is up? Dude, I was out here. I've been hit up by so many people on Twitter talking about the toaster with no cord. And it's just been like running wild. People are like, they're going to name their team the 25-cent toaster. I love Fantastic. This. I love that this has become a new thing. And I appreciate, and by the way, I appreciate everybody listening. It's always nice to hear people, we go out there and we do it. I mean, you guys are mega stars, so you don't have this problem. But little old me, going out there and then realizing like, oh, people are actually listening to what I say. Number one, I should really watch myself. My wife tries to tell me that all the time. And number two, it's cool that people are like, oh, that was a funny thing or whatever. Like people still talk about like ketchup on hot dogs I think one of the last times I was on a FantasyPros show, we were talking about thin crust Chicago pizza. And there were some people who were so excited because they're like, I've been trying to tell everybody that for years. And I'm like, yeah, I got you. Like thin crust Chicago pizza is a thing. So again, I appreciate you guys having me. And by the way, I know I'm taking up way too much of your time.
No, you're not at all. Go ahead.
I know you guys had a rundown and you're like, this is all the stuff we want to go with rank. And I come in and I'm like, nope, I'm going to talk about thin crust Chicago pizza. I'm going to put over Blaine. Yeah, that's a matter of fact. Your producer or whatever. I don't know his job title.
By the way, he has no job title. Blaine is just sort of omnipresent wherever it is. We don't really know what he does, but he does everything.
He's the guy. So I was on the podcast this week. I believe it was this week. Who knows? Everything's running together. And I was upset. And I'm like, I can't believe that I wasn't invited to the Fantasy Fest. Like, how dare you? Like, I give you my valuable time. I wake up early on the West Coast to come do this. Like, how dare you? And then I find an email that Blaine had sent like a week ago. I'm like, oh yeah, Blaine did invite me. That was me blowing him off. So I'm clearly the jerk. So
I'll be honest. I was part of that process. And then I know you did the podcast, and Tags was furious. He was like, where do you guys get off not asking Rank to join this live stream? And I was like, can you confirm? Because I'm pretty sure the list that we wanted to come on. He was like, yeah. I sent him an email. So
he was giving
it's
an
all right.
email.
We thought you were just blowing us off, but I'm glad
Sorry,
you're here.
Blaine.
It's Blaine. It's all
I'm
Blaine.
here now. So I apologize to Blaine. That was my bad.
I don't even know if he's a real person, frankly. I mean, it's just
he's a bot.
Whoever he is, he tells us to do a lot of things. I don't know. We just do them. Okay. So before we get into this, which this is going to be a little trivia game, we're going to have a little fun here, just to sort of learn some stats about some players. It's going to be you against Yates, and I'm going to sit back before we do a giveaway for the 7 o'clock hour, and it is now 7:11. So we are ready to do it. Let me pull it up right here. My apologies for that. Okay. So for this hour, we are giving away the $100 site credit to Pristine Auction, which obviously sponsors a lot of our giveaways. It gives a helmet. And the winner is Jose Rojas. Congratulations, Jose. You are the winner. You will get that $100 site credit shortly. The 8 o'clock giveaway, remember, 1 hour, is again the giant giveaway from Trophy Smack, winners and loser stuff. As you know, if you've watched this ever on YouTube, we've got some trophies. I've got a championship belt that I never get to wear, but I'm going to bequeath it to Rank if you can take down Yates.
Oh my gosh, why aren't you wearing that belt right now?
You want it? Hold on. I always have it at the ready. Hold on. First of all, I can't wear it because I got no pants on. So what we got coming up right there. Can you see it, everybody?
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Right? That's
Who made that for you?
That's no joke. Trophy Smack, baby. Trophy Smack.
Give him a little love.
I love it. You can go to fantasypros.com/shop, free $59 championship ring. But yeah, I'll send this to you, Rank, if you can take down Yates, because there's nothing I like better than watching the guys lose a competition. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Okay. We're going to go by position. So the first position is going to be, the answer is going to be a quarterback. Okay. Next one's going to be a running back. Next one's going to be a wide receiver. Next one's going to be a tight end. I am going to, I'm sure this is based off some game. We're calling it Stump the Analyst, maybe, or this is Who Am I? Sorry, this is Who Am I? So what it's going to be is I'm going to give you something that would be like, okay, this fantasy analyst was our favorite guest of 2020. And the answer would be Rank. And if you got it, then you would win 5 points. But if you got it wrong, then I'd give you another clue to go on it. And if you got it after that clue, it would be worth 4. After that clue would be worth 3. After that clue would be worth 2. So Rank, do you want to go first, or that you want to watch Yates do it first and see how it plays out? Or you just
let's do it. Yeah, because I was barely paying attention.
That is
that is one of my. Sorry, I don't mean that in a bad. No disrespect.
It feels a little disrespectful, but
I'm only trying to think about what quippy thing I'm going to say next. So
that's all I care about.
Tune out, people. Sorry, I apologize.
All I care about. You can tune out completely. It doesn't matter. All right, are you ready, Yates?
Oh, I'm ready.
If you get it, Yates. Yates is first. Then for 5, if you get this with this one clue, you get 5 points. You ready?
Okay.
You get one guess per clue if you want to guess. I'm currently the QB9 in Fantasy Pros consensus average draft position.
Drew Brees.
Oh, see, this is, it's correct. Unfortunately, James sort of set these up, who wrote these for us. I got to imagine Yates is going to know the ADP going in.
Of course.
I literally talked about Drew Brees earlier today.
Okay. So I'm gonna.
First of all, hold on. That question doesn't count. Like, that's not like, if I'm sitting here and this is the real question, Yates. And if you get it right, and I'll give you clues as you go. Okay. My daughter is wearing a t-shirt with a Disney character that's as fair, because you're asking him something that he has this intimate, he's right there. He knows exactly. He helps put these together. That would be like what color is my son's t-shirt?
Can you answer that, Yates? His son's t-shirt? No.
Gray.
Okay. Negative.
Oh my gosh, it is.
I
completely backfired. Never mind.
We're gonna
go back. We're fine.
Okay. Yeah, Rank, you've raised an absolutely legitimate point.
All right.
I'm gonna fudge a little bit going forward.
Listen, if I'm gonna win a belt, I've got to earn it. So don't go easy. I'd let Yates do his thing. I'm not scared. Look at me. Do I look nervous? I am not.
Okay. All right. So then this is your first one. It's a QB.
Okay.
And this is worth 5 points. To even it out, I'll say first question. This quarterback's name rhymes with Patrick Mahomes. What do you got?
Patrick Mahomes.
Oh my God, 17,000 points. That's right. Okay, no, sorry, that wasn't it. But that would really
Dang
be the
it.
only way that we could make it work. Okay, here's your real question. It's a QB rank. Are you ready?
Mhm.
Again, don't look at ADP, and you don't know it like Yates does. I won't ask Yates anymore ADP. I'm currently the QB 13 in Fantasy Pros consensus average draft position.
13 average draft pro. Ooh.
Just take a guess, and if not, we'll go to the next one. It's worth 4.
Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford is correct. Did you really not look at that?
Dude, do you like I'm
No, I don't trust you at all. I mean, you've
you
shown
shouldn't
already that
trust
you're
me.
disrespecting me right off the bat. I mean,
I was trying to
That's
think
great.
of who would just be out of the who's got a wild variance and who's just outside of the the quarterback one situation. I know a lot of people love Matthew Stafford, and then there's other people like me who are like, hey, they're probably going to run the ball this year, so maybe it won't be as great, but whatever.
out of curiosity, what do you think? Are you throwing out last year and what they did where he just exploded and was on pace for like 5,000 passing yards and all that stuff, or what?
That's a real conceivable number if their defense is still atrocious. And that is the reason why. And you know what? One of the things with them too is now they drafted Jeff Okuda and everybody's like, this is a great player. And you're like, yeah, that's great. If they were adding him to a defense that still had Darius Slay, it would be perfect. Instead, they got rid of Slay, and now Okuda's got to be as good as a pretty decent NFL corner. So I don't know. They might be in worse shape this year.
Yeah.
But they did sign some other guys, some other Patriots cast-offs and everything. So we'll see. But
there were several. That's true. Okay, let's move on here to running back. Back to Yates. I'm not going to ask you the ADP question will come, but it's not going to lead off. Okay, right off the bat because I'm concerned about your level of knowledge of the consensus ADP. Okay, for 5 points, it's a running back. I have averaged 4.8 yards per carry over my first 3 NFL seasons. Do you want to guess or go on to the next one?
First 3 NFL seasons. Christian McCaffrey.
Nope. I have more.
Steal.
I have averaged more. No steal. It's only this is all
kidding.
Yates. I've averaged more than 10 yards per reception every year of my career.
How is this not Christian McCaffrey?
It's not. You can guess him again. It's going to be equally wrong. But
yeah, guess it
go ahead.
again.
Guess him again. Might be. You never know.
Austin Eckler.
Austin Eckler. Very good.
Oh,
Very good. All right. I like it. All right. That's 4 points for you. So right now you've got 9. Back to rank here. It's a run. Okay. So, I mean, rank, you nailed the ADP. That was the question I got for you there. So we will start it there with you. I am currently the RB20 in Fantasy Pros consensus PPR ADP. RB20.
20.
That's a real tough one. You can have obviously a list of running backs up. Take a look.
Can I look at my own list?
Yeah, of course.
No, I don't want to look at my own list. That's
no.
still
Look. It's ADP too. It's not ranking, so it's ADP. So where
it's
you're ranking.
average draft position, which is even.
Yeah, it's tough.
Who is in
PPR.
that? Oh, my rankings are always different. The RB20.
Yep.
Le'Veon Bell.
That is
No.
correct. I'm
No.
not joking. That
That's
you
what I was
are
saying.
a
That's
wizard.
what I was thinking.
What? You guys are both wizards. Wizard versus wizard. That's the name of this. That's the name. Wizard versus wizard.
So is he
Okay.
leading now?
He's
up by 1.
He is
right?
leading 10-9. 10-9. Very well done. Okay, 2 more. We've got 2 more positions. So here we go. Back to man. I'm so scared to ask you ADP. Are you like Yates? If I give you a random ADP for a wide receiver, are you going to be there? No, right? You're not going to be able to get there.
Probably not.
All
Try
right.
me.
Don't look at it. Yeah, we'll try you. I am currently the wide receiver 18 in Fantasy Pros consensus PPR ADP. Wide receiver 18.
And Sutton.
How do you know that? Why do you
That's
know
bad.
that? Why do you know that?
Because it's literally my job.
But not to know PPR consensus ADP, man. I mean, that goes beyond
Yeah, but
your
that's
job.
about his range.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where he's going in drafts. You can kind of And you got to figure too, you know, we're trying to get into your mind and you're trying to think about like who is sort of offbeat, you know, because like Bell was a decent stab because you're like, people are very polarized by Le'Veon Bell. I think Cortland Sutton is somebody that people could be surprised is going. So I think it's warranted personally.
Yeah.
But
How do you feel about Cortland
I love
Sutton,
it. Yeah. You know, and I know they're talking him up and it's always tough. And I know Tags today about like, you try to get through the noise of the veterans, like, oh, this guy's the best I've ever, of course, like, stop it. But I think that Cortland Sutton is one of the best talents. You know, he's an amazing talent, and you surround him with a number of good players like Jerry Jeudy. I know KJ Hamler is now battling an injury, but
right.
You know, Deshaun Hamilton's still there. Noah Fant in his second season. I think there's an opportunity for Cortland Sutton to thrive. And I think that Drew Lock, based on the way he finished last year, is going to be pretty good. So I kind of like it.
And Yates, I honestly, I don't remember. I felt like you had a strong opinion on Sutton. Whether you were really high or really low, I don't actually remember.
I was really high on him. I'm backed off. I'm around ADP right now.
Okay. All right. Fine. Well, great. Ruined my whole mojo then. Okay. We are going back to rank here. Yates is up 14-10. I just want to say, whatever happens in this game, you guys, you're crushing it. Way to be. This is fun. All right. We're getting tough. We're getting tough here, rank. Okay.
Okay.
I am currently the wide receiver 34 in Fantasy Pros consensus PPR ADP. Wide receiver 34.
Jamison Crowder.
Nope, but he should be. Okay. For 4 points, of all the players to finish as a top 24 wide receiver in more than 50% of his games, I had the highest bust rate, which I believe using tags boom bust and in between is like fewer than 7.9 PPR points. So of all the players last year to finish as a top 24 wide receiver in more than 50% of his games, I had the highest bust rate.
Marvin Jones.
Nope. I posted the best catch rate among rookie wide receivers at 70.4%.
Wait, what's his ADP?
His ADP is apparently 34. Now, I will be honest. I did not put this together, so I can double check these numbers just to make sure. If not,
second.
You just...
Oh, is it DK Metcalf?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Oh,
I averaged 8.3 yards after catch on my 57 receptions.
Terry McLaurin?
Nope. And
my
finally,
gosh.
I led all wide receivers with 3 rushing touchdowns.
How am I missing this?
Oh, got it.
Now you've got it, Yates.
Yeah.
This is a really hard one, actually.
That was really hard.
Yeah. All right. So all right. You want me to give you all 5 of them now in a row, rank? This
Yeah,
is
you
actually
might as well. Yeah.
It's very hard. I'm currently the wide receiver 34 in Fantasy Pros consensus PPR ADP.
He should be much, much lower.
He should be much, much lower. Yeah, let's give him a hint. He should be much lower now. Of all players to finish as a top 24 wide receiver in more than 50% of his games, I had the highest bust rate. So I posted the best catch rate among rookie wide receivers at 70.4%. I averaged 8 after catch on my 57 receptions, and I led all wide receivers with 3 rushing touchdowns.
Was this Hollywood Brown?
No. Yates, you got it?
Debo Samuel.
Debo.
Now it's what I mean. Look, he's 30. He shouldn't. I mean, I don't know. There's some optimism, I guess. There was reports, either yesterday or something that he could be ready for week 1. I don't know. I'm Debo to miss, at least a few games this year. So 34 seems crazy, but that's where he does end up. Yeah.
I was thinking Deontay Johnson for a significant amount of that.
Yeah.
That's
right. That's actually would have been a good guess. Wrong, of course. Okay. So it's 14-10. So let's finish this up. All right. This is going to be tough. Yates man, he's on a roll though. He just beat Tags in Fantasy Feud. So he's like totally feeling it.
That's
all right.
fair.
Ready. Yates, tight end, your wheelhouse, baby. We're going to be talking about this in the next half hour. I had the lowest catch rate of any tight end who saw 50 or more targets last season.
Mike Gesicki.
Nope. I played just 49% of the snaps in the 12 games in which I appeared.
I'm pulling up ADP. I'm pulling up my rankings.
That's right.
Repeat that last one for me.
I played just 49% of the snaps in the 12 games in which I appeared.
Evan Ingram.
Nope. I finished eighth in the Big Ten in receiving yards in 2018.
8th in the Big Ten
in receiving yards in 2018.
TJ Hawkinson?
Yep. TJ Hawkinson is correct. Well done, Yates. That was a tough one. All right.
Tough one.
It was a tough one. Sorry you had to struggle for one of them. All right. Rank. Yeah, right. He's been like, oh, what's the ADP? Great. This is my job. I know all ADP. Okay, rank. Let's finish this up. It's tight end. You ready?
Yep.
Currently the tight end 18 in FantasyPros consensus PPR ADP.
Jonnu Smith.
Nope. I know Yates loves that though. I have 243 receptions in my career. None have been longer than 26 yards.
Whoa.
Yeah, right? Good one. Way to go, James, who's watching this now. Absolutely. And
Jack
Doyle's correct. Oh my goodness.
Well done.
Well done. You guys, honestly, Yates wins, but wow. Seriously, incredibly impressive. That kind of blows my mind a little bit. 200 of my career, none longer than 26 yards.
That was the one. I don't know why I started just looking at my rankings and everything, and I'm like, that sounds like a Jack Doyle thing. I'm like, I can't remember him.
Yeah,
because you can think of like everybody has, and you think of it. There's been like one play where these guys truck somebody or a memorable play, and you're like, I think Jack Doyle always falls into the end zone or something.
Yeah, out of curiosity, either of you guys willing to draft Hawkinson or Doyle to roll as your tight end one, let's say in a standard, half PPR league, let's say 12 teams?
Not even.
Nope.
I've
got them at 19 and 20 respectively.
Okay.
Yeah, I got them way down. I think.
Okay.
Let me go back to my page. I think. Well, obviously Blake Jarwin is somebody that everybody loves now, and that's where I kind of. I draft him regardless of who I have at tight end. If I draft Kittle or Kelsey, I still end up drafting Blake Jarwin because I think that, given everything that's going on right now in the world, like it's probably a good idea to have an extra tight end. And I think that Chris Herndon's another guy that could pop as well. Yep. So I try to insulate with those guys.
Out of curiosity, before I ask you our last question, just because I feel like if we're talking tight ends, I've got to ask somebody else's opinion on this. Opinion overall this year on Jonnu Smith.
I kind of like it. I mean, I think that he would be in that category of late round. If I'm Herndon and Blake Jarwin and not leaving me with it, I don't want to carry 3 tight ends, but he's somebody that I would definitely take a look at for sure.
Well, Yates kind of broke our ranking system because he has them as like a negative number. Like you have to take them before your draft actually even starts because Yates just is all aboard the Jonnu Smith train. All right.
That's it.
Rank. Sorry. We end all of our segments asking the same question of everybody who came on. And that question is basically, who is one player or more than one player, if you want, who you feel like you're either targeting in a lot of drafts or you found yourself with a lot of shares of for whatever reason, whether you're specifically targeting them or just like, wow, this is a guy who I guess I've been drawn to. And conversely, who's one player or maybe more who you have just kind of either been fading this season or just really aren't interested in rostering.
I don't remember who I talked about on Tuesday or whenever it was, and I always hate to repeat myself. Not that everybody's like
we got a whole new audience here.
You never know. But it's so funny because I feel I was one of the guys who was always kind of considered a zero RB person, and now I'm totally like I'm all in on the running backs. I'm avoiding Dalvin Cook and Aaron Jones, and I'm like, give me CEH, give me Josh Jacobs, Kenyon Drake. Give me Miles Sanders, even though he's battling that lower leg injury, whatever that is. I'm finding myself drafting a lot of Robert Woods. And that's one of the players. Like, I have these arguments with people, and I'm like, he was so heavily targeted by the Rams at the end of last season. He was the wide receiver 5, which from week 11 on, I believe. Forgive me if I get the week. But he finished really strong. I think we can say that. And everybody's like, he doesn't catch enough touchdowns. And I'm like, that is the one thing that should encourage you is that he's targeted so much. and he was still being very productive. And I had Cooper Kupp. I had shares of Cooper Kupp on basically every team I had at last season. And he was fine down the stretch. But you look back and it's like he had games where it was either 4 to 6 targets. He was lucky he was catching touchdowns. Like it's one of those things where he would catch a touchdown and still score 12 to 14 points in a PPR league, which is insane. That's offensive to me. Like when you score a touchdown, that should be a 20-point day. When you get a touchdown just to get the 14, I'm upset with you.
Yeah. No, if we could choose, probably a handful of players to be sort of like, these are the guys that are, me and Tags and Yates. Robert Woods, definitely one of them. We've talked the whole time. Yates, I forget. I don't remember where you ended up on him, 12th overall or something like that for wide receivers.
Yeah,
I'm
in that
13th.
range,
Yeah, so we're right there with you, and going with the same. So did we talk about the players that you were avoiding? I mean, I don't know if you mentioned, if
briefly, yeah, I talk about Aaron Jones a lot.
Aaron Jones and right like that. Okay, great.
Wonderful. Dalvin Cook.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Whatever. I mean,
listen, I know, like everybody just, I don't like knocking players for injuries because I don't think that's fair. But he had injury concerns coming into the NFL. Through his first couple years, he had injury concerns. And he played more games than normal last year. But people are acting all of a sudden Christian McCaffrey, like it's not fait accompli. Like I've got him ahead of Zeke, right? I'm like, what are you talking about? Like he finished poorly at the end of last year. He was averaging about 10 fantasy points per game. Like I don't want any part of that. Like I'm going to take one of those younger guys who I mentioned earlier. And you know what? I take risks. I'm a volatile player. I'm either going to finish in first or last. I don't care. I'm going to take the wild swings.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like it. Cook is somebody who, I've been interested to see that he's going, I think, as the RB6 in ADP. I expected him to be back up to the RB4, once sort of the holdover blew over. But yeah, I mean, I guess, the general community is also kind of not quite as excited about him as I thought, especially when you have options again, like, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I've been trying to sort of, not jump on the train too much, but
it's too late. It's gone.
It's impossible.
Train's gone, baby.
No, well, it's too late. I missed it. It's all right.
Don't be afraid to be great.
That's true. I love it. I'm terrified of being great. But okay. Rank, thank you very much for coming on. It was great to have you. You almost beat Yates, who cheated because he knows the ADP.
He's so good.
But I really appreciate you coming on. Everybody, just remind everybody where they can find more of you and your work.
Yeah, just go ahead and find me on NFL Fantasy Live. We're back 3 days a week here during the preseason at 6 p.m. Eastern. And once the season started, we will be back at our usual spot at 6 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, Sunday mornings, 9 to 10. I will be on Good Morning Football Weekend. They're sending a green screen to my house. So if you're one of those people who don't like when I dressed up in costumes and did all that nonsense, then that message was not for you. But for everybody else who enjoyed it, we'll see you on Saturdays this fall too. So we're excited about it.
Awesome. And remember, you can find him on Twitter at Adam Rank. All right. We're going to take a very quick break, as we always do at the half hour. And when we come back, Yates and I are going to be discussing tight ends. And if you followed Yates this offseason, you will not want to miss that discussion. We'll see you in a couple. Welcome back, guys. It is the tight end primer portion of our live stream into hour 8. We are feeling good. We are ready to go. I love talking tight ends with Yates because Yates's rankings, I mean, they are not for the faint of heart. They go after it. So we are going to talk about general strategy, and then we're going to do a little Yates versus ECR because there's just a couple of spots where Yates and our expert consensus rankings diverge just a little bit. Before we do, you know by now that this entire live stream is sponsored by OwnersBox. We played a video of it before of me and Tags doing a draft. It's really awesome. It's not just something, they are our sponsor, but I'm telling you that I have had the chance to experience it and do a couple of drafts on it. And I've done drafts since doing it with Tags. It's awesome. It combines weekly fantasy, like it combines daily fantasy sports, pardon me, with the season long leagues. And so it's basically weekly. So if you get people, you can play a 1 week contest, a 2 contest, a 3 week contest, or a 4 week contest. There's a lot of game theory in it in terms of when you want to use your game opportunities, which is what I really like, because that's a spot where you can get a really, really good advantage if you pay attention of how to do it. The site's incredibly intuitive. You can create contests with friends. You saw the video, you saw Tags telling me I'm the worst. You saw me telling him that I hate so much about the things he chooses to be. That's kind of what it is. You can connect with your friends. You can connect with a community. Generally, you can challenge people. You can do everything like that. I've said it before, but use it on your desktop or your laptop, not your mobile version yet. You'll get an alert if you sign up when the mobile app is ready. Tags and I are going to play a lot during the season. If you play other sports, I play baseball. So doing it with baseball is great because you have a weekly game or a 2-week game with baseball. You can really maximize your game opportunities and do things like swap out players and everything like that. And if you create an OwnersBox account during the live stream, you're going to be entered to win an authentic NFL jersey of your choice. Just follow and tag OwnersBox in an Instagram story to enter. Again, it's really cool. It's really intuitive. You're going to enjoy it a lot. So go ahead and check them out over at ownersbox.com/fantasypros. All right, Yates, let's talk tight ends. Other than draft Jonnu Smith, let's talk about what your actual sort of tight end strategy generally is when you're in a draft. Do you ever draft Kelce or Kittle, for example?
I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it if they fall, because the separation in terms of fantasy points that you have at the top with Kelce and Kittle versus guys that I like of Hayden Hurst, Jonnu Smith, it's a drastic difference. However, you do need to keep in mind that when you are drafting Kittle or Kelce, you need them to finish at that spot. You need them to be consistent, be healthy all season long, and perform like a top performer. When you are playing in a league that has multiple starting running back spots, and typically you're seeing 2 running back spots, 3 wide receivers, and a flex. So in those instances, you're starting 5 other key positions that you need depth at, and then you're choosing to take a player out of position that you only start 1. And so in that case, you need them to be finishing at that spot. So of course, Kelce and Kittle are absolute, locked and loaded. As long as they're healthy, they're going to finish in the top 2. You have guys like Mark Andrews and Zach Ertz who can certainly finish in that range too. But I prefer waiting on these guys later on. So that way, because I've identified these players, to say that Hayden Hurst in Atlanta is in an incredible opportunity, and he's going as the tight end 12 or tight end 13 off the board in ADP consensus right now. It's like, I can get that guy for very, very little investment. And if he doesn't pan out, if something happens, if he gets injured, if he's just not involved in the offense as I'm projecting, then okay, I can cut him and I can go and pick up someone off of the waiver wire who did break out. A Blake Jarwin, if he's there for some reason. And Eric Ebron turns out to be better in Pittsburgh than we're anticipating. He has a connection with Ben Roethlisberger, whatever. He's going to be on the waiver wire, so I can go and pick him up, who I think he's going to have a greater opportunity. So the investment into the tight end position, and it's the same with the quarterback position, when you're only starting one of these, that's where it's more beneficial to wait later on and take your chances with some of these guys. However, I'm absolutely not opposed to drafting Kelce or Kittle.
All right, so a couple of things, because you said a lot of good points. Number one, Hurst's ADP is finally rising a bit. His consensus ADP at least in PPR scoring, I guess I should double check, in half PPR scoring that it is also rising. 1 second, let me make sure. I lied. It's a little higher in PPR. It's still slow. It hasn't risen quite as much in half PPR, but yet that's a guy, based on his ADP, he's borderline draftable in a standard league. That's crazy to me. Yates,
Right.
again, 5? I do have him 5th?
Mm-hmm.
5th.
Yep,
All
I
right.
have him tied in 5.
So you know Yates by now, and especially Yates is bold. Yates has his projections, and he goes, but you look at what Austin Hooper able to do last year, and you look at what tight ends have done in. I mean, obviously Tony Gonzalez was something. Oh, hold on, Yates. We've got a visitor. Hold on. You want to pop on? I'm sorry, guys. This is what I said. Come here. You can look. Hi. Here. That's my friend Kyle. Can you say hi?
Hi.
Are you here to say goodnight? Okay, good night. Love you too, babe. Good night. Be a good girl for mom. That's how you do a live stream while also dadding. Hi, just close the door for me. Thank you. I gave them
Dadding, a
permission.
verb.
Right? I mean, dadness, crushing hosting this live stream. That is the one thing that was my compromise for the fact that I drew the last 3 hours of the live stream to say, when you go to bed, if it's just me and Yates, you can pop in and say something. So they did. Anywho, Hayden Hurst absolutely walks into an incredible situation. He's more athletic than Austin Hooper. He's really, for me, I can make an argument for him to go maybe 8th, but I have him 7th. So he's a guy who, if you're going to wait, and not everybody in your listens to our podcast or watches this live stream, that's your guy. That's your guy to target. He is the poster boy. Well, Yates may have another guy, which we'll talk about in a second. Let me just put a number on it, Yates, just because we sort of said, well, if the value presents itself, we might be able to draft him. Where would you actually draft Kelce and Kittle? And is there a big gap in between them in your overall thoughts of your ranking?
3rd round would be where I would be comfortable drafting him. So if I can get a top tier running back in the 1st round, if I can get then another maybe solid wide receiver falls to me where I can balance it out, where I can balance out my roster, then I'll consider Kelce or Kittle there. If they're going in the 2nd round, maybe early 2nd round, that's probably where I'm going to go. I like these other options. Top tier running back fall to you. You're going to see a Miles Sanders fall to you. You're going to see a Nick Chubb fall to you. A guy who I would absolutely love to have as an RB2. Those kind of guys are going to fall to you if these players are taking, Kelce or Kittle earlier. And we haven't even talked about this a ton, in a home league, if someone takes Lamar Jackson in the 1st round, in a 1 quarterback league, these other running backs are just going to be consistently pushed down the board. And so that's where I'm more willing to soak up that value and then take a shot with a Hayden Hurst or Jonnu Smith later on. Or if I miss out on both of those for some reason, I'll grab a Blake Jarwin.
Yeah, so I'm willing to take them earlier than you are. I'm looking at my overall rankings right now in half PPR. I've got Kelce 14th and I've got Kittle 20th. Okay. Now for the most part, Kelce is behind only Michael Thomas in terms of receivers. So everybody above him is a running back. So if we're talking about how Miles Sanders slips to you, Kenyon Drake, Josh Jacobs, then I am taking them above Kelce. But for me, I got, Adams or a wide receiver, Julio Jones. I mean, Travis Kelce in particular, over 800 yards in 6 straight seasons. He's 1st in PPR finishes at the tight end position in each of the last 4 years. As a wide receiver, he would be in the top 10 of wide receiver finishes in each of the last 3 years. He is the equivalent of, if you're like, well, I would rather draft running backs, of course. If you can get out of the first 2 rounds, running back, that's obviously the overall preference if it falls to you that way. But for me, I'm taking him. If I'm willing to deviate from that, I'm going to take Kelce, and a couple of picks later, Kittle. Kittle is incredible. He had, just a ridiculous year last year. But Kelce in particular, Yates, I think I'd be willing to take him closer to, the earlier of the 2nd round. Because to me, it's like the equivalent of taking an elite wide receiver. And to be better than that, when you're taking a wide receiver, if you wait, now you like a guy like Jonnu Smith, and if you can get Hayden Hurst really late, that's fine. But a guy who you can get late, where you might be taking that late round tight end, if you replace that with a wide receiver, chances are you're gonna get better production from a wide receiver at that spot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I mean, it makes the Kittle and Kelce are complete positional advantages. So peek behind the curtain into my projections. I have Kittle as my tight end 1 with 215 projected fantasy points on the season in a half PPR scoring format. I have Kelce with 205. And here's the scary part about Kelce and Kittle. They both finished, and I think both of them were tight end 1 and tight end 2, with both of them only had 5 receiving touchdowns last year. With the yardage that they put up, that should have been more around like 8 or 9. So there is room for them to increase in the touchdown production category. But then, so those 215 points, 205, then there's a drop off. I have Mark Andrews at tight end 3 with 180, and then Zach Ertz with 178. And then I have Hayden Hurst with 150. So again, when we're talking about the gap, right? The gap that Kelsey and Kittle present you of 215 points at tight end 1 to 150 at tight end 5, that's crazy. That's a crazy difference. So again, it all just comes back down to how do you want to construct your roster? And that's why I mean, we've been talking about it this entire live stream is go to fantasypros.com/draftwizard and play around with this. Draft Kelsey and Kittle in the second round and then come back and see who you get as a wide receiver later on. Okay, do you like your roster that way? If not, then flip it. Take a star running back or star wide receiver in the second round, then come back and grab a Hayden Hurst, Jonnu Smith, Blake Jarwin. You know, there are other guys that you can take later on and see what your roster looks like that more. We can't tell you what to do, right? We can give you as much information as we can so you can make an educated decision in your draft, but ultimately you're the one drafting in your leagues. So go through the motions, do the draft, the mock drafts, and figure out what you like for this season because every single season is different.
Yeah, I referenced it earlier, but we did the PPR mock draft on the podcast, and I was like, I'm going to try something here. I think I said, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. And I took Kittle early, and to be fair, I also took Michael Thomas early. I was like, I just want to see what this looks like, and it doesn't look good, which is fine. I mean, that's fine to do because that's the whole point. And with the draft simulator, you can do a draft in 5 minutes. And if you use our multi-user draft, you can do it with some friends and then, maybe 10 minutes or whatever and have realistic bots fill in based on ECR. So yeah, I agree with that. Play around with it. All right. So let me dive deep into a couple of guys who you are pretty far apart on ECR, our expert consensus rankings. Again, that's over 100 experts. It takes into account all our rankings. It matches them together. I told you, Yates is bold. And frankly, I love that. And I think it benefits also the ECR when you have somebody who's, sort of, you go out sticking to where your opinion is and you're pretty far from consensus, but I want to pick your brain on it. We talk about it. I'm sure you've talked about it at some point already. I will give you 45 seconds on Jonnu Smith, who you have, and if I'm wrong in any of your rankings, let me know. 7th versus 16th in expert consensus rankings. So go ahead, make your case for Jonnu Smith real quickly, because if anybody has followed you at all, they know what the case is, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have no idea why he's all the way down at tight end 16. It just doesn't make much sense because if you're looking at Jonnu Smith, you're talking about one of the most athletic and talented tight ends in the NFL. Talking about a guy who is exceptional from a rack perspective. This is run after the catch. This is a guy who's 250 pounds, a carry, and he takes it for like 61 yards. Like I was watching the other day, he had like the longest tight end run since 1978 or something like that. And, it's just ridiculous because the things that you can do with Jonnu Smith are the things that you can do with George Kittle. George Kittle is a monster after the catch because he's one of the most athletic tight ends that the NFL has to offer. Jonnu Smith is in that same category. He just hasn't had the opportunity. And so when we're looking at projecting for this season and you're looking at AJ Brown is going to be the target leader. And then who's going to be the number 2 in targets? It's not Derrick Henry. It's not Corey Davis at this point of his career. Adam Humphries looks like a bust signing. It's Jonnu Smith. Jonnu Smith has to step up and be this guy because you're not giving AJ Brown 150 targets. So even in a low passing volume offense, you give Jonnu Smith 98 targets on the season, which is what I have him down for. And then you get the yards after catch that you get with Jonnu Smith. I think he's drastically going to outperform where he's being drafted. He's one of my favorite targets this year.
Okay, I do have him 16th, which I believe is on par with expert consensus rankings. We're not going to turn this into a Jonnu Smith debate. We actually did do a Jonnu Smith debate.
We did.
In our War of Words series. So just Google Jonnu Smith War of Words, and you will see how we each make our case. And again, I like Jonnu Smith a lot. I'm just not willing to basically put him up there and be like, this is my guy. I'm rolling with him as my wide receiver 1, no matter what. Let's move on here very quickly because we've touched on him as well. Blake Jarwin, you have him 12th. If that's right. I believe our expert consensus rankings have him now 18th. So go ahead and make your case for Blake Jarwin.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about him a lot on this live stream already today, but for those who are just tuning in, we're getting home from work. First off, welcome. For Blake Jarwin, you're looking at a vacated opportunity in this offense. Yes, you're going to have CeeDee Lamb step in and take a significant amount of targets that are now vacated from how old is freaking Jason Witten at this point? had 82 targets last year. Randall Cobb had 82 targets last year. Then you look at Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup. They're both going to see over 100 targets if you're balancing this offense out. And the way that we've talked about it before is that I have Amari Cooper down for 112 targets, Michael Gallup for 106, CeeDee Lamb for 101. These guys are all right there together. Zeke, of course, is going to be involved out of the backfield. You should see Tony Pollard. But in an offense that is going to be as pass happy as Dallas is, I have him down for 560 pass attempts on the year with Kellen Moore as the OC. And then you're looking at the tight end position. Blake Jarwin is going to be the guy because the second in command is Dalton Schultz. Does anyone know Dalton Schultz? Probably not. So Blake Jarwin is going to be this guy, and he's athletic. He can absolutely create. Now, I'm not saying that he's going to finish towards, Hayden Hurst from a projected fantasy point of 150 up at tight end 5 like I had him. I have him down for 119 fantasy points on the year. But guess what? In the tight end landscape, that puts him at tight end 12 in my rankings.
Yeah. I don't disagree with this one. He is too low, in my opinion, in expert consensus rankings. I mean, you made a ton of great points. He was 6th among tight ends in yards per target last year, 8th in yards per run, and they signed him to a 4-year extension. Like, This is the guy, and you want any piece of that Dallas offense is kind of what I've been saying. The only piece, frankly, that I'm not like all in on is Amari Cooper, but everybody else, I'm like, yeah, let's get everybody. Okay, let's talk about Gronk for a second. I have it as you have him as tight end 17. He was 12 yesterday. He's actually moved down now. Every day experts are submitting their rankings, updating their rankings. Yates and I update them every day, every couple of days. So now but you have him 17th, at least last I checked. If so, why are you down on Gronk?
Yeah, I'm at tight end 16. So It's looking at Gronk coming back, and he's never been this guy who is a high catch percentage or high yards per reception. He's just been a monster around the end zone. He's always fallen into the end zone. Well, when you're looking at this offensive philosophy and you say, okay, you have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin who are going to be heavily targeted on the outside. Godwin obviously will slide into the slot. You should have Justin Watson on the outside. There were reports that they're going to be moving Justin Watson into the slot. I don't buy that at all. Justin Watson will be on the outside when they move into 11 personnel. But with the tight end room that they have of Cameron Brate, Rob Gronkowski, and OJ Howard, you're looking at them running heavy 12 personnel, which means 1 running back and 2 tight ends on the field. If that is the case, what does Tom Brady do? Tom Brady is not going to force the ball to one receiver who is covered deep downfield, right? That's why I'm a little bit lower on Mike Evans this year, because I don't think that Evans consistently creates separation. He's in the same vein of a Kenny Golladay, of these other receivers who are just fantastic in contested catches downfield. What Brady does is he throws to the guy that's open. And so when you have Rob Gronkowski running up the seam, and then you have OJ Howard running a, out route from detached from the line of scrimmage, and Gronk is covered, but OJ Howard's open, guess where the ball's going? Ball's going to OJ Howard. So I'm expecting OJ Howard to be more involved in this offense. I can't give Gronk more than, I've met 48 receptions, 524 receiving yards on the season, and 6 touchdowns. And if that's the case, then he falls. Again, these guys are all just kind of mashed together. I think I said I had Blake Jarwin at 119 fantasy points projected. I have Gronk for 112. That's the difference between.
Let's start there for a second, because I want to actually quantify that. The number. Give me there's a range of your guys, wherever number it starts. It could be at number 10 or wherever, where the range between him and probably, and you and I talk about this all the time because we both do projections. So we both talk about how the fantasy points end up. Give me the actual range of where you're the difference between, quantify for me, the difference between my, whatever it is, 10th tight end and 18th tight end is 12 fantasy points over the course of the season. Do you have a range there where there's a good sort of feed to say?
Yeah, Mike Gesicki is my tight end 10 at 125 projected fantasy points. And then my tight end 17 is Eric Ebron, and that's 110. So you're talking about 15 fantasy points over the entire course of the season. Great. My tight end 10 and my tight end 18.
I mean, that basically sums it up as well as I think we possibly could. Let's touch on one more guy who I know you're particularly down on. Again, I don't know if you've updated your rankings since I looked at it, but you and I have talked about him, and you are not in on him, and that's Jared Cook. He is 10th in expert consensus rankings. Last I checked, you had him 21st. I don't know if he's moved since then, but why don't you go ahead and make the case? 22nd. So even further. Okay, I mean, I get it. We can talk about it, but why don't you make your case against Jared Cook one more time?
Yeah, you're talking about Jared Cook last year at 33 years old, averaging over 16 yards per reception and scoring 9 receiving touchdowns on 43 total receptions. Jared Cook is not drastically involved in this offense from a target perspective. He just simply outperforms the expected touchdown rate. So let me touch on expected touchdown rate. So that takes the total amount of yards accumulated by tight ends from the previous season and then divides it by the total of touchdowns at the tight end position. Okay. So that looks like every 130.67 yards, a tight end is expected, in quotations, to score a touchdown. And so what that allows you to do is build a baseline. Now that's not a, hard and fast rule. That's just a baseline to be able to say, okay, based on the projected target totals and then catch percentage, yards per reception, this indicates that Jared Cook should 5 touchdowns on, his projected targets and totals, whatever. So last season, Jared Cook scored a touchdown on like every 70 yards or something like that. Just blew that out of the water, expected touchdown rate out of the water. And so when you're looking at now, they have Emmanuel Sanders in this offense, who's going to soak up some targets. I know that we've talked about him, Dan, that you like him more than Tags and I do.
Yep.
But, so he's going to take away targets. Then they trade away significant draft capital in the 3rd round, I think, to go get Adam Troutman. Adam Troutman is a developmental tight end out of Dayton. So he's not going to be much of a factor this year, but he's still going to be targeted. You don't just draft that guy and get draft capital to not play him ever. So Jared Cook now at 33, 34 years old, there's no way that he hits 16 yards per reception again or drastically outperforms that expected touchdown rate to hit 9. So as a philosophy, I want to bet more on target totals and follow the target shares rather than someone drastically outperforming their expected touchdowns.
All right. Excellent. You did well. Great job. I think I do really enjoy talking tight ends with you. And I like it. I like that you're, you make your projections and that's what it is. And yeah, we differ on opinion, especially Johnny Smith, who I like, but war of words. Go ahead and check it out. We made our points there. All right, Yates, you get a little bit of a break right now. Congratulations. Go put your son to bed. We're going to be back with Tags, and Joe Pisapia is coming on. We're going to talk all things about the way he values players, Fantasy Black Book, all the good stuff. So stick with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Retro.
The butt fumble technical difficulties thing.
Oh, I do too. And someone just said, whoever came up with the butt fumble, bravo.
Yeah. And I've had people, I was telling Chris, people text me about the crap. Okay. I'm assuming that we're back. I hope that we are. Sorry about that. Some technical difficulties, but kudos to our video producer who put up the greatest technical difficulties graphic of all time. We are here. I hope everybody can hear me with Joe Pisapia, best friend of the podcast, creator of the Fantasy Black Book series. Joe, thank you for coming on this show, my friend.
I'm happy to be here with you guys. I got to talk to Tags already today on TV. So this is the second time. And let me tell you, I'm sure it's going to be enough after this. Two times in a day.
You invited me on TV today, and I told you stream, and Tags was like, no problem. I'll fit it in.
Well, in all honesty, he pre-taped it yesterday. We aired it today to promote the live stream. But yeah, you're mine next week, buddy, whether you like it or not. I'm going to bring you on.
I'm ready.
Talk little baseball. Put you on TV.
I had to bring in the backup here because he's coming to save me from YouTube because they're so mean. Are they mean? Do you think?
No way. I'm awesome. I've got cool like bobblehead things behind me, man. No way. Look at this guy. Hello.
Can you say hi?
I wish I had a transformer or something that my friend was doing.
All right, buddy. We're gonna go record. Can you wave? Can you say I'll see you later?
See you later, bud.
See you later, Jonathan.
Good job, buddy.
Who do you like at tight end?
Yeah, what's our QB strategy?
Oh man,
he's not gonna even provide fantasy advice. What's he doing?
What we should do? We should have a fun draft where like our kids draft against us.
He charges for his fantasy advice. I don't.
So funny thing, we are doing a FantasyPros like kids league, and my son is on it, and they can use our tools, thankfully, but I can't give him advice. Like, I can't tell him what to do. So,
well, is that a good thing? I don't,
I am 99% sure. Round 1, Brady. Round 2, Gronk. Round 3, Edelman. Round
Patriots.
4,
Patriots.
Amendola. Not even current Patriots. Anybody who's ever played for the Patriots. Amendola is like one of his favorite players. Anyway, we could talk about my son for hours in the therapy, but let's get into relative position value. Joe, go ahead. Tell everybody about the concept. Let's talk it through.
Sure, why not do it? So rankings are great and tiers are better, but I like quantified rankings. I like to know exactly where the drop off is, and relative position value is that. It's an adaptable tool that you could basically use in any league, any scoring, any format, any depth. It doesn't matter. It's completely adaptable, and that's also a very useful thing. I like things that are simple and adaptable. That's very good. Give me something that I can use everywhere and actually create a strategy with. That's the idea. And what RPV basically does is it tells you how much better a player is than somebody else at that specific position. And, sometimes people have these systems and you have to get into my system. This is a very simple thing to understand because RB is not a position, but RB1 is, because most teams in your league are going to have an RB1. So if that's the case, what you want to do is you want to try to stay above that fantasy league average. You want to use relative position value to craft roster strength. The biggest mistake people make in their fantasy leagues, in my opinion, is they try to fill out their roster instead of trying to create roster strength and build that. And you get that core roster strength, then you can build out from there. And RPV basically determines that and creates a strategy along for you, depending on what format you're playing in and depending upon the depth of the league and how to approach it. So it doesn't matter if it's super flex or standard, PPR, whatever it might be. RPV is a tool that you can adapt to all of it, and that's what's so useful. And look, fantasy, when its core, is very simple. It's about me outproducing you from as many roster spots as I can. And if I can do that consistently and stay above that fantasy league average at most positions, then I'm going to ultimately have success. And that's why the Black Book's been such a success the last decade, which is it's a tool that people can latch onto. They understand it. I think smart fantasy players, they instinctually use it, or they're doing it already and they don't understand that they are. They go, oh yeah, there it is. It's in black and white. And then when they see it, it's something that automatically people understand. They can use it. It's not intimidating and it works.
So Joe, let's talk about some players that stood out to you in this RPV system that you use. Like, what players stood out to you as incredible values right now in fantasy drafts?
Well, that's a great question, because the first guy to me is a guy that I'm drafting every hunt. Because if you look at RPV versus AD, did in my podcast, that is a really helpful, useful thing to go through, because you can see, well, this guy's got a really good rising RPV, and this guy, is really a value. And Kareem Hunt is a guy where, Nick Chubb in front of him, how many guys that if Nick Chubb gets hurt or the guy in front of him gets hurt, automatically become potentially a top 6 running back. And I think Kareem Hunt has that kind of upside to him. Plus, last year in PPR, he was only a point behind fantasy league, points per game behind Chubb anyway after he came back. So it's guys like that where you start to look at the ADP versus the upside in the RPV. And what you're also trying to do is understand where the drop-off is. I just actually did a podcast where we're talking about, well, Kelsey's RPV is so much higher than everybody else at the tight end position. And that's a fact, just like Gronk or like the best days of Jimmy Graham. But what's cool about that is, and you have to understand, if you're going to take Travis Kelce, yes, you will have that advantage. But you also have to be the kind of fantasy player that understands, okay, I have a really good depth of the wide receiver pool. I have a really good depth of the running back pool. I know where to find names later on who are going to outperform their ADP and then support that big pick. The thing is that once Travis Kelce is on another team, the rest of the field condenses quite a bit in terms of RPV. So there's only one team's going to have that advantage. So you have to understand that it might not be something you want to reach for, because you might have to give up some of that big time, RB to kind of play. You're going to take a Travis Kelce early. So that's how it kind of crafts strategy. Guys with rising RPVs are guys like Calvin Ridley, who you and I basically, we might as well just do a podcast about him every day. It feels like, it seems like that's kind of where we are.
Dan doesn't want us to talk about Calvin Ridley ever again.
No. Everybody can talk about Calvin Ridley. Everybody can talk about Calvin Ridley. I guess it's just that. No, you know what? You're right. Forget it.
Isn't that a theme though throughout the show, is that we've had a lot of analysts come on today, like literally some of the biggest names in the industry come on today, and almost everyone has somehow in some way brought up Calvin Ridley. It just happens.
True. Yep. It's true. Who else, Joe? Who else? And if you mention Calvin Ridley again, show's over.
Yeah, it's fine. That's all I need to do to get out of here.
Don't pretend. Don't pretend. Joe,
Right,
I just want to make it clear. Hold on. I want to make it clear. Joe moved heaven and earth to get his camera up and running. Like legitimately, he could have legitimately been like, "Sorry guys, I'm out. It's just not working." This is why he is third best friend of the podcast. You're moving down, but keep going. No Calvin Ridley.
Who's ahead of me?
I can't tell you that. That's proprietary FantasyPros information. It can't do it.
That's some nonsense right there. Forget that. But it's also about understanding the drop-offs in the tiers too. Like I'll give you, for instance, like in full point PPR, Michael Thomas right now is plus 24. Okay, that means he's 24% better than the fantasy league average wide receiver one. Then the drop-off, you got Julio Jones at 15, Devontae Adams at 14. And then what happens is you see then even extensively more where the drop off is. And then it goes down to Tyreek Hill at +2. And then you've got Godwin at -1. So Godwin's a really good player, but as a wide receiver one, you have to understand you're behind where everybody else is. So how do you react and create a strategy off of that? Well, then you make sure that you attack the receiver and you get another guy who is maybe also a low end wide receiver one. And then you raise that RPV up. And again, it's a very simple tool in that sense. And whenever you look at the RPV, it can also tell you on the back end of a season just how much better a player was. I think on the recent podcast with you guys, I was talking about how much better Christian McCaffrey was than the average RB1 last year. He was a +62 RPV better than the fantasy league average RB1. Okay, the next guy was Aaron Jones and full point PPR at +9. It's the biggest gap I've ever seen anywhere. And that's partially because you had injuries. Saquon Barkley missed time. So all of a sudden the field wasn't the normal field. Yeah. But it's crazy when you think about the disparity. And yes, yet again, if you had Christian McCaffrey, you only had to worry about that 1 week you played Christian McCaffrey, right? Well, maybe you get him on the bye week or a down week or something like that. Maybe you get lucky, but he was that good. And that is what's great about RPV is it tells you, exactly in black and white with facts, how much better a player is or not, and where the negative players can really drag down your roster. And I think that's the other key too, is can you stay above? Can you build core strength in Superflex? How do you use it along with the quarterbacks to get a true QB1 and then a low end QB1? And then you're out producing not only everybody at QB1, but also in the Superflex spot. And that's, again, kind of the Black Book 101 there.
No, that's fantastic information. That information, I want to ask you, where, this is a question I asked earlier in the podcast. I think it's something that a lot of people struggle with. I know myself, I love Michael Thomas. I think he's a fantastic wide receiver. I think he's a can't miss player. As long as he's in the field, he's going to perform as a top 6 wide receiver. There's no question about that, right? There's a clear tier break after those top 3 wide receivers. Where do you draft someone like Michael Thomas in the first round? Because Dan was saying earlier, he might get to that 10th pick and saying, just depending on his mood and how things are going, he might still Michael Thomas is there, but his rankings might say one thing. How do you have round wide receiver conversation?
Well, in the full point PPR, it's really difficult to let Michael Thomas go past that area. I mean, getting the bell cow running backs, I absolutely am. And I understand the idea of going there. But now, when you get to that back in the first round now, you're starting to have some questions here. You're starting to have little questions about Chubb maybe not being exactly the same as last year. You always have the injury risk of Dalvin Cook. The one thing you can count on is the consistency, I think, of Michael Thomas in that offense. So I think as long as you can back it up right away, Joe Mixon's a guy that I like down there as well. If he's available, I got a lot of shares of him as well. But I think when you're looking at Michael Thomas, you also have to take into account that same thing that I know you love about Devontae Adams, which is the high weekly floor. And when you're building a roster, if you're a smart enough fantasy owner, you take that wide receiver one there that you know is going to be a plus, that you know is always going to be every single week scoring points, then I think as long as you can get another decent RB1 there, and then maybe you take some shots. Maybe that's the kind of team that you do want to take a Jonathan Taylor in the 3rd round if he's still there, or somebody you think a Cam Akers, somebody that has more upside. I think you might have to do that if you do start off with a big time wide receiver in the 1st round.
A copy of it actually in my bedroom right now, but I'm not going to go get it. I'm sort of playing along for the listeners. When I open my black book later tonight.
That's better. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay,
how does it manifest itself? Like, is it a score and then you just sort of intuitively use that? Or is it like a draft guide? How does it work?
Yeah, well, I like to say it's like Lord of the Rings. It's the one book to rule them all. And what RPV does is it takes projections, which are great. It's fine. But projections are not the end all be all of fantasy. And too many people don't hold themselves accountable when it comes to projections, which drives me absolutely crazy. So it takes previous season stats, it takes projections. When you have 3-year averages, it takes that into account, takes it all together, and then you create the numbers for the players. And then when you compare the numbers to each other, at let's say the top 12 guys at RB1 and the next 12 at RB2, et cetera, with wide receiver and all the other positions, that's how RPV gets created. But then it gets
Are we back? We may be back. We don't know.
I think we're back. I think we're back.
Let's pretend we're back.
Wonderful. Sorry, you guys. I mean, we're actually fine. Our producer just likes to show me the butt fumble picture because
it's one of my favorite moments, actually.
Yeah, it actually, I'll be honest. So my wife, Jo, as you know, is a Patriots fan. I married into a Patriots family. She's not a crazy football fan, but she it was on Thanksgiving, I think was the
Yes,
butt
it
fumble.
was.
And we were in New York visiting my family, and she was like, "Oh, honey, we can watch the Jets. Like it's fine. We can watch the Pats Jets game." And she saw the butt fumble, and I remember her face is like glued in, and just this feeling of pity. And it was just sort of like, now you understand what I'm going to be dealing with for the rest of my life. Anyway, okay, we're back. Sorry about that, technical glitches. I mean, we're in hour 8.5. By the way, I forgot to do the giveaway at the 8 o'clock hour. I will do it in a bit. Jo, I'm really sorry. I think you got cut off. You were in the middle of sort of explaining the way RPV works in practical sort of manner. You knew where you.
I think we were talking about like what RPV does is it takes projections, which are good, but not the end all be all, because I think too many people put too much stock in projections, and there's very little accountability. Projections are usually the best case scenario of what we want to happen, or it's a rehash of basically what just did happen. So take a little projections, also we weight the previous season plus 3-year averages when you have them. And then it cooks them all together and it creates the number. And then depending on the scoring, we then create RPV for wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. We take them into groups, and that's how you then start to equate it. And we then break it down too, because we have standalone draft chapters for PPR, for Superflex, for best ball. I was talking about NFFC, I think, before we left, because a lot of people are getting involved in higher stakes. And I brought in Billy Wasowski, who has won hundreds of thousands of dollars in NFFC, because I wanted somebody who isn't like, oh yes, I'm a pretend analyst who knows how to win high stakes leagues. No. I want a guy who's actually won it to go in there and talk about how you win these kind of leagues and what the approach is. And I think that's my goal at the Black Book, is I want to be able to have something that no matter what your draft is, like you have one draft on Friday, you can go through and you can rehash everything and be ready for it. You want to go back, you got a best ball on Saturday well, okay, go to the best ball chapter and read up on that again and get ready. And the other thing I can do that other people can't, is when the magazines come out and things like that, they're months old. Like I just updated the Black Book for paperback on Amazon August 8th. So it's got, Cam Newton information in there. It's got Clyde Edwards-Helaire information in there about the changes and things. And I think that ability to stay constant and update the cheat sheets and RPV for people that's kind of what separated us. And I got to be honest, like I never expected it to be where it is now. And it's only because it works. And when people find it, they keep coming back because it works. And I think that is a testament to all the hard work that this team of mine put in, and even Mike Tagliere too, to a certain extent, very small.
To a certain, very small.
Very, very small extent. Yeah.
Extremely minimal, like all of Tags's contributions to the fantasy industry. Just to be clear, Joe, I mean, I know it's a fantasy football live stream. Though you have a Black Book series for baseball as well, and aren't you dipping into other sports as well?
Our first hockey book last year, Chris Meany was actually able to start doing that with me. We were the plan in 2020. We had all kinds of plans, Dan. Oh, did we have plans for 2020? Yeah. We were going to do an NBA book this year. We were going to do NHL. We're still playing NBA and NHL. We have no idea what's. We're going to try our best to regroup and figure it out. But yes, the long-term plan is to continue to spurn off RPV. And look, the people who had bought the hockey book last year loved it. They said, this is great because there's not a lot in that space. And we've got a great team of people behind us doing that too. And that's the whole thing. It's the system itself. It's just a simple percentage system. It's not too data heavy. It's not going to drive you crazy. There's so many great deep metrics, but again, that's not strategy. That's just metrics. So I don't love math, but I like counting money quite a bit. And I know most of my readers do as well. So what you can do is you can go out there and have the Black Book. Like all of a sudden now you see in black and white where the drop-offs are. It's not rankings. It's quantified rankings. It gives you all that you need to know. And it covers every kind of draft that you could possibly be doing. And I think, too, we talk so much about players, but not enough about the players' value in these specific leagues. And that, I think, is also underdone in our industry quite a bit.
Well, when the inevitable book is written about your life, I look forward to reading it when it will inevitably be titled, I Don't Like Math, but I Like Counting Money. The Joe Pisapia story. All right.
Bad. That's a book jacket right there.
You just said it, baby. I'm just using your words. Okay, we're going to end the segment on the same questions that we ask everybody. But first, I did neglect, again, mostly Joe's fault because of the technical difficulties.
I blame me.
To do the 8 o'clock giveaway. That is my bad. We did draw a winner. It is Steven Middle winner loser item package from Trophy Smack. It is awesome. At 9 o'clock Eastern, so in 23 minutes, we are going to be giving away a $200 gift card to PR Butcher. My wife loves it. So it's going to be good. So again, make sure you keep entering. All right. So here's the question that we've been asking basically everybody that's come on. Who is the one, and you can do more than one if you want, or who are one or a couple players that you find yourself either drafting or rostering more often than not, or who are you targeting? And conversely, who are the players who you are really just avoiding and you haven't really been rostering in any of your drafts?
Well, I'm not going to mention the guy that we already mentioned before.
We can't talk about him anymore.
Don't say it. I will cut the live stream down.
I'm not going to talk about him. I'm getting a lot of Calvin Ridley. I'm surprisingly getting some Leonard Fournette, which is not a player that I would necessarily be targeting. But what's happening is Fournette is dropping to a point where he's just a value. He's just a value in terms of it's a guy on the last year of his contract. There's nobody else there that I'm super impressed with that I think is going to all of a sudden take that role. And yes, the catches might come down, but the touchdowns will probably go up just a little bit. It's all flukish a little bit. So if they both marginalize properly, then you're pretty much getting the same guy. Le'Veon Bell's another guy too. That's just, people have short-term memory loss sometimes. It's amazing. They can remember that one good season Josh Gordon had, but like a guy who's got 3 or 4 good fantasy seasons after a down year, it's like, no, he's done. I don't want him anymore. I'm not having him. It's done. He's dead. And I don't love the Jets offense. Sorry, earmuffs, Dan. But at the same time, you have to understand that he could actually potentially lead this team in receptions when all said and done. He probably won't, but he'll probably be number 2 or close to it. So I think what you have to continue to do is look at the board and the value there too. And I understand everybody's excited about a lot of the rookies, and they should be. But at the same time, I also think you have to understand that if it takes them a little bit longer to start this year because of the lack of OTAs, because of the lack of preseason games, you have to be more patient than you were last year. And a lot of people lost patience last year with Miles Sanders. I know because I didn't draft him anywhere, but I traded for him everywhere because people just said, I throw my hands up, enough with this guy. Yep. And of course, in the second half, we all know what happened. I find myself getting some DK Metcalf quite a bit too. Again, upside guy, a guy who costs you nothing to find out. I know we talked about him on the pod too recently as Will Fuller, just because, again, there's nobody else there, I don't think. Who else has a rapport with Watson like that? I understand, look, as a wide receiver 4, I don't think it's going to kill you. Hopefully you get the 5 or 6 games he actually plays, but I mean, it's kind of frustrating to sit there and think about it. I will always have shares of Derrick Henry because I love me some Derrick Henry. Everybody knows that. And all the Kareem Hunt all the Kareem Hunt I can handle. I just feel like that's another guy where 2 years ago, he was a top 5 overall pick. Yeah, it was Andy Reid's offense. I get it. But I don't think, and I think that we could very well see a very productive running back who's going at RB3 kind of territory, who could absolutely easily end as a high-end RB2, if not higher, if there was, God forbid, an injury to Chubb. So those are some of the names right now. And I think in terms of quarterbacks, I play a lot of super flex. Matt Ryan continues to be a guy, I don't know why, but he's undervalued. He just is. The guy just throws for so many yards. They're going to be an aggressive offense. Matt Ryan, once again, is another guy that if you're in those super flex leagues, he kind of, falls a little bit further than he should. And I think that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with a lot of that. I talked earlier today, Tags. I don't think you were on with Andy, right? With Andy Behrens.
No.
But I talked a lot about Leonard Fournette. And this is the weird thing, right? I was defending Fournette because I too kind of end up with him. And you were succinct with it. But yeah, that's basically it. There's no one behind him. They're not going for anywhere. And yeah, he's going to get back the passing work, but he should sort of balance some of that out with the touchdowns. But I realized I have him at 18, which is basically where he is in the consensus rankings. But I do feel like when I'm actually in drafts, nobody is pulling the trigger on him or Bell, right? And I know, Tags, you bring it up all the time. You don't want to tie yourself to bad offenses. Well, nobody should want to tie themselves to Adam Gase. That is true. But I think that in the end, there is a lot of value, even though it's not showing up right now in the ECR when you get into your actual drafts. And I kind of get it because you're like, ugh, I don't want Leonard Fournette. I mean, the Jags don't even like him. Like, last year, all those catches, he didn't do anything with him. It was a fluke. I get it. But yeah, I agree. I end up with a lot of the players that you mentioned as well.
No, I think Fournette comes with a little bit more upside because he is going to be the goal line back for that team. And if Jay Gruden's offense takes a step forward, that defense is going to be terrible. They're going to be behind in some games, and there might be some garbage time touchdowns for Leonard Fournette on that team. But I do worry about the passing game usage that he's not going to get with Chris Thompson there. But again, if you get him in the fourth round, the early fourth round, I'm down with that. I mean, because you've already got, 2 running backs and a wide receiver. He might be your third running back, or you went wide receiver heavy. The one that I'm struggling with is Le'Veon Bell, because Bell is someone that I do feel like presents value as a low end RB2, but I feel like there's absolutely zero upside there. So if you draft Le'Veon Bell, that's fine to have him as your RB2, but you need to surround him with upside players. You can't just have a fantasy roster littered with guys like Le'Veon Bell. You're not going to win a fantasy championship with guys like that on your roster, like stacked with that. But having him as a consistent wide receiver or RB2 that you're getting in the 4th round, I mean, sometimes I've seen Le'Veon Bell fall to the 5th round, which is just crazy because you're getting tremendous value at that point. But people don't realize he was very consistent last year, especially in PPR formats. But I worry about Adam Gase. I worry about the fact that this team has.
Well, you should.
They might have actually 5. They might have 5 starting running back, like 5 new starting offensive linemen.
Well, here's the thing. I think that, names like DeAndre Swift, who haven't, nearly moved up as much as some of the other rookie running backs, that's the kind of guy I'd be trying to get right away if I had Bell. Like, you're looking for upside there. You're looking for guys like that have some talent that might take him a little while. And who knows, maybe he eventually does hit. And then all of a sudden you have an embarrassment of riches where, all of a sudden one becomes the flex running back, for God's sakes. And I think that's what you're saying is absolutely true. But going back to Fournette real quick too, that is just another guy that, you should always have guys that you like, but don't be stubborn enough that you take a certain player, because every player, kind of like the $1 million man, everyone has their price, right? So here's the idea that eventually certain guys fall to a certain extent where it just makes sense and it's better than what else is on the board. If Leonard Fournette was there and some other guys that you have questions about, all of a sudden it's like, well, why wouldn't I take Fournette? I mean, the guy's playing for his payday, and I'll always want to put stock in guys that do that personally. That's always something that I like to do because 9 times out of 10, it works out.
Yeah. And again, I mean, Tags, I realized it was a completely different thing. By the way, Joe, you're just staying on till 9 at this point.
Yeah,
I mean,
whatever.
for me and Tags to have like an 8-minute segment on streaming.
It wouldn't make much sense.
And Tags and I don't like talking to just each other anyway. So let's just keep you on here for a little bit. But let's talk about Fournette and then we can move on to somebody else. But Tags, you wrote the great boom bust and everything in between. And we talked about it. How many times did Leonard Fournette bust last year? 0% of the time. Now I get it. His, his floor was exceedingly high because he got I think it was 76 receptions, endless amount of just receptions that went nowhere, absolutely nowhere, and did nothing. They've got Chris Thompson in now. So obviously, his receptions are going to come down. I wonder, out of curiosity, Tex, because I was talking about this with Andy. I don't know if you have your projections up now around where you see him coming out reception wise for Fournette.
And Mike, correct me if I'm wrong too. Didn't nobody get hit behind the line of scrimmage more than Leonard Fournette last year?
Well,
and yet
Fournette
he
was
still had the
consistently
totals.
rocked in the backfield. Derrick Henry was actually one of those guys too. Derrick Henry averaged he averaged less than a yard.
I know
before
Henry.
contact. It was
I know
ridiculous.
Henry was up there, but I thought Fournette was actually number one, if memory serves, or number
Fournette
two. They were
had
right neck and neck.
He was 792 yards after contact, third in the NFL.
Yeah,
So.
Fournette, for what it's worth, I have him down for 222 rushing attempts, 49 carries, or 49 targets. I'm sorry, but it's getting so late to the point where I'm not used to talking about fantasy this late, but 49 targets, 38 receptions for 306 yards and 1 touchdown. My concern with Fournette, and I don't know if you guys share this concern at all, the Jags talked about trading him this offseason. It was rumored. They were not hiding that. They were talking about that. That's the thing. So here, I want you to envision a scenario right now, because I think Yates was on when I mentioned it earlier. Imagine that traded to the Philadelphia Eagles. We know that the Jaguars are tanking this year. We know that they're basically accumulating tons of draft picks this offseason for next season. Is it possible they trade Leonard Fournette to the Eagles, who have acquired Jay Ajayi? They've acquired Jordan Howard. They look for that power back. And is it possible they acquire him for like a 4th or a 5th round pick? Then I don't think that we can say Leonard Fournette has very much value at all. It's almost like an RB3 in fantasy football that you're worried about Miles Sanders, who's arguably the better running back.
I mean,
well, I guess in that scenario, guys, though, isn't that, Miles Sanders, then is there an injury to him, or is he not performing? I think, that's the question surrounding that, because you could also throw out the scenario as like, whoa, what if he gets to the Patriots and the Patriots play good football?
The Falcons, something like that. Like early.
Well, I'm saying there's lots of landing spots there for him, and we have seen a better NFL trade deadline in recent years than we have ever in our lifetimes, which has been really cool and fun to talk about and fun to cover. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the market will be there for Leonard Fournette potentially, but once again, it's only there for him. He's playing well, and if he's playing well into week 8 of the season, well, damn, I'm looking like a playoff team right now.
Yeah, I think it would be more likely that the Eagles would, I don't know, sign Devonta Freeman if something happened to Miles Sanders or something like that. I don't see them making that trade now. But again, think about Carlos Hyde last year. Lamar Miller went down and he walked into the situation. Carlos Hyde wasn't anybody that we were targeting for fantasy, but in the end, I mean, you weren't excited about it, but he put up decent overall fantasy numbers. If there's like an injury like that, Fournette could also walk into a situation where he's like, oh, okay, this is an even better thing. And the one thing is, if he's not traded, and you're right, they tried to do everything they could to be like, we do not want you on this team. We do not want you to be our running back. And where is he? On this team as a starting running back with nobody behind him whatsoever. So if you are the Jaguars and you are unable to trade him, why don't you just run him into the ground? What, right?
That's
run him
exactly.
into the ground.
There's so many more positive scenarios in the first 6 to 8 weeks of the season. Like you're saying, oh, maybe they trade him. Well, he's only going to have trade value if he's good. And like you're saying, well, they tried to trade him. Well, he can't. Well, we might as well run him into the ground. There's a lot of positives out there. And look, I know the negatives. I've been a guy who's very tough historically on Fournette, and I've passed on him lots of times because of the injuries and all of the injuries in college too. But I think at a certain point, you have to look at what's the value on the board. And I'll give you I actually drafted him in the flex league a couple weeks ago in Jake's league. It was a super flex one. And I start off with Mixon, Dak, and then I think Matt Ryan, Fournette, and Hunt. So those are like the first 5 picks there. And I'm looking at that. I'm thinking to myself, well, in a super flex, man, if I was able to get Fournette that late as a second running back, that's pretty good. Like, I think I'll go to war with that.
Yeah. All right. So I may have missed it, but I don't think we answered the flip side of the coin, right? Guys who you're fading and not necessarily take a lot of guys that you're getting, which is great.
Yeah,
we can continue to talk about that, but
no.
I think more importantly, I think that almost is just as important though. Guys that you are avoiding near their current ADP.
Correct.
Yeah. I am avoiding Odell Beckham just because there's guys around there I like just as much, if not more, just because of the offenses and where they're at. Like he's kind of going in that same reign as like, the Jujus of the world, and I prefer Juju.
You have ruined all your goodwill with tags. I just want to put that out there.
That's fine.
Now.
But
you
I
have gained a lot of goodwill. You've gained a lot of goodwill with me.
I hope by the end of the show to make everybody miserable. That's my goal. As long as I can pull that off, everything else is fine. Right. But yeah, I find myself kind of fading away from there. I am somebody who does like the consistency of things too. So guys like Amari Cooper don't typically do it for me. It's not that I wouldn't draft him in the right spot, but where he goes is a guy that I kind of fade away from. I could set Mike off a lot and talk about Devontae Adams, but I'm not going to do that. It's late and it's way past his bedtime, so I don't want to talk about that. I'm avoiding Zach Ertz too, because I feel like the Eagles offense has gotten more guys around it there. Miles Sanders is viable. We'll see what Ragar is. We'll see, if they can continue to grow some other guys in this offense. And I think as they do, that means just a little bit less for Ertz, and Goddard is there too. And it's not that Ertz is bad. It's just, I don't like where the value is for him, because when you look at the RPV, he doesn't quite move the needle necessarily. And this is a guy 2 years ago had a really good season, and everyone's kind of continuously still chasing that touchdown total, chasing that high watermark. Whereas I think what we got last year is probably much more realistic. And I think that's the problem. Sometimes we get hung up on the ceiling of a player, when realistically you look at more of the body of work and you start to get a picture. Well, that's more or less, he's more this player than that one big outstanding season. And I think that's a trap that we fall into quite often.
Tags, do you take issue with any of those? You want to talk about Beckham? Because you're not avoiding Beckham, right?
I'm not avoiding him considering where he's going, because there's a lot of wide receivers in that range that we kind of know, we kind of get a general expected outcome where we're taking a leap of faith by drafting some of them ahead of Beckham, when Beckham on a week-to-week basis has shown us he's one of the best fantasy wide receivers of all time. And I know last year was a bad season to the most recent thing on people's minds, but you think about, Jarvis Landry, the first year he played with Baker Mayfield, 150 targets, right around there, 149. He didn't even finish the season with 1,000 yards. Mayfield, I think 4 touchdowns that season. And then you fast forward 1 year later, and it's like they developed some sort of chemistry. So there could be something to that. We also know that Beckham was playing hurt. And my rule is that in the first 2 rounds, you don't play with risk. You don't, you're not going to win your fantasy draft there. You're probably not going to lose it. But or you can lose it, if you take one of those, crazy high upside players that also has a crazy low floor. In the 3rd round, I'm cool taking some risk. And Odell Beckham has shown you he has legitimate, if he stays in the field for 16 games, he has legitimate wide receiver 1 upside, like overall number 1 wide receiver upside. I don't think it happens in Kevin Stefanski's offense, but at the same time, taking him over some guys like maybe like an Adam Thielen, I'm down with doing that.
Okay. I think that's fine. I'm with Joe. I have him 16th, I believe. And it terrifies me to do that, because we've talked about it, about how much upside he has. It's just entering into this offense. I don't feel like the targets are going to be there, given how much they're going to rely on the run, I expect, under Stefanski, given how much they're going to have to share targets with everybody there. But, it's almost risky. I feel like I'm going out on a limb, because to be against Beckham, who clearly was hobbled last year, so you can kind of throw it out. So we've got a little extra time. Do you guys mind if I just throw out a couple players that at least I haven't talked about around the live stream, and we could see what our opinions are on them generally?
Let's do it. Throw out some things. We're here. We got nothing else to do.
Your
favorite part, man.
All right. How about Devontae Parker, guys? I don't know, Tags, if you've talked about him on a segment that I wasn't on, but he's a guy who, we had Jake Ciely. He was on the podcast, and he was just outraged.
Who's Jake Ciely?
He's this guy.
Oh, Jake is watching, swearing at his screen.
I know, and that's why I did it.
Jake has him at within his top 20, or he might have had him 14. I can't remember the exact number, but I believe that our expert consensus rankings had him at roughly 25 in half PPR leagues. So let me know what you guys think. He's 25 in half PPR leagues. So just go ahead, talk about Devontae Parker at 25. So borderline wide receiver 2. Are you comfortable with that? What are you expecting from him now that we pretty much know that Fitz is going to be the starter for the foreseeable future, if not the entire year?
I think it's fair. I'm okay with his ranking where it's at. I was known as someone that was unrealistically standing by Devontae Parker last season, drafting him outside the top 50 wide receivers. And now we fast forward, and now all of a sudden I'm the guy that doesn't like Devontae Parker. I think Devontae Parker is a good receiver. I don't think there's anything wrong with him. I don't think his ceiling is crazy. I don't think this team is going to be throwing nearly as much under Chan Gailey as people think. We're not playing 2019 again. Back to the offense. Mike Gesicki's anticipated to move to the slot a little bit. Ryan Fitzpatrick is going to start, but they're eventually going to move to Tua. It's going to happen. Even Ryan Fitzpatrick has acknowledged that, said, I'm the placeholder here, guys. Like, he's going to take over. My job is to get him ready to take over. So they're a lot more run heavy. They have transformed that defense over the past year. And obviously under a defensive minded head coach, I expect this defense to be better and them to be more of a grinded out team. I don't anticipate them dropping back to pass 40 times like they did throughout the year last year. So Devontae Parker sharing targets with Preston Williams, who, by the way, is also a fantastic wide receiver. I know he's coming off an ACL, but he looked fantastic in his short stint that he had last year. He actually had more targets than Parker in the games they played. They were both top 40 wide receivers. So
early reports on him are good, by the way. At least, I mean, I don't know if there's been anything today, but it's been good.
And there's not exactly a big depth chart of wide receiver in Miami.
No,
right
it's
now
very
either.
top heavy, and that's why it's tough to fade him. Even like I think it's fair at wide receiver 25, and the reason I say that is because the guys that are being taken ahead of him, like DJ Chark, DK Metcalf, these guys have ceilings that are just absolutely massive, and they flashed them last year. Whereas Devontae Parker, I'm thinking that we actually saw his ceiling last year.
Yeah, I'm on Williams too, by the way. That's another guy that a lot of later, everyone has their guys they keep taking late in drafts. Williams is one of mine. Damian Harris is one. Benny Snell. They're guys you just kind of, these are my guys as we get in that I want to make sure that I get for better or worse, and we'll see what happens with them. But with Parker right now going basically on that free receiver 2 and 3 in the drafts I've seen, you kind of brought this up, Dan, about well, he's here in ADP, but it seems to be going a little bit later when you actually get into the draft.
Correct.
And I find that to be exactly what's going on with Devontae Parker. He might be the poster child for that. And I've seen it, and I've gotten him as my wide receiver 3, which I like a lot more than my 2. So wherever I can get him there, that's very good. And if he is your 2, back him up right away. Like if you're going to go, back to back there with somebody, that's fine. If he's one of those 2 guys, let's say you went really running back heavy early on, then I think Devontae Parker is still going to be good. He's still going to be a good for, I would say, 8 touchdowns or somewhere in that vicinity. He's going to be somewhere around 1,000 yards. And I'm also one of these people who believes that Tua is going to compete his way into playing sooner than people realize. And it's going to blow people's minds because this is who that kid is. And I just think he's going to play a fair amount of games. And I don't think that's a bad thing for these guys' value either. So There's one thing we know about Fitzpatrick. Every time he has the job, it doesn't work out. Every time he doesn't have the job, that's when he shines. So now that he has the job, I expect him to come in sooner than later and actually take over the reins. But I think Devontae Parker showed you enough last year that you can buy into him better as a 3 than a 2. But if you're going to get him as a 2, just back it up right away with somebody else that's reliable.
Yeah, Williams' health is because I didn't expect it already for him to be there. 8 games with Preston Williams on the field. Devontae Parker averaged 6.5 targets per game and about 10 fantasy points, half PPR. Without him, 9.5 targets per game and more than 16 fantasy points. So if Williams is there, that definitely makes me a little worried. Let's close on this. Todd Gurley. Gurley is a guy who I was really excited. I wanted every piece of the Atlanta offense when I started sort of my process of projecting, but I'm getting on Gurley. How do you guys feel about him? He's going as ECR number 16. So he's right in that conglomerate, that big group of running backs.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, I'll let you go ahead first, man. Gurley's he's definitely a tough one to rank for me for sure.
Well, here's the thing: where Gurley's going right now, chances are he's getting paired with Saquon Barkley or Ezekiel Elliott or Christian McCaffrey or somebody like that. And I think that's the most palatable piece of information you can have because you said he's going. And if he is going to be your second back and you have such an elite level back there, there's another guy in a 1-year deal, scored a lot of touchdowns, did not get a lot of targets last year, but that's something the Atlanta Falcons did a ton of, is throw the ball to the running back. Interceptions last year. So if he can just get back to some sort of normalcy there. And the other thing I don't understand is he's had arthritis in that knee through college. Right. He's always had arthritis in that knee. It's not a new thing. There was a lot of weirdness last year in those Rams offense. So when you watch those games, it just felt like sometimes Boy Wonder over there, Sean McVay, I think was outthinking himself a little bit. And I think that happens sometimes with the young, great football mind. We've seen it happen in the past with great football minds who are young and they have a lot of success right away, and then they overthink things. And when you started fading, trying to do more things, you kind of got away from the identity of what made them so successful, which is Todd Gurley is the focal point of that offense. And I think it hurt them. I don't think you're going to see Todd Gurley being number 1 overall guy anymore, but where he's going, when you compare him with one of the top 4 backs in football on the, let's say, turn around the third, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I'm comfortable with it because I do think he has a lot of touchdown equity still. So that's my take on Gurley. I'm not staying away from him. And where he's going right now, the pairing seems to make a lot of sense with one of the guys you feel really, really good about.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
Tex,
basically
real quick, finish it up. What do you got?
Yeah, that was basically. I think Joe explained a lot of my thoughts on him, and the fact that the Falcons have no other running backs. I think there's a ceiling to be had here in a high-scoring offense with him as the workhorse running back. But I've been noticing him going earlier and earlier in drafts. I remember a couple months ago, people were saying I was nuts for liking Gurley, and I said the top of the third round. Are you kidding me? And now you're starting to see him go, at the late second round sometimes. And again, I don't want to take risk in those first 2 rounds. You get to the third round, that's where you start taking on some risk. Does that mean you need to take him at the top of the third? No, but as a third round pick, I'm not going to fault anyone.
Okay, Joe, you did yeoman's work, baby. You went way beyond your scheduled time, which often happens because we just like talking to you. Remind everybody where they can find more of you, more of your great work.
Well, first of all, it's always quality time here with you guys. Sure. I always enjoy it. It's very fun. So you could find me on the Twitter machine at JoePisapia17 and go get your fantasy black book right behind me there. Amazon, great people like Mike Tagliere, contributors, Chris Meany, Adam Ronis, Elliot Chris, some of the best minds out there in fantasy football are part of the contributors. And again, it's updated. The RPV is updated, and RPV will change the way you play the game forever. So thanks for having me, everybody. It was really fun to talk a little football, spend some time with my boys here.
It was great to have you on, especially this late when we need a little energy to come in. All right. This is going to be goodbye for Tags. Yates and I are going to take the show home with Jamey Eisenberg. Tags, you want to give a little heartfelt goodbye?
Yeah, I do want to say thank you guys so much. There were some people that reached out to me on the live stream that said they took off work for this. And seriously, thank you guys so much for
awesome.
for tuning in. That's amazing. And I know we dealt with some technical issues today, but it was the first time we've done a live stream this long. Things were bound to come up, but overall, I'd consider it a great success outside of the fact that you have to listen to Dan and Yates for the last hour.
No, best
but
part.
All in all, like seriously, thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts. We wouldn't be here without you guys, and we want to do more stuff like this. I already mentioned it. I don't know if Dan heard it, but I'm down next year to do like a 24-hour stream. Yates was like, I don't think so. Our video producer was like, I don't think so, but I'm here for you guys. Just know that.
I didn't hear it on the live stream. I was with my kids, but then I got like 80 messages about it immediately after that. So I'm ready for it. Absolutely. Real quick before we go, and then we'll be back with Jamey Eisenberg and Yates. Apparently, when I said the name of the winner of the last giveaway, I kind of cut out. So it's Stephen Middleton, winner of the winner-loser package from Trophy Smack. I will announce the 9 o'clock giveaway winner of the $200 gift card from PR Butcher. As soon as we get back, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the celebration of the 7th time I have successfully counted down from 15 so that we can go live. We are back for our final hour live stream. We have a fantastic guest for you. It is Jamey Eisenberg of CBS Sports. Jamey, thank you for popping on and needed energy this late.
I was just, can you count to 15 again or count down?
No,
to 15 again?
no. I have a very, very strict 7-time limit of how many times I'm allowed to count down from 15. So that's it. Thanks a lot for joining us today, Jamey. Honestly, we've been on all day. We've had a bunch of great guests, and I'm really excited to talk about some players that your rankings are a little different than consensus on, because getting these dissenting opinions obviously really kind of is what makes our expert consensus rankings work. Now, before we get into it, we do have a 9 o'clock giveaway. I didn't forget this time. It's totally fine. I'm not losing it at all. For our 9 o'clock giveaway, the $200 gift card to PR Butcher, it is Chris Bale. You are the winner. Congratulations, Chris Bale. We're giving away one more before the end. I'll probably announce it about 9:45, 9:50-ish. $100 and site credits to Pristine Auction. But Chris Bale, congratulations. You have won a $200 gift card to PR Butcher. Okay, Jamey Yates, by the way, how you doing? I'm sorry, I'm not even letting you talk. How you doing, Yates?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I had a cup of coffee earlier. I've got just enough to get us to 10 o'clock. I think enough in the tank. We'll run on fumes. We'll get there.
Jamey, by the way, I heard a rumor like you're like a full-on night owl, right? Like you don't go to bed till like 2 or something like that.
I don't sleep very much, and usually it doesn't start until September, but it's been a very busy August, so it's already started.
Okay, great. So we'll see you back on. Then we're going to just extend this live stream. We'll see you back on about 1 a.m.
I'll be here all night. Let's go.
All right, baby. Let's do it. All right. So let's start. And if I have any of your rankings wrong, Jamey, you just let me know, because a lot, I know everybody updates it. But I have you as having Derrick Henry as running back 10 in standard leagues. Is that right? Or did I have that wrong?
No, you're correct.
Okay.
I'm nervous.
All right. So why are you nervous?
I just, the workload from a year ago, I'm usually out on guys that have that much work, 400 touches when you factor in the playoffs. He's not going to work in the passing game. As we saw last year, 18 catches was a career high. He loses Jack Conklin. Big piece of the offensive line is not going to be there. So I just think when you throw him into the conversation with guys like, the similar guys to him, the ones that aren't exactly the big time receiving backs, but Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, Josh Jacobs, you look at that group of guys, and I think he's going to be behind them. So I'm going to take those guys over him. And I'm also going to take shots on Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Miles Sanders as well. So I'm just concerned about Derrick Henry repeating what he did last year.
And this is even in standard, right? So not even PPR. In standard, you have him 10th, right?
Yeah, like I said, I still think he's a first round pick in non-PPR, as like we like to call it.
Yep.
But for PPR, I think he's a second round.
Okay. How about you, Yates? I mean, do you have worries? Because, the 400 carry thing is a thing. I do remember, I haven't, seen it lately. I remember that one year that everybody was out on Marshawn Lynch, after the 400 touch year, and then he wound up producing pretty well. So I don't fully avoid players necessarily when they reach out, but I do get the concerns. Where are you, Yates, on Derrick Henry?
I mean, if there's ever a player who has the body to repeat those ridiculous numbers again, it's Derrick Henry. But as far as like projecting, this is the difficult part, right? I think 303 is not his normal. That's not his average. That's not like, that is top of the line. Like on 303 carries is ridiculous. So when we're doing projections and we're kind of projecting what's the average, what's the mean, no one should be projecting him for 303 carries because it's just not normal. So I think certainly again, but to be drafting him, I think last time I checked, he was like RB5 and half PPR ADP. To be drafting him there, you're betting on him hitting double-digit touchdowns again and 300-plus carries. So it's just a risky place to be in. I have met RB9 and half PPR. So really? For me, I'm a little bit down on Derrick Henry too, just because I can't get there. I can't get to project him to be this 300 plus carry back again.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about this earlier, Yates, with tight ends and how the difference between, 8 spots in our tight end rankings is like 10 fantasy points over the course of a season.
Right.
I end up with when you have the running backs in this range. But I don't know. I'm a little more bullish on him. I think they're going to be willing to run him. I don't think over 300 carries or anything like that, but I can see, roughly 285. I think they are going to stick with the formula that works. The one thing that is a little worrisome is that, I mean, each of the last few years, like the beginning of the season isn't great for Derrick Henry 2 years ago was really bad, but but at the end he always comes through. So I'm willing to get him, but I don't really have a problem because when you're talking about the guys like Dalvin Cook and Alvin Kamara, obviously Joe Mixon and Clyde Edwards-Helaire, they're certainly up there. All right, let me talk to you about another guy, Jamey. I have you as your non-PPR ranking of DJ Moore at 7, and in the RECR he's 14. If that ranking is right, are you bullish this is a big year coming here from DJ Moore?
I think so. I mean, what we saw him do last year with this completely awful quarterback play was pretty special. I think the one thing that's holding him back, especially in this format, is the touchdowns. 6 touchdowns over 2 seasons is not what you like to see in this type of format, because typically he's going to be better when you reward catches. I think he's going to be in the 150 target range. I do think that we're going to see him score 6+ times. I think it's going to be a bad defense for Carolina. They're going to be trailing. They're going to be throwing a lot. If I'm Teddy Bridgewater, if I'm Joe Brady, this is the guy I'm going to lean on. They obviously add Robbie Anderson. What they have is the monster in the backfield with Christian McCaffrey. Ian Thomas is going to be a nice player for them. But DJ Moore, I'm bullish on third-year receivers. I think this is the year that they take that step forward, especially for a guy that goes from year like he did. So I think this is the step out season, the breakout performance for Moore, that he has this arrival on the stage that he belongs in the top tier wide receiver.
Yates, you agree?
Everything you said. I don't know if I'm as bullish to have him all the way up at wide receiver 7, but I do have him with 148 targets on the year. Let me pull this up. 95 receptions, just over 1,000 yards and 6 receiving touchdowns. So he does land at wide receiver 14 for me in half PPR formats. But again, we've alluded to it several times during the live stream, Dan. There's a difference. More at 192 projected fantasy points and DeAndre Hopkins at 200 at wide receiver 8. So I give DJ Moore one more touchdown. He moves up into that range.
I love DJ Moore as a player. And you look back, I mean, you think about what he was able to do with Kyle Allen, basically throwing, especially on the deep passes. 25% of the passes that Kyle Allen threw to him were deemed catchable. And in last year with Teddy Bridgewater,
stupid.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, right? 25%. With Bridgewater last year, he didn't take that many shots, but I think it was 31 or 32 attempts, 62% of them were deemed catchable. So if he's able to do that, then Moore could really have a monstrous year. Out of curiosity, Jamey, I know we weren't planning to talk about this, but very briefly, because Yates and I kind of disagree as to which one we think is going to emerge, if there is one, of the other wide receiver in Carolina. Yates is more of a big Robbie Anderson guy. I'm more on the side of Curtis Samuel. So where do you fall on that discussion?
I fall on the Curtis Samuel side also, but I don't think it's going to be a big difference between how their numbers end up by the end of the season, because when Robbie Anderson hits a big play, he's going to hit a big play, and it's going to be hard to overlook how many of those he gets. One thing that we do at CBS Sports and on our streaming site on CBS Sports HQ, we've been doing this all training camp, is bringing on a writer for each team. So we had Joe Person of The Athletic join us, and Joe's a great beat writer, has been around the team forever, and he said Samuel now goes from the shot guy to more of an inside guy and a shorter area route guy, and that Anderson sort of takes over that role. And so if you just look at where the targets are going to go, based on how Teddy Bridgewater plays, yes, he's going to throw a more accurate deep ball than the guys that they had last year, but I think Samuel's going to get more opportunities to put the ball in his hands. So I'll lean toward that almost every time. But, if Anderson is their touchdown leader, it wouldn't surprise me just based on how he's able to, take the ball and take it a distance.
All right. How about Amari Cooper? I have you at non-PPR at 18, and in our expert consensus rankings in non-PPR, he's 10. So assuming I have that right, why are you a little, 18 is not down. Obviously, it's a strong wide receiver too, but why are you a little, less bullish on Amari Cooper?
I'll tell you what, you guys have referenced it a few times, the difference between, probably wide receiver 7 or 8 and wide receiver maybe 25. It's just such a loaded group of those numbers and the borderline number 1 guys. So, Cooper gets another point or two. Like you said, Kyle, you give DJ Moore another touchdown, he's ahead of or in that range of DeAndre Hopkins. You give Cooper another couple stats and he'd move up for me as well. But I think the addition of CeeDee Lamb is going to, change some things in this offense. Obviously, he's a much better talent than what they had with Randall Cobb last year. I think we're also going to see, Michael Gallup's numbers. Some people have clearly been concerned about what his role will be and how much maybe he loses with CeeDee Lamb. But I think Gallup's still going to be in the same role, same amount of targets, still be highly productive. So Cooper last year, he played through those injuries that were nagging him in the half of the season. Contract year, I think, had something to do with that. Maybe he misses a game or two this season as a result, because now he got paid and they could afford to maybe sit him a little bit more now because they do have CeeDee Lamb. So again, I think he's going to have a good season. I just don't think he's going to have the same monster season that we've seen. And this is a guy, I don't think people give him enough credit for the numbers that he put up with the Raiders. When Derek Carr was his quarterback, he's an excellent player. And, he just has some of those lulls where, you get those 2 or 3 games where you're like, man, Amari is really killing me. And then he has those big spikes. But I just look at it like I would take the 2 Rams guys over him, for example, of Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods, Galladay, Ridley. We can probably go, over several guys, but round 3, round 4, I'm Amari Cooper. I think he's still a very good number 2 wide receiver.
Yates, I think you're almost exactly where Jamey is, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Like basically a mid-level wide receiver 2?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. Out of curiosity, Jamey, because I have him ranked around as well. I don't know exactly what it is about Cooper that I can't, get myself to push the projections enough to move him just that little bit. That's going to move him up, because I feel like I'm buying every other piece of this Dallas Cowboys offense, especially Gallup, who quietly had a really great year. Are you a buyer on Gallup coming in this year? Do you think he's a guy who fantasy managers can start as even a borderline wide receiver 2, more of a wide receiver 3? How do you feel on him?
Yeah, again, there's such a big group of just amazing, talented wide receivers that, you could say Gallup is the 20th wide receiver coming in and can finish 15. You could say he's the 24th wide receiver coming this season and can finish 35. And there's still a huge group of guys that are within several points of him. It's just the way that I think it's going to all shake out. But again, he's the different guy. They'll keep him on the outside. They'll move Cooper and CeeDee Lamb. They'll mix and match them in the slot. Both guys playing on the outside as well. Third-year receiver, another guy I think that has a chance to still be productive and take a step forward in his production. And, another guy that's kind of look at it and saying, okay, that guy just got paid. This guy's a first-round pick and a huge talent. Where do I fall in? This is your time to prove it. I think he's going to actually do that. So he's a borderline starter, in terms of a 2-receiver league. He's definitely a starter in a 3-receiver league. But he's in that 25 to 30 range for me. But again, I could see him going in the top 20 for sure. Yates,
out of curiosity, where is Gallup in your overall rankings?
He's in that range of a back end wide receiver 3. This guy that can definitely bring you some boom weeks. He's more that deep shot guy, right? Like not a very high yards or catch percentage, but one who can absolutely be utilized downfield, and Dak Prescott can hit him deep downfield. So he's going to be one of these guys that maybe in the range of like a Will Fuller and what Will Fuller brings to your lineup, where you can plug him in a great matchup where they're going to be throwing the ball a ton, and he'll probably hit for you. But I think if you need to rely on him in a 2-receiver league, I think you're in a dangerous spot. It's crazy because after they drafted CeeDee Lamb in the first round, everyone was like, I'm off Michael Gallup, like completely. I don't want anything to do. And then I was the same way. And then I sat down and did projections. I was like, actually, there's more than enough to go around in this offense for Gallup to be relevant for fantasy football. So yeah, it's all about just expectation management with Gallup and what you're getting. If you can rely on him as this guy who you can plug in as a wide receiver 3, rotate that. Get some other guys later on that you can rotate in and get him as a big boom play in your lineup, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, I have him ranked right around where Jamey does. I think 27th or something like that. I'm a big fan. I want to be able to come up. But again, I mean, we talked, these guys in that group, it's really tough to differentiate one from the other. But, you look at him, 79.1 receiving yards per game, 6th in the NFL last year, 2.16 yards per route run. I mean, he's a great talent. And remember, I think he tore his meniscus. Is that what it was early in the season, and had surgery and missed a couple of games, and that's it. And for him to still put up that great a season, I'm a big believer in his talent. So I'm hoping this is the real breakout year, but in the end, when I look at the projections, it is tough to push him past 25. So for me, it's about 27, but I'm right around where Jamey is. Let's talk quarterbacks here, Jamey. These are not a huge difference from where you are versus the expert consensus ranking, but it probably is the difference necessarily between maybe drafting someone who might be your starter and more being like, I'm comfortable with him as a backup. Let's talk about Ben Roethlisberger. I'm not, do you have him at 13 or 15? I'm not sure which one is that.
No, 13.
13. Okay. So our expert consensus ranking is 15. So, I mean, borderline starter for you. Talk about Roethlisberger a little bit this year.
Yeah. And it's funny because I've kind of moved 3 guys around several times: Roethlisberger, Daniel Jones, and Cam Newton. And you could throw Jared Goff in there as well. But, Goff and Roethlisberger do different things, obviously, than what I think Daniel Jones and Cam will do, because I think Cam, obviously, what he can do as a rusher. And Daniel Jones, if he would have played 16 games last year, would have been the number 6 quarterback in terms of rushing yards. So he's going to move around a little bit also and gives you those bonus points from a rushing standpoint. But the thing with Roethlisberger is, you saw 2018 what he was able to do. Over 5,000 yards passing, was a top 5 quarterback. Is he going to be that guy again? Probably not. He had Antonio Brown then. He was healthier. You got 2 differing reports. About one where it looks like he was short arming passes. I think it was The Athletic that reported that it reminded them of Phillip Rivers, and how he's sort of his throwing motion. And then you had a report a couple of days later where it looks like he's back to normal, throwing the ball all over the place. If he's right, And I think this is, the most diverse receiving core that he's ever had. If we get the Deontay Johnson, James Washington, Chase Claypool group playing to their various levels of expectations, and what Juju can do when he's healthy. And I think the tight end position may be as good as he's ever had with Eric Ebron and Vance McDonald. So there's a lot to like about Roethlisberger. And the thing I think you look at it is once you get past, let's say, your 10 to 12 guys that you're really confident in drafting, and you say, okay, I'm going to take a shot on a guy / streamer. They get the Giants in week 1. That could be just an absolutely monster performance. So you can take Roethlisberger and then whatever other quarterback you may like, and the guys that I mentioned of Jones, Cam, and Goff, and throw in Aaron Rodgers, who's obviously going to be in that range now, Baker Mayfield, whoever you want to talk about, and then maybe see how those two guys play out. But the schedule sets up really nicely for Roethlisberger, especially that first week against New York.
Yeah, Yates, what do you think about Roethlisberger here? I don't think he's a guy who we've touched on almost at all when we've been on together. So what do you think about Roethlisberger?
No, yeah, we haven't. I think looking at Roethlisberger in the days of him leading the league in pass attempts, that's just not going to happen for a guy who's coming off a year not playing football and at his age. So when we're looking at Big Ben, we can't project ridiculous passing yardage totals or maybe even ridiculous passing touchdown totals. I have him down for 27 passing touchdowns on the year. So that puts him right now at quarterback 20 in my rankings. But he's, again, I hate that we keep saying this, but like the rankings, they're so smashed together. So I'm really fine if you want to wait. I like Cam more for a week 1 streaming candidate because he has the rushing upside that Big Ben just doesn't. And that's a cheat code for fantasy football. But we're talking about week 1 streaming options. Big Ben's absolutely going to be in a list that I throw out there because the Giants defense just does not have it. They did not do enough this year to revamp that defense. So Big Ben, and again, we're going to find out, just very similar to the Cam, right? We're going to find out if he's fully healthy. And this is where I wish we had preseason games because we would be able to see that ourselves. Okay, what does Ben's arm look like? What does Cam look like? With this, we just don't know. But again, with the investment cost into Big Ben and Cam Newton, it's not going to cost you much to find out that week 1 and then move on in week 2 if they're not fully healthy.
And just want to clarify one thing. We go off of 6 points for passing touchdowns, so that changes things a little bit.
That changes, yep.
If it's 4 points, I would 100% be Cam over Roethlisberger, Daniel Jones over Roethlisberger. But again, we work off 6 points for passing touchdowns, so that's why it's a little bit different, I think, for the scoring.
All right,
I just changed my projection point, and that moved Big Ben up to quarterback 15.
Okay,
if that helps.
Fantastic. That was really quick. I love it. Okay, last one. Let's talk about Aaron Rodgers. My guess is, again, the difference, again, as Yates sort of said, there's not an enormous difference when you're talking about guys in this area. You have him 16th. Last time I checked, ECR is about 13. So more generally, what do you see from Rodgers this year?
It's kind of two schools of thought because he's a great player. And when you NFL quarterbacks, he's in that top 5 conversation. I don't care that he's a little bit older. What he could still do as a thrower, as a player with his mind. He's got Super Bowl aspirations at this point. And not to go on a big tangent, but a couple of years ago, I spoke to Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara after they had their big season rushing. I said, how is Drew, just doing this the rest of his career, handing off to you guys? They said, Drew's accomplished so much. He's, just wants to win Super Bowls at this point. And I think that's where Aaron Rodgers is. But there's also that part of Rodgers that of RELAX, just coming out and wanting to show that he's still the man. And he's going to want to, I think, kind of put the doubters to rest and say, Matt LaFleur is our coach, but I'm still the franchise here and have a big season. I just don't know if he has the talent around him to do that. And you look at what this draft has told you and what this offseason has told you, they're going to still be a ball control team. They're going to want to run. Adding A.J. Dillon and Jordan Love, doesn't necessarily speak to helping this passing attack and helping Aaron Rodgers. And we just got a big scare a couple of days ago with Devontae Adams going down. If he loses Adams for any stretch, I know his numbers actually popped last year when Adams went down, but I can't trust that with this receiving core led by Alan Lazard. So it's about talent. It's about philosophy. It's what the team has told you. And so, again, if you want to go with Aaron Rodgers as your starter, and that's fine, I just don't see where the ceiling is for him anymore as a fantasy quarterback. I think they're looking ahead to playing in Tampa if they're so lucky to get there. I just don't know if his fantasy production is going to allow that to happen.
Yeah, you're going to know also what we're going to see from Rodgers early because it's a pretty decent opening schedule for him. Vikings, Lions, Saints not that easy, Falcons, Bucks, Texans. I mean, if he has it, if he's going to be a fantasy asset, then he's probably going to show it early. Real quick, Yates, what do you think on Rodgers?
Yeah, in a 6 point passing touchdown league. I have him at quarterback 13. So he's right on this range of like an outside the top 12, enters into this streaming consideration. I think you're going to be able to predict the games that Rodgers can go off. I'm just terrified. I'm terrified of what this team has done in the offseason to indicate that they want to take the ball out of Rodgers' hands. I think it's the most ridiculous thing ever. You should be putting the ball in Rodgers' hands and letting him just create. You should have spent that first round pick on a wide receiver. There were so many to choose from at that time, especially when you traded up. Goodness gracious. But anyway, I just think that with Rodgers, though, he's gonna have games that he's gonna give you big blow up performances, and then he's gonna have games where you're like, why did I start him? So I think he enters this. Don't draft him. I'm not saying to draft him, but watch him on the waiver wire, and you can plug him in those games.
Yeah, and again, this is where, we talked about it earlier, the QB by committee sort of finder. We do have a tool that matches up quarterbacks, multiple quarterbacks that you can draft. That sort of, you're not going to know necessarily right now exactly how great the defenses are going to be, but based on projections, the matchups where if you combine them, it's going to optimize your performance. All right, Jamey, we end usually asking everybody the same exact question. Who's one player, if you want to give more than one player, you can, but who's one player who you either have a lot of shares of or you're trying to draft a lot of at their ADP? And who's one player that you either don't have a lot of shares of or you're necessarily looking at fading?
I mean, I'm in love with Will Fuller this year. I just look at the opportunity that he has in front of him. If he can stay healthy, that's obviously the thing you're going to hear about him all the time. But I mean, man, no DeAndre Hopkins, 150 targets are available. You got a defense that's going to struggle, a quarterback that's looking to get paid. Brandon Cooks is coming to a new team. He's the one that's the established guy there. So that he had against the Falcons, you look at and you say, could he ever do that again? Probably not, but could he do a little bit less and maybe more of it over the course of the season? That's the hope. So, if you guys reference it, I think it's a good comparison. Michael Gallup in that secondary role for the Cowboys, being that type of player. But if Will Fuller could put it all together, I was so excited with what Deshaun Watson said the other day. And I'm typically somebody that buys into coach speak and quarterback speak and all those things. But when you get an affirmation on something that you believe in, it's always fun. And I think it's going to be a big year for Will Fuller. So I'm excited.
Yeah. If you take the last 16 games where he basically didn't leave with an injury, so give him 70% of the snaps, about 80 catches, 1,200 yards, and 6 touchdowns with DeAndre Hopkins on the field. And now he's gone. I mean, he is a monster. It's really just about the health with me. That really is the only reason why I can't push him up, as far as I feel like his talent and his likely level of production when he is healthy sort of demands. How about somebody you're fading, Jamey?
Well, I mean, obviously Derrick Henry is the big name.
Sure.
I'm so torn on Odell Beckham. I got to be honest. It's fun to watch what he's doing out there the last couple of days in practice. And like I said, we have a guest on every week. We have Nathan Zagura, who you guys have talked to before. Nathan used to work with us at CBS, and I trust him as much as anybody. And he said, expect the targets to still be in a low enough range, to compare him to some of the top tier wide receivers. He said it's going to be hard for him to get north of 130 targets, which is around the range of what guys typically need, 120 plus, because of how this offense is going to operate. So I'm nervous to say I'm not taking enough of Odell Beckham, but as we saw last year, 65 yards per game. They're going to run the ball more. They add Austin Hooper. Jarvis Landry's injury was going to kind of sway it for me a little bit. And the fact that he's going to be ready for week 1 makes me concerned about Beckham still getting back to the level that we saw. But he's one of those guys that I'm going to look back on, I think, by the end of the season. I hope so, because clearly a lot of people love drafting Odell Beckham. But I think I'm going to look back on it and say, I probably should have a little bit more shares and maybe not been as down on him in my rankings as I am.
Yeah, I just talked about him with tags. Yates, remind me, I'm sorry, I think you have him pretty high, right?
I have Beckham
or was that
12?
Just tags?
12.
Okay, so
12.
I feel like tags might have had him at 7th or
tags
something
has
like
him at 7. Tags has him at 7.
I'm at 16 in half PPR leagues, and it's basically everything you said. And that's good to hear from Nathan, who's super sharp guy, and obviously with the Browns knows everything about them. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. I just don't see the targets. I don't see him. I mean, he had even last year. You want to throw it out. He had a 25% target share. He's not going to get that again in this offense. And even if he did, there aren't going to be enough targets to make that sort of worthwhile. He's averaged seeing basically 10 targets per game in his career. I just don't see that happening in this offense. But I don't know about you, Jamey. Like you kind of summed it up. I'm like terrified. You know what I mean? To be quote unquote out on Beckham. Like I'm not going to have any shares of him at all in any of my leagues. And I'm like, that's not a good feeling to have just because of his upside. You know what I mean?
Of course. Yeah. You don't want to be out on great players. Same thing like I feel about Derrick Henry. It wouldn't shock me at all if I'm wrong. he's a stud, and he's the outlier to a lot of different things, just based on how he's operated the last 2 seasons. But, you just look at historical performances and situations, and it's just hard to look at those two guys and say, at least in my opinion, and you sort of summed it up with Beckham. I think, as Nathan said, he'll be more efficient this year, but to what level where his fantasy production follow that, that's the concern I have.
All right, Jamey, thank you so much for coming on. You can find Jamey at Jamey Eisenberg on Twitter, JMEY. But remind everybody just very quickly, Jamey, everybody knows, I'm sure, but where they can find more of you and your amazing work.
I appreciate that. You can find us on CBS Sports, CBS Sports HQ. It's our live streaming network, and we're on with our Fantasy Football Today show every day, noon Eastern. So, it's just a good place for, to get our content, similar to what you guys are doing. I think there's just so many great fantasy content sites out there, so you try to be a little bit different. So check us out if you're, and, again, thank you guys for having me on. You guys do great work, and, kudos to you for what you're doing today.
Thanks a lot. Late, where we really needed somebody, solid to sort of perk us up on hour 45 of the live stream. So, okay, we're going to just take a very quick break here.
Hey, can you just before you, as you go into break, can you go 15 down to 1?
Yeah. You want it for you? I'll do it.
One more time.
All right, ready? We're going to be out, and then Yates and I will be back to close it up. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Get hold of the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Today, call for the real.
New Kool-Aid coolers with 20% juice. You can.
The Transformers will return after these messages.
Welcome to Blockbuster Video. Blockbuster Video.
Take it. 5, 6.
This is the last ride that I'm ever gonna take in Astroworld.
forgotten.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the final 21 minutes of our all-day live stream. Yates, how you feeling, man? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I think I can eke out enough energy to get us there. I can do it. And then it's gonna hit 10 o'clock. I'm gonna go upstairs. And I'm just gonna collapse.
Yeah. Our producer was teasing me a little bit about how, like, as the segments have worn on, I've just slowly started to sink in my chair, which is fine. I don't care. I'm a giant. So we have a couple of housekeeping things, and we're going to take some of your questions as we finish up here for the last 20 minutes or so. First, I'm going to remind you about OwnersBox. You've seen their graphics all over the place. They're awesome. I'm not saying that because they're sponsoring it. Like, we legitimately had a call with their founders yesterday. Tags and I did. We walked through their site and we were like, oh, this is awesome and super intuitive and easy. And a lot of times you're looking at things and you're like, I don't know even how to go anywhere. For the most part, it pops right to you. It's a blend between DFS and season-long fantasy football, and not just football. I play a lot of baseball, a little bit of basketball, but you can do it over multiple weeks. If you can challenge friends, 2 people, 4 people, that'll be a 2-week game. 8 people, that'll be a 3-week game. 16 people, that's going to be a 4-week game. And again, it's based on game opportunities. It's not a salary cap. So you do draft, but you have to be able to maximize your actual game you're going to be able to play. And you get a limited number of swaps where you can swap out players from players that are available on the equivalent of a free agent wire. And so you have to be really strategic about it. And because of that, it really gives you the chance to take advantage of it if you pay attention. And again, you can connect with friends. You saw my name is Mike Tagliere NFL. Get on it. Go to ownersbox.com/fantasypros. Sign up for it on your desktop or your laptop. Not mobile yet. Mobile app will be out soon. Request us as friends. We'll start drafts together. It'll be awesome. It's more like a community more than a basic DFS weekly, site. It's something more than that. And you'll see when you get on there and just play around. So again, come challenge me, Dan Harris, challenge tags, Mike Tagliere, NFL. And if you create an OwnerBox account, you get into a contest during this live stream. You've got 20 minutes left. You're going to be entered to win an authentic NFL jersey of your choice. Just follow and tag OwnersBox in an Instagram story to enter. Okay, final giveaway. And then we're going to get to some questions here. Our final giveaway, $100 site credit to Pristine Auction is Jaspreet Singh. Jaspreet Singh, congratulations. You've won $100 credit to Pristine Auction. Okay, Yates, are you ready for some listener questions?
Are you? You're slouching again.
Am I slouching? I'm not even going to be answering. I'm just going to give it to you. Okay, ready? Number 1, Galladay or Godwin? Galladay or Godwin, real quick, who are you taking if you're in a fantasy draft right now in half PPR league?
Godwin. I think he's gonna be this guy who's a reliable target. He's gonna get peppered with targets underneath. Like I mentioned earlier with Brady, that he's gonna throw to the guy who's open. And so I want that pure target volume with a guy who is going to keep things closer to the line of scrimmage. That's why I love Godwin over Mike Evans this year. Godwin's like wide receiver 4 in my rankings. Galladay's wide receiver 7 or 8. So I will take Godwin.
Yeah, I've got Godwin at 6 and Galladay at 8. And I like Galladay, so don't take this as too negative about Galladay. But you can wait a bunch of rounds and take another wide receiver that's pretty much Kenny Galladay, and his name is Marvin Jones, and he plays for the same team. So you can definitely do one of those. Next question. If Derrick Henry comes off the board at 7, in my drafts, he's probably coming off the board at 6. But if he comes off the board at 7, do I take Clyde Edwards-Helaire or do I take Devontae Adams? I'm 99% sure I know your answer to this.
Yeah, I'm taking Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I want the running back in the first round. Even though Devontae Adams is a phenomenal talent and he can absolutely finish within the top 3 at the position, I just think that Clyde Edwards-Helaire this season, even though he's a rookie and even though he may, quote unquote, take a while to, get up to speed, I want him. I want this offense, and I want, especially in any form of PPR, I will take Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Very quickly, where's the first time you're willing to take a wide receiver? And I assume that wide receiver is Michael Thomas, right?
Yeah. Yep. I'm willing to take Michael Thomas after we asked this question with Lauren Carpenter. This was like 24 hours ago, right? On
Yeah,
this live
6
stream.
days ago, actually.
Yeah, 6 days ago. No, we talked to her about that and saying like, okay, after the top of like 6 running backs, if we're looking at guys like obviously CMC, Saquon Barkley, then you have Ezekiel Elliott, Alvin Kamara. You can put Dalvin Cook, Joe Mixon into this range, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Like, where's the tier break? And she said it would be after the first 6. So she was saying she would take Michael Thomas before Clyde Edwards-Helaire. That might be the place that I go if I want to build my roster with a wide receiver in the first round. I typically do not, though.
Yeah, we were talking about this before. For me, it's 10th. That's the spot where I'm finally willing to take, because I do think that at least guarantees you, assuming you're in a 12-team league, which is how I generally make my draft rankings. If I'm 10th, then I feel confident that I'm going to get one of the guys on the way back to at least start off with a strong borderline RB1 and go with somebody like Michael Thomas. If you do go wide receiver early, are you comfortable with James Conner as your RB2?
As my RB2, yes. We were talking about this earlier too, where with James Conner, he's a guy who I don't want to rely on. If you're going a zero, hybrid zero running back approach and you load up on wide receivers and you get to the 4th or 5th round and James Conner is sitting there and he's your RB1, I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't want that because James Conner at this point of his career, we've seen he may not play all 16 games. And with someone who you take as your RB1, you need them to be at least, a lock, quote unquote, to be playing that many games and be a consistent producer for your fantasy football lineup. So James Conner as an RB2 though has immense upside, top 10 upside if he plays, as long as he's on the field. So to get him super late where he's going right now, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, frankly, there are no circumstances where I would be disappointed with having James Conner as my RB2. Like, if you go quarterback, I don't know. I don't know where you have him ranked. I could see a scenario where I could take a Patrick Mahomes or a Lamar Jackson in the 3rd round, maybe. So I could see somehow, if it felt to me that way, starting running back, maybe even a tight, maybe a Kittle or a Kelsey. I mean, you don't usually like to go tight end and then quarterback when you're that early, but if that happened, and if I wound up with James Conner as my RB2, he's actually the perfect RB2 in any situation in my mind, because not only does he give you that, the only downside is health. That's the only possibility really, because his floor is so high. He's going to get the red zone work. Mike Tomlin's already come out and said he's the bell cow. He gets a lot of receiving work as well. He's a guy who legitimately has top 5 upside. So he's sort of that perfect blend as your RB2. When will Kittle and Kelsey come off the board? Who goes before? We talked about this a little bit, but who goes the pick before you have to take a tight end? So where are you where you're just like, oh man, I can't ignore Kittle. I can't ignore it. Let's say Kelsey, I assume, is your number 1. Where's a pick where you're like, okay, because you talked about it. This is not what you want to do. You don't want to take him early. You want to wait, get Jonnu Smith, Hayden Hurst, somebody like that. But where is it at the point in draft where you're like, man, I can't ignore this anymore. This is where I'm willing to take that shot.
3rd round. 3rd round is the point where if they are both still there or if one of them is still there. Let's say that at the back end of the 2nd round, Kittle goes off the board. And then we get to the middle of the 3rd round and my league mates just don't want to draft Kelsey. And I'm sitting there at the 3-5 or whatever. And I've stacked, a solid running back. And then I got Chris Godwin in the 2nd round. I've seen him go later than that in some instances. But then at that point, I know that I have a really balanced approach to my roster at this point. Take Kelsey because at that point, he's a value. I'm not saying that never draft these guys. Like, again, I've mentioned it in our tight end primer portion of this live stream where these guys are a competitive or a positional advantage, right? Like they absolutely separate themselves from the rest of the pack. So if you can get them and they fall a bit where they're a value, then you absolutely have to take them. And that for me is in the middle of the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think there's a different answer between when do I think they'll come off the board. So that's the first part, technically. I think they come off the board probably before the end of the second round. I think that's usually where I see them go. I see Kittle go roughly, Kelsey go roughly middle of the second round. Kittle usually at the turn around there. I would personally feel comfortable with those values. It's about where I have them in my rankings. I've said I have Kelsey, I believe 14th, Kittle closer to 20th, 21st. But that's not, I don't know the point where I say, no, the value. I mean, if at the end of the second round, Kelsey's still there, like I'll clearly take him for me. And I would probably personally take him earlier, but I don't know where that point is where I say, man, I can't ignore this. Cause sometimes you're building your roster and even, I don't always just go straight by my rankings. Obviously it depends on how your team is constructed. Do you gamble on taking Miles Sanders with the injury news if you're drafting today? Or would you prefer to pivot and take someone like Joe Mixon? I'm going to say that I have Joe Mixon above Miles Sanders, regardless of the injury news, but take somebody, the guy right behind Miles Sanders in your rankings. Right now you're drafting. We don't know much except vague. He should be ready for week 1. Downgrading him at all? Or are you full bore with him?
To go to the first part, I do have Joe Mixon above Miles Sanders as well. So I would be taking Mixon there. As far as with Miles Sanders and the injury news, I talked to Tags about it and I was saying like, we need to use this as a tiebreaker. So if there's a point where we're looking at these guys in our rankings and we say, I really like, let's say Clyde Edwards-Helaire, right? Let's just put the two of them together. So if Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Miles Sanders are both available and I'm on the clock and I have a question mark about, both of these guys are neck and neck in my rankings, right? Where I just feel like I would love to have either of them, but I can use that injury, as a tiebreaker for Miles Sanders. I will go with Clyde Edwards-Helaire just because at this point, there are no question marks about that. I don't want to draft Miles Sanders and then the next day find out, oh yeah, his injury was way worse than we thought and he's going to miss 6 games of the season. He's starting the season on the pup, whatever. I want to use that as a tiebreaker, not necessarily something that I'm using to bump Miles Sanders down in my rankings.
So where is that tiebreaker for you out of curiosity? Because, the funny thing is, at least in running back rankings, I've seen Sanders all over the place. I mean, I've seen him as high as 7 in some places. I have him at 11th. And for me, the tiebreaker with that is somebody like Josh Jacobs, who I have right behind him. That's where I might be willing to say, okay, maybe I'll push him back one spot. But for the most part, he's 11th. Out of curiosity, where is he for you in your rankings?
Sanders is at 8 in my rankings. I have Clyde Edwards-Helaire at 7. So that's why I was bringing them up, because those guys are right next to one another in my rankings. And they're also right next to one another in ADP consensus last time I looked. So
and who's behind Sanders for you in your rankings right now?
Derrick Henry, but he's going to be gone.
Right. Well, all right. Say he's not. If he's there right now with the injury news, are you taking him or are you going to?
If it's between Miles Sanders and Derrick Henry, I will take Derrick Henry.
Okay. Right. So that's exactly what you're saying. And for me, it's Jacobs. So I think in the end, what we're both saying is we're not moving him. He's where he is in our rankings. We're not willing to do that. But at this moment, if you're drafting and you've got somebody essentially projected for roughly the same thing for Yates and I, it's basically one spot behind him, I'd be willing to sort of do that and take that guy. Because again, we talk about the difference in guys who are that close. The projections are small. Right up your alley, baby. Dynasty Superflex. Okay. You have 12 and a 201. Okay. Mm-hmm. Who are you looking at taking? Now, those questions are hard because you have no idea who's there. But if you're in a Dynasty Superflex, generally speaking, and you're picking at the turn in a 12-team league, what are you looking to do at that spot roughly?
Yeah, so I can actually bring up, I'm in a draft right now with a bunch of industry guys like Evan Silva, Ryan McDonald, Graham Barfield, and then Danny Kelly. We got Connor Rogers from Stick to Football, Ben Solak from the Draft Network. So, and I drafted spot. And at that spot, I took Joe Mixon at the 111 and then Russell Wilson at the 2-2. Looking at specifically in a Dynasty Superflex, that and drafting at the turn, you're forced to start runs rather than take advantage of them, if that makes sense. So with a quarterback specifically, and the amount of time that it's going to take to get back to your 311 or 312, so many quarterbacks are going to go off the board. And so you need to be taking a quarterback at that spot. Whereas if you were sitting at the 1-5, you can take a Saquon Barkley if he falls to you, and Ezekiel Elliott. And then at the 2-8, you can get a quarterback there. That's not going to be a significant teardrop. With drafting at the turn in a Dynasty Superflex, you have to walk out of one of those first 2 picks with a quarterback, in my opinion.
Fantastic answer. I think you answered this before. Half PPR league, pick 107. So 7th pick in the first round. Did you say Sanders is your 7th guy right there in half PPR?
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Okay, yeah, that's good. And who's if Henry's not above him, who is above him out of curiosity? Who's you?
Yep. 6 is Joe Mixon, 5 is Cook, and then Kamara, Elliott, Barkley, CMC.
Okay. Should Kenyon Drake managers be worried about Chase Edmonds?
No. The news the other day about Cliff Kingsbury talking up Chase Edmonds, that's just a coach talking up one of his guys. Chase Edmonds will be involved. He'll receive carries in this backfield, but it's not going to be enough to move Kenyon Drake down from a top 10 ranking, which is where I have him right now.
How much do you expect Edmonds actually to factor in? Like, what do you expect sort of? I know you've got your projections always handy. You're ready to spit them out. What do you think he's going to siphon off?
I have him down for 50 rush attempts, 215 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns, 17 targets in the season.
So really
very
no independent value for the most part.
Correct.
But he is the perfect guy. Whether you're going 0 RB, whether you're not, he's the perfect type of guy to have on your roster because, I mean, that is legitimately an injury to Kenyon Drake, and Edmonds immediately becomes a borderline top 12 back right there in that offense. That's the type of guy, right, Yates?
Yeah, we have not been talking about him at all this season, and I think we need to be. I think we need to be talking more about Chase Edmonds because we saw what happens when he gets that workload last season. He can be dynamite in this offense. So if you're in, I mean, and he's going super late, right? No one else is catching on to this. So if you're in, a deep league and you're in the 14th round and you're in for a bench running back, Chase Edmonds is a good pick.
Okay, so how would you feel if you started? I know the answer to this probably, but whether this is really a question about drafting a lot of players from the same team. So this is about starting your draft with Edwards-Helaire, Kelce, and Mahomes, which I know you wouldn't like, regardless of anything, because you're starting running back, tight end, QB. You're basically in his own nightmare. But let's talk about that more generally, especially in an offense like the Chiefs. If you wind up with that and you're able to build your roster otherwise, are you okay stacking your team with so many players from one team, especially if they're in an offense like the Chiefs?
I'm not opposed to it as far as having multiple, fantasy weapons from the same roster, from the same offense. I'm not opposed to it at all. It comes down to where you're drafting them and the investment into them. So if I am looking at my first 2 rounds, I'm taking, let's say I do go tight end early, and I take Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Travis Kelce. At that point, then I don't want to invest a third option until like Sammy Watkins, right? Like, because that's too much of an investment. Starting your draft with rounds 1, 2, and 3, of Kelce, Edwards-Helaire, and Mahomes, like that's just too much. You hit a bye week and you're screwed. Like your roster is just decimated. So it also all like shifting away from Kansas City. It depends on the offense. If I can get, let's take Atlanta. Atlanta's going to be extremely pass happy this year. If I can go Julio and Calvin Ridley, let's say I take a running back in the first round, I go Julio in the second, take another running back in the third, and then I grab Calvin Ridley in the fourth. He's still there for me. At that point, I'm not opposed to you drafting Hayden Hurst in round 8, 9, 10, because at that point, the investment into those receiving weapons, I think all 3 of them, again, I have, Julio as my wide receiver 2, Ridley as my wide receiver 8, something like that. And then Hayden Hurst is a top 5 tight end. So I'm not opposed to it at all, but it all comes down to the investment and how early in your drafts you're taking them.
All right, lightning round right here, because it's you don't need to give it analysis, especially because we've probably talked about every player that has ever existed this year and in the past at some point on this live stream. I know the answer to this. People who follow you closely know the answer to this. Robert Woods or Cooper Kupp, half PPR, and the answer is
Robert Woods by a mile.
Woods, and not anywhere close for either one of us. 12-team PPR, pick number 4. Kamara or Michael Thomas? Let me very quickly answer that. We did a fun PPR mock draft on the podcast last week. I wanted to see what it looked like when I took Michael Thomas, number 4 in PPR. It did not look good. Go with your running backs, Alvin Kamara. You agree with that? Or by the way, do you have anybody else who you would take number 4, assuming the big 3 went?
Kamara's at 4.
All right. Oh God, I don't even want to have to mention this guy's name. Calvin Ridley or Tyler Lockett?
Calvin Ridley.
Obviously. By the way, if the question is Calvin Ridley or any other player, the answer is Calvin Ridley. How do you deal with a smaller type of league, like an 8-team league? Does your strategy generally change in an 8-team league versus a 12-team league?
Not really. No. it's kind of a cop-out answer, but no, it really doesn't.
It's not a
change.
cop. That's actually the opposite of a cop-out answer. That's
Okay,
just
perfect.
an answer.
Well, at this point, my brain can't tell the difference between a cop-out answer and an actual answer.
You're
so
fine. We've got like 2 minutes left, man. You're
all right,
crushing
perfect.
it.
No,
okay.
it does not change my strategy.
I will say that it does for me. In the sense of, in a league that small, I like to sort of dominate every position that I sort of can. I'm more willing to take a tight end earlier. I'm more willing to take a quarterback earlier, and something like that. You differentiate yourself by excelling at specific positions rather than building your team necessarily in the same way. That's at least how I do it. I understand people who go the same way. With COVID concerns, how many bench spots would you recommend a league having this year?
Yeah, that's two different questions. So as far as I would recommend adding in a redraft league 2 extra bench spots than what you've normally done in the past. So if you have 6 bench spots normally, and then I would add a minimum of 4 IR spots. We just had a discussion with my co-commissioner on my home Dynasty league. We were trying to figure this out. So in a deep Dynasty league, we added 1 extra bench spot, and then we have a total of now of 6 IR spots. So we wanted to create a little bit more movement on the waiver wire, but we didn't want to do it with adding extra bench spots. We wanted that to be in the event of a player test positive for COVID, you put them on IR, then you can go pick up. So we added a little bit of room for them, but then also added those IR spots. Those are the crucial spots.
That's a good answer. Final question. The end of our live stream. Are you ready for your last question? This is related. You had a little bit of a preview of this in our fantasy feud. At what point in the draft should fantasy managers stop considering risk and only shoot? What point in the draft?
Tags and I both answered round 3. So we think that, and it also depends on what you do with your first and second round picks, right? If you're taking these guys who come with a lot of question marks around them, then that kind of moves that needle back for me of when I'm willing to take those guys. But typically the way I draft, I'm drafting these safe players, these guys who I know are in line for guaranteed workloads. So third round for me is where I'm willing to this year reach on a Calvin Ridley. I was willing to reach on Chris Godwin last year in the 3rd round. Worked out pretty well.
Yeah, interesting. This is one where we diverge real quick because this year more than ever I play for safety. Where, because I think in the end I've talked about guys like Jamison Crowder a lot. He's the type of guy who I'm going to roster. There's much risk, but there's not really a ton of upside.
Well, it doesn't mean that from round 3 on, I'm only drafting risky picks, right? Like Calvin Ridley there's a very a large variance in opinions on Calvin Ridley, right? His ECR is lower than where I have him ranked. So that's the risk. But that doesn't mean then from round 3 on, I'm only drafting these guys who I have super high, a big difference in ECR between. It just means that I might double back on a guy like Jamison Crowder later on. I might grab a guy like Anthony Miller at the wide receiver position to kind of offset that.
So you're not saying stop drafting safety, only go for upside once you get obviously past X, right? Okay.
Correct.
So to sum up Yates' advice, only shoot for upside, start at round 1, no safety whatsoever. Is that fair, Yates?
Yeah, it's fair. Yep.
10 hours, Yates. We did
it.
There were, last I checked, just shy of 3,000 people still watching live. It's been like that all day, bouncing between 3,000 and 4,000. I said
you guys are amazing. You guys are amazing.
I mean, we could not possibly appreciate you guys more. And I'm going to be honest, that's what this was. Okay. It was 10 hours of us, incredible guests who, from around, taking their time too. Thank you to all the amazing guests taking their time to come on and answer some questions and give their advice. It really, we want to say thanks, because we really do appreciate you, all of our subscribers, everybody who watches our videos, everybody who, reads our content, everybody who listens to our podcast. You guys are what makes this go. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel and you are watching this, just go ahead and click. That goes a long way. I know it seems silly, but that really goes a long way. On behalf of myself, on behalf of Kyle Yates, and I guess on behalf of Mike Tagliere, even though he wasn't dedicated enough to close out the show with us. Thank you for watching, and we will be back on a podcast that we're going to probably record in like 12 hours or something like that. So we'll talk to you then, and thanks again for tuning in.